R6 Esports has taken those that love it all around the world with huge international events in 4 different continents, but never before in the UK. That changes here and now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. Feels like this one has been a long time coming. Shall we show them how the UK does it, guys? I personally have waited a long time for this. I grew up just a couple of hours down the road. I know that a lot of the team behind the scenes have been super excited to meet you all. So welcome from wherever you are in the world to the Manchester Major, and to those of you watching at home as well. It would be weird if I just stood up here by myself. So let me introduce some of our amazing team onto the stage. Our first 2 analysts that will be talking you through every moment of action of our first 2 quarterfinals. It's Fresh and Alfama! These guys are buzzing. Now, this is a rare moment for you, Alfama, because you're a bit of an odd one out. You're the only, maybe, Frenchman in the vicinity. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit outnumbered here. Is there any other French in the place?
Hey! There is one redeeming factor though, Ian. We are the best French-English duo since Leaky Fack and Users.
And that makes me Leaky Fack, so I'm happy.
Setting the bar high. I love it. All right, let's bring on a little bit more Brit to the stage. Let's inject some more UK onto the stage with 2 casters who are going to be calling some of the action here today as well. It is Demo and X.
Woo!
He's giving Oggy, Oggy, Oggy! All right, I see what you're trying to do there. You're trying to. You must be super excited for this as a local boy.
Oh, mate, it's fantastic. It feels like a bit of a reunion.
Demo, what do you want to say?
It's coming home.
It's coming home?
Coming home.
All right, good stuff. That's what I like to hear. Okay, guys, you're going to be hearing and seeing a lot from these 4 gentlemen to my left as this weekend rolls on. But for now, let me show you how we got to this very moment. Of the Siege scene arrived at the BEC, ready for the Manchester Major. With glory and a trophy on the line, everyone quickly saw the intensity these players bring to every single map. Shocking exits, passionate celebrations, and salty tears grab the headlines and fans around the world. After 6 grueling days, we are now ready for the final phase. It's time to write a new chapter in the rich history book of this beautiful game.
on the main stage, guys. Thanks for cheering.
Goosebumps. Goosebumps here in Manchester. If you've just joined us, welcome once again to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. I am Ian Chambers here on the desk. If you're a big Milos fan, let's face it, we all are. He will be joining us a little bit later on for the second half of the day, and then normal service resumes for the semi-finals and grand finals as we get into the weekend. This is Fresh. This is Alfama. Fresh, I know you've already touched on it, but this feels a little bit different, right?
Yeah, it feels a little bit different. We've been waiting so long to have a major in the UK, and it's I'm so glad it's finally here as well.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket. I want to set the table here to really sum up what's ahead of us here, and we've got some, international showdowns here, fighting for the best of the best.
Yeah, you've got basically the 3 best regions in the world, Europe and Brazil, fighting each other to elect the best representative of each region to finally try and take down the Brazilian teams.
Couldn't really ask for 4 better quarterfinals than that, Fresh.
No, you really couldn't, and I've got a nice little fun fact that I'm going to give out. I don't know if people in the audience or at home will have realised this. We are guaranteed a British player in the grand final. It's guaranteed.
Did you hear that, guys? Guaranteed British player in the grand final.
Big caveat is that we're claiming Adrian, but that's it.
And this is the schedule. We are kicking things off with BDS versus Secret in an all-EU affair, and then we move on from there.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing day, full of close matchups, I believe, way closer than what we've seen in Phase 2. Lots of quality in these teams, and lots of unexpected teams also that made it.
Lots of teams that have already played each other as well. Obviously, we've got a lot of regional matchups today, but what that will also potentially almost guarantee is that we have an inter-regional grand final, which is what everybody wants, really.
All right, before we continue pushing forward, let's take a look in the rearview mirror. I know that in the lead-up to our big weekend here, you've been highlighting the moment and the monster. Let's do it in Phase 2. What was your big moment from Phase 2, Leo?
I think the biggest moment for me was probably when BDS was 1 round away to get eliminated from CAG, and there was this crazy 1v2 from Usus in the same game on the last map to make sure they would qualify. Coming in this event, everybody thought BDS is the best chance from Europe to take the major, and yet they were 1 round away to lose versus a Japanese team. Look at this lead from CAG, 5v1. And this incredible 1v2 from Usus, he's stuck in a crossfire and somehow he gets away with it. First kill on the right, first kill on the left. And actually, funny thing, he actually thought he lost that round, even if he won it. Absolutely crazy. Honestly, absolutely crazy that BDS were a few days ago just absolutely on the brink of elimination.
Crazy to think after their stage in EUL as well, but what about you?
Well, I slightly disagreed with Leo because I think a moment's got to be something special. So my moment is going to be NJR's 1v5 clutch up against Team Secret, of course. It's very rare that we've only seen 2 aces at this tournament so far. One of them was a 1 versus 5, and he was playing it with a TCSG as well. Absolutely incredible. And that's what big moments are around here. I mean, it's immaterial in a sense because both Secret and Dark Zero managed to actually make it to main stage regardless of this. But just the raw ability that this guy has, and he has had it for so long. It was only 2 years ago he became a major champion. Take a look at this 1 kill. Boom. But yeah, no, absolutely sensational. And you never see a 1 versus 5 clutch, especially in a game that at that point in time was so important for both of these 2 teams. I think Secret, obviously, as everybody does in a 1 versus 5 clutch, absolutely misplayed it. But yeah, and the 1 tap to finish it off. Beautiful. That's what moments are around.
Poetry. I guess you're hoping for plenty more of that this weekend. What about the monster? Fresh, I'm going to ask you, monster, who is it?
Well, the monster of the tournament's going to be Doom. I think he's been, statistically leading the tournament in terms of basically every stat. He's been the best player at this tournament, and it's no surprise. I think we talk about Doom a lot. We talk about his mechanical ability, but he's really blossomed into the all-round player, and he's a huge reason why Secret are even on this main stage right now.
I think the biggest thing with Doom is it's not only in-game, right? Obviously in-game, best-rated player of the tournament, incredible clutches, incredible multi-kills, super impactful entries. But of all of this, what I think is even more relevant is probably his capacity, his energy to re-energize all of the team, his leadership, his maturity, all of the things that you should not expect from a rookie that he brought into Secret when he joined.
And we get to see him in the server very soon, right?
Yeah, we do.
Now, this is what these 2 think of Phase 2. That's some of their favorite moments. What about you? Let's ask the fans.
What it's like being here at the Manchester Major. Unreal. This is my 4th major and SI event to be to and be at, and it's been awesome starting out, and I'm excited to see how it turns out.
It's really exciting because I love Siege, so bring in the energy, have a good time, see some wins, hopefully EU wins, so looking forward to it.
Have you guys been following the major from home and watching any upset surprises?
Yeah, so we've been watching from the beginning. Even when I'm at work, I'll have my phone on the side, just watching it secretly, hoping nobody's paying attention. Even with previous majors, if it was like a Friday, nobody's in the office, I would just put it up on the big TV, we'll just start watching it whilst we're working.
I've been watching as many of the games that I can, and I mean, honestly, at least it's on UK time schedule, so I can even watch it whilst I'm at work, but don't tell the boss.
And what are your expectations for the Manchester Major right now? Just give me some kind of, level of hype.
Well, like Andy was saying, because it's in the UK, I'm expecting a big turnout, big energy, and lots of fun. So I'm really looking forward to just a big roar of the crowd and just good times overall, good matches.
I got to echo that. I mean, all the other majors and events I've been to, the crowds they just haven't got it. But now we're here in the UK, they're going to hear it from wherever you are watching.
And what makes the UK crowd so special?
We just bring it like no other.
Yeah, I think we've got a big sporting background, lots of football, that kind of thing. So hopefully what we're going to do is bring some of that. We're used to big arenas, these kind of things, so I'm hoping we get some of that energy over this weekend.
Oh man, we're putting a lot of pressure on this UK crowd right here, but our backers, Manchester, are we going to get loud this weekend? Hold on a sec, wait. We're starting to fill this up. This will be sold out. Let me ask you again, are we going to get loud this weekend? Good, that's what I like to hear. All right, I know who you are here to see, and that is our 8 final teams. Let's bring them out. As they walk by the trophy that each of them want to get their hands on, we've got a representative from each of our 8 final teams. Star-studded, absolute megastars gracing this UK soil here. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our finalists. From Dark Zero, we have Bolo. From FaZe, we have Handy. From M80, of course, it's Spoit. From Team Secret, it's Zoom. And from BDS, it's Lickyfack. I'm just going to stop here for a moment, because this right here is our first quarterfinal, an all-EU affair. Lickyfack, are you looking to prove that BDS are on top?
Of course, we are confident for this match. Nothing else to say.
They're confident. Zoom, after the way you've been playing, I'm sure you're very confident too.
Yeah, we are confident and we're not going to go down easy.
All right, fighting talk, that's what I like to hear. Let's continue our journey here from Beast Coast. We have Gunnar in the building. The legendary Lagunas from Team Liquid. And to finish things off, from Furia, we have Nade. Nade, listen, you guys, formerly W7M, have been winning everything. Back-to-back majors. You won the Hammer in Sao Paulo. Are you looking to add another trophy to the cabinet?
Yes, of course.
Oh, confident. That does not surprise me. One more time here in Manchester for our teams.
Expect us to make it to the quarterfinals now. Everyone expects us to lose on phase 2 and now on phase 3. We'll play really good into our hands, that we have no pressure on us.
Currently against Team BDS, you might need some good luck, because I feel like we're going to win it. I think our team's the best because we have the most culture. 3 French people, 1 UK and 1 Turkish.
We've got quite a good team play. We've got very skillful players. No one being a liability.
The star player is Shaiko, and then I think the rest of us, all 4 of us, can be the X Factor as well if need be. Secret, our first game. We played them 3 times, we beat them twice, lost against them once in this team. I think it'll be a close game.
Team BDS still lack a bit of team play and even like in-game readings because of their being a new team. To take BDS down, it'll come down to whoever shows up the most.
I think they're probably thinking they're the favourites because they went 3-0 in the groups, but we'll see.
We are Team Secrets, no one believed in us, but here we are and we are going for the trophy.
And now it's all starting to feel real. We've met the players, you know some of the talent, there's going to be plenty more as we go along. The fans are in the building, some of them. And we're getting set for our first quarterfinal. It is an all-EU affair, BDS versus Secret. Let's start with the fact that this is an all-EU affair. We've got a little bit of time here, Fresh. Is this a bit of proving ground here between these two teams?
I think so. I think especially for Team Secret, obviously BDS, they've been here time and time before. For Team Secret, it's a lot of their first experience on stage. But it's an opponent that both of these teams know. They know each other's maps. They know each other personally. Some players will have played with each other in FPL or various, hubs or ranked or whatever it is, right? They will be friends as well. So there's definitely mind games going on between the two teams. I mean, we've even seen them backstage, walking around each other, a little bit of mind games.
We love that. Let's now focus in on BDS. They were so consistent in the EU League. Leo, you saw that firsthand, and then they got into a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I would say arguably they were probably the most dominant team we've seen in Europe in years. I think we were kind of like praising them for being maybe one of our best shots, actually winning the major in Europe, actually beating Brazilian teams. And I think in the end, when they came in to play at this major, everybody was surprised because they were not as dominant. I think international play really hindered and put them under pressure. I think they had a lot of expectation, and that really hindered the communication. Overall, they were more consistent, and then against Bliss on Wednesday, they look much better, much more confident. That's the BDS they want to be today.
We do have to remember with BDS, they are still a new team. They've changed from French to English. They've brought 2 new players into their system. They've revamped absolutely everything. So they will still have holes in strategy, communication, all those kinds of things. So whilst the UL went absolutely perfectly for them, they got to this tournament and they really had to discover themselves. They've really had to dig deep. Like we said in the pre-show, they could have gone out to CAG just, 2-3 days ago. So in a sense, they're on borrowed time, but that's kind of made up for by the fact that all 5 of these players are just so incredibly talented.
You did mention there about roster changes. The last time they did make a roster change, they won a major.
Yeah, it's just a nice little one. When they brought in Leaky Fack in 2022, they went afterwards, they went to the Jönköping major, and of course they won that. They were flawless throughout that tournament. Now they've made 2 roster changes. I'm just a big believer that stuff like this happens time and time. History repeats itself. So will we see BDS? I don't know, I've just got a feeling.
Is that the recipe to win a major? We'll see, but I think it was a long time coming. I think they needed to evolve. They had a ceiling clearly after winning Jönköping. Jesus and Soltaf being available in the market after M&M, I think they had to grab the chance. It makes so much more sense for them, especially in these roles. And they have more opportunity with these 2 guys to have more shot calling, opening more stuff, more active communication as well. Overall, I think it fits perfectly the team. Again, one weakness that I see now, the French come switching to English, and this little bit of lack of synergy when they're in high pressure moments.
All right, well, let's move on to their opponents in Team Secret. Here, the first team to qualify for the quarterfinals, Leo. It's like they're the perfect underdogs.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expected them to be the first team to qualify here on the quarterfinals from a 3-0, especially beating FaZe and Dark Zero, some of the best teams in the world. I think overall, they had a really good EU stage, but nobody were praising them just like BDS, right? I think this is where the stories are different between these 2 teams. One was the heavy favorite and maybe disappointed a bit of fans, and they still made it to quarterfinals. And then this one is going above expectations with a crazy good roster and a Brazilian playstyle of being super aggressive and confident.
That confidence is going to be needed because they don't really have that much main stage experience collectively.
No, they absolutely don't. We've actually got a graphic to show you of their main stage experience. Realistically, so this is the main stages that they have played. Only Miracle on this roster has come to a LAN event and played a main stage. Obviously, like you see, Doom, he's played a couple when he was on Heroic. Savage and Grubby obviously qualified to SI with Team Secret, but was eliminated in groups. So they're going to have to rely on that confidence and just take everything in their stride, because realistically for 4 of these guys, it's the first time that they're walking out in front of a crowd. It's the first time that and it does happen at LAN events, and when there is a crowd, you feel the energy, and it's the first time that they will ever experience that.
100%. And like we said multiple times, obviously their gameplay revolves around being aggressive. To be aggressive and confident, you've got to be comfortable. And that's the biggest thing for me. When you're on stage, you don't hear the sound the same way. Sometimes when you're going to die, there's going to be a huge bass shaking the desk.
Yeah.
This kind of stuff, they've never experienced before.
I've got a feeling like all the memories are flooding back to you from when you were a player, because that's the first time, when I brought you out there, that's the first time you've done a walkout since way back when, in Japan?
I think it's back in Japan. I would have to check, but I think that's 5 years ago. And let me tell you, that feeling of dying and having the bass shake the desk, that happened way too win times to me. Way more time than me killing someone. That's a problem.
And that's what's interesting is we've got players on the opposition, a part of PDS. They know exactly what it feels like to be out here in front of a crowd.
Yeah, they've been to literally, I mean, even their 2 new imports, right? When they played on M&M, you know, Users and Soltov, they played at the Copenhagen Major as well. So it's not like they're bringing in inexperienced guys. Every single one of the BDS players on the other side has played in front of a crowd and has won, especially for the Call 3, the French guys, has won a major in front of a crowd as well. It plays a big part.
It absolutely does. Let's take a look at 2 star players that you need to be looking out for in this first quarterfinal. Bit of a head-to-head here, Users and Zoom.
Yeah, we had to speak about this too. Obviously, we already spoke about Zoom being the best rated player at this major, but Users deserves some praise. He had a 16 KD. I've never seen that before. 16 KD at a major on the first map with CAG. You know, he's been stellar this event, super consistent, super calm, and he was the only reason I really believe that BDS made it all the way through to the quarterfinals.
These were 2 of the hottest properties that were available to EU teams ahead of this stage. And I think the reason why is they both have that kind of, I want to call it magic stardust. They both have the ability to win a round, to win a game, almost solo carry. If the team's not performing, if there's communication issues. You know, we showed the Users clip where, but for that clip, BDS would have been 1-6 down in a decided match and probably out of this major. And he just has that star ability to just pull a clutch and just get his team back in the game.
You know what? One thing that really caught my eye there was the BDS jersey. It's like retro Tottenham Hotspur vibes, which I think I'm a big fan of. Maybe I'll see if they'll give me one after this. These 2 have met, of course, in the league, and it was a close encounter. I think we can take a look back at some of the numbers here, Leo.
Yeah, very, very close, actually. All the way to overtime, all the way 8-7. And again, look at the best performer here, Users, right? I don't think Joom was bad either.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting a really tough rematch. I think these 2 teams have very different dynamics, and they're reached to a point where I think they made it maybe on the same level. I just now it maybe feeds into experience. That's the biggest win condition, I think, or the biggest difference between the 2.
At this point in time as well, when they met in EUL, this was a race for the top 2. This was a race to, you know, be the best 2 teams inside of Europe. Obviously, BDS got it done, and I know Secret was hurting after that game as well, because for them, obviously, they nearly got over the line against the EU super team, but it gave them a big bout of confidence going forwards.
Are you confident calling them that EU super team once again? Are you feeling that vibe?
Do you know what? When we was in the stage 2 in the groups, people were just like, are they really a super team? You know, when they were throwing a bit of a wobble. But that last game to get them onto the main stage, it looked confident, it was aggressive. They looked like the team that we know they can be. So if they transfer that into today, then yeah, I'll put it on the line.
Oh, I like it. Put it on the line. You are wearing blue. There was talk earlier about, you know, the BDS roster changes. Secret have gone through lots of different variations over time. They've been a team that have been part of Seeds for a good chunk of time now. Lots of roster changes. Is this the one that you think may be starting to click, Leo?
I think it's definitely the one that gets the closest to the very old Secret that we knew. Back when I was playing, Secret was qualifying to every major, you know, the LMs, MIPI, all of these older players where it had success. I think they've had a long-term project of rebuilding a team that was capable of winning major. I think it's the closest they've ever gotten to it. And I think they really rebuilt around the strong core of the 3 players and brought Adrian and Zoom, some of the best prospects in Europe, and it meshed super well. They have incredible chemistry.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The 2 transfers they brought in, Adrian and Zoom, obviously Zoom is that star player, and we know that, and we've seen that across the league in multiple events. But Adrian was probably the player that was the hottest prospect coming into this stage. Secret managed to get him as well. And I think alongside Grubby, when those 3 start working as a really aggressive front line, and now you get into the point where Savage and Miracle, obviously Miracle, but Savage as well is becoming quite an experience in the back line as well. Yeah. It makes Secret quite a great all-round prospect.
All right, let's get into map picks and bans for the very first time here at the Blast R6 Manchester Major. Where will this quarterfinal be played out?
Starting with a pick with Chalet, that's not too surprising from BDS, one of the highest rated map, I think the second actually. Looking at Secret, it's also a great map, right? They've beaten FaZe on it, entering the tournament 7-3 quite convincingly.
It was a curious one because that map ban with FaZe was one where Secret and FaZe, basically nobody wanted to ban it because it was both teams permaban. They ended up playing and beating FaZe on that map. But the one thing that I will say for BDS on Chalet as well, the 2 new imports, Users and Solotov, came from M&M, who were an incredible Chalet team. And it's a map that BDS never had in their locker with Chalet. The old BDS didn't like Chalet at all. It was one of their permabans. Now they play it because they've got that kind of M&M methodology on it. It's become one of their favorite maps.
And they've already good experience on it. They actually played it twice this stage and beat comfortably ITB and Fnatic in regular win. So I think overall, they're feeling really confident on this one.
Let's keep moving forward. Let's see where we are going next, and the next pick is Bank.
Secret absolutely love Bank. It's literally one of their favorite maps. It has been for, I mean, every iteration of a Secret roster seems to love Bank. You go way back when. And I think it's quite a smart pick. It's one that Secret have played in this tournament. I believe they're unbeaten on it in this tournament.
Yes, they are.
Yep, Leo's going to fact check me there. Thank you very much. And it's one that BDS, it's a map that BDS haven't necessarily played. It's one that had been quite low preference for quite a long time. However, BDS have also played it inside of this tournament.
BDS actually has a 4-map win streak on Bank. It's just that it's not a map that they actually play very much.
Yep.
It's actually the most banned map of 2024. So I think they picked into a hole, but at the same time, quite consistent, and they're reliable on Bank.
And then our decider is going to be Clubhouse. Now, both teams absolutely love Clubhouse. I would argue that BDS maybe have a little bit more longevity on the map. It's a map that they've been unreal at for absolute years. But if I take you all the way back to EUL, Clubhouse was a map that really kick-started Secret's EUL stage, where they came out the box, we didn't know what Secret would be like, and they came out on Clubhouse, and they absolutely rocked it. So they love the map as well. So I feel like that's a great decider if we get there.
Predictions, last second. I just want team name. Who's going to the semis?
BDS.
BDS.
Manchester, are we ready for our first quarterfinal? All right, let's bring them out, starting with a super team Sir Alex would be proud of. It's BDS! Star-studded flexibility, confidence, raw gunpowder, aggression. BDS are on a mission to put themselves back on top of the major for the first time since sweet Sweden 2 years ago. We know that they're feeling confident. It's almost like they're feeling themselves again as they take their seats, hoping not for the last time here in the quarterfinals, because they've got a tough opponent for them. It's the first team to make the main stage. The truth is out. Team Secrets! In tremendous form, going 3-0 in phase 2. The crowd love them. 4 of these players have never played on a main stage, but look at them, they look right at home here in Manchester. Have they found the secret to success? This is a real chance to prove that to be true. Let's get into our very first quarterfinal. BDS versus Team Secret. We're ready to get into this one with our casters, Ollie and Demo.
Thank you very much indeed. We are going to be covering the first quarterfinal here. We've got BDS and we have got Secret. What an occasion here in Manchester, Demo.
European derby to kick things off right from the get-go. I'm sure some of the crowd would, oh, why are we seeing EU versus EU again? But hopefully, guys, we might be able to get them in the grand final for it, so yeah.
Yeah, we want to get all our inter-regionals out inside of the quarters, and we're doing that here and now with Team Secret and BDS, of course. They've had an incredible introduction there. The desk has done a fantastic job. I cannot wait to get into this. This is actually a game that we covered during the regular stage of EUL. Yep. And it was a game that was played out on Skyscraper. We saw the stats for that game, and it was a very close series. And I'm expecting nothing else here today. I want all 3 maps. I want a close series.
Well, that's up to the teams to see if they want to deliver. Obviously, we move into a territory where you're in front of the crowd. A lot of energy is going to be flowing in through this arena. This is where the teams can almost play off that energy, play off the momentum to see what the crowd can feed into them. Obviously, for the side of Secret, 4 of these guys haven't experienced this. BDS, they've been there, they've done that. 3 of those guys have lifted a championship before. So it is a little bit unequal in terms of experience, but I suppose Secret coming in, being an underdog team, what do they have to lose?
I mean, you say a little bit. I mean, that's maybe a bit of an understatement there. The golfing experience, especially when it comes to
You've got Miracle. He's been there before.
2 times at a stage, especially when it comes to this point of a competition. It is absolutely massive. So we will see, of course, how that plays into things. Looking toward the maps that we've got in this series, we've got a Chalet and a Bank guaranteed, and we will use a Clubhouse as a decider if we need it. Now, I was kind of curious over the Bank pick particularly. Have you got any thoughts on the Chalet one to kick us off, Demo?
Well, I think Chalet, again, I think Jack mentioned it really well. You're bringing in 2 players from M&M, Soltov and Uzis. Chalet, we've seen for, got to 2 years, that was you know, M&M were one of the best teams in the world on that map specifically. And it was, whenever the changes came about, you're almost combining two teams together into one. So you'll be able to bring not just, you know, BDS strats and getting the M&M guys used to that, but also having the experience from those guys in Chalet and being able to bring that into the BDS map pool. So I think overall it kind of combines the best of both worlds, you would like to say. But even I think on a map like Chalet, I think EFAC, he personally really enjoys that. I just don't think he necessarily had the players previously to go for a map like that. Whenever you know you have users in Solidov who can assist you with that, you know, EFAC can go and do what he wants. He can play the trap plays that we know he's famous for.
Well, they are on a 3-map win streak over on this map, so that could bode well for them indeed as well. Moving on toward the bank pick there, that for all intents and purposes, a permaban from BDS coming out here.
Yeah, they've hit it. Yeah,
and a map that is very comfortable for Secret, but you mentioned there, they've hidden it. They are a 9-map pool team. Do not make any mistake. So that, again, just plays into how this series is going to go.
You can see also the defense pick for both sides. You know, BDS going straight for the defense pick on Chalet, defense pick for Bank for Secret, which is really surprising because Bank is actually the most attacker-sided map that we currently have in the whole tournament, a 40% win rate for the defense. So it's actually not as favorable as what you would think, but I think Secret, look, they'll probably feel confident in themselves. That's their map. That's where you would expect to see Secret perform and do really well on. Look, I think Club's got, it's written in the stars for me.
Now, the other question, with representation from the UK on both sides of the coin here for both teams, I want to know who the crowd want.
Ask them. It's just back there, mate.
I want to know who the crowd want. Crowd, do you want Secret to win this one?
No, not interested. No.
Not a murmur.
No. What, BDS?
BDS? Any BDS fans in the building?
There we go.
Oh, okay.
I hear boos as well. To be fair, there is a crowd of French as well in the building.
Well, I mean,
Alpha's got some mates in.
It's you know, it's a short trip, I guess.
Oh.
Well, there we go.
Chaka's just poured something over himself.
Brilliant. Is he waterproof? Maybe not.
Ash fresh.
We are looking to get all of the players in the lobby. I think we have actually got everybody in now, so we can get underway very shortly indeed. But we do want to make sure everything's right before hopping on into our first map of Chalet here. What does the social vote say? Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Dangerous. The social vote back in the crowd vote then.
Yeah.
I think that's probably fair to say. 63% to 37 for Secret, for BDS and Team Secret there coming in. I think that makes sense, and it sort of feeds into this underdog story that we've been peddling for Team Secret, that they are underdogs in this. Secret
coming into the stage. Nobody expected them to get here, let alone be main stage. So I think for Secret, they've got their bonus. Anything now, it's a holiday.
Well, Manchester, are you ready for our first quarterfinal here today? We're going to get loaded up right now. Let's get ourselves into the ban phase now. See exactly what is going to be removed here.
Oh, not this again.
I enjoy it. It's the Dokkaebi. We haven't seen that much Dokkaebi ban.
Nope.
To be fair. With shields being a big thing.
Again, I'm going to find this really difficult today, I think, to get my points into it whenever you've got that in the back. I'll wait till they're done, and then I'll have a little chat.
Well, the Ying ban coming across as well. So no shield ban demo. What do we think about the no shield ban?
Hold on, just again, wait. There we go. It's like waiting to cross the road sometimes. Wait for the green man.
I think there might be a bus coming.
Is it coming, you think?
I think so.
Oh, a bit of a slow lock-in.
Bit of a very slow lock-in.
Oh, they don't know.
Big decision.
There we go.
There it is. It's locked in. It is going to be the Fenrir. Not too much surprise here there. We get the Azami through. Obviously, it has its place on every map. It's one of the reasons why it's the most banned defender of the tournament so far, but that will be allowed through. More importantly for me, I think, we've got the shields in play. Now, you don't necessarily think of either team and go, there's a huge shield player on either side, but there are definitely players on either side that can play shields.
I also think the map plays into that. I don't think shields are entirely strong whenever you look at a map like Chalet, just because there is so many flanking options for the defense. You can get in behind the Monty. Again, C4s are going to be options as well from below. Dokkaebi ban, I think, extremely important to mention. That is Yu's best operator on attack. That is where he has been so proficient in. It's what BDS like to bring, is to give them that opening of go for a phone call. You can slip EFAC in for a play. So I think taking it off the board from Secret is a very wise move.
Well, we're going to be headed to the mid-floor site to start things off here. Downstairs into kitchen and dining. As is the norm, a top floor hold will be required, and that seems to be where Secret are spending a large portion of their utility. We've got some castle barricades going on up there. We've got a couple of the Melusi Banshees getting thrown around as well, and a little bit of a rotation into library if it's required. I think actually Grubby's placed a Banshee there out on that balcony. Obviously a good option to maybe make a bit of an aggressive play off if somebody does get themselves up there.
Yeah, so we'll see how BDS want to deal with this setup. Obviously, Castle Barricade's going to be in play. They may have some issues with that because they don't necessarily have like the biggest amount of range soft destruction. They don't have the Ashe or the Sophia on board. They only really have the Flores, but some of those Castle Barricades are going to be quite difficult to actually get Flores into the middle of sight. Almost there for Shaiko. Adrian needs to be careful. Not a good start already. EFAC now sending in the drones again, probably looking for any form of information he can deny. Again, Maestro's very common, bulletproofs as well that can be issued out on this site, but nothing of the sorts for that for Secret's lineup. Again, they're very focused on that top floor. No wall denial, though. Maybe it's been dealt with by the Thatcher, as Users is going to be on the EMPs. But they need to really deal with the top floor, Ollie. That is going to be the issue that BDS need to tackle.
Especially with those angles that are going to be working down, you might have the breach open, but if you haven't got that top floor control, you can still be at risk there of defenders holding onto those angles. Leaky Fat going to try and make something happen here on the bathroom window, but elsewhere it's going to be Shaiko to open things up. Adrian, he was softened up at the start of the round through the drone hole, and he'll eventually be finished off.
They may just be looking for just a jump in through West Main. They can just try and go straight into the site. EFAC with another one. Users perhaps trying to play to try and catch any of the roamers who could be moving in through blue, for example, and try and flank the attackers. But right now it's all eyes on who has the diffuser for BDS. It is going to be Bride, but I think he's on the other side of the map. He's not necessarily in a position where he can go and assist players like Solotov, who can go and maybe support Shaiko and try and get that plant down. He's kind of by himself, I think, towards the library side of things.
A little bit of a stall out here for BDS, but they're waiting for Secret to react. They've got players in position to catch these rotates. Just seeing if they can try and bide that time, but the clock will start to become a factor here, and we can see Bride is going to start to make a bit of a rotation. He's still looking to try and get that wall open, though. He knows that there's occupation here inside of office. With that vert still being held, he can't just push himself through the breach.
Oh, they've missed the EMP. The wall is going to stay electrified. However, the sidewall, though, possibly can get opened up, but here comes the freeze, and that will stop the Selma for the meantime. But right now for Secret, all three players upstairs on the vertical angles, and with BDS being stalled out by the electrification and the Tabaru canisters, they're just going to try and push into sight, but this is where Secret want them to be.
Grubby's got a great angle here at the bottom of Trophy Stairs. He can look to try and aggress on through. He's going to grab himself a second and a third. Grubby here almost single-handedly going to clean up shop. Eventually will be taken down by Users. But look at the time. There's nothing left. Leaky Fact, he's going to find himself one upstairs, but Users is going to get the plant down. Miracle, he has to try and push through, but the drop comes through from Leaky Fact. Timing was perfect there. He can recover his teammate and see if they can start to try and work these vertical angles, but BDS have been given time and space here. They're already out of there.
They can just hold on. From the breach, perhaps, they have a long angle. Users, though, rotating in towards short. The other player just sat in the middle of Trophy, it looks like. Miracle, do you have any idea? It doesn't look as though he does. He has no idea, but EFAC, oh, never mind, yes, he does! EFAC off the board, and now Users in the 1v2. Diffuser right beside him, they have to make the push now, Secret. Diffuser will start to be taken down by Miracle. Juma has to have the cover. Does he have it? Oh, he missed it. Oh, they both missed it. Users is able to get the clutch. Incredible to kick things off.
What a round for round number one here. Big performance. Such a back and forth state to the round as well, but BDS, they get it over the line by the narrowest of margins. Just not enough time to disable that diffuser. And 2 kills going in there that we really expected to go the other way. I've no idea how Miracle got the first onto Leaky Fac, and I've also no idea how Users picked up the last.
Both teams really struggling just to win around. You know, it was really back and forth. You thought BDS kicked things off. 2 kills, 3 versus 5. Yeah, plenty of time as well, but then you just stall out. And then Secret look as though we're about to win just based off time. Users just about gets the diffuser down. 2v2, swings back into Secret's favor, then back again to BDS's favor. I mean, look, Jim bottled the shots. That's what happened.
Ultimately, there were some shots missed there, and we always talk about the narrow margins here in Siege. Neither of these two teams need much of a margin to take an advantage.
10 seconds to go.
Downstairs to the basement we go. Secret not feeling like they want to give it another attempt in the mid-floor. Instead, they're going to take us downstairs. Now, for me, BDS moved quite slowly in the previous round. We know them to be a team that like to use the clock, and they are not afraid of, you know, really getting the most out of it on their attacking rounds. They're very comfortable in that final 20 seconds. They're still very comfortable in that final 15. And that was proved there in that previous round. But the stall out could have cost them a little bit more if things hadn't really have gone their way.
Into the basement. This is statistically the worst bomb site for the defense, a 44% win rate. So not as favorable as what you would think it to be. I think the generic attack that you can go for is quite simple. You open up the breaches and you simply just try and plant in towards the trench. It's very, very simple. You can see Secret obviously going to try and stop any access in towards that lobby and also towards the hatch. Look, if somebody's on the hatch from the defense, you can't exactly just walk in the trench then, can you? So it is going to be something that BDS need to address. But right now their main focus is trying to get these walls opened up. Slips in. Oh, just about misses out and was looking for that Maestro camera. Brede will open up the trench wall. Nothing there to stop it with the EMPs going out. So that's step one. Get the wall open.
Done a good job to do that as well. They haven't wasted too much time, and it's not really cost them too much utility. They are going to be bringing the Thatcher in just to make things that little bit easier for them. It, of course, is the easiest combination for getting things open nice and easy. Double hard breach as well. Oh, you know how important it can be to get everything open there. Shaiko, he might have found himself an entry here. He's got a yellow ping to work with, but Jume's just been flashed out, so he knows that something's up. He's going to take loads of damage through the soft wall there. Shaiko just trying to pen him in, but Savage, meanwhile, will pick up the opener. Solotov, he's been trying there on the Flores to get those Rotero drones in and to remove some of those cameras, but he's not been able to.
Oh, BDS crumbling at the seams. This upstairs hold from the two Secret players is doing the job. A triple for Adrian and EFAC. All on his lonesome, he gets it down on the Savage, but the damage has been done. He has to find all 5 if he wants to win this round for his side, and with a sliver of HP, it's looking very unlikely. Savage is going to be revived. Flashbang in, is he going to swing? He's going to give Adrian his 4th kill of the round. He's got a couple of yellow pings. Sees somebody crouching down in towards West Main, but look at the patience from Secret. They're giving him absolutely nothing to work with. EFAC darting around, diving for all the openings. He will make his way into sight, but as we know, Secret, as long as they have that hatch control, he's not going to be able to plant. He has just walked straight into the middle of the bomb site, but look, it's only going to be a matter of time, and down he goes. A flawless for Secret.
Big round for Secret and a big round for Adrian on that hatch. Really making the TCSG work out for him there on Cade. It's almost comical at points to see Cade playing on an open hatch there, you know, but he's there to be able to re-trick the wall. He's there to be able to stop players from doing exactly that. We said that BDS needed to deal with that player upstairs, and it kind of just left by, it looked like that was just Shaiko's job to do on his own.
Shaiko's letting 2 players upstairs. As soon as you notice that, hey, this Oryx just came down from Trophy, there's probably another guy with him in towards Dining. Help Shaiko. You know, all of that pressure was just being pushed in from one area from BDS, and that was only from Trench. But if you don't have the hatch, you cannot plant in towards Trench. You know, like I said, it should be a very favorable bomb site for the attackers, but if you don't do some of the basic stuff right, you will lose.
Level up at 1 round apiece, then we are going to go to Bar and Games for our 3rd choice. Secret still avoiding that mid-floor site inside a kitchen that they lost in round number 1. Instead, just sticking to a nice, clean rotation here. Going to be looking to keep good control upstairs inside of Library. You've of course got Savage on the dock. He's very flexible on this site. You can play a number of different positions with the dock. Typically you will see them play in a Library, but it looks for the meantime he's going to be going for something a bit cheekier on one of the windows there, just trying to give BDS a little bit of a headache getting themselves in. Adrian as well, primed and ready. Gee, maybe it's the spawn peak round here for Secret.
He's still got that rank player in him. As much as we like to dress him up and say he's this aspiring, new, hungry professional player that's came in to the scene, he's still a rank machine. Let's not beat around the bush there. Interesting change as well from BDS. You know, with that Dokkaebi being banned away, I would say it limits BDS in terms of what they want to achieve with their information gathering. They've now brought in the demos to try and deal with some of that pressure that maybe they are struggling just with those roamers.
Shaiko's getting a lot of value out of the Rotero drones there as well. We've seen a lot of Maestro brought by Secret. This time, the cameras are being dealt with. Flores drone into games there to get rid of the first one. There is going to be a second one that is on the radar as well. Leaky Fight currently trying to see if there's anything they can find. We know how deadly that Vendetta pistol can be. And if you bring in the Deimos, then there is an intent there to hunt this roam game, which, to be honest, isn't something that we've seen BDS really give full attention to. Yes, they've done a good job at picking up a few kills, but we haven't seen them fully clear out a roam.
It looks as though they're just trying to find an opening for EFAC. You know, this is what he is known for, the way that EFAC can just maneuver into these positions and open up a bomb site. As long as they can play around him, obviously the information will be fed that there is a guy on blue stairs, but you don't know, EFAC could get the timing and could just walk straight into the site. He will now make his approach, and here we go, straight into the bar. Does anyone from Secret know that he's in here? He's hunting for the player inside a connector, and I don't think they have any idea, and EFAC is ready to open up this bomb site like a can of worms.
How's he been allowed there just to walk in? Savage will rectify the situation with a very quick refrag. Joom, he's going to double down onto things upstairs. For all that Leaky Fact was in the Viper's nest, he was on his own and it was only good for one kill. There is still utility here for Miracle to watch. Solotov, he's going to pick one up on the flank, trying to remove the Kiba barricade now, but conscious of the vertical pressure coming in as well. This again comes down to the fact that Grubby, he's not been hassled up here. He hasn't been cleared out yet. And the kills are going to keep coming through here for Secret. Grubby eventually takes down Solotov. He's still got an Azami fortress up here on these main stairs. It's going to be a scrappy fight, but he wins it out. Another huge play here. 3 kills to close it out.
Oh, the Grubster's in the building, everyone. He is here ready to play. BDS, just not good enough at the moment. You can see the intent, you can see the ideas, but if the initial plan doesn't work, like a deer in the headlights, the idea, EFAC, get him in, cause some issues, but then as soon as he dies, what's the game plan, BDS? Look, I think Azami caused them a lot of issues. Yeah. It's a fortress up there, it really is, that's why we see her. I'm pretty sure she is the most banned defensive operator that we have in the competition, and it's for good reason. Just the fact that you can lock down the top fireplace, in towards library as well, block off those windows. It is really difficult, I think, for a side to go through all of that utility, and you do kind of have to change some operators. You have to bring certain operators in to deal with that.
BDS had everything.
I mean, they did, but
they had DMRs. They had Flores.
But it's not the way that they want to play those DMRs.
No.
Look at the players who are on those DMRs. They're not the players who are going to be sitting there dealing with the utility. They're going to be the players looking for these openings, looking for these quick backstabs.
Well, and the flip side of it is if you're shooting the barricade with the DMR, you're not shooting the person behind it. So you need to be able to double up in that scenario.
And that's why we say yes, Azami's been changed, where you can just destroy them by bullets, but still, it's you mag dump, then you just get swung. That's the issue with it.
Round number 4 then, and Secret have taken a brief lead here. It's still very early days inside of this best of 3. But it is certainly hotting up. I think it's the multi-kills for me from Secret. We've had, Adrian's had a multi-kill. We've had Grubby with a multi-kill. There's been some big individual performance. Adrian just missing out on a couple of feet shots there. Trying to pay back BDS for round number 1 where he suffered to the same.
So 2-1 for Secret. Looking very comfortable in the previous 2 rounds that they have played, and we will head back into our kitchen bomb site. This, of course, was the place that BDS had won on. It was very close, though, don't forget as well. It did come down right to the bitter end. For Secret, it's this roam game that BDS just have not been able to deal with at the moment. Adrian off the board, down goes the Vigil. It's a good start, again, for BDS, is to get that opening pick on the board. It just applies the pressure onto a team like Secret. BDS, I think, across EU, we had seen plenty of times where that team can just, the pressure they can apply, it suffocates whoever they play against.
We have seen those opening picks converted here previously. BDS are a team that are devastating from ahead, and if they can trade out on that advantage, it's going to be super difficult to deal with. Shaiko just waiting for the walls there to get open for him. The drone's looking to go through. camera has been hacked, but he does spot out the Valkyrie camera there. Of course, we do have Brava to steal away some of that defender utility. Bit of a hop out there, but immediately Grubby is taken out there by Leaky Fact. Solotov finds Doom, and this is looking like a BDS round through and through. There's a whole minute left, and they're in a 5 versus 2, making a 5 versus 1 as Miracle goes down.
Kill back in favor of Secret, but it is all down to Savage. There's going to be no way to get Miracle back up, and EFAC secures it with the nade. So Savage, what can you produce from behind? C4 out, gets nothing, swings in. There's a kill on Bride, a 1-3-3 now for him, but still a whole lot of work to do. Plenty of time as well for BDS just to think about how they want to approach this. And a drop shot from Uses to secure the kill. BDS from ahead, devastating.
We said that they're a devastating team from ahead, and that was pretty clinical there from BDS. Just goes to show the power of this team and why they performed so well domestically inside of Europe and here at the tournament in Manchester. 2 rounds apiece, and no one going to streak away with a very decisive half at this point. There's still the potential, of course, for a 4-2, but with what we've seen good plays from both sides. Nice little entry there from Usus, and, well, Leaky Fact.
Probably getting ahead of himself, isn't he?
He was
He sees 7 kills, need more.
Too aggressive.
Can't be jumping out on the right player. Forget that EFAC. Where did he come from? From the streets. Oh. Somebody... There's no animals allowed in here. What's he doing here?
Round number 5 as we get stuck into things now. Pretty hefty 6-pick from BDS. Maybe not anticipating going into the basement site. I'm surprised because it came so close on that mid floor. I'm surprised that we've not seen Secret give it another attempt here, but instead they are going to take us downstairs, and it looked like BDS needed a moment just to rearrange the roster for that.
Lineup's actually quite bad in terms of attacking the basement. You only have a Maverick as your only form of opening up walls, and the Blowtorch, it has a certain amount of ammunition inside the canister, so you really will be able to get maybe open the main snowmobile, and then a couple of lines maybe drilled into the long angles, but in terms of opening trench as well, that's going to be quite difficult for them. So unless we're seeing BDS go for a full frontal take and are not looking towards wine whatsoever, yeah, I think they're going to have issues. But looking at the lineup, it is going to be more orientated to try and go for a vertical take. You're bringing in the Buck, you're bringing in, of course, the Ram. But by doing so, you'll need to attack those roamers that they have struggled with. You know, that has been the issues the last time they attacked down here. So you would hope by bringing in Opera like the Jackal, they should be able to at least pick up some of those kills of those roamers. Because right now for Secret, you can see them, they're upstairs and they're not really pressured at the moment.
Breeder's done a good job of getting that wall open nice and economically. It can now be cleared out there by users with the skeleton key, and they can get that line of sight that they're looking for. But there are roamers to be dealt with here. I don't know if anybody knows of Grubby's location. He's going to take Shaiko down. He will, of course, be called out now, and Solotov is going to be in position to get that back as a trade, but it keeps piling on here for Secret.
Oh, there's another roamer. Savage could have went upstairs, but thinks against it. Back down he goes. There is still Doom in towards Dining, of course. But still for Secret, I think they'll be happy to get those kills, and never mind, Uses is straight in alongside Bride. 2 kills. Oh, a TK! Uses is down. Bride has botched that one, but still a 2v2. BDS not out of it yet, even though that TK did happen. Solotov upstairs with the Ram will try and open up a line of sight and see if he can find anyone inside a connector, and once that's going to be cleared out, it does give Bride the potential option of trying to get a plant down, but there's still a C4, there's still an impact, there's Maestro cameras as well, I'm sure, that they will have to go through. Tense stuff right now.
Not the best position for BDS to find themselves in here. They're going to have to look for a plant inside of Snow. There's no option to rotate over to Trench at this point because, as we've already mentioned, they don't have the hard bridge to get that done. Solotov, he's down to the secondary now just to see if he can open up any of the floor or maybe bait out a little bit. Bride, slow walking himself down the fireplace stairs. You do worry about how much information BDS have got right now.
He's going to try and plant straight beside the filing cabinet, but surely a C4, it should be able to upset the apple cart, and it goes! And oh, it's going to be a trade. Bride took Doom with him. The C4 got launched, but still a 1 versus 1. Miracle up against Solotov. Miracle creeping around. Does he have an angle? Solotov, is he going to firm it? He comes off at the last second, but he doesn't, and the Miracle's already crossed into the connector. Miracle stands tall.
Great play from Miracle there. He had a number of options as to where he could peek from. And there was just too much to check there for Solotov.
Don't have a clue, mate.
Nah, same.
No, it's just mumbling.
I can't believe we got that C4 trade as well.
Oh, incredible. I genuinely thought, okay, C4 ripped, yeah, no problem. But the fact that Brady's got a fadeaway shot as the C4 has exploded is, wow.
There's the unfortunate
That's the moment there, isn't it? That's the moment. Oh, it's a mega trade. Great cinematic shot as well. The guy just glides
back. It really is. You very seldom get C trades.
Where's Michael Bay?
Like
is he involved in that shooting?
You very seldom get C trades like that. And the thing is, it left the door open for Solotov to clutch that. Yes, it was very difficult and he would have needed to hit a fantastic shot, but there was the option still there for it to happen because of that play. But ultimately, it was a little bit of a stretch too far. And, you know, for all that we sort of questioned BDS's lineup, it worked out. The big problem was Grubby on the top floor. They lost Shaiko so early on, and yes, they got it back as a trade, but that immediately then hampered the work that those, you know, mid-floor players could do in terms of opening up that floor.
It's a kill that shouldn't have happened. He just didn't drone. Simple as that. Anywho, final attack for BDS. I think Secret should be very happy that they've managed to get 3 rounds in the defense on a map like Chalet, where I usually think 4-2 is kind of the norm that you would see from an attacking perspective. So if Secret get another one, they're in really good shape, or in really good position to just take the map. Don't forget, this is BDS's pick as well.
Lion scan coming in there now. BDS are really trying everything to get a handle on these roamers.
The lineup, haven't they?
They've gone Deimos, Jackal, there's been Nomad nearly every round, and now we've got the Lion in the mixture as well. Just trying to get a handle on these players. I mean, the Bravo, you could even argue, is that as well. We've seen Users every round he's played it, he's got in, he's hacked that main camera, and he's getting on that and finding that information. Miracle.
Miracle. Are the drones with us?
A little bit of drone hunting there. Obviously got that feeling that he's being watched.
Don't we all?
Sometimes.
Somebody in the walls.
It's just us spectating you, Miracle. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
There is somebody watching you, but don't worry, no one from BDS. Use this on his approach again with the information. Being able to hack that main camera. Again, for BDS, they just want to try and kill that player connector and cause some chaos.
Surely this isn't going to be allowed to happen again. It was LeakyFac previously when we saw this site that was just allowed to walk through.
Is there a goo mine? Is there a goo mine, Ollie?
There's goo mines in places. I mean, that's just landed at LeakyFac's feet right there. I'm not sure how he's got away with that. Flores drone's coming in. I can only imagine that's to clear a goo mine there that potentially was on the floor and to give them that advantage. They are able to make that walkthrough happen if they can double up on it. This time it isn't going to work. Miracle, he's aware of that play. He's seen it before and he's going to take Users down. That puts LeakyFac in a bit of a tough spot because he was looking to really make a pinch play off the back of that.
Oh, flashbang to try and clear away that player above. And EFAC again hunting for that connector player. Takes a shot from who knows which way. Oh, and he stabs him right in the face. Zoom down. But still Secret, they hold on. Never mind. Solotov makes it a 2 versus 2. Prede is inside a connector, but he cannot plant the diffuser here. He has to move into bar or into games. Savage on the kitchen short. Adrian towards blue stairs. What about Solotov? He's the player that needs to try and assist his teammate. He has rotated over towards the double window. Can he give the coverage over to Brede, who does have a decent amount of utility, will smoke the door. What about the fire arrow? It's going to go in as well, and the jump in comes in from Solotov. Seeing that the hatch is reinforced, they can maybe try and get that diffuser down. Brede just rotating every which way. Oh, he walks into a frost mat! Where has that came from? Where on earth? Oh my God, Savage! An easy 2K in reality, but what a round, what a frost mat!
There is no such thing as a bad frost mat.
Harking on all week, haven't you?
There is no such thing as a bad frost mat. They are all deadly. It's just got to be the right moment.
That frost mat will have a signing session, everyone. You can go and get a picture of the most famous frost mat at the Major.
Another big play there. We saw Miracle this time. I've talked about it in the first couple of rounds, but it's becoming a consistent theme. Great shot over onto Users there to start it all.
Bullseye.
This was that was a weird play. Looked like he had Commander Pro on. He sort of lurched forward toward him.
Silky for Miracle, wasn't there? That's a very difficult
Miracle with the 3K. That was the thing.
He has to look one way, look another, and then back the same way again. Just they kept pushing in one by one. But
so far, we've had 4 triple kills for the side of Secret. We've had Grubby's had 2, Adrian's had 1, and now Miracle comes in with 1 as well. The individual performance on this lineup today so far has been insane.
The general idea from BDS just seems to be revolved around, we take 1 kill and then hopefully they'll crumble. That's not happening. Secret will lose a player but then respond with 2 back. That's what's going wrong with BDS. They're almost, their game plan seems to be focused on, let's hope Secret aren't watching this. Let's hope Secret miss that shot. You cannot rely on your opponents giving you that.
BDS have been, throughout the course of the season, very good at taking calculated risks and making those plays. Those calculated risks today, they haven't worked out. You know, players just trying to walk into site, pick up a kill, and then make something happen from there. We've seen it attempted twice. We've seen it fail twice. Super difficult, especially when that's, you know, been the game plan. And it has looked as though they were split. Maybe now that they've switched onto the fence, they will see a little bit more favor. They can, you know, really sort of start to lean into some things. I mean, already look at this lineup. This just tells me that they are setting up shop and they do not want to mess around. They're going to make it difficult for you to get in. There's no denial in that sort of way, but look at the players. We've got Leaky back just at the bottom of West Main, easily capable of protecting that West Main wall.
Yeah, that mirror window, very strong if you can play somebody on those West Main stairs. You may think, oh, but surely you can just go and kill the guy in West Main. Not if someone's behind the mirror window. They work hand in hand. They will support one another. Soltov actually moving away from that mirror window, as I mentioned that. Adrian in, seeing if he can open up that trench wall, and will do so successfully. I mean, look, Secret's lineup, I think, pretty strong. You have, I like the addition of the IQ. Again, remember, Valkyrie's up as well. You always need to be careful of that. And it is something that BDS have played quite a bit this major, is that Valkyrie. So, yeah, I think overall it's a good lineup on the attacking perspective. Jum, looking to see if he can maybe challenge on to this one roamer who is now gone. So BDS have just forfeited the hatch. They've gave that away, but I suppose why not? I mean, Secret really haven't taken a whole lot off the map. They haven't really opened up that long angle yet onto Wine. Sure, they've got the trench wall and main wall opened up, but you also have the big bad clash.
I think despite the time, Secret still have a lot of utility. They haven't really used anything to get to this point aside from hard breaches. We've got full utility on the Capitao. That's going to be great for dealing with that clash and trying to zone that player out a little bit. They have been able to get walls open. They've got the front side open now. And we're going to see that hatch start to get opened as well into connector. That's a key position that clash is going to want to try and occupy. And they're not going to be able to transition as easily through, provided that there is going to be somewhere sat up there to watch that.
Oh, EFAC. A C4 ripped over towards Trench, and it lands the kill on the Adrian. EFAC. Hungry for more, are we, as he's lining up that player over towards the West Main stairs, and Savage, oh, this is not favourable for you, mate. In comes the clash, another C4, he shoots out mid-air, but he sees the player behind, and he gets taken down. It's an onslaught for BDS. They kick things off in the defense with a huge flawless round.
Big flawless round from Secret, not looking, from BDS, excuse me, not looking too worried at all there. And it was a shame. I think the clash was the big factor there that Secret maybe hadn't considered how to deal with, because you can't just solo walk down blue and get faced with a clash. You need something else to happen at that point. There's one player on side of Secret occupying 2 players from BDS there. And in that moment, you have to try and take that advantage. That's when you need something to happen on main breach. You need something to happen at the bottom of West Main in trench, but they just never got good control over those areas.
It's just nobody really stepped up into a good position for Secret. There was nobody really in a position where they can go aggressive and try and get a kill and try and move BDS, kind of move them around the site. So, yeah, just very, I think, passive from the side of Secret.
I've just seen the 2 kills that Solotov got. There was no way. That was just a BDS round through and through. If Solotov's hitting shots like that, there's not much that you're going to be able to do to stop it. It was, of course, the first round of BDS's defense. They are going to be switching things up now and taking us into a mid-floor.
Are we sure Shaiko's playing today?
Has
anyone seen him?
Can we get a check?
Is he definitely up there?
He's there. We can see him sat down.
We sure Fresh hasn't jumped on? Fresh on board.
1 on 5 from Shaiko at the minute. Not the player that you would expect to have that sort of a scoreline.
Like it's Shaiko, for goodness sake. We shouldn't have to say he's having a bad game.
The thing is, in this new iteration of BDS, does it matter too much? They're only 1 round behind at the minute, and they've just switched sides. That's one of the more deadly things about this roster, is that they've still got so much potential with everybody else.
That's what Yusa said in the little interview he did.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, Shaiko's the main guy you look at in that team for obvious reasons,
Well,
but they've also got 4 wildcards in there who can show up at any time.
Yeah.
You know, EFAC, for example, during this tournament, he dragged them through an Oregon against SSG. If it wasn't for him, they would have lost.
Opening pick for Solotov here. Done there. He's going to give himself a nice handy rotation back to piano. Miracle getting caught out on his own. Not great when that's your only hard breach. You've not even got 10 openers available. Oh, another nasty shot. That's 3 in a row for Solotov that have just been disgusting.
He's on one. And look, Solotov, I think, coming into this lineup, hasn't looked really settled in. You know, I think the performance from where he was at M&M, even this time last year, is all of a sudden coming back into fruition. You know, this guy last year at Copenhagen, I thought he was the best player in the world, the way he was moving around. But he just hasn't been able to settle into that BDS lineup. But right now, when it matters, he is stepping up to the mark. Secret mudded. Half the round still to go, and they have only 2 players remaining, Savage and Adrian. A fair amount of utility still. Flashes and grenades still up. But BDS, they have 2 extra men to deal with it. It's going to be very difficult for Secret to see the round out from here.
And there's no way that BDS are going to break these down and give them away lightly either. Uses, he can see the laser sight there. He knows there's going to be somebody punching. He gets the hipfire headshot there. The nade tried to displace him, but it didn't do the business. He's going to find the final 2 there. The BDS level things up.
Savage just casually flashing a Warden. That's not going to work out for you, mate. He's got the goggles on.
Hey, in the heat of the moment, you throw whatever you've got. You never know the status of those goggles. They might be fogging up.
Fogging up, eh?
Tactical timeout here for Secret.
Yes, needed. It is. The tide's changed for them. I think BDS now, they have the run of the grass for the past 2 rounds. They've looked very dominant. Secret just haven't really had a chance to attack, it feels like.
Twister there, going to impart some wisdom.
Taking a knee.
Over to the team. Just see how he can steady the ship. We've been saying throughout the tournament and through every event, timeouts from the coach. This is their moment. This is the only impact that they can have in a live game. As soon as that game starts, that is it. The coaches cannot talk. They can only talk during the tactical timeout. Each team gets 1. Secret have chosen to use theirs after their first 2 attacking rounds, so at the end of round 8 and the start of round 9. Because let's be honest, the last 2 attacks haven't been up to scratch. They've looked like a different team from what we saw on the defense.
They just need to stay alive for a bit of a longer period than what they have been doing. Because right now, you're not really getting a chance to show us what you've got, Secret. If you give BDS just those opening kills every single time, we know what BDS are like whenever they have that man advantage. They are so dangerous with that extra person. So for Secret, it's about keeping people alive, using the utility, because look, Secret throughout the stage, you know, I think they've really improved their game. I think they understand the meta really, really well. I will say, though, that the same kind of pocket rush strategies that we had seen during the stage, I think they were very wise not to try and really do that here, because obviously you'd be found out. Once you do a pocket strat once, the coaches are going to know, the enemy teams are going to know what you're going to do.
On the flip side of that, we're in the quarterfinals now. I wouldn't be mad if we saw some of those.
No, I think you need it now. You need it now.
Yeah, to bring it out, because we saw them have some brilliant pocket plays, and it really helped, I think, build their synergy and to build them up as a roster. I'd like to see something a little bit cheesy now. I'd like to see, I don't know, an Amaru Sense jump in or something along those lines and really give themselves a little bit of an option here and just give BDS something to think about that, yes, they might have seen it, but it comes out of nowhere.
Jum straight in through mud window. The barricade is going to stop his approach. He will ping it out, maybe to see if a teammate can try and destroy it for him. I mean, he has Flores. He could try and use the drone to do it for him, but not at the moment. I mean, the only issue with having Jum in that position, yes, I know he's very aggressive and he can get into these positions just to find an opening like that, but don't forget he is the Flores. You need to have him upstairs dealing with all that utility.
Shaco can't buy a kill on Chalet right now. Been open and picked so many times, it just feels devastating. Really been unable to get going. He won't have any impact in this round aside from being on the cameras. Solotov gets a little bit lucky there. We've already seen him thread the needle a couple of times today, and when there's these Kiba barriers out there, it's almost even easier to do. Yuzus actually gets downed on the drop there. The Capital Firebolt coming in and doing a great job of pushing him out of that corner in Library, but it's likely he'll get revived.
Yeah, much better pace coming in from Secret this time around. It doesn't look as though they can actually get the revive. However, we see the cross coming in from Bride. Miracle, is he going to try and go for the jump in? Perhaps a bait from Bride. Now he goes for it. Miracle holding his ground. The revive will come through. Uses back on his feet. Doom has also been taken out, so a minute 15 and a slight stall here from Secret. If only Miracle knew what he could have gotten there.
It's a shame that Secret haven't taken that control inside the Library, because they would have been able to work with that. Miracle will pick up that kill. His patience has paid off, and that's going to open the floodgates. Now we can see the hop in. Grubby can find Solotov at the top of Fireplace, and Leakyfac has got a big job on his hands. He knows there's somebody underneath the double window, and he's got a red ping onto that player. The drone is going to come in, and that's going to be enough for him to get himself out of there. Narrowly escapes. But what's he going to do now once he's on the site? He does have a C4, so he could look to try and play this vertically, and he is going to. Successful there onto Adrian. More good information coming here for BDS.
Miracle opens up the hatch, so it means that EFAC can no longer play in towards bar. He has a yellow ping. They have information from the Valkyrie cameras. EFAC, is he going to go for the challenge? No, just slips underneath it. Where is he headed? Into mud he goes. If his position is known, he's going to be stuck in that room. Grubby with the crossbow in hand will smoke off the door looking for his approach, but do they know where he is? Miracle now will swing into mud, but the footwork from EFAC, he keeps them on their toes. Dribbling around them with such ease. Miracle, there's a frost mat, there's a frost mat. He goes back into the site, but a perfect position for Brede, uses the Goo Mine to his advantage, and BDS continue this streak of rounds.
A better round from Secret. We usually say that tactical timeouts are good for a round. However, it wasn't good enough to chalk one up. It was close, but close isn't good enough. We need to see rounds getting put up there on the scoreboard. The confidence from Leakyfac there in the position. Now, granted, BDS had a lot of information. They really knew exactly where Secret were. There's Valkyrie cameras that were devastating, and they were so confident with it toward the end. They were just red pinging them out, because at that point, why not?
For EFAC, it's a lot of siege timing. It comes down to that. I mean, honestly, get him the number 10 jersey. The way he was moving around those players with such ease, it was incredible to see. And Brede just had to sit in sight. That's all he had to do. It's a boring job, but he does it probably one of the best in the world. We know that. Now, Secret. Ollie, you called for an Amaru. You've called for something a little bit funky. They've actually just switched it off. Never mind. But
that was the time.
Listen, there's still a lineup here that we can look at. So we can still have a discussion.
That was the moment, though.
There is a blitz. Locked in for Savage. What has he got cooking? It is going to be in towards the top floor. For blitz, you have a couple of options. You can either move in through the office door from the balcony, or you can jump in through one of the windows. Straight away, you can see where Savage is. He's going to be going in through the door.
Looks like Secret are intending on playing this round fairly quickly. We have 3 players here stacked up onside a snow balcony. Of course, Savage is going to be there. Grubby is going to start to open that wall. Usus is going to get greeted immediately there by the blitz, but he can't activate the goggles. Doesn't want to drop the shield. Instead, just waits for the player to come through. Drops the shield and instantly dies. Shaiko finally gets himself on the board again after so many rounds and picks 2, but it is still a 3 versus 2 right now. Shaiko in a very good position here. He could possibly try and play a little bit of a flank onto the player on snow if he knows that he's going to be there, but instead just chooses to block it up for the time being. Shaiko is in no man's land right now, but if he makes this work, it could be beautiful. He's getting pressured from both sides. A great pinch from Secret. It's going to be Grubby credited with that one, and Leakyfac stuck inside a piano.
Yeah, the rush has been successful for Secret. They've picked up their kills, and they have a very strong man advantage. Just a pre-fire wall mine from Adrian. Takes out EFAC. And Secret, that's the round that they needed. Just a little bit of cheese.
But that's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see that synergy, because they have that ability to play together really well. The blitz, whilst it looks on paper like it didn't have much impact,
but it did.
It really allowed that push in, and the discipline to not push and to not de-shield from Savage until the right moment. Yes, he eventually dies, but there are so many shots coming in his way. At that point, it just didn't matter. Grubby, he saw success on the opening. We had Miracle playing off the side of Savage's shoulder. It was a great push there.
It's just the information that the Blitz can provide for the team. You know, Blitz, obviously Monty as well with shields, is that you can stand in front of somebody and they can't kill you. You know, it's bulletproof. So I think having that element just for that information will help out Secret so much. And look, it's the one round that they needed to get them back into the fight, get them back into the game. But I will say, they can't go for that again now. You know, I think BDS, the ears will be up. They'll be ready for these kind of rushes.
5 seconds to go.
They may not need to. That could just give them the confidence that they need. It's the first round that they've picked up in a long time. It's the first round they've picked up on the attack, and it stopped BDS from going on to a match point. This now becomes an incredibly important round, round number 11, to decide which team gets that opportunity of a match point, a match point first. Is it going to be BDS, who have been fantastic on the defense, or is Secret going to now be able to ride a little bit of that momentum? Don't forget, they had the timeout a couple of rounds ago. We weren't successful, but then they managed to pull that out. So they're obviously working well as a unit right now to try and stabilize.
BDS still have their timeout available if they need it. Adrian will try and nade out Solotov, and a very early kill comes in from the side of Secret. Savage finds Solotov, who was really the danger man towards Fireplace. Shaiko, hello! Welcome to Manchester, mate. We're happy to see that you've turned up.
Slowly but surely, Shaiko's picking up kills here and there. His kills in the last round were impactless, so we can't get too excited just yet, but he's been at least able to trade that back. What I will say is, regardless of the trade, the player that Secret managed to remove was Solotov, and it is the most important player. That being dealt with so early there, flashbang nade, a little bit of a push. It was beautiful, and it was very clean indeed.
It's very important considering the lineup as well from Secret. They don't have a whole lot of soft destruction. It was just the nades from Adrian. Shaiko! Uh-oh! He's on it again. Brine, a C4 almost catches Grubby. Miracle, though, his C4 will land. Grubby just picks up a wandering Shaiko. Information not being fed through to the lineup of BDS, and it's cost Shaiko his life. Jum, though, has been downed in another frost map. There's so many of these in this game that are causing so many issues, and good night, Jum. Grubby back on the window he goes, no diffuser in hand. Another potty, he's just giving it right back to them.
Pogmat for Pogmat. Grubby with a minute left. 1 versus 3. How is he going to choose to use this time? The diffuser is surrendered. Oh, there it is.
Capcan! Hello!
There it is. Leaky Fact with the stat padder that is Capcan.
Just on main door.
When was the last time we saw a Frostmat and a Capcan in the same round? Of a stage game, by the way.
Trap City. Big round for BDS that gets them onto the match point. For Chalet, Secret have to come from behind once again. I mean, for Secret, the fact they had eliminated Solotov so early on is huge. You know, you've eliminated the Azami. Obviously, the gadget there, you know, takes time before you really get the full value out of that operator. But they just couldn't convert the round win.
One thing that we talk about on Chalet is there's so much potential for outside to in kills when you're on the attack. You can get up onto the roof, you can open windows, you can play in around a bathroom and in and around a piano window.
3 balconies you can play on as well.
Balconies, there's all sorts. But equally, it does work for the defenders. It's just much more risky. But when you're going up against a player like Shaiko, who has that confidence and that ability, it becomes devastating. You know, he gets the trade back. Yes, okay, it still probably favors Secret a little bit. But then when he picks up that second kill, that's when it really starts to get difficult for them. And then the traps just come into play. And BDS are fantastic with those C4s, really getting a lot of value out of them inside the fixture.
Here we go, potentially the final round of Chalet. Foreign Games is where BDS choose to go. Lineup really has not changed on the side of BDS. Again, running this trap lineup. 3 of them being brought in. We're only missing the L and the 4. Would have been a full house. Jum tries to get the camera in to see if he can hack some of that utility.
See if you can hack a Capcan.
Maybe you can get the reverse.
The dream is the reverse Capcan.
So last time, whenever we've seen Secret attack here, they dealt with the players upstairs extremely well. They were using utility, they were using the fire arrows, and again, they will fire the in, and it will just force users out of that position back down the hatch. He hasn't been down this time, though, but still takes a big chunk of damage. So it's good pacing from Secret, but they really need to deal with Solotov. That is the danger player. We mentioned it in the last round. We mentioned it last time they were here. Solotov upstairs in fireplace, using all of those Zami barriers as great coverage to swing left, right, and center. That is the player they need to find.
Nobody on the side of Secret really committing to too much just yet, and as we approach the halfway point in the round, you do start to get concerned at the pace in here. Look at what there is still to deal with. We've got the shield at the top of library stairs. We've still got players dug in and around that. There's the Valkyrie open as well, so you can imagine there's some cameras and a bit of utility, and Solotov, he's allowed to play quite slippy there. He will be traded out as Grubby eventually starts to take control of that library.
1 minute 10, again, great work from Secret to eliminate the danger man. EFAC, though, on a flank. Do they have any information for this? Is there a camera that Savage can sit on? Or is EFAC gonna play spoiler in this attacking round? EFAC now, seeing if he can creep around. Everyone else from BDS just waiting to see if EFAC can make this happen. He may need to get a move on his users. It's down to the lineup, and the 9mm goes big! A great flank from EFAC, and Secret are stunned!
Allowed to make a very straightforward rotation there as well as Shaiko. He drops down Doom. Adrian there in the trade, but Furia to clean things up. That's going to be BDS taking map 1 inside of this best of 3 against Secret.
Oh, I'm hearing boos. They didn't like that one. The French are out in force. Great first map for Secret. Oh, for BDS, sorry, not Secret. I mean, still for Secret, I think not a bad effort again. It's just a couple of rounds there at the start of their attacks. So I think overall for Secret, they just have to try and focus on what's going wrong with the attacks. Is it the team play? Is that the issue? Because again, for some of those rounds, they were just losing players extremely early on, and they just allowed BDS just to pile on that pressure.
We saw BDS play in a very similar way to we've seen them play throughout the course of this competition. Let's have a see of what our desk have to make of it. We're going to send it on over.
For context, it is 10 to 11 on a Friday in Manchester, and this room is already electric. It doesn't normally pick up to this level, Fresh, until a little bit later on in the weekend. But if this is anything to go by, we're off to the races.
Yeah, no, absolutely magical. It really was, and I think, yeah, we're off to the races. Big map 1, close map 1. That's exactly what we would have wanted, right?
Yep.
Coming into it, it was BDS's map pick, but Secret gave it a bloody good go.
Yeah, BDS take their map pick in Chalet. They ultimately came out on top here, but it was a real barn burner, a back and forth affair.
Yeah, back and forth, 2 different strategies, right? One of the team, I think BDS, the defense especially, were trying to play really aggressive in the early round. I think very different from Secret. Secret were actually abusing their strong positions, and it goes to show the 2 different attacker strategies. On BDS side, it was basically we want to avoid as much roam clearing. We want to avoid these gunfights. We want to have limited takes and go for the execute. Now the problem is, if you do that, you should be watching your flank. And many times, they got aggressive or they lost players to the aggression of Secret early in the round. Very different from when they were attacking, actually. I think overall, the aggression from Secret was well calculated, but BDS came in, and especially thanks to a few plays from Liquefac, I think he was instrumental in that game, in very decisive moment with the right decisions.
Yeah, Fresh, it was very much, different approach in attack, but ultimately the same result.
Yeah, ultimately the same result. I think, Secret, but both Secret, as you say, both Secret and BDS will have had a very different game plan for attack, but it didn't play out. And I think the difference on the day, the difference on that map, was individuality. And this is what we always say about BDS. Even sometimes when they don't strategically get it right, they're going to get over the line. And this was a classic example of that. Even in that very last round where Liquefax found an individual play, a big flank, a big 2K, wins them the round, right? And that's ultimately, for me, that's the one little difference between these 2 teams.
And there were multiple examples, multiple rounds where he actually had an action, maybe not with much impact, maybe not a double kill, but I just remember, for example, on Garage, he's with Mira on the side, and instead of staying in the side, he just runs out, goes towards Garage, and creates a new crossfire. He gets that pick, then runs back to the bomb site. This kind of decision, it's really ballsy, but it's decisive moments like this that get them the rounds.
Well, still plenty more to go in this first quarterfinal. This is, of course, a best of 3. We are 1 map down, and after the break, we'll be getting right into Bank. are back live in the BEC Arena in Manchester for the Blaster 6 Manchester Major. If you think this is loud, we are just getting started. This building is sold out this weekend, and the early birds are already in the building making a lot of noise. Big up Manchester. I am now with the UK crew. I know all these guys, but I'm going to let them introduce themselves to you live on screen. You go first, Tom.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Tom. Lovely to see you all. Are we enjoying Manchester, boys? Yeah!
Morning, Andy. Up the siege.
Up the siege.
I'm Toast. I'm just a dude. Up the siege.
Hi everyone, I'm Kendrew.
Come on, you know Kendrew. ITB mastermind here. Tom, I'm going to come to you first. I do want to get onto our quarterfinal. But first, this has been a long time coming. You travel all over the world following this game. Obviously, you're a content creator, but you're a fan at heart. What's it mean to you to have a UK major here?
It's a little bit emotional, to be honest. It's just nice for Siege to be back where it belongs, back home. The major's coming home, baby.
We see you at all the other events too. This must feel special.
Yeah, definitely. For me as well, I lived here for 9 years in Manchester, so to be in the community in Manchester it's really good.
Do you think that this crowd can stand up to all the hype? Because, you know, we hear a lot at all these different events all around the world. I said at the start of the show, we've done international Siege events, 4 different continents, never in the UK. Can the crowd live up to expectations?
There's a lot of yapping, but yeah, the crowd are definitely with the best one they've ever done.
You reckon?
Easily.
Kendrew, ITB, with your team, you didn't manage to make the main stage. You were heartbroken by that. We've seen the pictures. We don't need to go all over that again. But is it still nice to be here as a spectator?
Yeah, of course. I mean, this like, is the first major UK event, you know, so yeah, it's sick.
Sick to have you here as well. Just briefly, one-word answers, please. Are we going BDS or are we going Secret?
Secret.
It's going to Mark 3.
Secret.
BDS.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, woo-hoo-hoo. Give it up for our UK crew. Let's get back to business, shall we? Right back into the thick of things in our quarterfinal, our first here at the Blaster 6 Manchester Major. BDS versus Team Secret. BDS took map 1. Map 2 is Secret's pick in Bank.
Yeah, and they should be comfortable on it. They've now got rid of that main stage jitters. They've experienced it. They've got rid of those nerves. They've lost their opponent's map pick. That's what's expected in a best of 3. It's about winning your own map pick, and they're onto their own map Bank, which will be familiar.
For me, the real win condition right now for Secret is to bring more information. They've been losing man early in the round. They need to punish that early aggression, and then when they get in the round, they need to be aware of that aggression later, just before the execute. Bringing information will fix that problem. We need to see that happen on Bank.
Of course, this is my first time joining you for this part of the major here, Fresh, and there was a lot of hype in our pre-show about Zoom for Secret, the monster we called him. We need to see him show up here.
Yeah, I think we do. I think he's a big focal point for Team Secret, and I think within that structure, like Leo said, if they have more information, it allows him to be more expressive. It allows him to make those plays. You don't just see these players making those plays blind. It's based on the whole team, the backline, and absolutely everybody. So he's definitely got it in his tank.
Likefak has been the one stepping up on the side of BDS. We need to see someone do it on the side of Secret. If anyone can do it, it's Jum.
All right, Manchester, do we want to see this go to 3 maps? Let's get into it with our casters, Ollie and Demo.
Ian, thank you very much indeed. We too want to see this go to all 3 maps. We want every last drop out of this quarterfinal here. And it seems like the crowd do as well now.
I think they do. They want to see Clubhouse. They want to go to map number 3. I think for the EU matchup, it's deserving of the crowd that we have in. It's so early in the morning, and it's a full house out there.
The social vote has gone 50-50.
That's not
I
how
don't
that
think
works.
I've seen a straight 50-50 social vote here at Manchester. And even before then, for a long, long time.
Especially whenever BDS took the first map as well. Usually that will sway the things in favour of it.
I'll be honest, I think a few Secret fans might have just woken up. Maybe that's what it is.
Well, Secret need to wake up, Ollie.
Let's get stuck into Bank now. We are going to be headed here for our second map. As mentioned by our wonderful desk, this is Secret's map pick, and it is a map that they are very familiar on. Yay! The Yin gets banned. Do we see a shield ban?
On the Monty?
Shields can be fantastic on Bank.
Let's find out. Oh, it's up. The shields are up.
We have a Hibana ban.
That's, I mean, look, hatches for the basement, yeah. Counter wall, makes sense.
Hey, the Azami ban.
Will you be joining in as well?
I love it.
Well, go on then, do it with them.
For the final ban, it will be... Hey, it's the mirror. The mirror will be removed as the 4th and final ban. A little bit strange there, Demo. We don't always see a Hibana ban. And to be honest with you, we don't always see a mirror ban. This isn't 2 years ago. There's loads of defenders now. Solus is available. Fenrir is available. There's some really nasty defenders that are available here.
Yeah, bans, a little bit weird. I mean, that makes sense. Again, Hibana for the basement. Hatches, there's 5 of them. She's great in that. You know, she's the queen of hatches. Also for the counter wall upstairs as well. You can open that up. It does kind of put you in a position where you need to try and bring in like a Maverick maybe. So obviously with, you know, Cade being up, for example.
Yeah.
You bring the Maverick, it means you don't have to bring a Thatcher plus a hard breach. You can just get away with just the Maverick. So I think it does change your lineup significantly. But then if I look at the lineup, though, from Secret, there would be, what, only one player with hard breach gadgets being Miracle on the Grim. So I don't really know what Secret have in store for us. This is a little bit unusual. He's changed onto the Ace again. Still same dilemma. Now you're actually going to get less hatches. This is, I don't know about this.
10 seconds left.
You do get that value of getting the server wall open, though. But an ace isn't typically the go-to to get that job done.
No, it's the hatches
so
I
the
worry
switch
about.
over onto the ace is a little bit strange. And as you've mentioned there's no secondary hard breach utility either. BDS, they're not choosing to bring the Cade, which of course would be devastating. Leaky fact there, just letting them know that they're home. There are people home in the bank today. We're just going to let you know of that. Savage on the Nook. There's only one place a Nook goes, and that is in through the garage. He's already got his drone up there pre-placed. Can activate, get himself walked on through.
A great find from Secret. Able to get into garage, you can just sit behind that van and cut off that cross in towards the red corridor. There's already head holes for him. If that was reinforced, it'd be a different story, but now he can just sit there. And if BDS have no idea that he's already in that position, he will find a kill.
It's also a position that Shaiko loves to play late on into the round. You'll very often see him playing on that ramp that is at the top of those garage stairs and at the bottom of those main stairs. Adrian, he's just getting a little bit in and out as well, but Solotov, they didn't know he was up there.
They've tried to go for the back hatch. They've tried to drop down and try and use Savage to cut them off, but Savage finds one and immediately trade it back by Shaiko. Jum over in server all by himself. Flashbang in and a C4 gets sent back, and Solotov with a Capcan kill as well.
Second Capcan kill of this series so far. Adrian just getting caught out there, walking toward the bottom of elevators. I commented, I said that that's a Shaiko position. I mean, you can barely keep up at this point. He's got so many spots across every map. You can always imagine him playing somewhere, and that, for me, on basement, is a Shaiko spot through and through. He loves playing in that position, and like we saw, drops the hatch, grabs the trade. Secret tried something quick. They tried something a little bit fast and risky, but when you've not even got control of top floor, you've not got a drone there watching to see if there's anybody up there. There's no pre-play stuff on that top floor to give you that sort of clear confidence that you can move through. again, it just comes down to that lack of preparation there in the bush.
I just don't think the attack was very good. I don't know what they were going for. Sure, you get into garage early, you're looking to try and drop in towards the back hatch. But as soon as they know what you're going to go for, it's so easy to defend from a defender's perspective. The best attack is just open up serve wall and plant. That's what every team does. Why are Secret trying to go against the grain?
And don't forget what BDS had that last round. They had the pulse. Yeah. They can sit that pulse inside a vault and they go,
oh, there's 2 guys ATMs.
2 guys ATMs.
Yeah.
Solotov, get ready.
Yep.
It's not to take away from Solotov. It almost adds on to BDS's team play. Like, that isn't a fluke position. He's there for a good reason. See how round 2 goes here. Oh, a little bit of a jump out. Jesus. Why not at this point? Solotov, can he go and open up the door for him and maybe take a challenge onto Adrian? Doom, he's going to be out there as well. Users goes 1 for 1, but he's in castle. He's been dealt with. The C4 comes out here. He's going to have to sprint through. Adrian is able to punish that aggressive play.
Oh, another one. They just keep coming. It is a full-on aggro for BDS, and Secret are dealing with it amazingly. BDS, you've lost 3 players within inside a minute.
There's people still reinforcing.
What's going on?
Shaiko's popping a reinforcement up at this point in the round. There's 2 minutes left. He should be out there getting kills at this moment.
Oh, the crowd's behind them. I mean, guys, it's very NA-esque, I will add into that. Come on, we're better than that.
It is a little bit NA-esque. There was a lot of promises made that there'd be no let's go, insert team name.
I signed contracts to make sure that didn't happen.
Yeah.
These have been broken.
You need to see what you can cook up. I'll let you off because it's early, but
Come on,
you need to have a think about it. Secret, they've got a lot of time to work with here. And they've got a great advantage. They could just essentially go and trade off onto side, but they do need to gather a little bit more information. They've got the ability to do that because they have drones and they also have time. Doom, he's going to pop his drone into open here, see if he can just get it up onto the filing cabinet and give himself a nice bit of an overview.
And don't forget that Savage can also hack into the cameras as well, and there is Valkyrie cameras up, as we know. I don't know if Users had the bulletproof. If he did, again, that will be open for the attackers to utilize. Shaiko in towards Copy. This is where you'd like to see an extra man maybe rotate towards that window. It's great at just cutting off those positions, but I don't think they need it now as Rede's been dealt with by Doom. And Shaiko, see if he can make this happen. He will swing into Adrian. But Adrian on a heater right now picks up a great couple of kills that round.
Still a trade. Still came down to a trade there. Shaiko did get the kill on Adrian at the same time, but again, we spoke about it. When you've got such a big man advantage like that, it's always going to be very difficult. Bit of love for Milosh there in the chat.
He will be here. Don't worry. He will be here later on. He'll be taking you through games 3 and 4 today. Just you have Chambers for the first 2. I regret to inform everyone.
Everybody loves it. It was a bit scrappy. I was so surprised. You know what's the weirdest thing about Users jumping out? He's got one of the best survival rates in the whole series. He's got one of the highest KDs. He was something like plus 40 coming into the day. And then you see him sending himself out a window. It's uncharacteristic.
I mean, here's a castle.
Player.
Here's a castle. It is one of those operators
He's done his utility.
dump the utility, and you jump out and get
there's
that
loads
1 for 1.
of cameras to get.
Yeah.
You know, there's loads of cameras that he can watch.
And on the surface of things, he had taken out the IQ. Actually, a really good operator to eliminate whenever you know that your team has a Valkyrie, for example.
It did work out well. It was just the events that went on after that fight. I think Solotov coming and trying to save him, and that was where it got a little bit messy.
I think it was EFAC swinging out the window as well. You've done too much there from BDS's perspective.
There's an overreaction there to that problem. It probably would have just been a fine trade as is, but they were seeing what they could get away with. But this is how Chalet started. It started very close, and to be honest, a 7-5 is a close game. That's what we saw over on Chalet. We've said that we were expecting a close series between these two, and nothing's changed there.
I think it was just because it was a tale of 2 halves. You know, Secret very dominant in the first half, BDS in the second. Didn't necessarily have, you know, an even split where it's back and forth, back and forth. Both teams had their kind of streaks of rounds that they could string together. Now we deal with our mid-floor site, and it will be in towards that Tellers and Archives, which is always a bit of a strange one to see, because usually it is the least played bomb site out of the lot. But again, can still be defended. As long as you have a good grasp on how to hold top floor, which I think BDS, looking at their lineup, you have the Fenrir, you have the castle, you have those kind of 2 operators that can shut down any potential crouch walks that can happen, because again, it's a very open site. Things can go wrong, attackers can get themselves into strong positions, but just having just that little bit of denial, that little bit of information that you can gather very strong for BDS. So Secret, they will just have to go for the process, you know, very mundane process of get everything droned out, try and clear towards that top floor, and then get in with that vertical.
They're still not confident to walk in, though.
No.
Grubby's had a little bit of misfortune there with the way that he placed his boogie drone on the ram. It didn't quite work out. It just got stuck on one of the bookcases. Engagement here for Leaky Fack. He's trying to find it. He has to go close to keep himself alive here. Brede going to be able to grab one over onto Savage, and the player on the lobby rappel still causing a lot of headache, and Leaky Fack eventually there gets caught out. Users will be there with a trade, though. He was playing inside of Janitors and was just able to dip out. He's got a mute jammer at his feet. He's still very safe in that position.
He just swung on a Miracle, who was top square as well. What a swing from Users. Diffuser cold as well in that position. Doom struggling to try and deal with Brede. Of course, that reinforced wall just stops any potential for Doom. But again, he's going to try and see what else he can find. But for Secret, they are playing from behind again. They just struggle to see if they can find the kills, and Saltov, as easy as you like, walks through, picks up Adrian. Grubby takes up that same mantle towards top square, takes a lot of damage through the wall. Doesn't know where they are. I mean, Jim has picked up one on the Shaiko and maybe can explode into the site, but misses the shots, and Brede punishes him. And Grubby in the 1v3.
Not an easy one for Grubby to take care of. Finds the first, but is unaware of Users. Crouched down there in the middle of open. Happy to collect Grubby as he drops through that hatch. Big problem for Secret in that round was the information. They had no drones whatsoever. They're in that 3 versus 4, and everyone's just flicking player cams. There are no flank drones out there, and that's what's causing the problems.
Yeah, timeout being called. I think they know that the problems that they kind of had on Chalet is, again, following through. They're giving away the early picks to BDS. They don't look as though they really want to fight against this defense. I think it's been very timid as well from Secret. It's not that same ferocity that we've seen. You know, the desk mentioned about Jum and how dangerous he's been for this competition. I'm not seeing that same guy. He doesn't really want to try and get into the action. He's playing very passive position, just out a window, trying some pot shots. I want to see him in there. I want to see him in the fight.
Good time to take a tactical timeout. You know, things haven't really been going Secret's way. Yes, it's only 2-1 to BDS, but there's obviously a glaring problem there that Twister's not happy with, and it's likely to be to do with information, because look at what's available. If a Valkyrie's open, it's going to be difficult. Bank is a fantastic map for Valkyrie. You can't bring too much information to that, because it's quite a big map. There's a lot of different rooms, there are a lot of sprawling spaces, and one camera can gain just so much value. It doesn't have to be littered. It can just be very well-placed surgical cams.
Again, it's an attacker-sided map, so I think using the timeout, I think they assess, yeah, we need to get more attacks on the board here. We should be. I mean, this is where Savage needs to kick into gear. Savage, IGL captain, this is the player you look towards to try and get that momentum up and see if he can figure out a plan. And obviously we've seen as soon as the round ended, frantically straight in the comms, trying to tell his guys what they need to do. So, look, I said before the game, I think a lot of this does center around Savage and how well he can manage his team, because obviously the IGL, the captain, you know, that middle seat, it's an important one.
5 seconds.
It's definitely who you look toward when things aren't going your way.
He's the longest standing member as well. It's been nearly 2 years since he got brought into this team.
Lineup looking a little bit different this time. We saw the basement in round number 1. And there was an attempt at a bit of a nook push through the garage, and there wasn't really much intention to clear out those hatches. This time we have got a Maverick. We also have got some secondary hard breach gadget on Miracle with the Grim as well. So hatches shouldn't really be too much of a problem this time.
Yeah, much better lineup. Very happy to see that. Should have no issues at all. You know, Maverick in there just almost as like a kind of safety net, but still Thatcher, hard breach combo. You should be able to get all those hatches open with very little issues. BDS happy to play this bunker strategy. They do have the smoke in towards blue stairs. Always a dangerous position that we look at. Hatches electrified. Just rotate the Thatcher over. Should be no issues at all there. But right now for Secret, if they just, honestly, if they play it by the book and they just play, you know, pretty default, just get in towards server, try and go for that plant, we've seen great success down here. We've seen teams do really well in the attack.
It's just about making sure you've got the ability to reposition yourself. Currently, Adrian just having a little bit of a cold time trying to get that hatch open. We'll have to take a little bit of damage here to get the job done as well.
Shocking time.
Leaky Fack.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
He's going to be able to at least reduce some of the time, or sorry, increase some of the time spent to try and get that main hatch open as well, because of course the two-brow freezing effect there is going to just slow down that secondary half gadget a little bit.
So the main player that need to try and eliminate is going to be Bride on blue. With the smoke, can stall out, again, a large portion of this round. Just whack them down on towards the blue stairs. We have already seen the Goyo canister be popped as well. A minute left. They are going to try and open up the hatch to stop his retreat. They have split out EFAC as well, so now there's 2 players that they can deal with. This can either make or break the round for Secret.
There's a heavy stack up here on this hatch. That hatch should get open now, but Adrian's got so little gas left. Not sure if he's going to actually be able to break the hatch entirely.
I think he's out. Yeah, he's out.
Looks as though he's out right now. They're just left with small lines of sight, but that isn't good enough for clearing out that position. Bride, he can continue to choke off those blue stairs. Savage, he tries to make a play down bunker here, but without any assistance from elsewhere, it's going to be incredibly difficult for him to break through this. Flash gets sent out there. The B's at the top of the stairs. Bride is going to be down. Doom, he can see to it that that blue stairs is now in the hands of Secret, and look at him go. He might find himself another here. 18 seconds left on the clock. The wall does still need to be open.
C4 out.
Usus, he finds it onto Doom. Shaiko grabs one onto Grubby. 3 versus 3 now. Usus still in the hot seat. Savage, he picks himself up a kill, but now it's all down to Adrian. Drops the hatch. Picks himself up a scrappy 2-piece, but it gets the job done.
You have to look at Jum. I said he was too passive. It's not the same player that we know can move in and win those engagements. That is so much better from him. We want to see them in the face of BDS. He eliminates Bride. He pushes down, he takes out EFAC, he opens up the round. The blue server take is the pinnacle of how Secret can win that round. If they kill 2 players and lose no one, it's so easy just to overwhelm BDS with the man count that you have on hand. Great round from Secret. That is the pace that they need to set. Adrian obviously dropping in with a double kill. That's more like it.
Did look a bit windy, I'm going to be honest with you. Bit of wind in the server room.
Bride definitely, he whiffed his shots.
So Bride's position there, he doesn't have the shield to play off, which the ideal situation is you've got the shield, you've got magnets, you've got ADSs, you can't. In this meta, you cannot bring everything just for that blue hole.
Well, they were more hatch style, didn't they? They went with Cade, they went with Tabaro.
They went with the hatch.
Yeah.
They wanted to keep control of that, which, to be fair, they did. And Secret did a fantastic job of problem solving it. I think Savage, to push through Dirt Tunnel, just to give another dimension to think about, it really opened up the round. Because if he hadn't have done that, it would have been very straightforward. As soon as that hatch doesn't get opened, it becomes a nightmare. And Bride's position on that blue, if he gets 1 kill, it's almost game over at that point.
It'll just be like dominoes, won't they? They'll just stack up one after another, and Bride picks up so many kills, but Secret back in it now. Still 2 more rounds left to play on the attack, but that could be a turning point for this young side. I mean, BDS, I think they'll put it down to just, we need to be hitting those shots in server. That's, I think everything lined up for them. It just, that's the thing about this game, is you can be the best strategic mind in the world, everything lines up for you, but at the end of the day, if you don't hit your shots, you will lose. That is it, plain and simple. Use this, an opening pick. Grubby off the board. Solotov adds on to that. Adrian gone also, and Jun, where are you going, mate? He's in the thick of it. 1 on either side of him, but he still manages to turn on to use this. They are starting to circle him now. There's still players lurking below. C4s could be a problem for him as well. Look at his HP. Just a little bit of a scrap of a C4 could hit him. That'll be enough.
Damning defeat there to suffer 2 opening deaths on the push in like that.
It's going to be the third as well. For June
again, June's done a great job of staying alive. He's still not guaranteed though. You've got that Solus underneath Solotov. He's going to be playing there and can try and soak up a little bit of that time, grab a couple of drones, and obviously you've got that devastating flank potential as well. And every time you try and drone him, you can just pop on that gadget and he's going to find that drone. I mean, if they're at his feet, he's not going to need it, but still the sentiment remains. Savage has got an important engagement to try and win here, and he will do so. Flicks onto the head of Solotov there. That levels things up, and at a very interesting point. 1 minute left.
Clinical kill for Savage. Now, I mean, Secret have control of the tellers and archives, and they can start to stem their push from that location. There are still Fenrir traps inside of the bomb site that may cause them issues whenever the time slowly starts to tick down. Miracle opening up that quad wall, trying to root out a player who could be inside of break room. But EFAC, he's the danger player. If he is not being droned and they don't know he's there, He can really spring a trap, but never mind. Savage is a knower. Takes out EFAC. And Shaiko and Bride see if they can try and salvage this for BDS. But Secret will try and apply as much pressure as they can. They've got information. I'm sure they're in the cameras as well, Ollie.
He's done such a good job of stabilising again here. Another really good example of problem solving. And Jim's not finished. He looked down and out at the start of this round, but he's gone on to help Secret win it. We got Savage grabbing that final kill. 2 kills for Savage on the round as well. Another big round there for Secret, and a round where things weren't going their way, but they were able to shift that. They were able to problem solve on the fly. They lose 2 players on that opening engagement, and it looks like it's all over. Doom gets a great shot onto users at the top of elevators, and from there, it didn't get punished enough. BDS, they relaxed into it a little bit, and they had that advantage. They could have very easily traded on that.
They were so by themselves. BDS had no options there to actually get the trade back in to their favor. You look at the positions of EFAC by himself in an elevator. Look at the position of, who was it, was Solotov? Again, by himself. You know, this is the issue that they're starting to deal with. It's just BDS, they're not having that synergy, not having that team play to realize, hey, we have that man advantage, just double up. If I die, you can get the trade and we're still ahead.
I think that Secret coming into this map on the attacking side has maybe helped them a little bit as well, because they were on the attack over on Chalet. That was the last sort of phase that they stopped at. When the game finished, they were on the attack. They've had a long time now to get themselves into the rhythm on the attack, and we can see that it has got better as the series has developed. We're now in the final round of their attack here in regulation, and we've got a little bit of a change-up. We've got a double shield coming in demo.
Boy. Yeah, shields excel in a map like Bank. This is Monty's best map by far. This is his domain. He's just great at taking space. Server you can take with such ease. It looks as though they're going to play Savage either in 2 positions to try and maybe push in towards the Roamers, or actually I think maybe smoking off and straight down in towards Blue. It is going to be a very quick push to see if they can eliminate users who will have to try and run away. Oh, he tried the pistol, but Users says not today, and he finds another as well. Users on a rampage, 8 kills. Miracle. What do you do now, mate? You've lost your players behind you. A good idea from Secret, but the execution not there.
Users has done such a good job to keep BDS in it when you've got a blitz bearing down on you like that. There are still players off-site upstairs. Grubby is going to be allowed to get that wall open. There's still Vulcan shields to get through here as well, which are going to soak up a lot of that time. We can see Grubby will be able to take one of those out now. Can look to put some shots down long range, but there's nothing they can really do whilst this fire is going on.
And there's still the smokes to get through as well. There is so much that Secret need to try and burn through. I wonder if the roamers above are going to play any part of this as well. You know, there's 2 players upstairs in towards open area who could maybe try and go for a flank. So Secret need to be careful, but it's so difficult considering that they're 2 men behind. Does that hatch open as well? Does EFAC have hatch control? Jim is going to try and get in and to deal with some of these roamers as EFAC eliminates Miracle. Hatch is going to be open and Jim sprinting straight through into a Fenrir trap that's just constantly going off. He needs to take it out, and he will do so, but they know exactly where he is, and it's just going to be bombarded by a flurry of bullets. And Grubby is rotated upstairs into the faces of BDS. Oh, there's some boos, Ollie. They don't like that, do they?
3-3 split at the end of the half here. I was really looking forward to seeing that shield round play out in more of a exciting way for the shields. The way that it happened, it was just very well dealt with from BDS. Savage, he ran through the C4. You don't want to stop, you've got no option. The shot that Users hits on him is fantastic, but he was ready for it. And not only that, he double dipped. He gets Adrian as well, and there was no control there. Despite bringing 2 shields, I don't think Secret had any control.
Initial plan failed, and that is something that they struggled with on the last map on Chalet. It's if that initial kind of plan doesn't work or they don't really get going, it doesn't look as though they can problem solve all too well. And it was also something I think happened to them during the stage, where it was very difficult for that team to come back if they'd lost the opening pick, if they had, you know, made a blunder and they lost control. That has been the kind of recurring thing for Secret, which again, it happens to these teams who are very new, who have only gotten just, you know, play with each other for one stage. People forget, this is only one stage for Secret. Adrian's first debut season as well. Jum coming in after being on the heroic side. You know, adding in those two factors, it's something that you have to adapt to. And it's not going to be made overnight. We know that. Success will take, you know, a lot of time. You know, even for this BDS roster, they haven't looked great at some points, but again, a new side playing together. Yes, I know they're a star-studded lineup, but still, it will take time.
Equal split then, 3-3 as we enter round number 7. Sides have swapped, and so is the ideology a little bit here. We're seeing a Deimos being brought from BDS. It's going to be users rocking that, currently 8-3. Don't forget, one of those was a jump out that he gave himself away for. We talk about this guy and his KD and his ability to survive in the heat of the moment, and it really does seem like you can only get rid of him. You can only take him out if he gives his life up at times, because he can be so devastating. Let's see what value he provides here. Leaky Fat going to be on the Dokkaebi as well, looking to walk on through. Do you have Savage here hiding out on the Solus? He's going to take a ton of damage there. He gets pinched from both sides.
It's the power of the Dokkaebi, something that was banned against them on Chalet, and it was for good reason. They are devastating with that operator, though, the way that they can just pressure and stop the defenders from having any fun in the game. And you think back to some of the demolition jobs that ITB have done to teams. You think, that BDS have done to teams such as ITB, for example. That 7-1 was a real pinnacle for them, and just what they can do to sides whenever they have that momentum on the attack. And again, for Secret, it's all about stopping that momentum. It's about stopping BDS, because they will just roll one after another after another. Whenever they're in the zone, they are scary.
Still a couple of cameras available, but of course with Leaky Pack on side and hacking those cameras, a bit of a double-edged sword. Miracle is trying to play close here at the top of blue. Jum, he's rotated back down to the side. It's around the minute mark. This is where you want to start to consolidate a little bit if you can.
Oh, miss nade.
The nade goes in, but it bounces unfavorably for Shaiko. Miracle is still hanging on here at this point. He's got to be trying to play this with his life. He might not be able to make that rotation and get himself back into the side.
I think they have him. Caught in a trap. Still for BDS, going to take a bit of time. Nobody really moving, which is surprising. They're giving Miracle time to maybe line up a shot and just waste more time. Here we go. The drop comes in from Solotov. Miracle still holding on and somehow picks up a kill before the trade comes back in. It is going to be an even man camp for both sides. Wall not opened up either, though, and they've still that one Thermite charge that they can try and use, but look at this from Shaiko just in the middle of the bomb site.
Shaiko's going to have to make something happen here. He can look to try and cut off the players, but they're not being given a reason to move right now. There's only 10 seconds left, and he's in a very off position right now. He's going to try and catch them as they go to deny the plant. Brede, he's repositioned. Shaiko comes through, finds one as a down. Leaky Pack, he doubles down onto it. The plant will be successful. Brede downed in the process. All square at a 2 versus 2, but look who's on the hatch. We've got Leaky Pack. He's rotated. He's got himself above. This is going to be a very difficult position to try and get him out of. There's not much of Leaky Fact showing right now, and Adrian finds that out. You've got to get yourself up the main stairs. You've got to try and retake that ground, but these are both 1 versus 1s right now. It's just about winning your engagement, and Shaiko's so good at it. Finds the first. Leaky Fact cleans Adrian inside of open there.
What a round from Shaiko. Season opening, slips into the heart of the bomb site and just ruptures the whole defense for Secret. Have to highlight as well, Brede repositioning the plant right beside Shaiko, knowing that he's going to be safe to plant there because Shaiko can just have that immediate cover. And once that diffuser goes down with someone on the hatch, no go from there for Secret.
You've got to hit a live shot. You have to hit a live shot to get Leaky back off the hatch, or you've got to be lucky on the flank, and you've got to catch BDS slipping. Neither of those two things happened.
No.
Neither of those two things happened at all. BDS are going to take a lead here. We're going to get to see some of the best bits right now. That was one of them leading up into the start of the round. And the work that Leaky was able to do from the hatch there, he's pulling the strings and he's barely left open.
Do you know what else is another really good point to think about? Is that they got that early kill with the Dokkaebi, who was able to get into the cams.
Yeah.
The kind of coverage that you'd have on the site, there would have been a Valkyrie camera inside inside a CC to try and stop that plant feed to information. As soon as the cameras get hacked, you know, you have one of two options for the defense. Either you shoot them out yourself, or you just allow that information. They're not going to allow that information to go over to the side of BDS, so then you take out the cameras. That then allows Shaiko just to slip in.
it just nullifies the operator entirely at that point. You can choose whether to keep the information available or whether to just get rid of it yourself. I think Miracle did a great job of playing on blue. He's
wasted a lot of time.
Now. He did waste a lot of time, and there's a world where, honestly, he clutches that up. I think BDS did stutter a little bit on dealing with him, but it just goes to show the power of the Fenrir. It can be so devastating to try and push through those F-Nats, that blinding effect.
He was Deimos as well. The fact that he got a kill while being Deimos,
Well,
everything going into it.
Still got a kill while being Deimos, so it did just go to show how much pressure BDS were putting onto that. And again, here they're looking for that opening, they're looking for that kill from the windows, from Repel, from that safety of outside.
Yeah, it's the thing about Bank, isn't it? It's all the windows that you can just sit on and have a great time from an attacking perspective. I've sent in some of the RAM gadgets. Of course, you are dealing with an open area. Keep that in mind. It's not Tellers and Archives. They're just going to try and clear out Tellers and Archives to have an easier time of pushing into that kitchen side of things. But just looking at the general kind of setup for BDS, they're just focused on trying to see what they can opportunity spot, seeing what is going to be the weak points here from Secret. And right now for Secret, just on the kind of surface of things, it's going to be these guys upstairs. I wouldn't say they're in great positions to kind of trade off each other. You know, Janitor towards, you know, the front desk, they're very far away, and even in towards stock, which I think Savage actually slipped into as well. So if BDS can isolate these kills and just don't allow Secret to get those trades back, it's that same thing. If you allow BDS to play from ahead, they will ruin you.
Shaiko will make his entry here at the top of square stairs. Cautious about Archives below. May just want to come and sit and watch that flank for a while, and he's maybe got a chance of catching Savage, depending on how itchy his feet get, but it's going to be Usus again here with an opening. Kill's going to flurry. BDS on top. 4 versus 2 right now as everything's gone their way. A double for Usus, a Miracle left in the clutches inside a copy. It's no position to be playing. It's no position to mount a comeback. Shaiko, he'll grab the last.
So where BDS just kick into a new gear. It's a beautiful game that they play. We know the levels that they can have, but Secret, they need to rally. They need some support, I think, Manchester, to get them back into this game.
Well, they've got the crowd behind them.
Is that enough?
There isn't much more that they could ask for in terms of environment right now. The stage is electric. The crowd is sending that energy through. The only problem is that BDS are 2 rounds away from taking the map and advancing through into the semis. I rate that meme.
Any drones?
I rate that meme.
Any droners? I mean, you'd hope that there isn't going to be much of that with Solus on board. You know, another very strong operator. I haven't really mentioned, but that's just the way the meta is at the moment. So many strong defenders. Savage, it's one of his kind of signature operators he's played throughout the stage. Great kit, great set of guns that you have. You know, even EFAC has been showcased some of the shotgun plays you can do as well from below with the Solus. So very versatile in the role that she can have. But for Secret, they will go in that top floor site. Obviously, Windows is going to be the big thing that you have to look at, and there are some jump outs being prepped by Savage, but look at the Monty being brought on by Brid. That's just going to be just pushed in either towards square or straight up the spiral stairs. That's the 2 great options you have for the Monty on this map, just to gain that bit of early control in towards the building. But there is also EFAC on the Amaru, Ollie. I have a feeling that there'll be only one way that'll be going.
It's chalk and cheese, isn't it? You've got the Monty, who's the slow and steady, the drone. They're going to gather that information. But then you've also got LeakyFac, who is on the Amaru.
They're going to use the Monty as the bait and then send EFAC straight up the hatch.
So you've got the quick play on one side, you've got the slow play on the other, you've got the Lion scan coming out right now. Solitov is going to be watching there in towards stock. It's all about making sure that EFAC is allowed to get up there safely.
Oh, here comes the dump. Usus with the bees. No kills yet, though. Nothing has really happened on the side of BDS. In comes the Lion Scout. Look at this information that Britty has found. There is somebody right beside him in towards Janner. EFAC on the swing up. 2 downs on the Secret. BDS, this attack has worked to a T. EFAC swinging in with the SMG. But Grubby denies him and tries to go for the revive, but thinks against it. Players could be flooding in. As we speak, and here comes Shaiko with the Air X. 2 players found. A trade still back in the LMG from Miracle. All on to Miracle now. But he's face of that Monty, who can slow the pace right down, give the information, and he gets sent into next week.
A brilliant pocket play there from BDS. We were thinking that it was Secret that was going to be bringing out the pocket plays in this series, but that is straight out of the BDS playbook. the setup there to enable Leaky Fact. It didn't even go flawlessly. It worked, and they won the round, but he was at the top of the hatch and full white flashed straight away. He still manages to get the kill because there was the ping and he knew exactly where that player was. As soon as he gets up, he just starts shooting and bang, the flashbang goes off, and you just think, the timing of all of that. It still worked out favorably for BDS. They have now put themselves onto a match and series point right now.
I love this game. My word. BDS have applied a firm grip over on Secret. 3 rounds in a row is what is needed to keep Secret alive in this competition. Can they do it? It's going to be tough.
10 seconds.
BDS, look on it.
No timeout available.
No timeout.
Don't forget.
Yeah. This is it. This is where Secret need to step up.
I don't think BDS have used the timeout all series long.
They have not.
They didn't use it on the first half of Chalet. They haven't used it, and they haven't needed to use it. They don't want to break this momentum that they have right now. The pressure is all on Secret. There's a chance they can win 3 rounds in a row. We see that happen a lot inside a Siege.
Something very similar that happened to them in the regular stage. I think BDS were like 6-4 up. Secret came back, were actually winning 7-6 at a time. So we've seen Secret do it before against this side. Of course, different circumstances, different map, different everything right now.
Different stakes, different pressure.
Here we go. Potential, the final round of this series. Amaru, again, being brought in by EFAC. He's looking to get in towards that top floor, and away he goes.
Gets himself straight in under the cover of the Lion. It isn't quite as flashy as last time. No immediate red ping or yellow ping for him to work from, but he does still have a drone at his feet. He's going to try and open here, up into Raptors, and he's going to take out Doom and just continue to open the wall, casual as anything. The C4, it's too late. Leaky Faki's transitioned, he's on the other side of the hatch, still takes damage, but it isn't a trade.
Oh, they're looking for Savage now. Shaiko lands a few shots, but Savage still stays firm. Does he have the hatch open? A nade will be tossed in. It doesn't look as though it is going to be open for him. Savage playing for his life. He now moves close to the window. Impact out through. Will he surprise Shaiko? Not today. Miracle has found EFAC, but Grubby gets the kill back. And that will be evened up into the 3 versus 3. Here comes Jesus with the Vendetta in hand, but now thinks against it as we just slow the pace down ever so slightly.
Still got a couple of options he can track inside of Deimos. He can hop into the drone now. Adrian just going to place out some goo mines on this main stair. Don't forget this is a basement defense, and a lot of action has happened upstairs. It isn't unusual, but it's cost both teams greatly at this point. Hard breach is still available for Brede, so walls can still be opened.
Look at the positions from BDS. They're all by themselves, so there's going to be no options for refrags. And look at the position of Secret. They can double up, they can try and take these kills, and that's what they're doing. But Brede is in the middle of the bomb site, but it doesn't matter as 2 kills have went in favor of Secret. Brede has to clutch up.
Well, Brede can use an exothermic to get himself into the basement, but look at the positioning of these final 2 players. They know exactly what they've got here. They've got time on their side. And Brede, he could have dropped himself into basement. He could have tried to get a plant down, but there is information available. Adrian and Grubby not taking a single chance there. They were playing back-to-back right there. They didn't want to break that down and give themselves up one at a time.
Just Secret have went, let's go at them. Let's go at a bang. Let's go full aggro. Again, you won't see that really be done all too often on the kind of basement. Is this heavy attitude roam game where almost like the open area becomes the center point of the map where all the action goes down. I mean, BDS, they were up for the fight again. They brought that aggressive lineup. The Lion combo that with the Amaru to get EFAC into those strong, aggressive positions. But Secret, I love the way that they doubled up. I think that was really impressive for me. BDS were just so segregated by themselves, not being able to assist one another. That just shows the difference. 2v1s are a lot easier than 1v1s.
We said that Secret had the environment they needed there. They had the energy from the crowd in that previous round. Did it work? Was that the little difference maker for that round? Potentially. The only thing is they can't go down to the basement again.
Nope.
That is going to be locked on out of there. BDS are going to be mindful of that. No cause for concern just yet. They will be going into open area now, which was won inside of round 8 by BDS. was the Usus round, which, I mean, there's been a couple of them so far, to be honest with you. There's no basement to really hunker down into this time. I mean, is it going to matter, Demo? Because the basement, the site didn't really matter in the previous round. It was just the fashion that Secret played it in.
Just sack off the sites. It's about how you're playing as a team right now. And for Secret, it's staying together, winning those engagements. BDS have left themselves pretty open to be ganged up on the way that they've been playing. It's up to Secret to take advantage of that. But for BDS, they're going to look to try and maybe slow the pace down. It's not as ferocious as what it was the last round, the round before. And a lot more passive operators being brought in. And Grubby with the opening pick. Solotov, who really is kind of, I would say, fell by the wayside these past couple of attacking rounds, Ollie.
There's a couple of players from BDS that have fallen by the wayside since getting on the attack. They did great work on the defense, but since getting onto that attack, they've not found that success. It's the IQ to get sent out again, so Electronics will be safe. Shaiko picks a brilliant kill there onto Groovy. Straight through the side there, and he looks like he knows there's a player in stock. Shaiko,
it's gonna be Adrian.
Like a bull to a red rag at the moment. Adrian will drop himself down. Keeps himself safe for the time being. Half of the round burned, and you picked up an opening kill. Leaky Fact will find him on the rotation, though. Leaky Fact, such a devastating player. He's always in the right place at the right time to catch those players rotating.
Oh, he's a rat. He's a rat the way he's played that one. Just lurks from below, up the stairs, catches Adrian by surprise, and once again, Secret are behind. Now for BDS, it's about getting in towards Square, get that quad wall open. They still have one charge from users that they can use, and I suppose Brady could try and use the Hard Breach gadget, but it's going to be very difficult to do so. Everyone from Secret look as though that they just want to try and play together and play off the trades. Shaiko, is he looking for a drop, perhaps? I mean, it is open for him. The hatch is there to be used. But look at where Brady is, Ollie. The diffuser outside of the window. Surely he's not thinking about a copy window jump in.
There's 40 seconds. There's still quite a bit of time here for them to reposition themselves. Leaky Fact is going to send a call in and hop himself down to hack the cameras at this occasion. Can push himself right in aggressively. Savage, he's going to find himself one before being taken out. But Miracle, he's picking him up as well. Leaky Fact, the only player left. He's stuck here on Beepers in a 1 versus 3. For all the time that BDS had, for all the information, it's going to come close. It's going to come down to the wire. Stun goes in. Leaky Fact, he's found one. He's got to try and split these two apart. He picks the first. He's down to the SMG. There's 5 seconds left. It is Swungo. Leaky Fact! What a clutch for 1 versus 3 that never should have been! It sends BDS through into the semi-finals.
Unbelievable! What a way to send your team into the semi-finals! Secret, they had it in their hands to see out that round, but EFAC snatches it away from them, and Secret go home. BDS continue on their journey to lift that trophy.
The hope of an entire region on BDS's shoulders right now. They are the last hope for Europe that remains inside of the competition. An extremely close final round. What a way to go through as well. Demo, we've had our say. Let's hear what our wonderful desk has to say, and they're going to break it down for you.
Well, there it is. BDS get it done in 2, taking Secret's map in Chalet. These guys are well and truly on fire. Europe's last hope here in Manchester. They've now got their crowd completely on side. And we are now joined by Leaky Fact, the man who just closed things out there in absolutely emphatic fashion. Crowd love you, Leaky Fact. Welcome to the semi-finals. What's this mean to you?
I mean, I need to go down after this this clutch. But thank you everyone for the motivation. We give our best with this crowd, so just I'm happy to be there.
Yes.
I think especially today I've seen you like have crazy moments, crazy clutch, crazy comebacks. But in general, I think you were always strategically on top of your game. I saw something that was very clear to me is that some of the times you were completely avoiding the roamers and hitting sites directly multiple times. Is that something that was part of the game plan in the prep before the match?
Yeah, I guess we have some plan like this, but also like a lot of shot call in the team during the game. And on some round, like on the first map, we were like, okay, guys, we don't push that much together. In bank, I think we were much better in attack.
Can we show you your clutch? I know you're still on the come down from it, but I think we've got it as highlights right here to run it back. I mean, Fresh, talk us through it as LickyFact watches this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you're in a 1 versus 3 LickyFact, it's just about identifying 1v1 engagements. For me, this is personally the play that I like the most, is sticking on the right side as you're going on the door, and then you get the down. But what's going through your head when it's 4 seconds left and it's 1 versus 1 like that?
I try to play only with my brain. That's why I didn't run instantly on him, because I know he will pre-fire the left.
Yep.
So I hid on the first time. So when he didn't saw me, he was like, okay, he can be in the small office or pushing me.
Yep.
And after I take the gun 5 at the last second.
And then just one quick question from me. What's the biggest difference for you when you're going from playing inside of the arena, no crowd, and you know you have to step it up? What's the biggest change for you between the two?
This is amazing. Like we hear everyone helping us during rounds. Even when it was secret, we were like, okay, guys, you are for secret, no problem. We'll show you. You have to be with BDS. And no, this is amazing. It's completely different than the phase 2.
LickyFact, we were saying earlier that last time your team made a roster change, you went on to win a major. How are you feeling right now about your current teammates?
I don't want to say anything about this. I don't want to be karma, but I'm confident with the team. Used a lot of really amazing players. Checo, Bride, everyone know them. So yeah, we have the potential to win, but let's see.
I'm not going to say that BDS is scared of anybody, but we've got some tough competition here in Manchester. Any teams stand out to you that could give you a little bit of trouble?
To be honest, no. We'll give our best against every team, but I want to play against Furia. So we have to go in grand final and them as well to take our revenge. And saying that if we win the major, we deserve it against the team who won everything last year.
That's the sort of thing we like, isn't it? That is true sportsmanship and competitive nature. Ladies and gentlemen, LickyFact and BDS! All right, well, commiserations to Team Secret. It was quite the run. They were in, fantastic form coming into the main stage here, Leo. And do you think there's an argument that maybe they had, because of their success, too long of a break before they were back in action here?
Yeah, I talked to Twister yesterday about this. How do you manage to keep the same momentum? Because clearly they had the hype when they came in. They had plenty of momentum to take down the best teams in the world, right? The Dark Zero phase. And then they had this 3-day break, which was kind of hard for them, I think, to really keep the same hype. Whereas for BDS, they actually came fresh from these struggles in the phase 2 and so many more matches. I think that can actually help them. And then on top of that, overall, there is a show of experience here. BDS has showed why they were the favorites. They didn't struggle, they weren't shaky, everything was on point. Even in these tough moments, like this 1v3 clutch from LickyFact, he actually ran us through it. I think the best thing here is the flash. He actually is burning the flash so he can isolate the second 1v1.
Yeah.
That's the kind of cold blood that you need to see at this moment in really high pressure moments.
So we know what went right for BDS. Fresh, what went wrong for Secret?
I don't think anything went wrong, to be honest. I think they can be happy with their performance. There's arguments to say, like across the board, is in EUL they maybe overperformed to actually reach the major, right? This is still a relatively new team. This is still a relatively young team. In the context of EU's established teams, think G2, think Fnatic, for example, think Virtus.pro. There's a lot of established teams that they beat out to even get to the major. Then they obviously went all the way through phase 2. But again, you could also argue, again, overachieved potentially. And I think this is about the learning experience. They were competitive today. They will look back on it and think there were rounds where we could have won. Even on Chalet, where LickyFact gets that big double, the clutch there, we could still be playing right now, but for a little bit of magic from BDS. So I don't think Team Secret needs to be too hard on themselves. No. I don't think they were too bad at all, to be honest.
This roster looks like it's clicking. I don't think anybody needs to be hitting the panic button anytime soon. Leo, let's talk about BDS when it comes to controlling the pace.
Yeah, they were controlling the pace on every side. I think attack, defense, whatever. And in very various manner, right? Some of the time they were super early aggressive, and then in defense they would bring Tuberose, Smoke on basement and play super slow. Now let's take a look at this round. It's one of the only round that Secret was able to put in attack. And it's to show that BDS, even when they lose, are the ones that are controlling the pace. Here, the clear win condition, look, 2 spawn kills outside. There was a clear game plan from the BDS here. Secret's playstyle revolves around confidence.
Yep.
What do you do to counter that? You play even more aggressive. You go even more in the face. You control the storyline of every round, whether it's being aggressive early, whether it's playing passive.
And that's the thing as well, is it's pressure at that moment in time as well, right? Because Secret were already 1 map down. They're then facing elimination, and BDS were just like, we don't want to give them a second to think. Like Leo said, control the pace, get in their face, don't give them any time to play, and make them play reactive siege rather than proactive siege. It was BDS forcing all of the issues, forcing all of the gunfights, and then Secret are then just drawn into playing BDS's game.
Leo, I know you've got another clip for us as well regarding BDS's open attacking style.
Yeah, so again, to show the versatility in their strategy, in defense, yes, they were controlling the pace by chaining aggressive or not. But in attack, what was even more impressive is their opportunity seeking. We're on open space bomb site, right? Everybody would clear the roamers upstairs. They just don't care. They're going to completely ignore the roamers, and they're going to go for a 1 floor take directly hitting site. That's Liquefact calling here, I assume. He's rushing into open space. Yuzus gets an opening pick on the stairs. He gets the pick on the side. We turn for a 5v5 into a 4v2 in a matter of seconds. 1 minute left in the round. Look at this. They already have the control of the site. They didn't even bother clearing anything. That's the kind of opportunity seeking that you see at top tier level. Actually, one of the biggest strengths of Brazil as a region in FaZe and Furia is that opportunity seeking. Being able to see BDS on top of their methodical playstyle, being able to seek this kind of things, and have this level of awareness is crazy good. Yeah. And it's an announcement of maybe they're just the right team to finally beat a Brazilian team and win a major.
All right, just briefly, any Shaiko fans in the building? Popped off on map 2. I imagine we're going to see plenty more from him as well. Let's take a look at the bracket, shall we? Our first time completing a best of 3. And as you can see, Team BDS sitting pretty there. EU's final hope. They will take on the winner of Dark Zero versus M80 a little bit later on.
Yeah, and they're going to be having to sit and wait because that's the very final game of today. They're going to be waiting a long time to watch that, but they'll be confident whoever they're against. And I think Liquefact summed it up perfectly. It's like, we are confident in ourselves no matter who we want to play. Like you said, he's already thinking about a potential grand final against Furia. He's never going to say, this game's done. Of course he's not. But they'll be feeling very confident.
Well, we called it the last dance when they were W7M in Sao Paulo. It's time for another one. They're about to hit the dance floor again, this time as Team Furia versus the legendary Team Liquid. That's our next quarterfinal after the break.
We made it through playoffs. It was a long run, but I'm happy to be here.
My team is the best at what we do because we have 5 very skilled players.
We are ready for everything.
We can do everything in the game, playing support, playing aggressive. That's what separates us from other teams.
Furia, they are good, they are very good.
I think Team Liquid is a really great team. They have really good players, but we are their biggest nemesis because we always win against them. And it's not going to be different this time. We are going to smash them.
The match against Furia will be really stressful because they have a lot of good players and different strategies, but we studied them a lot and I'm ready to take this.
We don't want to stop winning. It's the best feeling that a player can feel, so we won't stop here.
Playing against Furia, maybe like breaking up the sequence of winning like 3 major champions would be amazing.
I know that you are afraid. We are coming for you.
We have made this far, so nothing gonna stop us right now.
The world champions are in the building, looking cool as ever. This is just business as usual for this Furia roster. They get on a plane, they land wherever the event is, and then they leave with a new piece of silverware to add to their cabinet. It's just what they do, of course. Formerly W7M, same roster, different name, and they are here to continue their legacy at the Blast R6 Manchester Major. My name's Ian Chambers, on the desk with Alfama and Fresh as we get set for our second quarterfinal. It's an all-Brazilian affair. It's Furia versus Liquid. Leo, I'm excited for this one.
Super excited. I think we're gonna have a really big matchup. I think Liquid is finally starting to warm up after all these events where I think they were a bit up and down and very inconsistent. They're really taking a chance here at finally breaking the curse against Furia.
Well, let's take a look at them because they're in the building as well. We've got some of the best players in the world on this roster, and they have pulled up as well into Manchester. Bit of a terrible stage in the Brazil League, squeaked through the last chance qualifiers, but you can never write them off, Fresh.
Yeah, no, they have played a lot of Siege in, like literally a lot of Siege. They played all the league. They had to play for LCQs, they played Stage 1, they played phase 1, Phase 2 of this tournament. A lot of Siege from Team Liquid, the only remaining team actually from our Phase 1 entrance. So they've been here from the very start. It's been up and down, a little bit inconsistent, but I think the main thing for them was making this main stage. But the big benefit of that is to get a game against the current dynasty of Siege?
Absolutely, and there's a lot of history between these two teams, of course, and it very much falls in the favor at the moment of Furia.
Yeah, especially when it matters, right? Whenever it's in a big event, when it's at a major or it's at SI, it's always Furia that's winning. I think lately, especially starting the stage, Furia had a little bit of a slow start, so it's also explaining why this record is like this. But in general, like heavily in the favor of Furia, and it's normal. It's the dynasty, it's the world champions.
What's crazy to me about this graphic is how dominant this is when it's inside of international competition. Sure, Brazil League is important, but it's only it's a means to an end to qualify for these international tournaments. So Furia definitely holds stuff back when they're inside of their domestic region, and they get to events like this, and this is where they just unleash.
Well, sticking with the history here, when it comes to main stage history, Copenhagen, it comes right to mind, Fresh.
Yeah, obviously this was the one of the last times that these guys played in a major this was the major final more or less 1 year ago, and W7M at the time, this was the one where they got over the line against their big rivals at the time, Team Liquid, and this was what will be considered, I believe, the start of the W7M dynasty 1 year ago at the Copenhagen major. And then we see the pictures of Liquid, we see the familiarity that we see with Liquid where they exit an event and it's all emotion. And I think even if you go to SI, when we was in Sao Paulo in Brazil, you're wondering how long do these guys kind of keep going with all this disappointment, because they have the expectations, the same expectations of Furia to be winning events.
I think at the end of SI, I was thinking to myself, maybe it's time for a big shakeup, right? Maybe it's time for a big shakeup. They've been together for so long, and they only brought Volps, and there was one single change, Volps for Maya. Don't get me wrong, I think Maya was an amazing pickup. I'm just wondering at this point if they don't need a bigger change, maybe break up the core. Maybe they will prove me wrong, maybe this was the right time, maybe just needed more time together. But I feel like overall, it's kind of now to prove that it was worth it to only change one single player, and that the rest of the team was healthy.
Now or never.
Now or never.
All right, let's take a look at, we've looked at their history against one another, but when it comes to major events, it well and truly shows here, the graph it doesn't look too good for Team Liquid. Furia proving that they are the kings of Brazil.
Yeah, I think...
Kings of Siege.
We used to always say that for Liquid, right? We used to say it was the best team to never win a major. We used to say it 1-2 years ago that they were the heavy favorites coming into every tournament, and that has changed. It has changed, I think, ever since, maybe SI 23, Copenhagen especially, when W7M beat them, before they were Furia.
Yeah, the last event where we haven't had Furia on a grand final was Jönköping, and even then they got top 4. Ridiculous consistency from them. And I think we've been a little bit rude to Liquid on that graph, haven't we? We could put any team in the world next to Furia and they would look inconsistent as hell as well.
Yeah, and just for clarity, I'm sure that unless you've been living under a rock, you're well aware of this. Furia, previously W7M, 2 majors back-to-back, and then SI, they raised the hammer in their home country in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Fresh. I think it's safe to say that no matter what happens here, I know you guys are throwing the dynasty word around quite a lot, which always makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable, but I think it's accurate. They are legends of this game, no matter what happens going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they will go down, whether you agree if it's a dynasty or not. I know there'll be plenty of Europeans who will disagree with that. They will go down as this period of Siege as utterly dominating it. Like, nobody's ever won 2 majors and an SI back-to-back. But then what you've got to think is they were actually in the SI Grand Final 2023 as W7M when Julio played there as well. So the consistency and that level of domination from them is like, honestly, I don't think we have seen it once before, but that was a long time ago.
You know what? I think we should get into map picks for this. We have set the table perfectly for this second quarterfinal. My mouth's watering about this one. Where are we going?
Well, we're going to go to Cafe as the very first pick. Furia are going to pick into this. Now, Cafe was known from Liquid's point of view as pretty much being a permaban. We haven't seen Liquid play it, apart from the game to get to the main stage where they played it up against Bleed. So Furia are really going for a very weak map on the side of Team Liquid.
And I would say, arguably, that Cafe gang against Bleed was not as dominant as I was expecting it on the side of Liquid. I think there was a lot of weaknesses, and I think that's also why Furia is picking into it. They have recent VOD about it, recent history, lots of rounds to watch, and at the same time, Liquid did not look the best against a weaker opponent.
And then if we move through to the next map, we're going to see that it is going to be Nighthaven Labs. Now, Furia under Furia haven't won it. They've played it a couple of times this stage, and it's not been a map that they've particularly liked going to. However, the last time they actually won it was that incredible comeback in Sao Paulo. The winning moment of SI was, of course, Nighthaven Labs with that comeback. So it's a map that they're not necessarily comfortable with, but they will play. And then if we move through to the very final map, we're going to see that Chalet is the decider. Now, for both teams, Chalet is a very middle preference map. If we get there, I'll be honest, I would have to favor Furia. I think over a longer term, Furia's playstyle and understanding of the game probably outweighs Liquid's on that map specifically.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of the opposite on Nighthaven, and also that's why I understand why Liquid is picking it. I think it restricts your movement a little bit. Obviously, depending on the bomb site, the map is quite big. You have plenty of roaming space, and that also plays into the aggressive playstyle of Furia. But then in general on Chalet, I think this is the perfect map to try and contest early on in the entries. That's exactly what we've seen from the game before with BDS and Secret. And that exactly falls into the play that Furia wants, right? They want to be aggressive early. They want to play with the information gathering, with the Valkyrie, defend against these windows. So overall, the map veto is pretty balanced. I would say in general still favors Furia as the heavy favorite in this matchup.
Fresh, I touched on it earlier about the fact that it's routine for this roster to come to an international event, to come to a major, to come to a world championship now and go home with the victory. It really does give them an advantage because for Liquid, you know, that main stage, when it comes to especially a grand final, it's associated with heartbreak.
Yeah, and I think that it's the association. One associates it with winning, the other associates it with a feeling of dejection, right?
Yep.
And when you're at the very top, these two teams have the best players in Brazil. You know, if you did the top 15 players in Brazil, all 10 of them are in this, right? I'm kind of including FaZe with the top 15. But it's all about the mental. It's that 1% that separates the two teams. And it is only 1%, but it's a huge difference.
All right, let's get into this one, shall we? I'm ready for it. And coming to a country with a royal history, all rise for our Siege Kings. It's Furia! What can you say about this roster? It is just regular business for them to achieve the unthinkable, to pursue the unimaginable. It is hard to imagine where on earth they would put any more Siege silver silverware if they do the job here in Manchester. But I'm sure they will find room for our fans here in Manchester. It's a joy to see them in action. Their opponents ran the longest race to be here. Our dark horses, Team Liquid! Legends of the game. You can hear from our fan reaction. It's a mixed bag, but one thing is for sure, you cannot deny the heritage and the history that comes with the logo on their chests. An all-Brazilian buffet is ready for us here and now in Manchester. It almost feels criminal that this is happening so early on, as our teams get set and ready to get into this one. Palu and Felipox, if you could come and join me on the stage just before we get to business here. Two men I'm very familiar with talking on a main stage. Felipox, how are you doing?
I'm good.
How are you enjoying Manchester?
I love Manchester, besides it's too rainy, bro.
It's too rainy, although he does love a Weatherspoons. I've seen him in there. Palu, good to see you on a main stage once again.
Yeah, always good to be here, you know.
I've got to ask you, Felipox, we were just talking about it down there. It just feels like regular business for you to come out here, get the job done, and go back to Brazil with a trophy. However, you've got your rivals standing in your way here. You, of course, will show them all the respect.
Yeah, it's a Brazilian derby here in Manchester. We are going to put a great show against them, but we're getting the win today.
Palu, I don't want to see any more tears from you, man. This is where I want to see all smiles going forward. Are you feeling confident in this Liquid roster here in Manchester?
Yeah, like since Maya joined us, I think we had a bond between him, and like we are really strong right now. Doesn't matter who we are facing, you know.
You don't get bored of winning, do you?
No, never. It gets addicting, bro.
I can see that. Felipox, last words to your opponent here.
I'm gonna smash you, Palu.
Yesterday we gave some little what's gonna happen in the match.
All right, guys, round of applause for Furia and Team Liquid. Go and take your seats, guys. Oh man, I'm ready for this one. Let's get to it, Manchester, shall we? Those of you watching at home, you're gonna love this. All Brazilian. It's Furia versus Liquid with Demo and Ollie.
Well, not quite Demo and Ollie. We look a little bit different than Demo and Ollie would. I guess if I would be Demo.
I mean, I'm the
and you're
one.
Ollie.
No, because I'm shorter.
If you're Ollie, hold on, let me do Demo.
Okay. Hey guys, X here. Hello, Demo.
I'm from Northern Ireland. That's a terrible Northern Irish accent because I don't ever do it.
No.
It's nice to see you all. The British who work on this show have talked to us a nauseating amount of times about how good a British crowd can be.
Yeah?
So, yeah, you should cheer. Cheer for yourselves. Woo! But before we get into the matchup, I want to lead you in some brief audience participation. So, I'm going to say a couple things, and feel free to either cheer or boo. So let's start with an easy one. How about beans on toast? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
How about, I don't know, you like the NHS?
Okay.
They love healthcare.
Apparently.
What about America?
Oh, you're losing that one, Parker.
I'm not American.
No.
What about beans on toast again?
They love the beans.
I heard the teams walk in, but I don't think you were quite loud enough. Are you cheering for the defending, reigning major champions of Furia? Or are you cheering for the Dark Horsemen of Team Liquid? All right, what about America? Hold on, let me do that one again. What about America?
Oh, okay, there it is, the passion.
Very good. Thank you for engaging me in that. I'm not American, so I don't need to do that. I'm also not Demo, you're also not Ollie.
No, we are. It's Penguin Parker. I mean, this could be a big one, right? You got Longevity and Nesk and Paolo, the story of Team Liquid. They've been a fan favorite so long, so many times, often falling short, versus, I mean, everybody wants to see Furia lose, I feel, at this point, right? They've been winning for a full year straight. Someone's got to take them down. But given Liquid's story, this stage, this major so far, I don't know if they are the team to beat Furia right now in their current state. They've had a tough time here, not getting those convincing victories, just scraping their way. They played 14 matches so far on maps. Like, they've really been going through it, whereas Furia, they've played 10 maps in difference so far to get here.
It's been an absurd run for Team Liquid. That's, by the way, basic math, that's 10 more maps?
That is 10 more maps.
10 more maps?
Yep.
That's an eternity in any esport, especially in a game as mentally taxing as Rainbow Six is. One thing that you and I were doing on all of our broadcasts that we worked on was we were referencing the kill totals of these players. And a tourney leading 144 kills are all in the hands of Maya. Now again, really easy to get 144 kills when you're playing 14 maps. That works out to an average K of 10 per map. So, safe to say, if Maya drops below 10 kills on any of these maps, it's going to be quite troubling for Liquid to overcome what is quite the adversary in Furia.
Yeah, and it's been a big talking point for us that when Maya first joined Liquid for this stage, he had a really rocky start, not finding his individual performance, also not finding that role in the team of Liquid. And then we're thinking, when they come to this major, how is that gonna turn out for them? Only having 4 players kind of playing together? Well, it changed because Maya has been a standout performer so far, but being enabled by the likes of Lagonis and Nesk, whether it's droning, IGLing, so Ink in leadership, or just Nesk sacrificing himself to enable Maya on those interkills.
Nighthaven Labs is a map that is a very big comfort pick for Team Liquid. It was a map that Furia didn't even play 3 months ago.
Yep.
But they pulled it out in stunning fashion in the semis of SI, up against G2, demolished them. And then one of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen in the entirety of this esport against FaZe Clan to win the Hammer, the World Championship, on home soil. That could be the decider, because we might not even need Chalet.
Might not be needed, no.
Now, if we don't need Chalet, that means Furia wins Cafe. So I pose a question to you. What do we need to see from Liquid right out the gate on Cafe? And if Liquid wins on Cafe, what are the win conditions?
So the big thing about this is that this is actually the map pick of Furia. So Liquid, they choose the starting side. Liquid, they are choosing to go on attack on Cafe in their first matchup on stage. That is pretty uncommon, so I am pretty sure that Liquid, they have prepped some cheesy one-round strategies to build some momentum, some early rounds here, and catch Furia by surprise. Then after attack is done and dusted, all you gotta do is ride out that early advantage that you bought yourself on the attacking side on defense. But I agree with the desk. Fresh said this earlier, I get worried for Liquid if we have to go to Chalet, so I really hope for their side that they can find success on Cafe and Nighthaven Labs.
Well, I know you're probably gonna boo me for what I'm about to say, but unfortunately, there is a tech issue, so we have no choice. Oh, stop. We'll be right back in just a quick couple minutes with Furia versus Team Liquid. Apparently there is no break, never mind.
Oh, you lied to us.
I lied to you.
We're
Yay!
back, okay. Who wants to have a break in here, right? We want to get into the match, but we're not ready just yet. Still a minute or 2 left before we enter the server. It's been an early morning for you people here, but a lot of you showed up for that first match, EU versus EU. Thank you all very much for that.
Yeah, applaud yourselves. Or don't.
Or don't. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
A little clap. A little clap.
But enjoying seeing how much the crowd has shown up today? Is there nothing else to do in England?
I mean, it's raining, you know?
It is raining.
What else are you gonna do outside?
I saw the photos and the videos as everybody was lined up outside of the venue. Nobody had umbrellas.
True.
It's raining. How do you not have umbrellas? You know where it's not raining? Cafe Dostoevsky. So, I know I told you to cheer, and you love beans on toast, but how about we cheer for the first map of Furia versus Team Liquid? All right, the world champions, they want to repeat. They want to prove they're the best, and they need to start with a victory over Liquid. All right, let's get into this matchup.
All right, we gotta see something out of the norm here from the side of Liquid specifically, either an Arbiter ban phase or in the strats, of course, when we get into it. The first Tiger ban, Deimos! The trophy on the stage, removed from action here on Cafe. A very big meta operator so far in recent history. Liquid, go for a Twitch ban. Okay, a bit out of the norm. This can enable the likes of the Mira windows, the Valkyrie cameras, if those operators can survive this Arbiter ban phase. Whoa! Solace. Okay.
Last one, who is it?
I'm gonna go to Valkyrie. I'm gonna go basic, but it could be a Sami Valkyrie. It is Sami. Those operators can just lock down pianos so easily on the defensive side. The thing is, Furia opting to ban a Sami when they start on defense. Again, that can be a bit of a risk factor here. We all know that on Cafe, piano is a big portion of the map that is difficult for attackers to take control over. But with the Sami ban, it becomes a lot easier for Liquid. Now, Liquid, they're a team that we call them a 4+1. They have the 4 gunners that you know that can just show up time and time again. Resets, Maya, Nesk, and Palu. And then they have their IGL, their captain behind them, Lagonis, who often is not needed to pop off or even get that many kills in a match to still find success. But Lagonis as an individual has had a really great tournament so far. So I want to see if he can keep that up against a team like Furia, who is so good at shutting down individual players in a series. Because the big thing is, no one pops off against Furia. Every single member of Furia can just fight you one-to-one, go forward and kill, spawn peek if they want to, and they're not going to have any respect for Liquid in this series, I don't think, because, of course, they're here to win, take down their fellow countrymen. Speaking of spawn peeks, Bird's getting active, jump out the window, look to your left. Oh, he's not going to go for it. Come on, Hurts. He's scared.
Cowardly. Cowardly behavior. Give the people what they want. Wait, hold on a sec. No. Give me a sec. We didn't live through 2 years of Dez and Fresh and all of that saying, oh, all the Americans can do is let's go team, for you to immediately do let's go Liquid. I'm expecting full choruses of cheers. Different sayings, songs. I want songs. From you, the crowd. You're shouting things probably at me. I can't hear you. I can't hear what you're saying. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
We're gonna create a monster by the end of this one, Parker.
Remember we had them boo the teams that didn't run the team kits at Charlotte?
Don't go there, no. No booing, just cheering. Skinnergy.
We're halfway through the round, by the way, and other than that early potential spawn peek, we haven't seen all that much. JV92 has taken some damage, somehow.
We have an early gunfight early on, but I mean, for pacing-wise, for Liquid here, 1 minute 20 seconds, live breaking that 4-part inside of Train and Mining. It's a pretty good pace here. Furia, they're a team that they understand their win conditions. When they got Goyo, the Smoke, the Castle, the Echo, they want the time to tick down as far as possible and play for a late-game plant deny. So it's Liquid's problem-solving skills here that is going to get tested. Nesk on the IQ, try and find out all those piece utilities, where they are on the side, and say, guys, pop this Goyo canister, find this Shokai drone, get ready for that Heps drop. Be careful, of course, of KC, who's playing in VIP, 3 Toxic Babes in pocket. He's going to be the first line of attack if Liquid wants to clear him out.
The gas will run now as 2 canisters remain in pocket for the team leading KZs, the highest rated player on all of Furia. You will need a strong performance from him today, just as you will from the rest of this Furia team, but he's actually the first to die at the hands of Reset. Now patrolling over by the back of Freezer. Final 20 seconds. Lagonis drops in, escorted by Nesk. No coverage whatsoever. Philippox is ready for that, gunning down Lagonis. Looking for another kill, same area. There's a Yokai drone in place. Scouting on Nesk, it goes up, it'll stop him with 4 seconds left. Nade taking matters into his own hands. Philippox, a monstrous round. He does most of it himself.
You can boo all you want, but when Furia they play Rainbow Six Siege, it looks so damn clear what they want to do in every single round. That was with losing KC early with that opening death. And they still say, okay, we got the Yokai drones. Guess who's planting? Nesk on the IQ, the wrong player on the wrong operator to do that job. Where was Lagonis? Where was the supportive cast of Liquid to then enable Nesk to do his job first?
Well, Lagonis was dead.
I mean, yeah, but why is he dead? You know what I mean? Like,
well, he got shot.
Thank you, Parker. Great observations, but the players of Liquid in the wrong positions there.
I know what you're saying, though. I mean, you've got an IQ. They knew there was an Echo on the board.
Yes.
One of the first things that Nesk did was pop out IQ's gadget, try to find the location of the Yokai, but it wasn't on the ceiling. It was tucked away in a nook, potentially in a cranny, somewhere downstairs. And then, I mean, you get information from him. Stop the plant, 3 seconds left on the clock. Philippox sprints over, front of kitchen, all the way to the back, and he cleans house along the way. Worth noting, there's still almost half of the server still alive when that round ended. Almost, not quite, but almost. So Team Liquid will have to be a little bit better with clock management, and more importantly, a little bit more coordinated with the way they get into the site.
All right, so I think the plan for Hertz is open the window every single round. Don't jump out the first, second, third, or fourth. On the 5th round, he's gonna fly out that window and catch Liquid by surprise, possibly. But it just goes to show, Liquid, they've been loving playing for the planned objective so far during this major. Furia, they've only played 4 maps, so of course their statistics are a bit like behind most other teams because there's a sample size, you know? But Furia, they will only play for plant when they're attacking, when they absolutely need to. They're happy to flood the bomb so they can go for kills, like we saw in that defensive round. Yeah, they had Toxic Babes, died early, fair enough. They had Echo deny, but instead they just push together 2-3 people, take down Nesk, timer hit 0. They don't have to rely on utility. Whereas Liquid sometimes, they like to overplay, like very safe. We can just go for plant, don't worry about it, guys. If that plant fails, time is low, the entire round falls with it. So Liquid's win conditions need more than just one. They can go for kills or the plant, not just the plant attempt.
Well, Nade now playing inside a Humidor with a shotgun out in case anybody drops. A good shout. That will likely kill at that distance. Reset's looking to capitalize off of the logic bomb. He doesn't know he's got company inside a piano, but KZ will start this match 0-2. Herds answers back. Furia losing the numbers advantage next to Maya, and Philippox is boxed out by Lagonis. A significantly better upstairs attack. And Liquid are doing all this with the clock on their side. They lose Pollard. They almost lose. Maya seals the deal. A very brisk affair on that second round, and Liquid answers back.
That's the kind of thing I was expecting to see from Liquid because they chose to start on the attack inside. That was just a mini execute that just snowballs in their favor. They rappel in piano, the wide hallway, cocktail, etc. And all they gotta do is trade the first kill or two and get inside the building, inside the bomb site. And they did just that. That piano portion of the map that's so hard to take in control, well, because Fury they banned the Asami, it's that easy. Throw out a couple of flashbangs, maybe a grenade, some B, some Grim, and that's it. It's yours to take. You see it right here. The rappels, they enable everything for this team. That's why a lot of teams don't like to defend that top 4 bomb site on Cafe, but hey, Fury they tried it, and they lost it.
They really did roll over on that piano portion of the map, though. It was just KZ who looked like he was anchoring it down. He was prone behind the couch and had no real supporting cover. One player from Furia looked to be in the back bar, but that was about it. Other than that, a series of singular engagements as Nade had fallen off that Humidor position a little bit earlier on. Middle floor now will be the main focus for Furia on this 3rd round. And we see a Thorn with the M87.
Yep, playing Cigar, I presume. Oh, 3rd round, I was wrong, it's a 5th.
Oh! We were so desperate for a run out early on. Herds will give us what we want. He doesn't do a single point of damage and almost loses his own life.
This goes to show as well, Liquid's fundamentals, they're pretty good. I mean, it's the third time that he's done it, but they're still ready every single round. And Amaro shotgun, Thorn shotgun, this could be another round where, oh, they're cooking something here. 4 people outside Snow Door, Amaru and the Ying, Sophia on Dining Rappel. This could very easily be a bomb set rush, 3, 2, 1 countdown. But Furia don't have that many operators that can respond to this all that well besides Verticality.
Logic Bomb and Candelas go off. JV92 prepared for the ensuing onslaught. Though he's finished off by resets. The Amaru in, Lagonis getting Diffuser down. Herds with what remains of his HP to eliminate resets. But if nobody knows about this, suddenly you find yourself in a post-plant. Furia blind to this information. Final Logic Bomb will go off. Herds playing from above, but this is a very linear execute from Liquid. Nade dies at the hands of Lagonis, and now Herds will have to draw up spotted as Maya's managed to get up top, and that's aerial supremacy for Team Liquid. Diffuser at the halfway point, KZ on the case. Palu trying to shake him off, Maya gaining information, it's all up to Maya now. Train your sights, they know where he is! Maya couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat, but the timer continues to run. One of them needs to get on it with 7 seconds by a hair! KZ! He got it!
0.64 seconds left on the retake. What looked like a guaranteed round victory for Team Liquid. A small oversight. Maya did not have the verticality on the floor prepped and ready, and when he broke the floor himself, he was in the wrong spot to deal with the post-plant position. And I think this comes down to miscommunication from Team Liquid because they knew both players were downstairs. Yet Maya seemed a little bit frightened that, hey, what if I get flanked upstairs? Well, you couldn't be flanked because they're both on the bomb side, Maya. But again, Liquid, that looked like it was organized ahead of time from the very beginning. They saw the bomb site, they said, guys, we got the prep work, go for the strat, this one-off rush attempt. And every single aspect besides the 1v2 there, also the Kesa barricade, really worked against Maya there. But 0.64 seconds.
Unbelievable.
So close.
Really, just genuinely unbelievable. If Maya had gotten a kill even a second earlier, could have maybe repositioned to a point where he was safer. Timer would have been in the favor of Team Liquid.
10 seconds.
We can theory craft all we want, but I mean, thought it would be linear. Then all of a sudden, Maya has enough time to get upstairs and influence that top floor, preventing Herds from dropping down, who would have had to engage on that reading door, Snow Door, as you called it.
Yeah.
Watch this!
I mean, a good look for Liquid is that they're taking Furia to the final seconds of the round in a good way where, you know, it's a post-plant. Liquid in the very first round, they were almost got down the diffuser, also in the last second, so it is a toe-to-toe matchup right now where a lot of people, myself included, might go, yeah, Furia's gonna win it. This is Furia versus Liquid. It's not really a fair matchup, if you will, but Liquid are showing a lot of good signs on Furia's map pick. Liquid only played this map one single time so far with this roster. That's 7-4 victory over Bleed, so not quite the same competition as the Brazilian team in, you know, APAC, but Bleed themselves, they were no slouch this tournament. They did pretty well until they didn't. They went home, you know, so.
I mean, this roster of Furia, even competing under the W7M name, quite the record against Liquid. These two teams seemingly evenly matched in the way that they play Rainbow. Embarrassment of riches when it comes to fragging power on both of these teams. Just as we saw the last time, that JV92 was involved in early action, he loses most of his HP, and now a swing in as Nesk gets the rest of it. Looking for one more. That's KZ tucked into back bar, and he swings onto Nesk. He wins the duel, but resets, trades it off a little bit too late. Back bar control. Maya's gonna miss the Mira upstairs. There's Nade though, showing in Humidor. Maya is fearless so far in this matchup.
This is the thing that Maya brings to Liquid. He doesn't need a drone in front of him to make plays. He has a really good understanding of where the enemy might be playing at, what angles are covered from their opponent. He just walks in the building single-handedly so frequently and always seems to find success for Team Liquid. Nesk enabling his team once again, getting in, gets the kill, and a trade from resets. But Furia, in this 2v3. They're in a prime position for a clutch. Sure, there's no C4 from below, but those evil eyes, the bulletproof cameras, they got a ton of information on the bomb site and around it. And Liquid, they still only have 45 seconds left.
I mean, Herds and Philippox are two players I would absolutely trust in this moment. It would be more worrying if Palu and Nesk were still on the board. You've got Maya, but then it's the supporting cast from Liquid. Admittedly, both Resets and Lagonis have been showing up huge. Resets will test his mettle up against Herds, leading the way with 5 kills on the team. They know it's coming, but Herds is looking elsewhere. Philippox eliminating Maya, still just spraying bullets into the bomb site. More marks coming out. This time, trying to tear some strips off of Lagonis. Philippox will finally need to reload. Herds a question mark. As Resets looks to isolate over towards Pillar, Lagonis successful in getting the diffuser down. Herds rotating over through Red Hall, losing the duel. Oh, gets the wall though. Another massive round from the IGL and leader of Furia.
3-round victories for Furia, 3 clutches more or less. These are all rounds that look like Liquid. They have the upper hand until that very last second once more. And sure, Liquid, it was a little bit messy. They're trying to figure out, okay, where can we get down that diffuser? Where is the cover? Because in that 2v2, well, once you start planting, it is a 1v2. There was no one actually helping out Lagonis there. But it didn't matter because the bomb went down. Lagonis himself won his individual gunfight. Resets, though, didn't. Philippox is too strong on the Maestro. No need for reload either. So uptime was on their side. The red pings, we saw them as well. So much intel that Liquid could not deal with. And that's an issue in the current meta for some attacking lineups. You don't have enough soft destruction to deal with 3 evil eyes from Maestro and a bulletproof camera. Oh, it's cold, huh?
Philippox 8-1 through 4 rounds. Far and away, one of the best starts that he's ever had at an international event. Not because he's a bad player, but because the role he plays on often has him playing what we call safe or sheltered minutes.
Yeah.
If he's gonna play on those anchor operators, he's usually the last line of defense, not the first. Well, Philippox has been a lot more active as Furia has changed with the times. It was round 1 that was largely successful for Furia because of Philippox. Of course, we're overlooking the way that the Echo factored into it, but playing on that Legion, vaulting and getting a 3K to shut down Liquid with less than 30 seconds on the clock. Then that round, a 4K on Maestro, admittedly, a relatively easy operator to get a multi-kill on, but at this level against Liquid, not quite so easy.
Last time we saw Furia go for a time deny with, the Echo, the go with the smoke. This time it's utility deny, the Tubero and the Kite with the mute as a third option, just stalling out Liquid, forcing out either secondary MPs or in this case a Thatcher. And again, the clock is a big focus of Furia. Liquid, they can speed things up though. They got the Monty, they got the Capital. If you want to just enter in through Bakery here and deal with Nade, they absolutely can. But so far it hasn't been the case. The fire right now is stalling them out. Still droning. Liquid don't want to make a risk or to make a mistake here.
And Nade isn't just frankly a terrible spot. What a shot on the Resets, never mind! A Nitro Cell will claim Maya. Impact goes out to do some damage to Lagonis as the Monty looks to push in. Liquid being rebuffed every single step of the way. Soto canister to freeze the entry from Liquid. You saw that brief shiver, by the way, early on. Could it have been a bit of foreshadowing of what was to come in this round? A minute and a half still to go in round number 5. Liquid trail 1-3, and it's all up to Palu, who gets ego peeked on the window, and KZ will send yet another round into the win column for Furia. A very dominant start and a 4-1 scoreline for the team who chose this map, Furia.
It almost seems like Liquid, they're a team of 5 players playing together with like those sweat strats, right? The 1-2-3s. Furia, they just got the vibes. They're running around the place, just winning individual gunfight after individual gunfight, and it seems so unfair because Liquid, they're making the right choices, but those small parts of execution, those individual gunfights, again, they keep falling to the same side of Furia. And had a good read. The Kaituber again changed things up, challenged Liquid's problem-solving skills, and showed something new every single time. Tactical timeout for Liquid. They gotta settle their nerves right now because they were expecting, I would assume, probably a 3-3 half, and they very easily could have had it if those clutch moments didn't go the way they did for Furia.
And if you just looked at the kills, you wouldn't think it was such a lopsided matchup. There's only 4 kills separating these two teams right now. 20 kills on the side of Furia, 16 on the side of Liquid. But you wouldn't guess that from the 4-1. You would think that it was Furia cleaning Liquid's clock, but not the case. Not exactly the best time to call your timeout with only 1 round remaining in this first half, but desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah.
Since Furia picked this map, Liquid are presumably starting on the better side. That's how these things work.
It's not by much. 3%, 47 for defense in that regard. So, you know, it's not that 50-50 or 6% in that regard in the difference maker, but not a big advantage.
I mean, that could be why they called the timeout when they did. They know it's not going to get much better when it goes to the next side. It's not going to get much worse either. But every inch counts.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're in England. Every couple centimeters counts.
They do. So the thing about England, they do miles, they do centimeters, they do a lot of different things here. It's very confusing.
They make it work.
They make it work.
Safe to say, a very critical round for Liquid. 1 victory in your first half. And I say your because you chose this side. Just not going to get it done. Furia are an adversary that you need to keep close. You cannot allow them to steamroll you and get a lead because they're a team when they're ahead, they don't often give it up.
No.
They're a team that when they're behind, they play like they could be ahead and they just keep winning. It's very hard to shake this team. There's a reason why over the last year, they've won every single major. Nesk will start off this round in a positive direction with JV92 dying early. JV92 hasn't had a huge impact on a lot of these rounds, Nick, because of his early deaths.
That's the thing, Liquid, they've been getting opening kill more often than not, or trading, but still they don't find their round victory. This is good though. They got intel, the yellow pings, Paolo downstairs, no flank doing it looks like, however. Not sure about the flank potential, and now doing damage onto Hertz as well, so they're chipping away at Fury right now pretty quickly in this round.
Now it's Nade taking his licks, Herds as well. Nade finished off. The Monty seizing control of an important avenue, but not the bomb site itself. KZ looking for a retake, but Liquid being shielded, they've lost Ness.
Oh.
No hope whatsoever for KZ. Felipox will have to make some magic here. 9 kills, looking to break double digits. He's got plenty of pings. A 10th kill. Nice shot on the Maya, but immediately traded by Palu, and there's signs of life for Liquid.
When it goes well for them, they snowball through the round. And again, that was all 5 players Liquid playing together. Either they were droning, moving out with the Monty, Paolo from downstairs, Nesk on the entry. Everybody working to shut down the individual players of Furia, not give them a fair 1v1, but more like a 3v1, favoring, of course, Liquid on the attack.
I will say 2 rounds, not great for Liquid. The long looks on those faces, I think, tell a lot of the story. Here's the entry from Nesk. Been a lot of questions asked about if Nesk can still hang. Well, this tourney should put a lot of those questions to rest. Yeah, Liquid had some serious struggles at the beginning of stage 1, right after SI. They made that roster move. They brought in Maya. Volps went back to W7M. And Liquid put up 4 of the poorest games we have ever seen from the team.
Yeah.
But they fixed things. They figured it out. They ran the gauntlet through the play-ins. They scraped by day after day through phase 2. But eventually, that proverbial clock will strike midnight on all teams. The question is how close to midnight are you? Liquid now on defense for the remainder of this matchup unless overtime is required. And they're going to choose a lineup very similar to what we saw when Furia defended this bottom floor bomb site.
Yeah, and the only worry there is when you are a team who plays a strategy first, you likely have a very good understanding of it yourself. So when they see the Echo, when they see this lineup, if they haven't already, they're going to know exactly what the win conditions are going to be for Liquid and try and counter. And it's once again why we see Hertz this time on the IQ. But the difference between Liquid and Furia is that Furia would not make the mistake of having IQ be the planting operator, because you would want that operator to take down the Yokai drones unless you've already shot them. They also bring in Nade on the Monty to A, roam clear faster and safer because they want 5 attackers allowed to shut down all those angles, and also to very safely escort the diffuser case into the bomb site later on.
Well, I don't know what Herds was doing. Down goes Herds at the hands of Palu. Maya as well removed, and the Monty will manage to... No! Oh, Nesk almost got away. Nade chases him down the rabbit hole. And the advantage swinging in Furia's favor despite losing Herds. Herds putting in quite a poor performance by his standards so far today, 2-7. If Herds wakes up, oh boy.
Oh yeah, now I actually think that they also lost both Yokai drones on that roam game because they're used aggressively to help the roamers themselves. So you take down IQ, but you've lost your win condition. No, actually I was wrong. They have one single Yokai left in pocket. Only one was lost for Nesk upstairs, so there is still that late round win condition. But again, when you get 2 kills on the attack inside, you don't need to worry about the timer as much, because when you get a kill, you basically buy yourself 15-20 seconds of effort at some point in that round. So now if you can slow it down, double check everything, get everybody, all those 4 players in the right positions, break the 4, Flashbang's going out, get Monty on the hatch, open up that hatch of course, and then just walk into what side and start getting down that diffuser.
This is a very pivotal spot right now inside of VIP. Resets behind the shield, a very common spot for wardens or smokes. And resets might get stat checked on the stairs as he looks the wrong direction. There goes the Monty to drop. The coverage will need to come in now as Nade wanders into bomb site all alone. Resets pounced upon by KZ. Who cares with the default cam, right? You've got a job to do. Palu swinging desperately. Lagonis isolated from the site. Whether he can stop this, that's the question. Nade, diffuser goes down in his hands.
Oh!
And it's 1 kill for Lagonis before it's answered back by Fellapox yet again. A name we have said 11 times today.
It's a throwback.
That is.
That's like my childhood.
I don't know if you were old enough to remember this. That was one of the first internet memes ever.
Yeah.
The Numa Numa guy.
Yeah. I know them as...
I am so old.
You work in a young industry, so you feel older than you are, I think.
I feel like I'm ready for retirement.
That song for me was hits for kids when I was a kid.
You shouldn't hit a kid then.
Should not hit a kid, but the music hits for the kids.
Oh.
Yeah, those ones.
I misunderstood.
Yeah, you did. That's your bad.
Well, what do you do if you're Liquid now? You called your timeout. You got the opening pick on the Herds, who's been pretty much a non-factor. This is a 5-2 scoreline for Furia, and Herds and JV92 have almost been invisible throughout this game.
Yep.
It's a 5v3 for Liquid, and they still can't get the job done. Is Cafe toast for it?
The thing is, this seems like that classic Liquid curse that keeps happening where they get oh so close and then they falter. It doesn't work out because there's been 3 individual rounds so far in that first half that could have gone to Liquid. It could have been 5-2 and you flip the scores and Liquid are in the lead with 3 rounds. But because of those clutch moments, the post plans, the 1v1s, the 2v1s don't go their way, they are looking statistically like they're completely locked out of Cafe so far. And when you look at those rounds, as I mentioned, it was a lot closer than this. So I still think there's a chance for Liquid, but mental-wise, they have to stay strong with this one. They know, I think, as well, that Cafe, maybe 50-50, Nighthaven Lab, they feel quite good on, but Shelling is that massive question mark that just heavily favors Furia's playstyle and how they play as a team as individuals in those gunfights. So Liquid knows that this matters so much to them. This map in particular, start things off, maybe shut down some of the players of Furia. Like Hertz is 2-7 right now, he's not gonna feel the most confident going into Nighthaven Labs. But if they win 7-2, who cares if you drop down at like very few kills?
Oh,
Nest.
Oh my! Vintage Nesk with the supporting cast of Liquid coming in clutch. Had Furia pounced on Liquid early in this round, it would be a 6-2 scoreline. Liquid would face down Oblivion on map number 1, but it's the old workhorse, Nesk, who keeps this close. A very winnable round for Liquid and plenty of time for them to just sit pretty, but the amount of time on the clock will surely benefit these last 2 players from Furia. Maybe not.
Nesk.
I stand corrected. Down goes Nesk. You need a momentum swing. Liquid might have just found it with that round.
That's ridiculous. You know, there are those and those. Some players, they can play inside a piano, they fall immediately. Nesk, he just gets 3 kills very casually. Still got it.
I mean, they're singing the song because Maya is on the team.
Yeah.
But Maya didn't do anything that round.
We need a Nesk song. That's what we need.
That round really did highlight what one player can do on their own inside a piano. You fail to bring enough explosives. You don't drone it out. You have somebody playing with magnets behind a deployable shield. You're gonna have to burn through that. Reminds me of the old utility dump meta.
Exactly that. Takes me back a couple of years at this point. And the beauty about CJ is that you can bring out an old meta and kind of reinvent it into the current game. Because a tanker is starting to deal with Jaeger DSS and White Disc all that often. So if you start bringing out denial of throwables, you can play behind the shield. So you can actually change things up a lot here for Liquid. We haven't really seen Mirror in action either. That can be utilized as well. Furia didn't bring it out, for example. So Clash, tons of different unique operators still that neither team has showed, and there's still potentially a lot of rounds to go.
If Herds isn't getting any kills, then at least you can use whatever gadgetry he brings to great success. Adokabi will be in the hands of the superstar. 2-8 for Herds, 2-7 for JV92. This is no knock against Liquid, but if FaZe Clan were their opponents, Furia would be in serious trouble right now. Liquid are failing to capitalize off of the issues that Furia's players are currently having.
Also, look at this. Nesk in the exact same spot with the same setup. They say, they struggled so much at dealing with this. Let's just try it again. Furia, they have brought out the capital, so they can maybe try something here. Or just go Freezer instead.
JV92 vaults in. There's Maya. What? There's another from Nesk. 5 kills for Nesk in the last 3.5 minutes. Maya, in the groups, in the play-ins, decided that he no longer wanted to be in the match. Liquid win that one flawlessly, and it's another huge round from Nesk.
If this doesn't slow down, this could be trouble for Furia because they cannot take piano control, and that's with the Asami band as well. This is just pure mechanical skill from Nesk, lashing out. The moment that a flashbang, a counterfire gets utilized from Furia, multiple members of Liquid will swing out and take those engagements because they know they have utility in their hands. They cannot shoot back right now. And Furia making mistakes that we're not used to seeing from them. They rappel in, no one's holding the cross, there's no trade happening, no flashbangs even on side of Nesk. Dokubi of Hertz just sprints in towards piano, doesn't even shoot back.
Maybe it's starting to catch up to Furia. If it wasn't for Felopox being hotter than a supernova in those first 6 rounds, Furia's offense, quote unquote, aka their killing potential, way down, way below their own expectations. Felopox has cooled off. 10 kills in the first 6 rounds. 3 since then. Not good enough.
Not good enough, and Nesk is back in that same position, 3rd time in a row now. With Furia, they have 2 options. Deal with Nesk, who keeps getting anything he's asking for. He said, you know what, I want castle barricades. Maya says, you're gonna get castle barricades, my friend, don't worry about it. To strengthen this position, Furia can circumvent Nesk by attacking CR Repel, bring this touch for the castle, or of course, just try and deal with him. So you let him exist inside the piano, you say, we don't care about that portion of the map, it's yours, Nesk. We attack Cocktail, or You have to just clear him from that corner, but it's not going to be easy.
And how do you clear out the magnets? How do you clear that deployable shield? Well, 3 flashbangs from JV92, 3 flashbangs from Nade, 2 nades from Herds, 2 nades from KZ. So many tools here to deal with Nesk if they can't get the job done. And there you go, look at all the indicators. They drop an anvil on the head of Nesk inside a pixel. The single thing that plagued Furia in the previous round is no more.
They solved the problem. That's again back to that old school utility counter meta where, hey, we gotta do step 1 right now. We need 4 players together. Just flash, nade, hold the angle, lock him down that corner, get the kill. And now though, half round is over. They've burned almost all their utility so far. That's throwable at least. And they're not inside the building just yet, Furia. They just dropped down the red hatch basically. So they're kind of locked out still. But it is a top floor bomb site. All they really need is cigar and piano control. That's half the work done. Only one person stopping them right now so far. That's Resets inside a freezer.
Resets has been rocking this Warden every single round so far. And why not? Not only a great operator in the meta at the moment, but the MPX is a comfort weapon for so many players. Nade, by the way, has found a way in.
Hello?
If they have any information, Maya creeping up. He has to shut this down, and he'll get the job done. Furia had control of the bomb site, or so they thought. They're getting swatted away, but then there's 2 on the board. Liquid mounting quite an impressive comeback. Maya thought he had the all clear. Philippox last alive down below. Out come the bees, a symbol of Manchester, of the working class folks, Nick. And Philippox looking to try and isolate one of these 2 players. But jumped on by Pauly down below. Tie game, Liquid.
It's a very well played 2 versus 1 there for Liquid, baiting out the positions, getting spotted by the bees on purpose to stress the last attacker. Hey, going for the defuse. Hey, flanking down below. They didn't have to join until either from Furia. The setup wasn't quite there. The plan going down was great, but the post plan wasn't strong enough for them to hold on to it after the fact. Can't see it from Skylight. They don't have top floor control. They only barely took piano. So a great off-pace attempt there at changing up the timings of that round, but that's just it. They planned it quickly, couldn't hold on to it, and now Furia tied out on 5-5, but Liquid win that round will call their tactical timeout. And of course, that means Liquid can also to their coaching staff, but they're on defense. They got all the setups in front of them, the counters, the answers, and of course the options right now. All Furia can really do is either have a setup before, like a rush like we saw from Liquid, or just react to what it is Liquid is doing. But reacting strategically that we saw is not only enough, because it's not just Nesk right now. He was shut down last round, they still won. Liquid are playing so well together right now, and Furia now looking more like individuals. It's hard to attack on Cafe, but it shouldn't be this difficult. Ouch.
I sound like a broken record. 2 kills for JV92. The 2 numbers in his name are correct. You just gotta flip them. It's more like JV2 and 9. Herds 3 and 10. These are 2 of the players on the team that, along with KZ, represent the 3 points of contact for Furia. If 2 points of your spear, or your trident, if you want to call that, are dull, you're gonna have some serious problems piercing your opponent's defense. And that's what's happening with Furia right now. Only a single round on attack has gone their way. Now, if you look at the numbers, it is a defender-sided Cafe.
Yeah.
So this bodes well for Liquid at the moment. They inadvertently, Liquid picked the wrong side to start this match.
Apparently so. But I mean, as I said, you start attack, get a couple rounds, or ride it out on defense, you're gonna be A-okay, but you need to have that mental. They say, okay, we're down 2-4, but guys, it's fine, we're going defense right now. It's easier to say, it's hard to believe, but it's proven right here as well. Again, the constant battle between utility.
Keep trying.
Yeah, come on, fuck him all the time. The IQ versus Valkyrie, now Capcan is, I love the Capcan here, right? It's 5-5, enemy calls a tactical timeout, Capcan traps on the doorways. You can get an easy kill or damage done at some point, but then there's the IQ to kind of deal with that, hopefully.
There are 3 traps on a single doorway. It was read out by Herds early on into the round, so You expect there to be no surprises, but when teams get into that cut and thrust, and they start tackling the bomb site, 15 seconds on the clock, you're not always looking down. Palu cuts KZ off of a wire on rappel. Now you're left with a player with 2 kills, a player with 3 kills, a player with 4 kills for Furia.
Philipbox dies here. I mean, it's almost like it's round over, but JV gets something done, takes down Nesk, if a middle foe upstairs. That gives them piano control, cigar control. They got the half clear upstairs. This death onto Nesk actually means they could go downstairs now and work the bomb side itself, but look at that, there's a jumbo!
Philipbox gets the last laugh. He gets shot off of a wire as well, but his Claymore does the job. And now the soft destruction can go to work above. Down goes Herds. Resets, annihilates him. JV92 and Nade, the last 2 remaining. Liquid looking for their first lead. All they have to do is either shut down the defuse, prevent Furia from getting the case down, or find those last 2 players. And well, Liquid sits in a 3v2, a very, very good spot. And they've got a Nitro cell in hand and resets, and one in Lagonis' pocket as well.
Yeah, just like make their way downstairs. There's no chance to jump the hedge with the toe sticking out. It's a 2v2 now. They equalize, and now Liquid's strong favorite position is not that easy anymore.
An absolute huge blunder. You knew they were up there, and now a drop down through chimney, down through the fireplace. No clear passage for Nade, who now looks to hit the A bomb site from the back. Spotted by Palu. He got the first kill. He'll get the last. Team Liquid moved to map point. Furia looks stunned.
It seems like there's such a simple win condition here for Liquid. Just be disruptive. Every single time Furia, they're trying to do something, jump out a window, take control, just go for a little 1-for-1 trade by dying to a Claymore. They just don't want to allow Furia to go for any sensible execute, but force them into uncomfortable spots, those 2v2s, the 3v2s, etc., where Furia don't feel like they're actually in control, which they aren't. Liquid have shown us that so many times so far. You see it here. They make a play, Maya jumps out, dies to Claymore, not a big deal. Here, they try and plant, Reese's makes a play. There's always someone having the answers, and it used to be just the Nesk and Palu show. Resets joined, but he wasn't the kind of player to make those hero plays attempts. Maya joined, had a really bad start, but now it's all 4 players doing it, while that strong backbone of Lagonis is always there to be relied upon. He's gonna stay alive, he's gonna watch the cams, he's gonna call the shots. But it's been all 5 players working together, where we keep saying, Philipbox 15 kills, great for him, but when he doesn't find success, Furia doesn't find success.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
It was 5-2, by the way. It's been Liquid ever since. Breaking the backs of Furia, breaking their spirits. Furia burned their timeout. They will opt for a very similar lineup to what they've used over the last 3 rounds. Trading out the Buck for a Flores. Rotero drones. Great way to bring in explosives while evading ADSs, magnets, etc.
And you can stay outside the building and not get into a gunfight, because Nade has not been having the best of luck with those. But again, now Furia, they're forced into a more passive, slow-paced playstyle, which Furia is they're known to be more aggressive, more quick to the punch. But again, I think this is them paying a lot of respect to Liquid, to Nesk in this position, saying, you know what, you've done such a great job here, we can no longer just try and run you down. We have to bring utility. And now Nesk actually escapes this time around. Last time he died, Furia got that opening pick. Now they're letting him run away and play out this round 5 versus 5. But Liquid with that also, they're not able to disrupt Furia. It is still 5 players on both sides. No one's been punished, but now they got those mirrors to deal with, and there's no Ashe to counter.
All it will take for Herds to get back on this map is 1 or 2 quick picks.
Nesk?
Nesk has moved on to his position. Furia was not familiar with this game. Now Philipbox goes down to Palu as well. Mira on the middle floor. It seemed like most of Liquid was defending above. It's not where the bomb site is, but if you're Furia, you need to ensure you sweep through all of them. Do you have full top floor control at this point? Nesk is still lurking over towards White Stairs if he goes undroned. Could be a very quick backstab against Furia. There it is, but it's Maya to get the kill. Herds and Nade, the last two remaining.
I was just toying with them. I mean, Liquid is running around the entire building playing hide and seek, but they're finding their opponents every single time. The mirror windows, there's no counter, no Kali, no Ashe, no ranged heart breach either. They're locked out.
It seemed impossible for Liquid to persevere, and yet they have every step of the way. Liquid march on to their map of 1-0 stunning the world champions. Oh my! Nighthaven Labs is surely going to be one for the books.
Liquid playing a single match so far off Cafe with this roster, a 7-42 lead, and now they beat Furia on it.
The desk will surely have some thoughts on that quote-unquote upset. Let's hear it from the desk.
Parker Pengu, thank you very much. The world champions are well and truly shook here in Manchester. Liquid take Furia's pick in Cafe. My name's Ian Chambers, on the desk with Fresh. Fresh, what's going on?
This was not part of the script, Ian. This was not part of the script. This was Furia's map pick, but Liquid, they managed to win it out. And what I will say is they were absolutely excellent. They made a ballsy decision. They made a huge decision, and that was to start attack on Cafe. Even though it was Furia's pick, they decided, we want to start attack. And I think it was genius. The reason that I think it was genius, Ian, is they were going to lose some rounds to Furia anyway. So it was only win-win. Either they were going to win a load of attacks and set themselves up for success, or they were going to lose some attacks, get themselves over that mental block of, hey, we've lost a few attacks, we've lost some rounds to Furia, doesn't matter, we've got the nice side to finish out on. They wanted to be the horse that ran in, and they came in strong right at the end. That's exactly what they did.
Look what it means to them. They know exactly what this means to get one up in the quarterfinals here. 7-5 was the score. Furia, potentially the world champions on the ropes here.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they will know how to, obviously they know how to win on the stage, but this wasn't part of their plan. They picked into a map for Liquid that Liquid aren't supposed to like, that Furia do like, that was supposed to be the one. In a best of 3, I will keep saying it, in a best of 3, you're supposed to win your map pick, your opponent's supposed to win their map pick, and then you decide it out on the decider. It's never in the script to lose your own map pick.
It's all up in the air as we keep moving forward here at the Blast R6 Manchester Major. Leo is standing by. We were talking about attacks. Leo, talk us through some of Liquid's creative attacking prowess.
Thanks a lot, Ian. Indeed, I think this was the biggest difference maker for Liquid to take the map, that was winning that one single attack round, the second one actually, especially one of the hardest bomb site to attack. We're looking at top floor, Cafe, and you have an incredible setup from Furia, really aggressive. One in Cigar, playing aggressive here towards top red. One in Pixel, preventing the rappel in minibar, and then one in stock, looking at the stage rappel in. Now, it's not any operator. It's Warden holding into Cigar, so he cannot get flashed with a shotgun close range. At the same time, double caster on that double door. That way he cannot get picked from the stage window. And you see this castle here, all the way, holding a line of sight towards the stage rappel in with this big hole. And at the same time, you have line of sight on bathroom with a shield, with 2 ADSs. And who is playing on the shield? And this is key, it's Wamai, because Wamai can burn even more utility to be watching towards that midi bar. So incredible setup, lots of utility, all of those to prevent the push from the piano side. Now, how does Liquid prevent that? They actually use the whole white hallway, double nade, double Grim, and at the same time, they rappel in and push into that Wamai. Wamai then gets picked in the 2v1. What do they need to do next? Remove the 2 other players. One here onto Cocktail, one here on the retake red stairs. Amazing clear here. Maya will push in, get rid of the Cocktail player, get rid of the roamer. Amazing play from one single hole, the white hallway. They get all of the control from that. That's Liquid for you, finding opportunities. Back to you, Ian, on the desk.
Thank you, Leo. Pick up on that, Fresh.
That attack was so crucial. It was round 2, and me and Leo spent about 4 rounds after that preparing that telestration segment between us, clipping all the various bits, because we was that confident that that attack was going to be the crucial one that would get Liquid through. As I said, it was ballsy to start on the attack, but all they needed was a couple of attacks, and they were going to have a really strong second half.
Well, for Liquid to complete the upset of the year, they of course have to win another map. That is not going to be easy. Join us after the break. A major semi-finals without Furia feels unbelievable, but it is in the realm of possibility thanks to this Liquid roster on the verge of causing the upset of the year to send out their Brazilian rivals, potentially here in the quarterfinals. They take Furia's map pick. We now move on to map 2. My name's Ian Chambers with Fresh and Alfama.
Ian, sorry. Hold, stop, pause. We've got to address the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite for this tournament?
What, to win this?
Yeah, to win this entire tournament.
No way.
No?
Why'd you ask?
Are you sure? Just in case.
Nope.
Nope.
No.
No?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, we move.
Let's keep moving. Well, we've got, of course, map 2 coming up. Liquid's pick in Nighthaven. What do you think, Leo? Can they take it all the way?
You know what? I think they can. I think it's their map pick. I think that Furia has not looked the best on it lately, and I think especially looking at SI, it's where they won the final map, and it was a crazy comeback. But remember, they were down 1-6 on this map. Strategically, it's not the best.
The only thing that we can look back on is results, and they've not won it whilst they've been Furia. They got beat by FaZe inside of the Brazil League on it. They did win it. Like you say, they won 6 Invitational on it, so in a way, happy memories. But that map, they were down. They were out. They were having to feed off crowd energy and individual performance and just momentum. It wasn't a strategical victory. So if there was a perfect map for Liquid to set themselves up to knock Furia out of this tournament, in my mind, it's Nighthaven, because Liquid love this map as well.
Game is ready. Just briefly, Manchester, do we want Liquid? Manchester, do we want Furia? Oof. Oh. It's tough. Let's get back into this with the legendary Interra and Pengu.
Well, thank you so very much. How poetic, as the desk put it, would it be for the door to close on a potential dynasty on the map that really cemented their status in the history of Rainbow Six, not just bringing it out when they did against G2, but then that comeback against FaZe Clan, and boy, oh boy, Liquid could give us, as was said, the upset of the year. Now, obviously we're getting ahead of ourselves. How many of you genuinely thought Liquid would win Cafe? Not many. And I think they're being pretty honest about it. Well, is it the end of the road for Furia? Does Liquid win? We'll find out as we load into Nighthaven Labs.
Oh man. Furia, they are known to perform when the pressure is at its highest. I would say quarterfinals, it's time to show up in the real form that Furia they can be. But I think the desk nailed this one. They were down 1-6 on Nighthaven Lab, strategically not looking great on it. Historically, as Furia, not able to win it. And yeah, we say Furia, we say FaZe, and we've always said Liquid in like that third Brazilian team to be the world champions one day themselves, maybe. But Liquid, they get so close. And I think beating Furia here would just be such a big testament to them and their improvement so far. But also, of course, the fall of the World Championship roster. Because how are they struggling this much? Is it just fatigue? Are they burned out? Have they simply won too many times in a row to want it more? I don't know. Operator bans Munty, Maverick, Asami, and Valkyrie. So the shield operator being deemed, that was annoying on that previous map of Cafe. Let's remove Munty from action. But it was quite nice getting rid of Asami, so that's gonna stay the same. The big thing about Nighthaven Labs is it's all about those exterior wall breaches early in the round, kind of like Clubhouse. Maverick will just simplify that process, right? There's a Bandit trick, Maverick the wall. There's a Kai Claw, Maverick the wall. There's a Tuber Owl, you can slowly Maverick the wall. My point is, Maverick can simplify every single attacking round. Liquid, they are starting on the attacking side, so they might struggle a little bit more now, because we know Furia, they love to play wall deny, rather, the Tuber and the Kite.
So if you didn't tune in to Cafe, I would highly recommend you go back and rewatch it. But if we look specifically at the numbers, EPS, the highest rated player in the entire matchup. Do you want to take a guess as to who it was?
The highest, what, sorry?
The highest rated player in the entirety of Cafe. Who was it?
Of Cafe, Felipox.
You're right.
Yeah, there it is.
The highest rated player was on the losing team. Every single member of Liquid then came next.
Oh.
KZ was the second highest rated player on Furia, and he was behind every member of Liquid.
Okay.
It was bad for the team. And of course, Bellapox having such success early on really did help Furia's odds. You're gonna need Herds and JV92 and the rest of the team, frankly. But JV92 and Herds cannot have that same performance or Furia's done.
For Liquid, I think the biggest thing is there's two ways to play the game. There's playing not to lose, and there is playing to win. Playing not to lose is that you don't want to take that risk, you don't want to make that play, you just want to make it nice and safe and comfortable because you're afraid of the potential possibility of losing. Playing to win means you go for that swing, you go for that rush, you believe in your gunfight opportunities, and you actually play as if you need to perform and do something to win the match. Liquid need to keep their foot on the pedal right now and just keep applying that pressure. Look for those opening kills, look for the gunfights, and if you're someone like Nesk, who is destroying Furia on defense on Cafe, he's gonna have the confidence right now. And if he can get going in the first couple rounds here, that could quickly build up to a significant round lead for Liquid and start them off on the right foot. Gonna start reaching those garage walls, the mirror window's gonna be eliminated. Liquid a very good pace so far, already taking full catwalk control as well. Furia playing more far back, playing that C4 downstairs, looking for a punish. But Liquid, they recognize this. They're playing on non-soft discernible floor to stay up alive against those C4s.
Just as we saw in Cafe, Furia should be riding the favorable side on Nighthaven Labs, but I will say this. Throughout all of its history in competitive play, Nighthaven Labs has been frighteningly well balanced.
Yes, it has.
I mean, there's never really been one meta where Nighthaven Labs has been overwhelmingly defender-sided or attacker-favored. So both teams should have good odds, irrespective of where they go. Well, he had a terrific game in map 1. Nesk will start off well. Down goes KZ, down goes JV92. Maya dropped, Palu finished off as well. Hold on a moment here. The support from Furia getting the job done. Nesk looking to give Lagonis time. As the diffuser goes down, Nade will scramble. It's Solus and Pulse in the post plant. Two outstanding operators to get the job done. They might have the information, but can they capitalize off of it? Diffuser the halfway marks. Lagonis on in, Nade looking for time. Is just so damn good. First round, first victory for Team Liquid.
I don't know if it's the, the R4C and Ash getting back the ACOG, the box C8 or what it is, but something happened with the scope changes. And ever since then for this stage, Nesk has been turning back the clock. He is so back. He is looking like the young entry player that is just so frightening to go up against, and he does not care. He has no fear in these gunfights. Bellapox, again, the individual standout player for Furia on Cafe, and now on map number 1. But 2 kills on the flank, a C4 downstairs. That's 3 very quick kills, but because Liquid was so good on the opening duels, that's an equalization down to a 2 versus 2, so no advantage was built there for Furia by making that massive play around the map. Liquid, I said, need this early aggressive start, get Nesk in that comfortable seat here on Nighthaven Lab. Well, round 1, they've done just that, and they take the plant, and they take the round.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like I can speak for most Team Liquid fans. I'm not a Team Liquid fan, but I can speak for most of them when I say, don't give me hope.
Yeah, please don't do this to me, just to lose it, right?
Over the last 6 years, Team Liquid have given their fans hope and then ripped it away. This has been an organization with so much success in Brazil, so much success in other esports, but outside of Atlantic City, this team has always come up short on the big stage. How many times do they make it to the Final 4? How many times do they make it to the Final 2?
Yeah. And yet don't win.
It was a year ago in Copenhagen where these two teams did battle, and it's the most beat up I've ever seen Nesk look after a loss. And it was also the starting point of that Furia dynasty. There's a lot of storylines right now converging. Resets, seemingly imbued by a new player on the team. Maya's come in and he's made Lagonis and Resets both perform better than when Volps was on the squad. Palu now on the board too. Team Liquid with 2 quick kills in the first minute of this round. Another as well to follow up because KZ was in between a rock and a hard place. Palu yet another. Velopox last alive with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Barely a scratch on the code of Team Liquid. Second round in a row, the diffuser could go down. Hold on. There we go.
Nice. I mean,
the crowd getting restless. Do something, Velopox.
It's just a 1v5, man. Go for get those exit kills. Come on now.
Timer at this point, almost out of reach of Furia. The crowd showing their displeasure. Liquid wins the round. Another one for Liquid.
I have never seen Furia or back there on called W7M look so scared in a round. They look defeated. Their facial expression, the tactical timeout being down only 0-2, that speaks to the level of mental damage, of lack of confidence, and also perhaps going, guys, this is Nighthaven Labs, and we did a comeback last time, but this is not great. If you were to blur out the team names, the player names, you would think to yourself, oh, Furia destroying Liquid right now, but that's not reality. That was a flawless round from the very second that round started, all the way to when the timer ran out because Diffuser went down effortlessly by Legonis and by Team Liquid. It is the drone work, the use of the line scans, the entries, everyone being there together again for Liquid. They look much stronger already now than that on Cafe, and this map allows for more flexibility. You can work around the map, verticality, soft destruction. Maya doesn't need a drone, he just walks in. That's just a wallbang from resets. Palu on the cross, the 9, the run back. Lion scan comes out. Every single thing working for Liquid.
In terms of numbers, by the way, Nighthaven Labs is technically a defender-sided map. But it is in that coin flip territory of all the rounds played. They break down 54% victories for the defenders, 46% victories for the attackers. So it really isn't that defender favored at all. Certainly not like some of the maps that are in the 60s for the defenders. So it comes down to a few things. Operator bans. Furia saw how much shield was being used by Liquid, knows that they bring shields when they play this map domestically, so Furia gets rid of the Monty. Liquid hasn't really needed that Monty through these first 2 rounds.
No.
It also comes down to how comfortable, frankly, are you on this map? In a best of 3 at this level, when the best 8 teams in the world are left, the safe expectation is that you win your map, they win theirs. Furia are in serious trouble. Serious trouble at this moment.
They are. Also because Chalet is, I would say, maybe the strongest map for Furia in this best of 3, but they might have to go because it's the deciding map. The big question for Liquid is this round, though, because this is what the Maverick ban has enabled by Liquid banning out. They can now play Bandit, Kai, Tubarao, and lock Liquid out of the entire bomb site by simply denying the walls. Furia might not need kills in this round. They can just deny Liquid the opportunity to go for swings.
It's surprising they weren't expecting the Bandit to be in that position. Maybe they thought, oh, he'll be over towards IT. But when you've doubled up on that anti-denial, as you said, you basically have to pick your poison. Do we try to deal with the Electric Claw on one side of it? Do we deal with the Bandit tricking on the other?
Oh.
Herds, 0-3. Only a handful of kills in the previous map. Don't have to worry about the Bandit batteries now, as you'll see Tubarao freeze out that hard destruction on the wall, but it will still go off just a bit belated. It will buy Furia time, which they so desperately need.
Yeah, depending on the exact timing here, this might actually work out. If the Kite Claw gets enabled, it's still on the wall, so it's a bit of a 50-50 here. When the freeze goes off the wall, Exotic Charge will have a small brief moment to pop off, so I think this wall might get opened up. Oh, it was so close. Whoa. That's why I said 50-50, because you have that very small, like 0.4 seconds or so before the Kite Claw goes into effect. So successful round there strategically for Furia, but they did lose Hertz.
Things just got really challenging for Liquid. If they didn't have that first pick, I would say even if it was a 5v5, Liquid were not favorites to win this round, but just as we've seen them double up on the side of Furia with that denial, you've got hard destruction denial as well, but JV92 might not be finding a lot of kills, but excellent utility work so far.
Oh, absolutely. Like, perfect, honestly. The fact that he almost died there running back towards the side, a little bit risky, but because he escaped, he's not going to stall down further. But Ness is in the building.
No, I mean, he was, and then he wasn't. KZ sends him into the afterlife. Over towards electrical. Now Maya looking to open up a greater window to the bomb sites. Furia in a much better position than they were just a minute ago. And all of it coming down to utility usage.
Oh.
KZ's feeling one right now. Say goodbye to Maya. Palu drops, but suddenly damage being done. Maya is still very much on the board, as is resets. It's all up to Maya. Monstrous round from KZ to give life to his teammates and give Furia a much needed round victory. Liquid losing that one not off of kills, but off of gadgetry.
Exactly. They couldn't get all the hard destruction they wanted, enough pressure applied to their opponents, and therefore couldn't get in the building in a proper, safe way. So it leads something to Nesk jumping in a window, taking that chance, and playing from less than optimal positions. But that's, again, the beauty of Siege. You can play strategically. You can play about, for kills. Furia, they are a team that can play both sides of that coin. Liquid, they're mostly about just, wanting to execute. They want to get down that diffuser. To get that, you got to get certain kills, certain map control. But Casey with a nasty one-tap and just individual heroics. Felipox did it on Cafe. It wasn't enough. Casey now slowly warming up into it, finding his moment in those rounds. But you need Furia as a team to show up. We need Hertz to be enabled. I cannot remember the last time Hertz have had as balanced of best of 3 so far. And this is only the 4th round starting in the 2nd map. And it's like, wow, that's terrible, his performance for Hertz.
Think he finished map number 1 with what? 4 kills?
Yeah, a handful of kills. It wasn't many.
Hertz and JV90, Hertz, Nade, and JV92 all finished map 1 with 4 kills. That means JV92 is at 5 in total. Hertz is still at 4.
Yep.
These are some of the worst games for these two players that we have seen since they joined the core of this team.
Yeah.
Now, here's one of the things about interregional matchups. You know your opponent inside and
really
out.
Well.
It is an absolute grab bag when it comes to predictions between these teams. You play each other so frequently. You might even scrim each other. We know people on both Liquid and Furia hang out together. These are not just adversaries, but friends. Things change when you have to go up against opponents in other regions that you don't usually play against. But right now, Liquid looks like they have Furia's number. Maybe not this round, as Maya's the first to die. Felipox taking quite a lot of damage.
Oh.
Herds with both kills so far. That's all he's gonna get for this round. Lagonis taking him out.
There's 2 big kills. It slows down the interest of Liquid. Of course, Hertz himself finds some confidence now, making a big play. And now Furia, they can peel back, play those layers. You start very aggressively around the map, very extended. Try and shut down the entries. Okay, you get 2 kills. Now fall back to that 2nd step, the staircases. When Liquid, they got a double, triple drone everything. JV still roaming top 4 for a late round flank possibly. Then when the pressure is too much, you fall back towards the bombs at that basement portion of the map. So now Furia, they're playing the clock, they're playing the numbers advantage, and they got top floor control for flank.
KZ's been the best player so far on this team, this map. Another one for him looks relatively easy as Liquid stalled out. Now seemingly wandering into the building with limited information. 2 for Herds on the round, then he died. 2 for KZ. He stays alive, it's all up to Palu. And he can't silence KZ. All 5 kills coming from those 2 players visible on your screen, sitting next to one another. Tie game.
It's crazy how fast he can turn. I mean, tactical timeout doing wonders there. Coaching staff of Furia or the players themselves may be saying, guys, this is not the team that we are. We are so much better. Don't be afraid. And, the thing about being a player on the side of Furia is that you have been so dominant for so long that you very rarely find yourself in a losing position. Sure, we always went to SI that happened in February not that long ago against FaZe where they were down 1-6 and somehow they found the energy, they found the motivation to fight it all the way out and win in overtime 8-6. 7 rounds straight. But outside of that, usually Furia, they are a very winning team. So when a team like Liquid, who they seem as way less superior than them, start beating them like this...
Furia!
Let's go Furia. It's their one fan in the crowd.
Is he smacking himself in the head?
I believe so. But yeah, when you're not used to losing, when it actually does happen, it can be very difficult to deal with in the moment as a player. That was my point.
I will say this, crowd's lived up to its billing so far. But I imagine it will only get louder because I assume there will be more people here tomorrow. It is a weekend after all. You saw BDS advance already. The crowd seemed quite content with that.
Oh yeah.
Based on the reaction of these two teams, yeah, Liquid seems to be the crowd favorite, but we just saw the Furia chance as well. You just want the crowd to go home happy.
That's it. That's the biggest thing, isn't it? Oh boy, so we saw Furia there go from swings, again playing very aggressive, shutting Liquid on those injury points, and that's where the multiplay comes into effect, because in the first 2 rounds, Furia were playing like pretty safe on the bottom side, no multi needed, but now Liquid having a hard time finding out any door or window where there's not a player roaming around waiting for a gunfight, and this is exactly where you'd want to play the multi if you're Liquid. Play multi, Doki be Lion, deny them from roaming. You can't do that. No blitz in this round, so it has to be really good drone work. And getting players close together on the attack. Try and get a trade going. You can trade 1 for 1, but as long as you get in the building, it's fine.
Logic bombs being used and Candelas as well.
Okay. Outline. I got scared for a second there. I was like, he just swung and didn't see him.
Could be a tricky one. 3rd round in a row that Furia's been the one to break the ice. JV92 soldiering onwards, but now in a very tough predicament. Maya takes damage in the process, but gets the kill for Liquid. A 4v4. Down goes KZ. That's a head that Liquid is eager to have on the wall this round. A trophy kill, so to speak. 1 minute left in the round. Liquid with a 4v3 advantage. Maya needs to stay alive for a little bit longer as the Solus in his sights, losing some of the safety of the wall as there goes the impact. Lagonis now attempting the diffuser as the Candelas go off. Fella pops, eliminating Maya. Now it's Nade under fire. Nice shot by Nade. He pops up, diffuser's right in front of him. Surely he won't hop on it and try the counter disable. 2 remain from Liquid as the timer will continue to run away. Positioned outside, resets and Lagonis. The 2 support players, and there's a long arm. The bees will go in. Solus watching, no coverage though, resets the back, taking no prisoners. It's all up to Herds though to get on the diffuser in time. You might have thought that Liquid would win that round, but no. Herds gets the job done. Furia takes the lead.
Very small issue there on the plant position from Liquid. By playing close to the window, you can long arm it from inside the built room. If you plant on the far side of that angle, they cannot. Maya did such a great job there, baiting in the basement, just sacrificing his own life to ensure the bomb would go down by distracting the Solus for long enough to enable the rest of his team. But again, when there's a small oversight in the plant, it can fall apart very quickly. A great early round for Liquid, a great mid round for them as well, but just the wrong plant spot. They didn't have a good enough post plant to win that round. It's a great shot.
I think that's how we all felt.
Yeah.
The one thing that's working out so effectively for Furia over the last couple rounds is intel denial. Liquid on both Cafe and then those first 2 rounds of Nighthaven Labs showed so much promise when they could get into the building.
Yeah.
Either they'd take map control quickly or they would get one of the leadoff picks. The tides have turned though. Whether it's because of the Solus, whether it's because of other things that we might not see, there really haven't been any observation blockers. Mute hasn't been played all that much. Has shown up now and then.
I think the Solus is a big issue for Liquid because they like to get the drones inside the building during that prep phase, and that's no longer possible because Solus will just find those drones and you lose them early. So you see Liquid, they keep 4 drones usually outside the building in the beginning of the round. That means they have no intel when the round starts as what's actually happening, and it's slowing down the entries. They have less information to make decisions with, which in turn also means that the plan might not be 100% For example, do they know that this is once again that wall deny strat, the Kai 2-barrel bandit? They only lost 2 drones in prep phase. They might not have seen all 3 operators, and now they have to guess, okay, which wall do we breach? In which order? And how do we get there? And I think Liquid knows because they're trying to go into the building first, then breach later, instead of starting on the exterior.
Last 2 rounds, Furia struck first. Round before that might as well have been a draw. With the way that Furia is playing, all of these have bought them time and map control that they can hold on to for a little while longer. Saw one of those early death marks used by resets. Still got 2 in pocket. As we near the halfway point, an Electroclaw tucked up into the rack. Not visible from down below. An explosive could take care of it. There we go. They get the ping. But it's a tricky angle. Nitro cell dropped. Velopox almost dies. Palu sees the explosion. His ears will ring, but no damage is done. A relatively slow round now between these teams.
It's all about that utility. Oh,
never mind. Velopox and JV92. 2 kills back to back in this just a blink of an eye. Now it's Lagonis to die to a Nitro cell. Liquid. They were so good to start with, but there just seems like they've run out of gas at this point. Shotgun out, and KZ buries the 2 best players of Liquid. First half in the books. Liquid sprung out to a 2-0 lead. Furia called their timeout. And since then, Furia has not dropped around.
This goes to show how big of an impact a strategical change can be, because what happened after that tactical time was that they started playing a slower pace. Again, the 2-barrel Candid and the 2-barrel Kite and Bandit rather combo that happened top floor, that was round number 3. Now it happened round number 6 as well. That's been their style. They just played nice and slow every single round. We see Liquid, they don't know how to break it apart. And to make matters even worse, it wasn't Fury that banned the Maverick thinking, we're gonna play a very nice and safe bomb site here. No, Liquid. They banned the Maverick, and they do not seem prepared on how to deal with the Kite Claws, how to get inside the map. And I mean, they started playing Deimos, that's what are you gonna do with that? You're outside the window, you can't get in. The moment he does, skill by Solus downstairs. Liquid gotta find that same kind of performance on their defensive half now, but that's what happened on Cafe. Wasn't the attacks from Liquid that were thinking, oh my god, they're popping off. It was Nesk on Mamai, on Cafe and Piano, just starting that comeback himself.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
See if Maya can join him. It's 5-5 so far. It's Nesk on the Bandit, Maya on mute. Liquid also playing for drone and wall denial here to try and keep Furia out of the map, just like they did to Liquid.
I mean, if you just solely look at numbers, now you could say Liquid's on the better side again, right? We do call it a coin flip map. But the defenders do have an advantage, albeit small. If you're a Liquid fan, you are hoping that even just a couple percentage points is enough to get Liquid back into this because, well, it's felt like a wake over the last 4 rounds for Liquid fans. Furia, though, showing exactly why they are the team that is so feared by everybody else around the world and everybody else at this event.
Pace though is good, only a minute burned, and we see Furia, KC already on first floor control. But we see the silhouettes though, Liquid, there's still a floor above, so they're cutting them up in half, leaving Nesk upstairs with Maya by his side. Furia, if they know there's too many roamers, they could rush the bomb site if they can get that intel, but the mute jammers making that very difficult.
Herds will start it off again. He's woken up. He heard us talking-ish. Now KZ throws out one flashbang looking for a 10th kill. Velopox eliminates Palu, resets, dies as well. Furia annihilating Team Liquid on these rounds. Nade now reads into Nesk. Lagonis in a 1v5 with a minute 20. Velopox found himself in this exact same spot back in round number 2. It'll be won flawlessly by Furia. An unbelievable performance by the defending world champions, but frankly, this sort of thing should not surprise you. This is what we've come to expect of them over the last couple months, over the last year. Liquid did not burn their timeout in the previous round because why do it when you've only got one round to go in that half? Now, you're staring down the barrel of being on the defending side, and more importantly, you're staring down the barrel of a Furia victory. And as you pointed out, Chalet is a great map for Furia.
Oh, yeah.
If you're Liquid, you gotta get it done in 2.
I thought the big challenge was going to be Cafe. Liquid, they conquered that one, and then Not Even Live, it started out exactly like I thought it would, but then I've been so wrong in my prediction ever since because Liquid have been unable to identify their problems on the attacking side. That's okay, but then they have a flawless loss of a round in their first defense. Oh my days. And this is more the Fury that we know and might love, where individually they are just monsters in the server. The reaction time, the mechanical skill, the ability to find kills seemingly out of nowhere. And Hurts awake. He's now 5-4. KC, he's 10-3. The only player that we haven't seen all that much from is JV92, but he hasn't really been needed so far, Not Even Live, because other players have stepped up instead. After a timeout like that, we gotta see big changes from Liquid. It's funny because when Furia started losing, they called a timeout, they went top 4, and then they played Bandit, Tuberao, Kaid. Liquid, they start losing defense. They also go this bomb site with the exact same lineup, but I'll say the same thing as I did on Cafe. If Team A, Fury in this case, they bring out a strat, they use the Kai clause, they use the player positions, and then Liquid copy the exact same thing, if a team would know the counter, it would be the team that started it. Furia, they know exactly where every single win condition is here for Liquid. They should have a way to pick this apart perfectly. But it comes down to execution for Furia. Step 1 is, of course, to drone the entries in. Step 2, well, Amaru, I frankly have no idea what the plan is, but it could go fast if they have to.
Just to go based off of numbers, by the way, Maya, highest rated player on Liquid. His rating will improve with the opening pick. But every member of Furia, except for JV92, is above Maya. This is not just 1 or 2 players failing, this is the whole team failing at this point. Furia functioning like a well-oiled machine. Liquid in need of some repairs.
This is how they need. IQ also being taken off the board early means that those kite claws, now you have to guess what they are, and you probably can guess it if you're Furia, but it just makes things a bit more complicated. They have those secondary MPs in pocket of JV, so when they want to, they can make a play, but right now they're actually looking their attention towards the Aqua Fish staircase instead. Perhaps looking for a backstab. Amory shotgun up a staircase. Nope, he's dead as well. Nate's off the board.
These rounds have all been so one-sided. Yeah. Whoever strikes first tends to just snowball onwards. The Liquid Avalanche seems to be coming. Just as Liquid was frozen out on their attack, they have to do the same to Furia. Damo still on the board along with the Dokkaebi and the Thermite.
Okay. I was like, he's trying to see 4-0 there.
I don't think it's going to get much, but the killing will do the work instead. Palu eliminating JV92. The last Logic Bomb had just rang, so not much more utility to be used. 2 flashes. In pocket of KZ, 1 nade. In pocket for Felipox. Still searching for that opening. Nobody from Furia on the board with 1 minute to go. They managed to get the breach open, though. Hold on, KZ finding one opportunity on Palu. Almost had another. He'll have to do all the work himself. Felipox is eliminated by Maya. Now inside of Electrical. Crossfire established. Huge round for Maya. Wait a minute.
Was that Deimos?
That was Deimos.
In the crowd. Oh!
Wait, Deimos is a bad guy. Boo! But your cosplay's good. Yay!
He is the trophy as well, so, you know. It's pretty cool.
What if instead of lifting the trophy, they lifted that person?
Yes! The winning team?
Would you like that? Would you be lifted up by the winner? You cut what he... We'll never know.
Liquid, they start what could be a very long way back into this map. And it starts off with utility. It pays off massively. Second attempt, in very similar fashion to Furia, they will do the same bombs of rotation, go to stock downstairs, utilize the same couple of operators. The Tubarão, the Bandit, the Mira, of course, and with this bombs being a bit more dynamic. You're playing top floor, you're playing basement, you bring out the Solas as well. Get that full trifecta, you play all 3 floors now, plant the knife from below. Utility up above, and of course have one anchor player on the bomb site itself in case any Fury members want to get sneaky and find their way into the site itself. I like the switch here. Was banned out on Cafe previously by Liquid. Now we see JB trying to find some value with this particular operator. Could be the default cameras, the mute jammers, bandit charge, etc. Right now, just, yeah, a single jammer. Finds one player location. Just gonna drone elsewhere. But Hurts, quick entry in the basement. Lighters to try and find the solace of Palu, who isn't there just right now. He's actually top floor instead, so the basement is safe for now.
Hurts is just guiding himself in. It doesn't look like there's any drones right now working through the basement. Whether or not he'll be joined in just a moment, anyone's guess. Solus and Mute on the board. Only real intel denial operator missing is Mozzie, who doesn't really see much play here on most of the maps. Though was present on the BDS Team Secret matchup on Bank, if you saw. Really does come down to the team's application, but finding those drones, eliminating information for Fury is critical for Liquid. And they've got the tools to do it as they hit the halfway point of the round.
I think Fury's done a really good job here, just like feeling out what exactly is happening right now. They're happy to play a very slow-paced round, IQ below with the buck by his side, do some vertical destruction, figure, okay, are Liquid gonna play basement? Okay, they're not. But do they have an area on that first primary floor that they really want to bunker down? Well, we saw the Mute just hiding. Lagonis likely by the bomb side with those mute jammers. But with a minute left, Fury, they're approaching the bomb site itself. Now we need to see the verticality from up off here from Palu, and this is great. Solar's primary shotgun, SMG-11 secondary, and the scanner to find out where the plant might be going down. Lagonis has to stay alive for as long as possible to allow the members of Liquid up above to succeed.
And there go the smokes, heralding the entry to the bomb site. Nade will walk in first, but there's a soul through the smoke to get the job done. Just another day at the office for Palu, but now KZ above will botch the execute. Palu yet another. Lagonis giving Liquid some life of his own. Maya taking damage. Felipox and Herd still in good shape. Diffuser in the hands of Felipox. Can't hit the shot though. The bars will stop him in his tracks. Final 20 seconds and it's a 1v4 for Herds. Liquid doubled up. And a huge round from Paul Lucifer himself, sending Furia to hell.
They played the round in reverse for Liquid. Almost every single team will play a Pulse or Solis below. That's where we saw Hertz go downstairs. But they played the Solis top floor. And I truly don't think that Furia knew there was a Solis in action. And this is the problem. When Solis doesn't go banned in a operator ban phase, the possibility of the Solis leaves you away from joining the building itself, and now you lack intel. KC tried to strike upstairs and, flank at the right time, but it's too little too late. Paolo wins 4 gunfights in this round for all 4 kills.
Solis' scanner and SMG-11, that's all you need. The shotgun that was technically the primary weapon for the Solis showed up briefly, but that was really it. You didn't see it beyond that. I can hear myself. Oh, I don't like that. You get so used to hearing the sound in your head that you hate it when you hear it outside of that.
10 seconds to go.
I'd rather hear you, lovely people.
5 seconds remaining.
No? Okay.
They did not agree with that one.
They didn't want it.
They said, we've cheered enough for now.
All right, I'll just...
and defuse a bomb.
They'll come back. This is gonna be okay.
Numbers on the side of Team Liquid, though, vastly improving over these last couple rounds.
Reload!
There we go.
We're back.
Assault on the bottom floor now. One of the strengths of Furia was the ability to keep Liquid out of these bomb sites using operators like Bandit, like Kaid. Liquid will just run with the bandit, and time for trickery.
Oh, success. They're all gonna peel off. That burned almost 60 seconds alone, though. Had there not been a bandit there, had Reset failed the juggle, that buys Furia so much space by pressuring the bomb site, maybe forcing those roamers of Liquid to come back towards the site itself. Now, they spent the first 6 seconds doing basically nothing in this round, forcing Furia to speed up on the roam clear. That's where things can get dangerous. We have active Yokais droning for the roamers and an active roam game, or they might just rush the side here with Ying.
I mean, it's a dangerous gamble. There's only one Nitro Cell, though. That's it. But you've got toxic canisters, you've got Yokai drones.
They have no idea.
Liquid are very uniquely suited to shut this down if they knew. There's no guarantee they will, though. They were on cams, most of them. Nade taking a bit of damage. Maybe the jig is up for this quick entry by Furia. Now it's Felipox taking damage, too. Lone Nitro Cell. Rip maybe a bit early. Onto the door frame. Looking to take out Nade. It will find nothing. JV92 first kill. Buys his team some breathing room. And what looked like a rush has slowed down. Furia will go back to Discovery. Or maybe not. Pace a little bit off. Palu is there. Beautiful shot from KZ to get rid of Nesk. Nesk has been absent through most of this matchup. Candela's still dumped down in the same area. Smokes as well as toxic canisters ring through. Palu looking for something. Resets gets in on the fun. Palu doubles up. KZ on very low HP. JV92 isn't even on the same floor as the bomb site.
They're trying to bait it, but they bought space to the roamers, but they lost the bomb site control. Now Diffuser's down on the ground.
And now they'll have to rotate. Right back to square one.
But now, go back to where you started? I mean, I guess, out in the breach you go. KZ's in. 13 kills so far, could find more.
Trying to gain their attention, tucked away in the corner. Liquid will give him no corner, resets. 3 kills to his name. Palu jumps in as well. The gap has closed.
A team starts losing, you take your tactical timeout, you start winning, but there's none left now. It's 5-5.
This is exactly what happened on Cafe. This is a repeat of map 1. Liquid struggled early. Well, not struggled, they won the first 2 rounds, but then they struggled beyond that. But now, as it comes down to the wire, Team Liquid showing why they were one of the teams to go on such a tear at the end of stage 1, the end of the play-ins. Try as you might to vanquish them. They just hung around. And now it's Furia. Of all the teams that you would think would have struggles against Liquid, this probably isn't one of them, and yet here they are. If Furia wins this round, huge moment for them, but they still have to win Chalet to persevere. If Liquid wins this round, it's series point.
Yeah. And I know it might seem silly to like hype it up all that much, but like this is just a quarterfinal, sure. But for Liquid, they're playing the best team in the world who's supposed to win this entire event. And by beating Furia, they put themselves on the map as a team that could go all the way to the grand finals themselves because of taking down one of the best teams to ever do it. And a big surprise at that, given the start Liquid had in stage 1 here in Brazil, or in Brazil rather, where they look really sloppy. Now, I think Liquid, they have found their style right now, how they want to play these rounds, but it still will always come down to, can you shut down KC? Of all the players that are struggling, it ain't him. He's there, finding kills, finding openings, and as long as he's alive, I think Furia, they always have a chance to win that round.
Herd's inching his way towards the beachhead that's been established, but there's a default cam still up. How does this happen for a team like Furia? Doesn't matter, they might have information. Lagonis dies to Felipox. Now is not the time for Liquid to get cute with these engagements. Maya eliminates KZ, that's a huge kill. He's been unequivocally the best player for Furia through this map. Also, no EMPs anymore. If you want to deal with any of that gadgetry, if you still wanted to use that last exothermic charge somewhere, how about the 2 Selmas? Well, the electricity is going to be a big adversary.
I mean, you take Lagonis out, who can IGL from the grave, to the top gunner of KC. I mean, that alone, despite the operators, definitely favors Liquid. And they got, again, multiple win conditions. Paolo, late round flank on the Solus, will always know if there's a flank cam watching him or if the flank is clear. Felibox has a read, though, has the sound cue, and so Paolo is clueless.
Completely clueless, but elsewhere. Herds was looking for that kill onto Nesk, but he wins that one out. Nesk has to worry about what lies below. The support from Furia needs to be the leadership on this team at the moment for this round. Not a lot of kills between Nade and JV. Same cannot be said for Maya and Resets. Not carrying the team, but Liquid as a whole have bounced back, Nick. And now we hit the final minute in a 3v3 of an incredibly crucial round.
This is actually very hard to play as defending team of Liquid. You have so many different places that the attackers can attack you from. Below, Connector, Fish, Aqua Stairs, and Garage Catwalk. So you have only 3 people to hold 3 different angles, but there are 5 or 6 different positions that could be attacking you, essentially. They gotta communicate who's gonna hold what.
And Nesk is in a vulnerable position. Resets will be now 2, as there goes some of the wall. Walking away as those hard breach gadgets being used a little bit belated, but perfectly timed for Furia at the moment. A swing and a miss for JV92 as Resets gets the pick. Now it's Nade on the trade. It's all up to Felibox in a 1v2. He gets Nesk looking the wrong way. Maya with 10 seconds left. All he needs to do is survive. Felibox will go for the revive. Does Maya know this is happening directly to his left? A nice gun down, but the timer needs to work for Nade!
You have to collect yourself if you're Liquid right now. One thing is, when you're in the one round away from losing, you might feel like, oh boy, this might be it. But when you're 1 round away from winning, just like FaZe at the 6 Invitationals finals in February, you can start feeling like, oh no, making that play is difficult now. Your risk assessment will change. Does Maya go for that swing if that's match point? I'm not sure. He should. He has to. But will he? 6-5 for Liquid. Just 1 more round left, and Maya is having his main character moment in Liquid for this tournament.
And I have bad news.
Uh-oh. What's the bad news, Parker?
We have a rehost.
On match point of all rounds, Parker, really?
I love the booze.
Why would they do that?
I love the booze. People get shaken by booze. I eat it up.
You're the biggest hater, that's why.
I am a professional hater.
Can we get 1 more boo for the rehost? Thank you. It does suck, I agree. Now I will say, there have been times in the past where players are slow to join the server, yada yada yada. We've been pretty good at it lately, okay? Rehost happens.
Stop
players,
saying we.
It's us.
You don't play anymore.
Let me live a little, okay? I am as close as I will ever be again to playing on that stage, but being right behind it, talking over the match. I feel as if I'm almost a part of it, okay? We, as a community, as a unit, we have gotten pretty good at making those technical pauses as short as possible. That's a good thing.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
But watch yourself, Counselor. You're on thin ice. Why do we have to do our job? The crowd will do our jobs for us.
Let's go rehost. We're almost there. You're doing so great.
The stamina of the crowd is very impressive. All right, I want to go for a cheap pop here. I'm going to poll you on the remaining 4 teams. I've lost control. I've lost control.
You tend to do this, Parker. You create a monster.
I didn't create this.
You did a round up at the beginning. You got them going. Now they're just doing their part. Good news, though. I believe we are just seconds away. Wait, I lied. That's my... See, that was my bad. That was my bad. I jinxed us. I did this.
All right, hold on. There are 4 other teams that will play later today, and I want to know what you think about them, because I've seen in the crowd a whole bunch of different jerseys. What do you think of FaZe Clan?
Okay. Mixed bag.
They're playing Beast Coast. How do you hate both of those teams? So what happens when they have to play each other? Are you just going to boo both of them? Later on in the day, the final match, M80. They don't even care about M80.
They have Europeans, come on.
You know, that's what they say, if people are cheering you, that's good. If people are booing you, that's also good. If people don't care, they won't do either.
Ooh.
So let me try it one more time. What do you think of M80? Yes or no?
It's pretty good.
Last but not least, Dark Zero. That is not what I expected.
They do love America.
So you love America.
Make it make sense. Wait. Is it because of Nave? Ah, that makes sense. Nave's my boy too.
Stop, you don't play, they don't pay you anymore.
I'm a fan of him, what can I say?
You don't work for Dark Zero anymore.
I don't. I now work for a team that barely made it to the last day of Phase 2. Fabian and his squad of Koreans.
G2?
Oh, they didn't make it past Phase 1, Parker. You might have gotten your teams confused.
Of course, my bad.
Yeah, that early exit was a heartbreaker. I saw people on Twitter going, I only came here to watch G2, and they didn't even make it to the second phase. I'm like, I'm so sorry, but you should become a fan of better teams then.
I can't help but note that you were affiliated with DZ, PSG Talent, and G2, and 2 of those 3 aren't here.
Oh, that's relevant. That's my doing, huh?
No, I'm just saying that maybe you have poor judgment with teams.
Okay. I also was a part of G2 when they won stuff.
Oh, okay.
And
they can see the screens on their screens. They know that we are getting back into the game. In all sincerity, thank you for being good sports while we kill time to get back into the matchup. Before we play, give yourselves a round of applause, please.
Well deserved.
This is a momentum killer for Liquid. Let's not mince words here. This was a team that now has mounted a very impressive comeback and is on the precipice of greatness, knocking Furia out of this event. On their own map, Liquid should win. If they don't get it done now, they will have at least 1 to 2 more opportunities to do it in overtime. But dynasty killers, Nick.
I was gonna say, for the side of Furia, it's not so much the opponent they're playing, because that doesn't matter. Furia playing... Oh. Send them home. Furia, they're not playing Liquid right now. They're playing Prime 2019 G2 to become the undisputed best team to ever do it, and they need this map. They need this series, and they need this major to get there. If they get sent home now by Liquid, their dynasty, their history run will end just as it began in February. Very short-lived. Furia on that possible final round. They will play Blitz, a very high-risk operator that can get you those kills extremely quickly, but can also die immediately upon entering the building.
A very feast or famine operator. we could be 2 minutes away from watching the Dynasty end in front of our very eyes. It was in Copenhagen a year ago that Furia's domination began.
Yeah.
And they did it by knocking out Liquid in the grand finals. It might have taken a year, but Liquid could, presumably, have the last laugh. A team that, after the first 3 weeks of Brazil League, at the start of this year, looked like they were on an express train to nowhere. And now, could potentially be the second team to clinch a spot in tomorrow's semifinals. What a story it's been from Liquid. And if this is the end, what a story it's been from Furia as well.
Absolutely, you can only praise them for what they've done so far, but of course, more always wants more. Hurts, we've been kind of doubtful about his performance so far, but he might be the hero that they need for this round. He's on that primary operator at least. They got the Jackal as well, they can isolate players, but last time they went for that bomb set execute, they struggled with the Solos above. That could still be an issue here as well, because there's still presence for Liquid across all 3 floors, but this time Paolo is on the primary, that main floor. So for the County might not be their biggest obstacle. Those smokes can go out. Cover has to be there though.
Jackal will guide in the Blitz, who's already taken quite a bit of damage.
That's not good.
Herds has one smoke in pocket, there goes an impact. Look at Maya, looking to do more damage, now engaging, but somehow puzzlingly missing this engagement. It's Palu firing through the smoke. Lugonis drops, down goes Herds at the hands of Maya, but Philippox reads into that one so well. Castle barricade being torn down, Reset watching the Nitro cell, and Nade gets the diffuser down, but not before another kill can come in from Liquid. Palu removed. It's all up to Resets and Nesk. Resets with one, diffuser within reach. Spam pings going out as well to give Liquid information. JB92 ending Nesk. Resets must clutch, if not, it'll be OT. Resets hopping on the diffuser, they'll have the information, and overtime, of course, will be on the board. Liquid never makes it easy on their fans, and Furia is a team that has proven themselves impossible to kill.
Last time they played that bomb set for Liquid, they had a pretty clear win condition of how to punish their opponent, but this time, it was just almost all defenders on the same floor, just taking 50-50 gunfights in Liquid. For the first time in a long while, they didn't really play it as a team. There was like 5 seconds or so pause between every single death from Liquid. No trade, no follow-up. And we saw Furia, they have top floor control. They had basement control for a long while. They locked them out of that round from the very beginning, and they did it quickly. That technical pause, yeah, momentum killer. When you sit there in a technical pause, you cannot talk to your teammates or your coaching staff, but you can sit in your own head and go, guys, what could we do for this upcoming round with this pause that we have? And then when you finally get back into it, say, guys, I thought about this, we should attack it this way. What Furia did was very decisive, and it was off the rip the second we're back in action. They certainly had a really good plan, specifically tailored for that attack. The good thing if you're Liquid though, you will start overtime on the defensive half, which is exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, you get the favored side at least once. If you bottle this one, then you go to attack, and well, things get a little bit more difficult. But if you win your defender halves, then that third and final round of OT will surely favor Liquid. But of course, there is also a bomb site rotation to keep in mind. JV92 has been relatively invisible through this entire series. 3 massive kills in the previous round. There are so many threats on both of these teams that all it takes is one round for Herds to wake up, JV92 to wake up, Palu to wake up, and it turns the entire round on its head. You're gonna need Herds and JV92 in overtime right now, as the pressure on both of these teams will be more than at any point it has been so far in this series.
It's a perfect round for see Furia. They can beat the test. It's the same exact setup as the first time Liquid they went to this bomb site. Again, with the wall deny, the mirror windows. Now they need to show the counters. MP goes out, as does the Selmet. That's step number 1. The external breach opened up. The 2 barrel canisters from the Lugonis, very late in that round, mistimed. That ass breach denied the mirror window. So within 1 minute and 20 seconds, Furia, they've gotten full quote-unquote map control of the garage portion and the IT wall. That's a great first half for them.
I was looking at where Nesk was doing the lineup, and I was, where is the Nitro Cell gonna go?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I don't know if those Selmas got frozen out by the Zoto canisters. They did not. This is the same spot that Nesk has found himself in time and time again. The exact same part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it gets a little bit predictable because you're doing the exact same thing, but the outcome right now is changing because I would say Furia right now are making all of the right moves. You see Hurt, he's cut off the bomb site like somewhat in the middle. And now if Liquid move too much, they'll die to Hurt. If they stand still, Buck below. Maya though.
Maya was the one who won this round for Liquid before. And there's Lagonis catching JV92 looking the wrong way. Liquid cracking open this round. Herds and JV92, the two players I said you needed a big round from, have already gone. But you've still got KZ. You've still got Felipox. You lose Nade. The Vector shredding through. On catwalk now, KZ looking for something, Felipox dies. Liquid lost momentum with that lengthy pause between rounds. They could gain it back by winning this one flawlessly. But will KZ give them a fight? He sees the bandit, down goes reset. Oh my, hold on, is this winnable? 10 seconds left, Maya says no! Liquid back on series point again.
They're playing to win. They're not scared. They are still disrupting Furia before they can execute. And a very unanimous decision there to say send them home, of course, going to Furia. Now Liquid gotta attack. It's not easy, but they bought themselves a round lead. Even if they were to fail here, they still get that upcoming defensive round. We saw the flank from Lagonis, the swing from Maya to again disrupt Furia. That's been the biggest playmaking decision that Liquid's been making so far, especially on Cafe. They want the 5v5, don't give it to them. Just try and play aggressive, trade the bodies.
What are they booing?
I'm not entirely sure.
What are you booing? Furia, there you go. Then what are you booing? I just hear a Furia cut right through the crowd.
Listen, if you want Liquid to win, they need to be able to communicate. They cannot hear each other, guys. You're too loud.
That is the loudest this barn has been all day. Based on what they said about FaZe Beast Coast, I just imagine a chorus of boos. Liquid struggled to close out the previous opportunity sitting on series points. And if you recall, they had some challenges with IT. But that's an electric down. Zoto canisters will eventually expire as well, and Liquid is desperate to open up that IT breach. No, not into the breach.
Not that one.
IT breach. IT is the site, not the team. Just in case.
But they're not here anymore.
Just in case anybody was confused.
Actually, Vintage sticking around as players, but yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Either way.
They are a British.
Good look.
Yeah. IT has now been opened up, and it's taken half of the round to accomplish it.
Yeah. I mean, the good news is that because Nesk was downstairs, they've also gotten a bit of pressure. I think he's rotated now, that's been surrendered back to the side of Furia. There are, you know, 2 C4s and a Solid, so if Liquid, they approach this bomb site later on, they need to get a drone or a player downstairs to make sure that that doesn't mess up the entire round, because we know Liquid, they love to go for a plant attempt, and a C4 or Solid is the #1 way to deal with that. But we see Ness downstairs, C4 prepped above the generator. With the wrong timing, Ness could fall.
They're lined up and ready for the swinging through electrical. A Nitro Cell is there. Herds could blow this round up for Team Liquid. Furia not restless in the slightest. An incredibly experienced team, and
missed it.
But the EMP goes off. Smart Goggles might have just been removed from the Warden. Zoto canister as well. Herds eliminating Palu. Liquid will need to get some kills now. They've got Herds. The warning swinging. KZ picking up a double. He's eliminated though. Liquid trailing in numbers despite all of it, but Reset says not today! He's in a 1v2, but prone on the ground. He needs to ensure he doesn't get swung on. No real information, and JV92 guarantees us every single round on Nighthaven. Win or lose, Liquid has pushed Furia to the brink, and that's something to be proud of, but you cannot go to Chalet if you're Liquid. You cannot. It's too good of a map for Furia.
It really is. It's the very big worry, and again, especially when you win Cafe, I bet that I thought there's no chance. Oh, that's a good meme. I mean, I don't want to say this since Cafe, but like, Nesk is like the father. He owns Furia and so many of these rounds, but on Nighthaven Labs, it's not really been as easy for him. There's a small oversight in the previous round. The Warden shotgun swing close by Generator door was a big problem, and Liquid fed 2 separate players into that same shotgun before taking him down. That lost him the numbers advantage, and with that, ultimately, the strong position in the round because he couldn't go for a plant, didn't have a crossfire, it was just resets left alive.
Bomb located by attacker.
Liquid, they do go into defense though. The big thing is you got 3 bomb site choices. Only top floor is locked for them with that previous victory. You gotta make the right choice. You need to pick the right strategy, and you gotta do it believing in all 5 players that this is the right choice.
Defending teams have won both rounds so far in overtime. Liquid is hoping that that pattern continues. So many opportunities to close this out for Liquid, and they just have not been able to stick that landing. Will the focal point of this round be that very pivotal IT breach that so many attackers need to open up? The walls leading in to Catwalk, into Garage. They're just now booing the Furia players, that's it.
Big haters.
I love your level of hate, I will say that.
The multiple avenues here for Liquid though. Early round, it's Resets and Maya on the wall deny duty. That's going to be the big focal point for them. Later on, Paolo on the Solace, the C4's in action to deny a plant attempt or find some kills on the side of Furia. But they're making really good pace right now upstairs, only 60 seconds.
Yeah, Furia are fearless at the moment. Very quickly assembling map control. Foregoing that breach for the time being. Instead, opting to take care of the other portion upstairs. Liquid have not fallen off though, and there go the Zoto canisters and the shock wires onto the wall. Herds gets the first pick onto Maya, or at least the down. Maya did not know how close Furia was, and there come the impacts to do some damage to the IQ. Maya crawling away, but Lagonis has died. Liquid technically trail by 1. Maya could be retrieved, but Philip Hawks does not allow that to happen. Palu now to assume the position. While Nesk watches the window from above, does Furia go for too linear a take, or do they solve the problem upstairs? There goes Nesk. With it, the round might have gone as well. It's a brief explosion as Furia wins the final round, stealing Liquid's map and setting us up for a fateful third map. A best of 1. The better team on Chalet moves on to the semis.
What a comeback that was, and that final round, it ends out of nowhere. Furia has shown no fear when it matters the most, and again, they thrive so much when the pressure is at its highest. But as you said, now it's a best of 1 on Chalet. Complete reset time here for these 2 teams, and we need to see Liquid give it everything they have on Chalet to have a chance to win.
Oh, absolutely. An absolutely astonishing 15 rounds. Let's break it down on the desk.
How is it Friday? That felt like Championship Sunday. I'm losing my voice. It's Ian with Alabama and Fresh on the desk. This is back and forth stuff. Liquid's pick looked like they might have had the world champions several times. Looked like they might have been sending them on the next flight home to Brazil, but never count out One of the greatest teams of all time, Fresh, in Furia.
Yeah, I feel like I'm about to become public enemy #1, but what a comeback from Furia. Once again, I don't think they maybe strategically won. I think they got a lot of things wrong, but they managed to just find the rounds, and it comes down to one round in overtime. Just one round, and they kept it simple. They found the kills, particularly, you know, out on inside of Electric, finding that kill, finding that opening, and then just trading out from there. They made it look really simple after making it look very, very complicated.
Yeah, and I'm scared.
Yeah.
You know why I'm scared?
Tell me.
Because it's been a consistent pattern that Liquid gets so close to winning
Don't
every
jinx
time.
this, man. Come on.
And every time it slips away. I'm scared it's not finished yet. There's a third map, but they had this in the pocket so many times. They could have closed it so many times.
And look at KZ as well, 19. When you need the players that matter, and this is kind of the beauty about Furia, and I was going to say in map 1, if they'd have won Cafe, was Philippox can step up when the others aren't. KZ's done the same inside of that map. He's just stepped up 19 kills, being the guy. Because when you, being strategically beat, when you just sat there and you know the crowd's against you, you know Liquid is on their map pick, you just need somebody to find a way to win that.
And that's got to be so irritating for anyone that plays against Furia. Whatever you do, even if you play the better way, even if you do the more strategic way, whatever happens, strategically, it's not a problem because they have the best players in the world. They can always bring it back. You can have KZ dropping 20 kills and he will bring back the map and win 8-7.
Listen, we learned, you know, very quickly in the 5th and final map of the SI Grand Final. You can never count this roster out when it comes to victory, and you can't count out this crowd either. Electric atmosphere here in Manchester. We'll be back with map 3 after the break.
Des, I know you better than you know yourself. You want Fnatic in S because you love playing Buck.
S tier, I think it is.
Oh, nice! A tier list. I will have swap PSG, Talon, and SSG though.
Yeah, I can live with that one. Okay, I'll do.
Go ahead.
Okay. BDS, for me, it's got to be a B.
Hi, Ace. I've been looking for you. Message from the boss, don't put BDS below A.
Well, what the boss wants, the boss gets.
Guess that's the way it has to be sometimes. Anyway, please, let's stop underrating G2. And I'm happy to talk about the Captain Fear X, but can we settle on BDS first?
It sounds like we don't have a choice.
I'll give over, Tim.
Team skins are nice, but this blast weapon skin, wow. Want some? Anyone?
Oh, fuck.
It's an S, by the way.
No, popcorn is not an S, but this blast weapons
An S.
is. Now, what we'd like to do is finish this tier list. Weren't there only 2 of you a minute ago?
Right. We need to have a think about FaZe, Des. We've almost forgotten them.
Well, we were going to come on to it until we were so rudely interrupted. It's a C. Great design, but it's still a C. No boo-boo-boo about it. And you in the back there, you don't even work here. Haven't you got pizzas to deliver? Jesus.
This is not a fire alarm. This is a message to remind you of the beauty of the Fear X skin.
She's right. I mean, definitely, yeah.
Pays up?
Yeah, of course. Team A. Why C? Why do you say C? You're a liar. Stop saying C.
Pays off.
Team A. Stop saying C. Not Team A. Just sit. A.
Right. Is everybody happy now?
Oh, cool. A tier list. You're too hard on the BDS skin. It clearly deserves to be higher.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No BS, of course.
Looks like we're going to overtime, Des.
All right, this crowd is that crazy that I had to get in and amongst it. Manchester, we good? Of course we're good. We got a quarter-final that feels like a championship final here in the Manchester Major. It is electric here. Furia coming back, bringing Liquid to a third and final map. Who have we got here that thinks Furia are going to the semi-finals?
Come on!
All right, why is that? Why do you think? Why are you so confident?
Sorry, I lost my voice a bit. Well, I saw Furia in the double semi and, you know, the same roster, really. Whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down. I see that I'm getting a lot of hate here. Who's ready for a 4th win in a row?
Okay, all right. Let me just test the temperature one more time. I told you it's wild here in Manchester. One more time. Liquid! Furia! Liquid! Furia! All right, let's get back into the analysis on the desk. Take a look at our third and final map.
All right, so the decider is Chalet, right? And we were thinking, we heard Tero and Pengu say, yeah, it's a great map for Furia, and we don't really want to, end up here. And I don't think that was the point. I think Liquid actually were, really close to beating them on Night Heaven, and they weren't really happy with going to the decider all the way. But at the same time, I've got to say, Jack, it's not a bad map for Liquid. They're actually on a 6-win streak.
Really?
Yeah.
6-win streak?
They have not lost it since SI 2024 against Split.
So what we're saying, I believe this is what we're saying, is this map is nice and evenly poised for a best of one to hit the semi-final. For me, however, it's much more about mentality now. Because we compare and contrast the two teams. Liquid have basically fluffed it, just completely fluffed their chance into the semi-final in their minds, because they should have got over the line on that hit, and they should have got over the line on their mats. Now, if there's one thing that I am questioning with this Liquid, it's not ever their talent. It's not ever their roster. It's about their mentality and their resilience and their fortitude. So how are they going to come back from this is my big question. As it kind of sits right now, I'm thinking Liquid maybe needed to have got it done in 2. And I know that's not going to be a popular opinion, but I do wonder if they can come back from the kind of heartbreak that will have been Nighthaven, because it was so close, it was so in their hands.
On the flip side, though, I mean, the key word here for me is resiliency. And we know that both of these teams have that in them, like in abundance, especially right now when it comes to Team Liquid. You know, they had a terrible stage in the Brazil League. They come through LCQ showing resiliency there, and they showed resiliency ever since they've been here in Manchester. So when the back's against the wall, seemingly right now, you can't count them out.
It is great resilience, but it is losers' resilience. I'm sorry, but it is the truth. They've been resilient because they've kept losing. No, but it's the truth. If you look at Furia, actually, that's the resilience of a winner. Did they come back after a 6-1 all the way to be a world champion? See, the thing is, they actually came back to win. So I would say, arguably, Furia are the one that have the best mental or the best way or the overedge here. Because they've actually won the map, they have the momentum, they came back, and they've came back all the way from a 6-1 to be a world champion. That's resilience that I call winning.
But Liquid is still here. They're still breathing. There's still blood in the veins.
There's still blood in the veins. They've got a lot of positives, but they should have got over the line. And like I said, that's the one thing for me. If they come into this game now and they're still thinking about Nighthaven, it could get away from them very, very, very quickly. What we want them to do is come into it and just focus on Chalet.
Well, we can see our series summary here. Of course, it is one apiece. It all comes down to our third and final map in Chalet. Any particular players that you want to see step up and show up in this third and final map from either side here, Leo?
I don't think it's about the players for me. It's more about Liquid generally being the better team strategically, and somehow Furia getting away with it because they have incredible individuals. And that's the thing, or one more argument to say that Liquid maybe has a shot actually here to win and beat Furia is first, any team that wins the side somehow has a curse. When they come back, it's always harder. So I want to trust this luck and maybe believe this is the time where they stop. And second, I just want to say Liquid strategically is the better team here. Maybe they can close it off.
Now, the pictures you're seeing on your screen right now, recent history, the Copenhagen Major, last time these two teams came head-to-head on a main stage with only one winner coming out on top. It was Furia. Then, of course, they went by the name W7M before switching rosters, and you can see the pain, you can see the anguish in the eyes of these Liquid players, and that is not an emotion that they want to feel again here, Fresh.
No, it's an emotion that they felt at every event. Like I said, we saw it recently in Sao Paulo. We saw it back then in Copenhagen. And it's when you attach it, and I will keep saying this, when you attach, winning is a habit, but losing is also a habit. And as well as Liquid have done, and that's why I'm saying this loss might be massive into map 2, because as well as they've done, losing is a habit and an emotion that they seem to know about in these big moments, and that might be just the one that kind of has got away from them now. What I will say though, that Copenhagen Major Grand Final was a 3-0 stomp. Liquid have taken a long time from them to go away to rework, and I do think they found a better balance in their team. I think bringing Maya in adds a lot to them, brings them a lot of confidence and a really, really exciting player. And this Liquid going a lot closer with that core shows that, right? Because Grand Final of Copenhagen, 0-3. Complete stomp. We're now in a 1-1. Arguably should have been a 2-0 to Liquid. Very, very close games, both of them.
Leo, you're a former competitor yourself. Liquid right now, of course, we just saw huddled around having a bit of a conversation here before going into this crucial third map. Number one, who's leading that conversation? And number two, what do you think they're talking about?
Leading the conversation in what, sorry?
Who do you think is the most vocal member of the team who's drumming home the importance of this?
In the game, it's like Gonis. Out of the game, it has to be Maya. I think, like you said, Jack, I think he's been an incredible pickup for them. I think he's brought a lot of energy to the team. And maybe right now, like you said, compared to Copenhagen, it's nowhere near the same thing. Actually, Furia are the one that's scrambling to go to the third map here on 8-7. So I think Maya is the one that really needs, to keep the same energy, to keep the team afloat. He's been doing it for the last 2 maps. Can he do it on the third map? We're gonna see.
Do you think that there's any pressure on Furia here that's, self-inflicted, the fact that they've had so much incredible success here? So there's, number one, you want to win another trophy, but number two, it's like anything in life. When you go on a bit of a streak, you want to keep the streak alive.
Yeah, of course you do. All you want to do is win as a competitor. It doesn't matter how many times you've won before. And there is still this debate. There is still this dynasty debate, and I know people don't like talking about it, whether the current Furia, like W7M/Furia, is better than Penta/G2, or whether they can even be called a dynasty.
Yeah.
If they go out today...
I mean, you've said it a few times.
I've said it. I actually believe it, because I think it would be much harder to do it today than when it was Penta/G2. But if they go out today, that reopens that whole conversation. And they're not just trying to win for a dynasty conversation. They want to be the dynasty. They want to be the undisputed. So there's a lot of pressure, and there was a lot of pressure on that last map.
And I've got to say one last thing on the side of Liquid, is they've been expected to win an event for so many years. Yeah. They really deserve it. I truly believe it. And I really think that this is the first step. If you knock out the world champions to get your way into the major, what better way to do it, right? What
You're going into the semis full of confidence.
Exactly. You're going to the semis super happy about you because you just knocked off the team that has been consistently winning all STR events the past year. I really do believe that they have the best roster that they've had in years. And Palu said it in the interview as well. He really believed it as well. So maybe this is the right time for them. And I think, we couldn't think of a better map to actually, or a better story to see it live.
I just want to give a massive shout out to what has been a crucial part of Liquid's journey here in this best of 3 so far, which is of course our Manchester crowd. I think it's pretty safe to say that they're blowing away all expectations of a UK live crowd. So before I get predictions from the analysts, even though I kind of know which way this is going to go, Manchester, do we think Furia will take this one? Do we think Liquid will take this one? I didn't really get a full gauge there. Just one more time. Furia. Liquid. I think I've got it. So now I'm going to come to you two, and I want explanations as to why. Leo, I'm coming to you first. Who is going into the semi-finals? Remember, the crowd's listening here. Is it Furia or Liquid?
My heart says Liquid, but my brain says Furia.
Fresh?
My heart just says Liquid. I'm going to stay Liquid. Ian.
Me? Okay, I'm going Liquid too. Just so I don't get crowded after this. All right, let's get into the third and final map. This is pivotal. It could be history in the making. It is Furia, Liquid, Chalet with Intero and Pengu.
Well, it all comes down to this. A single map, and a good map for both the teams, but the nod going towards Furia, I think the desk spoke about it so perfectly. I don't know what it is with teams going against Furia on match point on Nighthaven Labs, just not being able to seal the deal, but Liquid studying at the school of FaZe Clan as they did back in Brazil, neither of these teams being able to close out a match against Furia. So, we go to Chalet. They polled the audience. They polled the desk. Now I'm going to poll you. Who wins, Liquid or Furia?
You see, I am very much like Alpha Mom. My heart says Liquid, Parker, but the main character's been Furia for so long, and I think Liquid, they had to 2-0 it to get there.
A decent prediction. I think Liquid's going to win. What do you think? Let's blow it in to Chalet, our final map between these two titans.
Of course, you will take the side of the crowd, 100%. As you will at times. You know what? I respect you for it, Parker. You are a working man. Not a betting man, but a working
Hey, that means that person dressed as him has to leave the venue. I believe.
Okay, Deimos, okay. Of course, Chalet's about hunting down those roamers, find those opening kills, but the Ops can do just that. Asami, will she survive the upper band phase? For now, Fenrir will be chosen first. Valkyrie, Asami, two very common operators here on Chalet. Valkyrie, all right, so Intel and the roam clear being focused here. Of course, with Fenrir being banned off, it means the entry is a little bit easier here on Chalet. You're not going to get nearsighted every single time you enter through a door, for example, or jumping in a window. But you still got other things to worry about, whether it's the mirror windows, the frost mats, of course, the Solis roaming around, because when Solis was left unbanned on Nighthaven Labs, both teams played that operator almost every single round, and Chalet is no different. It's all about maintaining map control for as long as possible. Solis gives you that comfortability, saying, hey, there are no drones in this area or that area. We have this portion of the map when it comes to intel. Just like on the attacking side, you should not be surprised if you see a Brava or a Twitch, sometimes both in the same round. Liquid start on the attacking side, which historically for a long time had been the favorite side.
Hey, speaking of which, you get the Team Liquid Twitch bundle.
Ooh! Yay! Yay, skins! The wall is half broken. Not fully broken, but half broken. There we go. An impact fixture.
Site setup all done. You want to talk about the numbers of Chalet, by the way?
Yeah, as I was saying, like historically for like a long time, it tended to be attacker favored because of how you can attack from outside the building on those window rappels, etc. But in recent history, shouldn't have done that. Well, it could have been match point when this happened. It wasn't. Just a 0-0. I like that they're saying, fix those servers when we're playing LAN. There are no servers, so to speak. It's locally hosted. But you know.
Don't peel back the curtain. Well, we will have a technical pause as we get everybody back in here. I do want to clarify, though.
Okay.
I don't actually care who wins.
Really?
Yes.
I think you're alone on that one. They have a favorite, Parker. You know this.
Yeah, the crowd's their own thing. What I will say about you, though, Manchester, is the amount of times that you'll start a chant and then we'll cut to an audience shot. And it looks like none of you are doing anything, but it's still so loud. And that really just goes to show the power of just a couple people. But boy, oh boy, when you all start cheering, it gets mighty loud in here. I am a little bit worried for Liquid in this match.
Yes.
You and I spoke about this in between the break. If Furia springs out to a 3-0 or a 4-0 lead, does Liquid have the mental, you think, to be able to claw that back?
I want to say yes for the simple reason that they showed us every single round on Cafe and Night Haven Labs they were not giving up. Someone like Maya popping off, standing out of his chair, screaming. I think they actually have the mentality about it. I think Maya's a big part of it. He's a very vocal person, very emotional player as well. I do think they can keep themselves in it and play it to the very end. There is one thing for Liquid. They have lost too many times in the big stage, always falling short, but they play their hearts out every single time. The thing that I want, and I think that's what you're trying to say as well, I don't care who wins, I want it to be a good match. If Furia or Liquid just stomp this 7-1, it's just over, it falls kind of flat. I want to see a brawl for this victory because this could potentially be the winner of the entire event. Furia, they were expected to do it. And if Liquid can beat Furia, one could argue they can take it all the way to the grand finals possibly.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Brazilian teams all on the same side of the bracket.
You do.
So let's say FaZe Clan beats Beast Coast. It'll be an all-Brazil semifinal. And then you end up with a Brazilian team guaranteed in the grand finals yet again. Now, obviously, Furia would not be a surprise based on their international results. But FaZe Clan have looked better than most of the teams here. So it's not necessarily a given that the winner of this is going to win because they're going to have to go up against either FaZe Clan or Beast Coast. And Beast Coast have been getting better the more that they've played in this tournament. Yes, they are still, as a team, relatively inexperienced.
Very.
But the players themselves are not necessarily inexperienced.
You got some players in there. All right. That's creative. But yeah, on Beast Coast, you got
guts full of bullets.
Guts full of bullets.
I'm not a biologist, but I don't think that's how bodies work.
It's not how they should work, at least. It shouldn't look. If your insides look like that, seek a doctor. You know, that can't be right.
It would appear from Hugzord was talking to one of the admins earlier. Now it's Paulu whose head is turned in that direction. It would appear that whatever technical issues we are suffering through are afflicting Paulu more than everybody else.
See smiles from Nisk. Now, when this kind of thing happens to the teams, you can sit there and go, oh, you know, take your shield this, take your shield, it's so frustrating. Oh, you sit there, not have fun with it, but like stay in a positive mind state so that when the match starts, you're not gonna start off being annoyed. The mental here is everything, and it starts right here. Just keeping a positive attitude about the circumstance.
Do you think they play solitaire?
Do PCs have that these days? I don't know.
I actually have no idea what's on these PCs.
Exactly.
You should. You used to play.
Okay.
I've never played.
What would we do? I don't think we did that. Oh, rock, paper, scissors. That works. Is that the crowd? Who's he playing with? Is he winning? Looks like he won.
They gotta win something.
I mean, this is Furia we're talking about. They win everything.
No, I mean here. Like right now.
I mean, it's smart to only do one game, win it, now you're undefeated. Never play again. You remain undefeated. That's what I would do.
Rock, paper, scissors champions. I am very excited for the matchups that follow this. Spent a lot of time, obviously, talking about these two teams as this is the match that we're casting, but FaZe Clan Beast Coast, M80DZ. These will be very exciting and very unpredictable matchups.
I would have to agree with that, and
what was that?
It was the little click of the tongue.
Sounds like a squirrel.
Like, is that what a squirrel sounds like? I don't
have squirrels in Denver?
I mean, it's hard to catch them. I've tried.
You've tried to catch a squirrel?
Haven't we all?
All right, let's move on. I don't think I have.
He's so cute, I'm gonna touch him. You know, I just wanna squeeze him. But like gently.
Hands up means the lobby is ready.
All right. So the reason why we tend to say that Furia is so favored here in Chalet is that they revolutionized how tier 1 level teams approach this map strategically. Once upon a time, when this map first got reworked, you would reinforce most of the side walls and just play behind them, and once they got opened up, you're just kind of weakened. But Furia, back then W7M, they changed that around. They started playing this meta and creating it, frankly, on Chalet, where you open up a lot of long lines of sight. We saw that previously before the rehost, where you might think, reinforce all of Library off, right? They got our breach. No, you open up Library, and you play from far away with Soon Scope, with deploy pushes, etc. It changed the entire game of how Chalet is played. It's now about denying the attackers in, whereas before they changed this, it's about trying to keep them out for as long as possible.
The devs renovated Chalet many years ago to get it to the point that it's at now, adding an extra couple rooms, expanding the footprint of the map, and as you just saw, Furia was doing some renovations of their own upstairs in Library. A World of Hurt comes on the side of Liquid. Ying, Blitz, Capital.
Oh, yeah. So they're gonna probably start trying to clear that default corner Library. They might be go for a side execute here. The hatch into the bottom side of Bar is reinforced, so it's a possibility for a rush here. In the fireplace window, Ness follows. They're gonna rush the side in the first round.
And finding doorways along the way, but it's Lagonis off to the races. Maya first to die. A trade back towards back Bar. Lagonis sees that he might have the site in control. Both teams trading blows back and forth. Somebody from Furia's outside, but they've managed to stop Liquid in their tracks. It's KZ with the final 2 kills. And it's Furia taking round 1.
I think there might have been one small oversight there from Liquid. It was Ness with Diffuser who was entering from Fireplace window with the Blitz. And sure, Ness got into the middle of the bomb side inside of Bar, but that's not a stable plant position. You could have put that Diffuser on the player outside the game's window, and you can easily get into a safe position on the side once that chaos has kind of, is ended. So I think that maybe the wrong guy there carrying the Diffuser, trying to get it down. But either way, I like the idea of rushing here in the first round, trying to set the pace and control things, but it wasn't the most cleanly executed rush attempt here. And Casey hitting a nasty shot outside of five-place double door. I mean, what are you going to do about that? He gets 3 kills in that round.
I mean, it really is a brazen attempt.
Yeah.
You don't just start off a map by rushing in. If you know the defenders have the upper hand, which statistically they do on this map, and Furia is the more comfortable of the two teams, you need to use all of your arsenal in order to try and defeat your opponent, or at least keep it as close as possible until you swap sides, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no hiding strats here, that's for sure.
No, not one bit. And because of how many times these two teams have played each other, they know each other.
Yeah, a lot of this about, you know, major events, and especially in quarters, semis, and finals, it's the prep you do for the individual matches, because you're going to expect probably these 3 maps, whether you're Furia or Liquid, because you've done your homework. And assuming that you go there, you need to have studied your opponent with counter strats or new things you can do you haven't shown before, all these small alterations. So Liquid likely saw that bar gaming setup before when they studied them and said, you know what, this looks rushable with a blitz on a fireplace lobby window and just jump on in. It almost was successful. And now Furia, even though they won the round, they have to respect the possibility of a future rush here in Chalet and not get too far away from the bomb site itself so that they can help each other if that rush comes to get pushed up at some point.
Well, things are a little bit more standard for Liquid at this point in the previous round. They had all but made it into the bomb site. More standard take. One thing that you will see an awful lot of on this map, ACOGs.
Oh yeah.
ACOGs and MP5s, whether it be Wamai, whether it be Malusi, you might even see the 2 GIGN brothers.
Broken Duck.
Not actually brothers, by the way, but just always kind of linked together. I mean, they might be brothers. I don't know anything about the lore of this game, so possibly. One of the beauties of the DMR is not just that they hit like a truck, they tear through the Kiba barriers that are thrown out by Azami. If you are relatively new to Rainbow Six or you just returned, you might be surprised to know that you can shoot through the Kiba barriers. Nesk dies to KZ, but he's immediately traded off by Maya, and Maya will burn an E1D as he takes control of Solarium. Castle barricades thwarting his advance, but a network of openings, and Maya's just on something else right now. Nesk the only one to die. Nesk having one of his worst performances at this event in the previous round. Now it's all up to Nade and JV92. Liquid sweeping through the top floor, but you have to translate that down to Kitchen, where the bomb site lies.
Nesk might not be the best performer, but it enables us to see here in Maya in that specific scenario. He just JV now in a 1v4, so Nesk, while he dies, his teammates get something from that death.
It's not like anybody's ever clutched a 1vx with a DMR at TCSG before, right?
Never.
NGR will play later on today. Resets the final kill, a perfect read over towards Piano. All of that action happening on the top floor. Bomb site be damned. Liquid equalizing, and honestly, if you look at the numbers, if Liquid can escape this first half with anything more than 2 rounds, I would argue they're in great shape for the second half.
I don't disagree, but I think Liquid gotta aim higher. Aim for a 3-3 half. Just go even. And I think we spoke about earlier what happens if Liquid they fall behind. It just looks like Maya has brought this different vibe to the team that, hey boys, we still got it, we're still doing things, and Maya is seeking out so many plays. And that's the big thing. Nesk, he has had a long career of individual performances, heroics, clutches, etc. Phenomenal player. But his current time in Liquid is not about him getting all the kills unless he absolutely has to. It's about him enabling other players. By him going in as the primary entry, he might die pretty quickly, but then there's someone behind him to follow up. That was Maya last round. So Nesk dies, Maya gets 3 kills. That's a worthy trade, but someone has to be crazy enough to say, you know what, I'm just gonna send myself in. He's that kind of guy.
That's a word that we really haven't used that much today, trade.
Yeah.
Because these teams have been obviously exploding in terms of kills, and there's lots of action where multiple people will die, but you don't see a lot of isolated incidences where there is an opportunity to immediately refrag one of your opponents. So the fact that Liquid had that going in the previous round is a good sign. You need a lot of good signs from Liquid, because again, they will be swimming upstream for this first half. Another shield will be brought this round. Lagonis on the Monty, and he's just gonna walk into the site, by the way. And Nesk on the follow-up, slaughtering them all. Down goes Felipox. Nesk looking for one more. KZ still there. Nesk's sword still wet with the blood of the dead. And there's the final kill to come in from Palu. Crowd likes that one. Liquid takes the lead.
I have played against Nesk myself as a player many, many times. Once back in Pentastage G2, we bootcamped in Brazil for an upcoming tournament, and we scrimmed Liquid about 3 to 4 times a week at that point. And the first time we scrimmed, I go, wow, these guys are really good. By the end of that bootcamp, we would ask Shaz, our coach, who are we scrimming today? And he goes, Liquid. You hear the biggest sigh. Oh. Because back in Nesk's prime, there was a drone between his legs, him on the entry. In that round, it was Lagonis on the Monty, yellow pinging positions, and Nessus getting kill after kill after kill. And this right here, this is the individual prep that you do for your opponent. You don't have that strat on paper going, let's do the Monty rush for Trench Door. Because it requires specific things to be happening from your opponent to enable that gap. You need to know they're not playing car garage, they're not playing West Main Staircase, they don't let the hatch and kitchen open up. And the big thing that I think really enabled that, Liquid knew Asami was open, and they're gonna be that keeper barrier that denies the pillar position, that allows the guys to walk in only looking towards the blue door, because the keeper barrier protects the Monty. So it's a very specific strat that was tailored for that execute.
Nesca, the second worst rated previous matchup, and oh my! 5 kills through 3.5 rounds, not even half the round. 30 seconds in. If Nesk can match Herds 1-for-1, if Nesk can match up to KZ 1-for-1, while still having Palu and Maya right behind him, and even Resets, who's had a great day, frankly, this Liquid team is gonna be, well, a force to be reckoned with, and Furia will be on the wrong side of their fury.
That's the opening kill. Now they can slow things down, and you know, they're expecting Furia to lash out. So that's why you see Nesk holding the window, because often on Chalet, you have to react when things that don't really go your way on defense. Strategically, you need to have your man count, your numbers advantage, because you can trade again the bodies throughout the map. When you lose that first gunfight, if you now lose JV as well, you lose the advantage for sure. It's close, it's Philippox running to the rescue of JV, who's very deep inside of office.
But Nesk is just finding all these opportunities himself, Nick. Philippox was being hunted down earlier, he's gone. And Nesk can just sit pretty on this library window. Tearing through KZ, Palu credited with the kill, but Nesk gets the job done. To start things off, the last 2 members of Furia will coalesce around this position. Liquid reducing Furia to just nade. Watching on library stairs, the vault in, and Liquid has to compete for that kill. 3 of the Horsemen, hungry for the frag, and Liquid already up 3-1.
And this is why Chalet might be defender favorite slightly here statistically, but also why it historically has been attacker side. If you can attack, you can create those openings, you can win rounds. Looks like as well the player comes at Maya, does a lot of talking for his team, and you know, it's usually been Lagonis. He calls the strats, Lagonis does this and that. One difficult thing about having a primary leader for your team with strategy is that Lagonis often finds himself in the back line of the map, unless he's playing the Monty in the front, of course. That's the exception. But having another vocal player like Maya, who's very often on entry or second entry, so in the front lines of the battlefield, really helps shape up Liquid from front to back, because now they can cover everything. If Lagonis is outside the building trying to figure out what the next step is going to be, but he can't even see what the next step possibly is, well, now Maya's there to take over. So really proud and happy for Maya here, because he had a tough start in Liquid, didn't find his role in the beginning, and people go, Maya was a great player, now he's coming to Liquid to have a bad career in the future. No. They just had a rough start, but they settled into it, and Maya's here to improve Liquid, both as an individual and with his team performance as well, what he does for the roster. We see him right now, speaking a lot. Liquid looking for another way in, this time maybe from the downstairs, so they're changing things up every single round.
Keep Furia on their toes. Like I said, you have to use every bit of that arsenal that you have, and both of these teams have quite the stockpile. Might be one of our most competitive matches that we see today. It's certainly one of the most competitive matches that we've seen at this entire event. And kind of in contrast to some of the other best of threes. Not to throw shade on other teams, but sometimes you end up in a best of 3 not because of excellent play, but because of sloppy play. That results in neither team doing particularly well on maps 1 and 2. Sure. Really not the case in this matchup so far. Furia have had some serious stumbles, then Liquid had some stumbles at the end of Nighthaven Labs. But safe to say that both of these teams have showed up in big moments. And it's been a hell of a 2-map series, and we've been treated to a good 3rd map so far.
Slowest round at the minute. Maya sneak up the blue staircase. Can he find another opening though? Flashbang goes out. He's got to push at the staircase. That's one, but it's a trick from Deadly Box. Stacked to 4v4.
And there's Lagonis getting in on it as well. Another! Clearing out that main floor. Nate and JV92 against the world yet again. JV92 held off the score sheet so far through 5 rounds, but in a powerful position, one could even say. It's all up to him as Nate drops. Lagonis, a double and now a window swing, but JV's position over by Piano is known. Palu gets it. The look on the face of Maya. Furia's hopes and dreams fading in front of the crowd's eyes. Liquid on the statistical worst side of this map, and yet they have now won it. Furia could manage to win this final round, but a 4-2 half favoring Liquid is the best that Furia is gonna get.
The biggest thing though, Liquid, they have to keep applying that pressure. No, oh, we're now 4-1, let's stop playing passive down. Stop. No, you have to keep going until this is game over. Maya has to continue to be on the entry and the attacking side, has to be roaming on defense, because once you give Furia space, we saw what happened on Nighthaven Labs. That's when the comeback starts to build for them. And when Maya is playing like this, just pushing to the building like that is absolutely absurd. Keep that up. Liquid might just find themselves a date tomorrow in the semifinals. Sometimes it just is that simple.
10 seconds left.
6th and final round in the first half. Of course, Liquid, we're gonna have to choose here what operators to bring. Get that ranged heart destruction off the Hibana. That's Maya though, so this leads me to believe that this will be a more regular round of Siege, so to speak. Like more slow down, drone the roam clear, try and get 5 attackers to that base and bomb site. You have double hop breach and thermite in Hibana. You have at your IQ to figure out how to get through those walls. But since Maya's in Hibana, this is probably gonna be a, okay, it's not so much about the entry now, it's about a good old 1-2-3 step Rainbow Six Siege. But what this means for Liquid, they're changing the pace, where it's been going so fast before, and this could be an issue for Furia to adapt to.
And the funny thing is, Liquid's 4 rounds they just won in a row all came on completely different bomb sites, a full map rotation. Really impressive stuff. I need to reload. A bit of calm now for the final round of the first half. Furia spread out. Liquid's advance will come from over towards Solarium, trophy side of the map. They have to clear out that top floor, though. That'll be the main focus. Lagonis holds on the diffuser, still far outside the building. Nesk now repositioning over towards Trench as the main floor looks clear for Liquid.
The pace is really good so far. 135. The big question is, can Furia disrupt Liquid before they get to the bomb site? Because again, if attacker's plan is to get that 5v5 bomb site execute, well, that should favor them because that is their plan. What Liquid did so well before is stopping that plan from happening. This EMP, the second EMP, that's gonna be those walls being opened up. Boiler first, long wall right after, but the tuber out's gonna stall things up. Maybe Furia have done it. They've denied both walls, mostly.
Huge value, and Nesk just missing out on what could have been an opening pick for his team. Now hugging the wall, one side of it is still able to be opened up. No bandit batteries to deal with here. Will a Zoto canister freeze it? Yes, it will. And now Nesk is desperate, and he sees the bandit, but a little bit too late. Herd starts off the round well, escapes and scampers over towards blue. A swing by Felipox. It works. Liquid, their best attempts being thwarted at the moment. Another for Herds, but Lagonis will walk in, take no prisoners. Palu is there for the follow-up. He's got 3 targets to find, giving up the ghost. Now walking over towards blue. Nate is the angle red. Palu thinks he's closer than he is. Furia does salvage that final round, but what an opening for Liquid through those first 6.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to the same thing as Nightmare Lab. Furia, they're gonna start playing it slower. But Parker, I know who you think is gonna win. I've set my piece.
I didn't actually mean that. I don't care who wins.
Let's ask one of our fellow casters. Ace, what do you think is gonna take it? Is it gonna be Liquid? Liquid, maybe? Yeah! Thank you, Ace. Thank you, good sir. The thing is, Furia can't slow things down anymore, right? They tried the Tubrau, they tried the Kaid, they got that final round victory, but now they go into the attack inside. They can control the pace of the attack. You know, if they go fast, they could have to match, or they just rush the bomb side. If they want to go slow again, they're going to have to respect it, but they have to do it by taking map control now, not by setting up a difficult problem for Liquid to solve. So Furia, they have to prove to us now that they are indeed the innovators of this map. They know how to break it apart every single time. Liquid are expecting a Monty here most likely. They're hiding the Oryx downstairs. Often you see pro teams do this, it's because that it's one of their big secrets in this round. If that operator doesn't get droned out, they might go into the Monty, they have Oryx, big surprise, now Monty's not that great. Often this happens when you play the Clash, for example, the Kaid, those small operators that can really change the outcome of a single round if they can be kept a surprise factor later on. We know, of course, as the spectators, there is no Monty in play this round. There's no shield even. It's going to be a more drone-oriented one for Furia. The floors, the Twitch, and again, a more stable round, 1, 2, 3 step from the roam clear side.
The one thing that's often forgotten about the Oryx is the ability for him to vault up through hatches and go for late flanks. This is something that's seen most often on Bank out of all of the maps, but it's something that now and then you'll see on Console, you'll see it on Clubhouse, and Chalet is a map with plenty of hatches on both the top floor and that middle floor. So Palu can very easily navigate through this map. Of course, if he doesn't get pinched and read into.
Yeah.
A lot of it also will come down to flank drones and positioning from the players on Furia who are not part of the actual execute. If you can keep one player dedicated to flank watch, and an Oryx decides to flank, you can easily surprise him and neutralize Palu.
It's true, it could happen.
There's a hard wall there, you can't shoot.
But it looks scary for a second, right? It's like, he's gonna get a free kill. I like this from Liquid, though. They're just setting up. They care about top blue staircase, mezzanine, get the deployable shields, and like you point out very well, Parker, a late round flank for the Oryx from a different avenue than usually. They're watching Westmain staircase. They're not watching that trophy hatch.
No, not at all. This could be Furia's undoing. Liquid have been in their heads through much of the series.
Ooh.
First duel now is Herds. Spots one over towards Library Stairs, and there's Palu on the flank. JV92 damaged, and now the Oryx will continue upwards. KZ dies as well. Liquid has thrown a spanner in the works. And Furia's attention is all elsewhere. Hell breaks loose, and it's all up to Philippox. To win a 1v3, he surrenders the diffuser upstairs. It will be on kills or not at all. Lagoutness gives the first defending round for Liquid a big dub.
And you can tell how they planned that from the get-go, because the moment Paolo got the kill into JV, other members of Liquid on Library portion, they swung into the attacking lineup of Furia, because they're expecting the people inside of Office, inside of Piano, to turn around. Oh, we're getting flanked, and it worked. They got 2 kills at the cost of 1. And the chaos in the server, of course, favoring defense, who has those strong predefined positions. Furia, they call that tactical timeout. They are down 2-4 in round count. That is their only parachute in this remainder of the last map.
KZ, the only player on the team right now with good numbers. If you look at the EPS, the rankings, the rating system that we use, everybody on Liquid's doing pretty well. I mean, resets maybe not, but you haven't really needed much for resets.
Not yet, no.
3 deaths through 7 rounds. Quite an impressive score. That means he's only died once in a round that was won by Team Liquid. And there's the flank from Palu. And you can really tell, Palu's flank completely destroyed Furia's focus. Yeah. Furia had players lined up all around Library, upstairs. Palu gets the kill, and what happens? Immediately Furia panics. They swing around to try to deal with a potential flank, and Liquid snaps their fingers, and half of Furia dies in the blink of an eye.
Yep.
And that's what a good flank can do. Not only do you have to worry unconsciously about what can happen, people who play ranked know that just the very existence of a cab can completely change the way that you play your ranked games.
Yeah.
Now imagine if you're a professional and an Oryx, not just an Oryx, but Palu, one of the best mechanical aimers in the world, has now managed to sneak up behind you. It's going to throw you into a tailspin. Furia could not recover.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you can make a play like that from Liquid's side, you're like playing on the mental fear. Like, oh, we thought we had it all under control. It was a solid van for us, but we just missed this one tiny detail. Just like when you rush in the attack, you're now playing with the mentality of your opponent. Now that we're worried about the flank always. Every single round here on forward, someone's gonna ask from Furia, hey, is the flank covered? What if they have the Oryx? Do we have Claymores in the heads, for example? It's those small things that can help you lose track, essentially, of all the things in a round to keep track of, because there are so many in the current meta of the game. The slow start for Furia, the first minute spent outside the building on rappels. Beast goes out, could rappel on in maybe, but those, oh, they're in, yeah.
4 of those B canisters done, and Herd sees the head briefly. Cannot follow up. Now inside a jacuzzi with a deployable shield. Herds will have to challenge this dead on. But JV92 takes a lot of damage. KZ dies, resets traded off as well. Liquid winning every single fight. It's all up to Herds and Nade under normal circumstances. Great players to have. Herds warming up though, looking to go even. Keep that up for 90 more seconds. They don't need to. Palu with the final kill in the round. So much for our predictions. Liquid, series point.
Not just series point, but Furia look desperate.
I feel like you could do better than that.
Better how?
I feel, no. I'm not saying you're bad.
But?
I'm saying you can do that, but louder.
Oh.
There we go.
It's building.
Keep going. Keep going.
There's some play. And it might just happen.
You take that crowd energy, you inject that straight into my veins. It'll power me for the rest of the day.
And more. I mean, Furia might be playing their final 3 minutes here at the major. And an incredible upset it would be for Liquid to take them out in the quarterfinals, no less. No one in their right mind would have realistically predicted this, given how hard it was really to get here. They played 14 separate games. They played 8 different maps out of the 9 map pool. So you think Furia, they have so much information on Liquid, but the thing is, they keep changing up how they're playing. They bring these one-off strats, they bring the counters, their prep work and the coaches have been excellent so far, but you cannot stop Herds on this injury.
KZ and oh my! They took a lot of damage, but Furia playing like a team possessed. Diffuser going down. There goes Fallpox, there goes Herds. Does KZ pull this one off? Can Ness be the savior on the window? No, Palu in a 1v3 moved out of his position. And boy, oh boy, there's nothing like a team as pissed off as Furia is.
And this is why Liquid, they have to maintain that pressure. If you give too much space to Furia, you saw it right there, they will take it. Snap at the finger, 3 kills for Furia. They're in the bomb site. Fuse's going down, and no one can stop them. So Liquid, again, do not be afraid to lose. Just play to win. All you need is one more round. You can take a risk. You can afford to lose a few more. You still works at overtime. But of course, try and win in regulation.
If Liquid prevails here, the job doesn't get any easier. Because you either face another major champion in FaZe Clan or a team that is just destroying expectations, the best team in North America in Beast Coast. It will be a long road for Liquid if they win. You think maybe they get the biggest hurdle out of the way, and I think you could make a pretty credible argument that Furia is the big bad for Liquid.
Yeah. I mean, they even had some banter, some trash talk last night on social media where there's been Hertz and Nest, just, you know, in Portuguese, just giving their smack talk, being like, you know, you don't deserve this, you don't deserve that, we're gonna beat you some more, like, give it to cry kind of thing.
Liquid's doing their talking right now in the server. Doesn't matter who they face up against. Liquid's biggest nemesis is always in their head and in their hearts. Sometimes the match is won before you even play a single round.
Can happen, yeah.
And a team like Liquid is very susceptible to falling off. Some would say choking. I wouldn't use that word, but some would. Liquid have a lot of rounds to ensure they put this one away. A very big cushion, and they'll start! The crowd will roar! JV92 a lone kill. Numbers, though, very quickly equalizing. The last Adrenal Surge will ring out. Liquid looking for just 2 more kills. Just 2 more. That's it for Liquid. Furia earned the title of World Champions. Everything they've worked for over the last year, you cannot take away from them. But as it was said on stage by Felipox, winning is addicting.
Yeah.
You never want to lose. And as a team, Furia doesn't really know what the sting of defeat feels like.
It's been far too long for them. Liquid, the discipline, play close together. You have the 3 versus 2. If one player falls, have someone in the middle that can trade either direction, because Furia, you see right here for Hertz, he's looking for a gap. Liquid have no idea where they are on the map. With the right timing, they could easily get the opening kill, and even that man come to a 2v2.
And if JV vaults in here, it's an easy pick for Lagonis holding this angle. That will effectively be the round, and with it, the match. Hertz trying to be as patient as possible, but you're going to run out of that very quickly as the timer continues to work against you. You know that one of these players from Liquid, inside a site doing some renovations. Hertz now from the ball, slaughtered. One single player to be found. Engaging now on the stairs, JV92, as all 3 kills will need to fight 2 more. The crowd will roar. Manchester will deafen, but hear the sound of Liquid as their gallop meets the earth. Onward to the semis. The world champions defeated.
Over a full year of complete dominance of Rainbow Six Siege at the highest level of play, WCM, now known as Furia, finally get taken down, and it's by Team Liquid, the biggest surprise of a very long time, and it was such a shame that this happened in the quarterfinals, because this could have been finals worthy.
This could have been a grand final matchup yet again, just as it was in Copenhagen a year ago.
Yeah.
Team Liquid, they fought and scraped their way through the LCQs. They were written off by most of the world after a dreadful start to stage 1, but they have stunned us by defeating and toppling the world champions. The desk will surely have something to say about this as we bask in the glow of a huge Team Liquid victory.
For such a long time, and they send the world champions Furia crashing out of the Blast R6 Manchester Major. We are joined on the desk right now by Liquid Royalty. We've got Nesk and of course Lagonis join us live. Nesk, I'll come to you first. A tremendous victory, a huge obstacle to overcome in Furia. Did you know deep down that you could beat them?
Yeah, we know. We are better.
Lagonis, I see you soaking up this crowd, loving every moment. Did you expect to have this level of support here in Manchester?
No, I don't expect like this much, but I'm so happy. Like, guys, you help a lot, and tomorrow we have more. I need you guys. Come cheer for us. It's very important. So I'm so happy.
You guys, you're the only one that made it all the way through phase 1, into phase 2, into all the way here, kicking the world champions. This is crazy. How much Maya has helped now that he's in the team?
Yeah, Maya helped a lot because he helps us on signage of the team. You know, day by day. Like, he's a good person and he fits very well on the team. So he brings a lot of energy, and that's the most important thing. And he's amazing entry fragger too. So yeah, we are very happy, and he's helping a lot.
I've got a quick question about tomorrow. Do you want phase?
Yeah, we need a face. We need a face, yeah. We lost against them on the Brazilian League, so now we need our revenge. And in this tournament. Yep, so yeah, face color.
Ness, I just want you to take a look over your shoulder here. The trophy is right there. What would it mean to you this year here in Manchester to raise it in the air?
We mean everything for me. We have this team, this amazing team, so for me, I'm coming for this.
Emotionally, like, talk me through what is running through you right now.
It's so, like, as you guys said, like, it's a long run. We came from, like, it started 0-4 in our league, and then LCQ, so it means everything, nothing hurts us anymore. I think that's the word, nothing hurts us anymore. So we are here, and we are working a lot to lift the trophy. So yeah, nothing hurts more. That's it.
I've just got to double check right now here with this Manchester crowd. Have you adopted Team Liquid to the UK? Manchester, one more time until you see them again. Make some noise for Neska Lagonis. Thank you, guys. You go in and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much, Ness. Wow. Crazy times. And I just want to give a shout out. Of course, the UK, what we like to do is we pick a team and then we get right behind them. And I know that you'll all join me in this. Furia, one of the greatest teams to ever play this game, drop out of the tournament here. But we've got a lot of love and respect for everything they've achieved so far. Am I right? Fresh. That Furia story takes a bit of a turn, but now they're looking for the comeback redemption story later down the line.
Yeah, they've got something to fight for in the future majors, but to be honest, Ian, this game is all about Liquid. We've seen them time and time again after these events, just heads in hands, and like Laguna said, like they've had all of the pain, nothing can hurt them now, and they just feel like they're on a rampage. We might have called it losers' resilience, but it is resilience all the same. And they just found a way to win. I think inside of Chalet, if we bring it a bit more back to the Siege side of things, they were creative. They were causing Furia problems. They were being a little bit unpredictable, and Furia just had no idea what to do with them.
And let's be real, I called it losers' resilience because I was missing that win. When you start winning, it's a completely different story. And the way they were doing it as well. I think in previous events, they were strategically the better team. They were lacking that fire, that spice, that aggressiveness that was maybe part of the meta. I think since Maya has arrived, he's completely changed that. He's an amazing entry, but also you see it out of the game. How many times did Maya get a double kill and stood up and just started screaming and getting energy out of everyone, matching the energy of Nesk, matching the energy of Lagonis. This team is looking great, just with one single roster change. And I think I really want to see them play against FaZe in semifinals, because what I was seeing them doing basically is beat all the Brazilian teams all the way to the grand finals and then take the major.
Well, Fresh, we talked about BDS being one of the key favourites here in Manchester for obvious reasons. And now, what can make you more of a favourite in a tournament than knocking out a team such as Furia with their history, with their lineage, with their silverware? Are Liquid now, in your mind, solidified as a front runner, or do you still have some question marks over them?
I think so. I think they've got over that mental hurdle. That's what it always felt like it was with Team Liquid, was a mental hurdle that they needed to get over, because we knew they had the skill, we knew they had the strategy, we knew they had the top players. It was just about their mentality. It was, I'll be honest, it was a concern going into that Chalet. I didn't know if they'd be able to bounce back the way they did. They did, and now I think they can really kick on. Sure, it might well be a formidable opponent tomorrow in FaZe, but like Leo said, if they go and then they beat FaZe, like they will have absolutely earned it.
All right.
Adding on to that, I would just say they had one of the longest seasons you could possibly have. And I think that's helped them a lot.
Yeah.
I think they needed time together. They've warmed up all the way through the tournament, and they're probably at the best moment we've seen them in years.
Let's take a look at the bracket before we start to wrap things up here for this half of the quarterfinals. Of course, BDS and Team Liquid in 2 individual semi-finals that will be played out tomorrow. Team BDS will take on the winner of Dark Zero versus M80, which is our last best of 3 here. And Team Liquid will take on either FaZe Clan or Beast Coast. That is coming up next. I think it's pretty safe to say that we, in an ideal world, might like a Brazilian second semi-final. However, Beast Coast, true underdog story, and the Brits love an underdog.
Yeah, of course we do, of course we do. And I think the big thing about that bracket as well is there is now no Furia. We will crown a new major champion. We haven't seen a grand final without Furia/W7M since Yunchiping as well. So I think for the overall tournament, as if you're a Furia fan, you're sad. But for everyone else, this is great.
Yeah, it is. Right, from this desk right here, I just want to say a massive thank you so far to our Manchester crowd. You've been amazing. But it's not over yet. Myself, Fresh, and Alfama, that is it from us. We've got a brand new desk coming in momentarily after the break, headed by the one and only Milos will be in the building. And we've got Beast Coast versus FaZe, our next quarterfinal after the break. Do not miss a minute of it.
2 wonderful games to go through, and we still have 2 more to go. But first, before we get to our desk and introduce our wonderful teams, let's kick it off. Please give it up for our analysts, Laxing and Jesse! Gents, welcome to Manchester. Laxing, you've been on the stage 1,000,001 times, but as a player.
1,000,001, and I'm glad that it's on this desk now versus these guys, because all the pressure isn't on me, it's on these 2 teams up here.
Jesse, it's always good to see you. You're looking incredible today, as always. How you feeling?
Feeling great, Milos. Glad to be here. I can't say there's a ton of great reasons to visit the UK, but Siege, like we just watched, is certainly one of them.
A true UK hater. We gotta have something like that. Yes?
Well, here, let me make up for that, because I gotta say this, and I don't really like to say it, but this crowd is far better than what it was in Atlanta.
He's not wrong.
Heard a lot about UK crowds and the chants and all. I know Tom's here. I know there's a lot of people from the community in here also with us. So I'm gonna put it all on you to cheer for our next 2 games like you've been earlier today. How about then, let's get started. Game number 3.
I think we're here in the quarterfinals because we're all a new team, came into the NAL without an identity, and we've quickly found it.
My feeling to be in the quarterfinals is amazing. Every work we put on the hours in training is showing us the work we are doing.
I don't think the teams that we play usually have a good read on us. They don't really know what's going to hit them.
I think Beast Coast surprised us a lot in the last match against them. They play very well on the attack.
FaZe Clan, one of the best teams in the world, but I think they're easily beatable. I've beaten them in the past, and it's going to be fun to play Vita Clean again.
The biggest strength of FaZe Clan is the roster, because Handy and Souls are the best players in the world right now.
I feel sorry for anyone that's played Beast Coast. I don't think anyone's ready for what we're going to bring.
For everyone we're going to face FaZe Clan, we are the best team in the world. We are going to win this major.
Our first 2 games are done and dusted, and now we move on to our second half. Thank you very much, of course, Ian, that was here on the desk, and our wonderful analysts, Fresh and Alfama, and we're here to bring you more action just before FaZe and Beast Coast kick off their game. Hello, I'm Milos the Medic, your host. With me on the analyst desk, Jesse and Laxing, and let's start off with the team that we all think at this point should be able to take the whole event, but that's where things run into a bit of an issue. FaZe Clan is up on the chopping block first.
They absolutely are, and Milos, I said it coming into this event, I've said it throughout the event. In my money, this is the best team in the world right now. The quality of Siege that we've seen from FaZe Clan throughout the regional leagues and even here in Manchester has been astounding. They're extremely strong as a unit. They've got some of the best individuals in the world, and they're gonna be one of the favorites in this tournament, no doubt.
I mean, it's crazy to think about. This team has won a flawless throughout their entire regional league. Then coming in here, they only found 1 defeat, and that was to Secret. So the fact that they've pushed this far with flawless victories across the board, it really is going to be a tough one for Beast Coast to go against such a powerhouse.
And the timeline goes back much further for FaZe Clan. So let's actually visualize it for everybody ever since Vita King joined the team in January 23.
I remember that roster change back before SI, and everybody was hating on it. I said, give it a little more time. Because after Vita King, after that first disappointing performance for the 6th Invitational, they have been non-stop winning these tournaments, or at least going deep. We're seeing so many deep runs from FaZe Clan, but the story for them last year was being unable to get it done. Now, their biggest rival in Furia just got knocked out of the tournament. It looks like the doors are wide open for FaZe.
I mean, I think they would have been the ones to rather knock them out with how close they were to claiming that World Championship title, but still, when you look at those stats along the lines, I mean, this team, their play style, that's what really sets them apart from the rest of Brazil as a whole, is that this team is quick to adapt and understand the opponent that they're playing against, and again, that's what really sets them so much further ahead of the rest of the Brazil League.
It shows how effective they've been over the past year, but there's been 1 player more than most that has showed up, Laxing.
Yeah, Handy man, that's what I'm calling him. I mean, he's the man with a plan. I mean, you look at that KDR, the 120 EPS during the first Copenhagen Major, then, I mean, sorry, the 6th Invitational, then you look at the Brazil League, he doesn't seem to taper off, and now we're looking at, here now, he's at a 1.4, he is keeping it consistent, the game's not over yet. We could see this either go higher, which I see it going higher. I genuinely don't see it going any lower than what we're seeing it right now.
Yeah, Handy has been been one of the top 5 players throughout this tournament, especially on the attack. He loves his IQ. He loves getting in on the entry. He's so strong in these roles that he plays for his team. So I'm looking forward to see what he can do today.
All right, so how we've set it up is that FaZe Clan are the favorites in this game, historically and when individual play and tactically also. However, Beast Coast are no slouches, and they're looking up real good getting into this tournament. Nobody would have expected them to even make it here, Jesse.
No, they really wouldn't have. Beast Coast have seemingly come out of nowhere, but that's where this team thrives. Nobody thought they would make the major when they finished with the last place in NAL for the first 3 games. Yeah. Nobody thought they would make top 8. Now nobody thinks they're going to beat FaZe Clan.
You did actually, because you were telling everyone to wait and see what this roster was going to look like, considering the fact it was the best roster Beast Coast ever put together, and sure enough, they end up claiming the title for first place in here, and then pushing it now and now making a main stage presence.
I mean, it's been looking great. However, this whole idea, this notion of Beast Coast as a ragtag team is kind of a misnomer, because let's actually visualize it here, because 5 players, 4 of them have made it to main stages. It's not their first rodeo.
It really isn't. We're seeing so much experience coming through. You see top 4s, top 8s. They've already secured top 8 here now in Manchester. They're looking to push that to top 4 to tie some of the performances we've seen from Gunnar and Spirits. The Diffuser as well, the new guy coming onto the team, has been so strong throughout the regional league. He was their best player through NAL, although he's been a bit quieter up here on the main stage.
Yeah, and I think that is something to note, because going into the regular stage, he was the highest performer for Beast Coast. So now that you make it to main stage, you got to shake off those nerves. You got to focus on what you can do the best, whatever your ability is, and to bring it here. This is where everything is laid out on the line, and this comes down to Diffuser showing up today and really showing why he's worth it to be on this roster as a whole.
And all of that comes down to preparation. And who is very, very important for preparation? It's the coaches behind the scenes and the analysts, and they have a big input on the map bands that we have. So let's pull them up on the screen and take a look at what they look like. Please, Jesse, guide us through.
Well, we've talked to Beast Coast a lot throughout the season about how they just trust their coach and Hot and Cold to deal with the bans, and I gotta say, no surprises to start us off. The only thing that maybe could come through is I kind of expected a Cafe Club ban. It goes Club Bang for Beast Coast instead. They go Night Haven Labs. This would have been predicted by FaZe Clan. Beast Coast are undefeated in organizational history on Night Haven Labs, 4-0 with this roster, beating Sonics and M80 in the NAL, and then taking down Cyclops and ITB here in Manchester. That will be a tough task for FaZe Clan to take down.
Again, this is a really good map, and Beast Coast have shown more than enough that they're capable on this map, obviously, going flawless on it so far. I want to see what this next map is going to look like. I can kind of predict it, yeah, Cafe. So 2 maps so far that heavily favor both teams. Cafe, they haven't played it yet here at the event, but FaZe, no doubt, they are successful on this map, one of their favorite maps, and I'm kind of curious to see what this next decider map is going to look like if we make it to a decider map, and there it is, Oregon.
All right, and that final ban from FaZe, very interesting. Of course, these 2 met in the Swiss stage. That game was on Skyscraper. It was a victory for FaZe Clan, but it was 8-7. That could have gone either way. In fact, FaZe Clan had to pull it back from the brink. So FaZe Clan choosing not to go for the rematch. They won't give Beast Coast that second chance. Instead, they're going to bring it to Oregon. Old, reliable. Very excited to see if we can get there.
That all comes down to preparation, right? How much have you spent with your players just kind of preparing for this game?
Well, I think it's best case scenario that both teams have really good maps on their favor, so I do think we will genuinely see a map 3.
All right, gentlemen, how about we introduce our competitors? From the USA and Canada, it's Beast Coast! Nobody believed the squad would top the NA League, let alone make it to Manchester in the main stage. But these boys, they proved all the doubters wrong. It's Beast Coast! What a team, what a squad! And we'll see what they have to show with their experience today. From Brazil, it's FaZe Clan! The #1 team in Brazil. You've seen them on the main stage for every event in the past year. And they've come to Manchester to pick up from where they've left off in Gävle, Berlin, and SI in Sao Paulo. Give it up for FaZe Clan! Let's bring them over to hear some trash talk. Gunnar and KDS, please, come on up. KDS, come on in. Gentlemen, please, to your positions. So let's give it a stare down. No kisses. All right. Gents, for you, first of all, Gunnar, you've made it to the main stage. You're not shy about it. You've been here before. How's it feel like to go up against a team that everybody's calling to be the #1?
I mean, it feels good. Prove that we're better.
Are you going to be able to do that in the server?
I think so.
All right. KDS, you got challengers. I mean, in comparison to your experience, kind of low on the block, how do you feel about the Beast Coast on the other side?
No, they play very well against us in the last game, so it will be a tough game for us too. You know, I don't know what's gonna happen, but it will be a great match against them.
All right, are we expecting great match? Please, gentlemen, shake hands. Are we ready for a good match? All right, let's get it started, Manchester. Get your energy rolling. We'll toss it to our casters, Detmata and Lakes. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. It is time to get into what could be one of the best matches we've seen so far in the tournament. A rematch of just 4 days ago. It went the distance there, Carter. All 15 rounds in a BO1. Now we're treated to a BO3 on main stage, no less.
And I gotta say it, Beast Coast had not one, not two, but 3 opportunities to close out that game against FaZe on Skyscraper. And if we can see them do that on a map that FaZe came back 6-0 on the defense to beat Furia in that grand final, and we're going to the first map of this series that, well, FaZe don't exactly have a good they have a good history.
Yeah.
But talking about Furia, they've let a couple leads slip away on the first map of this series.
Of course, and look, we've already seen an upset just go by. Team Liquid taking down the reigning world champions, the reigning major champions, the 3-time raisers of those trophies in the last year. Furia have gone down. There is one more SI finalist that remains in this tournament, and that is FaZe Clan. Beast Coast's ragtag team, dropped from various of the greats of North America, have formed, and what a formation it has become. These guys have proven that they are capable of just about anything.
But beating FaZe in a best-of-3, even I must admit, listen, I don't have many American squads left to root for, okay? SSG were the All-American boys, but Beast Coast, we got a solid 4/5 here. I'll take what I can get. But I love this team. I've casted so many of these players for years. Casted Gunnar when he was just playing T3 tournaments at the age of 16 or 17 years old. Gavini when he went flawless in Challenger League. These players not only have a long history in Rainbow Six, but as you said, a long history amongst some of the cream of the crop in North America. But FaZe Clan, Liquid are on a run, but Beast Coast, I want to believe it. But I need to see map 1 first.
Before we get ready for the game, let's have a quick word from our sponsors. Beast Coast versus FaZe is about to begin. It is North America versus Brazil, and Beast Coast are looking quite ready. They built up a lot of confidence in that Swiss phase, and man, they were just flying through it by the end.
And I think that's what's going to get this victory over FaZe. If it happens, I think it'll be a 3-mapper guaranteed, but it will be confidence. I think FaZe have the better system, but more importantly, the more experienced system. It's been tested by strong opponent after strong opponent, but Beast Coast can win today with confidence. Gunnar needs to pop off. Gavini needs to pop off. We need to see a better performance from Diffuser, the highest rated player domestically, but it doesn't need to be him. If we can get maybe Spirits or Hot and Cold alongside Gavini and Gunnar, they might just be able to do it.
Nighthaven is the first map. It was picked by Beast Coast. But of course, FaZe, we have quite a history for them on this map as well. In the grand final at the Six Invitational, they were reverse swept. It is time for North America to take on Brazil, the All-American Rejects versus the best from Brazil.
3-time domestic league champions, but yet since Berlin, Dev, they've made second. They won in Yavla, but it's been a long time since FaZe have actually stepped out of the shadows and into the limelight, with Furia consistently getting the better of them this past year.
And what better opportunity than in a tournament where Furia has been eliminated by Team Liquid. FaZe Clan have their best opportunity they have seen in years of raising a major trophy. But first, they must take on Beast Coast, who have consistently upset teams, not just at this tournament, but ever since their inception 77 days ago.
We're not even 3 months into this team yet. We're not even 3 months into this roster to see what they can do, and they've already made top 8. Diffuser, this is his first stage of Pro League, his first major, his first LAN. He needs to bounce back a bit from the poor performance he's had, reclaim some of that more domestic online glory. If he doesn't hear, maybe we'll see magic happen. Ban phase has transpired, as we can see. Beast Coast going with Old Reliable. If we're talking about kind of taking the mantle away from NA teams, Dark Zero only banned Dokkaebi and Azami. I guess Beast Coast have only going to ban Dokkaebi and Fenrir for the past 15 maps now. But FaZe are a bit more flexible. We see the Deimos and the Azami go down. I think Azami makes sense. She can hold Rafters almost entirely, really strong. But Spirits, he does love that Deimos.
Yeah, and how about that Deimos ban? I think that all these teams saw how beautiful the trophy was and were like, no one else is allowed to touch Deimos except for us when we raise that trophy at the end of this tournament.
But the thing I was most curious about is the role Monty is going to play in this matchup, because if some of you are maybe newer to Rainbow Six, both of these teams are really known for great Monty play, but a little bit differently. Hot and Cold will use the Monty to get the rest of his team into position, but he himself is a fine individual Monty. You're not seeing him, I don't know, do like forest clips and quick peeking everywhere. But Vidiking not only does that great, uses his team around the Monty, but he himself is a fantastic one with multiple 1vx clutches on the Monty in the post plant, and it's been left up. A lot of teams have banned it against Beast Coast because of their reliance on it, but FaZe, I think shown by the fact that they put Vidiking on a shield on defense in round 1, they want to keep that tool in their arsenal as well.
That's it. Look, Vidiking might love the Monty. He can't play it on defense, but what's the next best thing? Clash, a fantastic Monty counter, and Vidiking, known for his highlights on that operator as well. As we dig in, it is Beast Coast on the attack of their map pick. FaZe looking very comfortable on this top floor bomb side.
And as Jesse mentioned, Beast Coast, organizational history have not lost this map, but this roster currently 4-0 on it. Very strong individual performance against CAG, a lot of multi-kills, a lot of huge fragging moments from the Beast Coast attacking lineup, but I imagine against FaZe, that might be the win condition, but they will need to do some outthinking early on. Gunnar will spot the clash very early, walks into top lobby and says, all right, well, I'm not gonna push this angle, no thank you. But most of the work on this top floor bomb site is opening up the exterior walls to start. The connector breach, the IT breach, I imagine we'll see later with 2 separate hard breaching on the board. Beast Coast very concerned about this early on, especially with the clash, holding this position, holding connectors so aggressively. They'll need to push her back in this first half.
So Vidiking will pull back slowly, continuing to whittle away at the clock, which tends to be the attacker's worst enemy. Beast Coast still have a lot of work to do in terms of opening up these walls as we see Cavini get to work here on the IT breach. Nowhere near enough control has been taken as half the round has subsided for the American squad.
Right now, the main utility you're looking at to deal with this clash, because of the lack of a Zofia in the lineup, is 2 things. Directly, the nade from Spirits, and maybe the air jabs from Diffuser if you really want to try and get crazy with it. Throw an air jab behind the Monty. Other one, the EMPs from Hot and Cold could disable the electricity, but unfortunately right now.
Oh! Big early engagement. The Monty trying to get up here in the face of Handy on this Warden, who's dueling that player behind a C4. The Monty is shut down immediately. The clash comes to support as well. And it's all gone down the toilet for Beast Coast. A very strong start from FaZe. Desperate now from Diffuser. We've said he needs to step up, but he's left with it all to do. 1 versus 5, and the Brazilians have shown that they've learned a thing or two ever since they lost this map at SI. Great start from FaZe.
And to be fair, they choked on their attacking side. Just 1 round, 1 defensive round in OT they lost. So really, we just have to wait for the next 6 rounds for Beast Coast to win this game, of course.
Oh, there could be a lot more rounds left to play in this game, that's for sure. But I think that just doubling down on the point that the analysts made during that map veto, Beast Coast undefeated on Nighthaven Labs. This is a great map for them. FaZe, not terrible on the map. Yes, we always harp on about that SI result, but let's not forget they were up with many match points in that game, and also they then beat Furia on it in the Brazilian season.
And also to be even more objective on it, the 1 loss they have on this map in the org's history since Nighthaven was introduced was to Los. And that's the only loss they've had. And if you paid attention to the Brazil League, that Los, now W7M Core, has always been a bit of a weird team for FaZe to go up against. Huge individual performances can sometimes dismantle that FaZe structure. So Beast Coast picked this map for comfort. We can all give them credit for that, and it's all very understandable, but FaZe have only lost this 1 time outside of that 6-1 choke in the SI Grand Final. This is why FaZe are very much the heavy favorites. This is why this is going to be a 3-mapper. This guaranteed. Beast Coast are not taking this in 2, and FaZe, unfortunately, definitely, even on Beast Coast pick, very easy option to bet on.
That's in terms of what we expect might happen, but in terms of wishful thinking, Carter, I know where your heart lies.
Oh, yes.
We can't deny, you're one of the few American casters that we have at this event, and you've got Beast Coast, a little love heart of them tucked away in your wallet. FaZe, though, I feel like I have to then cheer for them. If you're going to be on Beast Coast side, I feel like I need to play. Sure. I need to play devil's advocate.
I mean, it's fair, I guess. But you love your Bliss, you love your CAG. This is an underdog matchup.
It's true.
You're supposed to root for the underdog.
Who do you reckon the crowd's getting behind?
They hate everyone. I thought that maybe, the British, the Americans come together, hate the Brazilians. I mean, they were cheering Furia home just a few minutes ago, but no, I guess.
Perhaps the story of an underdog tale for Beast Coast will win over the crowd eventually, but for now, it's very early days. This is nice. Looking to put a lot of pressure directly on the site.
A lot of pressure directly on the site. Big concern I have is, of course, if there are any hatches open around the cargo side, and of course, there's this mirror window watching the Animus breach. So nope, they're just walking in. They recognize that with the Animus hatch closed and both those doors castled off, they can just open those quickly if they want to execute inside of Animus later on, or assembly later on. But overall, really quick and solid utility clear with that Ash, the breach charges, and the breaching rounds inside of a primary. The way Beast Coast go for this site, they like direct takes, but they'll open up both breaches and then feel out which side, and it appears they're committing to assembly.
Maybe it is possible here to go for a plant with the Monty in tow. The hatch above soft and always a threat of a flank available as KDS was upstairs before, but the Fuser is going to start planting, living up to the name. A big C4 comes out over and does kill the rookie. Also takes the Montaigne extremely low. Beast Coast had a nice idea. It was shut down briefly, but at least they found the numbers back on their side.
There's only one C4 remaining. Gavini now planting behind Hot and Cold again. Handy needs to get in a position to deny this. They try to throw the goo mine, but with no impacts on the board.
Wow.
Handy's completely out of position. Rotates late. Hot and Cold down. A straight 3v3 in the post, but Beast Coast already have their position set up. Handy up close. Maybe Soul's in the long angle. One of these two players needs to go big.
Yeah, but this is a very ambitious retake. There's a drone on Handy right here, and Beast Coast know they don't have to pick, they don't have to get aggressive. An easy shutdown, one for Gunner as well. Cavini, he will fall. But KDS is stuck in an impossible position. Information on his, and also an angle from above on the hatch. Beast Coast can just lock this out. They don't have to do anything about it. And that's the energy that we expect out of Fettuccini standing behind these players. You see Beast Coast start to string together rounds, and you'll see a lot more of that from their coach.
Yep. Fett dressed like a young college professor, come to teach some lessons to the old dogs on FaZe Clan. And that first round, just overall good read from Beast Coast. They go for a minimal take, they open up both those castle barricades, and they realize the hatch is soft, which means nobody, assuming there are no impacts, can retake from FaZe in that position. But you even got to give credit to Beast Coast there, rotating up, using Spirits as DMR to break that hatch, and then play from it in the post plan. So overall, good from Beast Coast. They love these type of attacks. They love their more direct takes. I mean, they have planted in over 52% of their attacking rounds with an 81% conversion rate of those plants. The best team at the majors, statistically, in both planting and converting those plants.
It's quite an accolade for Beast Coast. Still, FaZe shouldn't be too upset. They did win their primary bomb site on the top floor. Basement was a little bit more challenging for them, but they can go for a reattempt. This is, no, actually, they've changed things up, I believe. Yeah,
hold on, we put Vidaking on Solus?
Okay. Vidaking looking to get active, I guess.
He's a great player, don't get me wrong, but like that's Cyber's op, and they've got Cyber on Cade. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I love Vidaking as much as the next guy, but Cyber just wants the AUG, I suppose.
Well, we've got a change up of the bomb sites. Ooh, almost a little spawn pick there from Cyber on the Kaid. So we're going to the ground floor, cargo and storage. This one falls in and out of favor depending on the team. And it really does hinge on whether the attack can take control of above and below the bomb site, as those locations can be used to deny the plant. And that's why we see such a heavy roam from FaZe.
And especially with Beast Coast having that Monty on the board, they probably want to go for a bit more of that direct take. What I assume they'll do is open up the IT breach, not even necessarily clear out the entirety of the top floor, but make it so if anybody needs to retake and play the vertical angles watching cargo, they have to cross in front of that breach. And well, Gunner has killed somebody not from that exact position, but still got the opening pick. Spirit's now going down below to make sure nobody can deny the plant from that basement floor. If they're able to stop Vidiking and make sure he can't retake from below, it's a normal cutoff position. Beast Coast already making really good progress and have a lot of the control they need to go for that plant.
Spirit's going for a backstab. Bit of a lurk up the Exo stairs. He's taking a hell of a lot of ground here, reveals his position, but a fight does come his way. He takes Cyber's head clean off. Handy pushing for a refrag. He's up against the world. Cut down. A flawless attack there for the Americans. FaZe completely picked to pieces.
And to reopen that Cyber and Vidiking discussion, if you paid attention to the positions, Vidiking playing that Solus upstairs, he's going to be stuck there the entire round to deny the plant. But Cyber getting active once again, moving around the map, going for the solo roams that he's known for. FaZe basically run 4 players on or around the site, then Cyber's given a blank check just to do whatever the hell he wants. But he's been having a bit of a decent tournament, but for a player that lives off of feast or famine playstyles, not going big is a problem. And FaZe with this timeout, I imagine recognizing that they are not effectively stopping Beast Coast getting the control they want and going in for the plant. Sure, they've won second floor, but basement and first floor, Beast Coast got all the control they want. We're winning the fights with the players contesting it. I think Beast Coast maybe need to channel Cyber a little bit more, funnel a lot more resources into him, play that Valkyrie, play some more intel operators, and try to get Cyber active to disrupt Beast Coast setup.
And the tactical timeout called very early by FaZe. This roster has stayed together for a very long time, a year and 2 months, a whole year longer than Beast Coast. But of course, they did make a bit of a change to their coaching staff when Romalio was bought out by G2. Now it's Rafadel behind them. And he will need to have made good on that tactical timeout. Called so early, right? Like, this is the 3rd round of the game just gone by. The FaZe, they want to get on top of this right at the start of the match. They don't want to let it slide. They know that they're on their defense and they expect to go hard here.
And if Beast Coast are going to succeed based off those individual performances, I mean, Gavini 3-2, Gunner 5-1 already, two of the 2 highest rated players on the side of Beast Coast on that team. If you let them get that momentum, if you don't start getting rounds right now, you'll let Beast Coast get comfortable. And defense is their much better side. I mean, they were winning games in the NA League, going down 1-5 on their attacks, and then winning 6 in a row flawless. It is something they are very good at, and their attacks have only gotten better as they have played at the Manchester Major, as this roster has had more than just 30 or 45 days to play officials.
That's why I feel like this is a very telling round, Carter. Beast Coast, if they can find a 3rd attack here, with 2 still to play in the half, that momentum that FaZe has tried to bring back onto their side with that tactical timeout will have sorely dissipated. And I would hazard a guess that Beast Coast would look very solid to win their map pick. And while we did have a bit of hype from the analyst desk that this should be a Beast Coast favored map, let's admit, right, you got 2 NA boys on the analyst desk. I want to give some credit to FaZe and the way that they bounced back after losing Nighthaven at SI to beating Furia on it in the regular stage. I think this is a good map for FaZe, and I think they need to win this round of defense to have any hope of taking it in this series.
Oh, it's objectively a fantastic map for FaZe even. Then again, most of the maps they play are fantastic maps for FaZe. They are running back this same setup overall, though. In fact, I'm pretty sure there are no changes in the lineup, but Beast Coast are ready for it. They've played the clash, Vidiking getting aggressive in the first minute just as he did before. The only thing that's changed is Beast Coast saw it and were quicker to react. Open up the Mav line, shoot Vidiking in the back. Really good stuff from Beast Coast, and FaZe, who are going back to the 1 bomb site they've won, have really not changed up anything.
And that's allowed Beast Coast to read it. They knew exactly where Vidiking played on that clash, and he was very active last time. But using the Maverick as someone is already ready to peek through those holes guarantees that kill onto Vidiking. He will have to sit out for the rest of this round. FaZe fighting, lacking manpower. Beast Coast can just chill out. They can just slowly and steadily continue to ramp up the pressure on this bomb site. Tandy is looking to hold on to electrical for as long as possible, but it's going from bad to worse for FaZe.
It is, and my big concern right now as we enter that 5v3, FaZe are really biased towards the connector side. We see Handy there, we see KDS there, and Spirits. I was concerned whether it be Aqua or Garage, and he's moved in, but Cyber, does he know about Spirits?
He's got the read.
Does now.
Just in time for it as well, but Cyber and Handy have to do it all themselves. Handy gets quite aggressive, but the air jab knocks him back. Looks to get aggressive once again. He has been spotted. Shotgun comes out. He needs to find this kill, but he's cut down. Beast Coast building that momentum up, 3 on the trot. And FaZe, tactical timeout denied.
They're winning the fights. They're taking these 1v1s with FaZe, and they are coming away the victor far more often. FaZe's big strength, even if Cyber's roam doesn't work out, is they've got 4 of the best players in the world trading each other on the site. Souls, KDS, Handy that the desk highlighted, but you put Vidiking on that shield to try to stall time, and he dies in the first minute. So you're inherently going to have a 5v4 after that point, and Cyber, who's trying to get aggressive by himself in Garage, ends up falling. And look at how good that clear is. They get the information on the clash, immediate reaction, diffuser behind him as that line goes out. Excellent work from Beast Coast right there. And then when they just run into the site or hold the angles of players trying to re-aggress, Beast Coast are looking sharp on the gunplay.
That's a picture-perfect read with the Maverick, and picture-perfect execution from Diffuser as well. We saw it on the replay. He didn't even wait to see the clash. He just, as soon as the line was open, he was pre-firing with that incredibly high damage ARX. Minced up Vidiking and FaZe well and truly on the ropes. This is their defensive side where they should be having success on Nighthaven Labs. Typically, Carter, 67% of FaZe's defense rounds on Nighthaven, they will win. And that's over the last 4 times that they have played this map. By the way, they've only lost this map once of the last 4 times. It is, in a way, one of their best maps, and they are being taken to the cleaners.
They also, going into this tournament, first 2 rounds, FaZe got the opening pick. Going into this tournament, FaZe had, and this is true, a 94% conversion rate on their opening picks on the defensive side to a victory. Within just a couple games, it dropped down to an average, to be fair, 2/3, 67%. But FaZe were indomitable on this defensive half in the Brazil League, on Nighthaven, on Oregon, basically every map they played. And right now, well, as we're going with an old reliable on Nighthaven, not the Glass rush, but you open up this breach, throw down the smokes. The Glass can hold it down, but Diffuser, an early death, and this is what I wanted to see from FaZe. Intel, or at least freedom, given to Cyber to make plays.
That's the Ying gone down as well. One of the cornerstones of this execute, no doubt. That's a set of smokes gone. Gavini has primed his smokes, as has Spirits. They go out from the Thermite and the Glaz. This will enable the Glaz to peek on through. A C4 goes down, but it actually gets stunned on out by the EMP of Gunner. Another C4 can be sent on in, 2 versus 5. A nice attempt at a rush here from Beast Coast, but it has fallen quite flat. Gavini now in a very awkward position. He's been spotted, he's been taken down. Spirits on the Glass found his first, but 4 more not likely to be found. A lot of damage as well there on that peak from Vidiking. This aggression from FaZe has paid dividends, and it might just get them back into the match. A nice swing there from the King himself.
And unfortunately for Beast Coast, FaZe's setup, even though they make a pretty impactful change, as we saw, putting Cyber on that Solus, letting him go for that roam, cuts down the Ying very early on a very nice run out. But FaZe's setup, broadly speaking, didn't change because they know, okay, Beast Coast like their plants. They're going to go for it if they have the option. Beast Coast commit to it based on the lineup. And FaZe have 3 C4s. They can use 1 to destroy this, or to put in the smokes in case Beast Coast go for a quick rush. They have a second C4 to wait a little bit, see if they can bait Beast Coast in and make them think that it's safe. And then they have a third just to finish them off. Really good utility usage, specifically pacing out those C4s to get Beast Coast at every single opportunity.
You saw in that replay as well, the way that Cyber went for that aggressive push outside with the Solus. He saw the player on his phone, on his cams, and then he scanned it so that he would have that live 3D ping of where he is so that he could be as quick as possible. He'd prep the window, jump out, sprints out for it. Easy kill. A little bit of life back in FaZe. Oh, Vidiking's hiding the clash this time. It's a bit strange because it's kind of obvious. Like, they brought it both times they played this bomb site before. I don't think that Beast Coast will necessarily be surprised to see it here.
No, I mean, but to be fair, I mean, we see Hot and Cold going onto that Monty instead, and sure, you still have the Maverick on the board, and you still have, you know, plenty of guns behind him that could go for that same play, but it might just be tricking Beast Coast. While they still could make that play, open up the line in the wall, they might be committing to something else early on, and then they'd have to switch it up if they want to go fight that clash later, because they're opening the connector breach, they're doing what they did before. All right, well, Gunners killed KDS immediately. Now as the Clash, you're going to feel a little less freedom to be aggressive at top lobby.
That was just such a good read, though, from Gunner. He knew exactly what position to prone in. He knows exactly where KDS goes for those impact tricks from. As soon as the head pops up, he'll take it clean off.
Ironically, given that the Clash was hidden, I still think the biggest X factor for FaZe in this round, the biggest change, is keeping Cyber on that Solus. It's an operator he loves. It's not a shock that he's playing her, period. But to see them in round 6 make that as a change to their upstairs defense, it's the first time Cyber's played her on this bomb site, the third of this half. That's what I think can still trip Beast Coast up, even in the 4v5. He is very wily and very, very good. Especially if he can stay alive to the late round, deny that plant from below. This is a player that Beast Coast need to find, need to isolate, and need to shut down.
He's about to get red, though. He has been spoiled, I believe, by that drone. The pings come out, seen for a second. Gavini usually lands those. It's just a bit of damage to the shoulder for Cyber, though. Diffuser looking to hunt him as well. Eventually, Gavin does find the kill. And your X Factor, Carter, has been completely taken out.
But this is what Beast Coast need to do. They need to, 1, respect Cyber in terms of the threat he poses, but 2, disrespect him and shut him down as quickly as possible. And they didn't just have Gavini there taking a 1v1. They had Diffuser as well, albeit on a bit of an awkward trade. But now Cyber, who has also been playing Garage, now that he's down, allows the Monty to push up, and the only player really left is that Mira. But look, this C4 can destroy the Monty on the rafters, but Hot and Cold walks too far forward. East Coast have the advantage to trade out souls in this position.
And Vidiking forced to pack his shield away, get the SMG out, flashed back again. Souls, nice angle, but he doesn't land the kill. And now he's getting ADS by the Monty. Hot and Cold doesn't need to find more. The Beast Coast closed the half with a flawless round and a decisive lead with dominance on their attack.
Looking in sharp form. Beast Coast hitting their shots, communicating. The machine is churning away. 4-2 half on your attacks against the second best team in the world. And for me, as I've said before, my favorite to win the overall Manchester tournament. Yeah, you're not complaining about that. You're not complaining about not getting a 5-1 whatsoever. Now going to the defensive side, well, we see Hot and Cold also put himself on the shield, the Monty on defense.
That's a lot less typical of Hot and Cold, the Clash, compared to the Montaigne. I'm just loving this energy from Beast Coast. I mean, these players are no strangers to playing on the main stage, but perhaps for Fettuccini, their coach, he's just soaking up his first chance. For Diffuser, the only player in the server right now who's making his debut on the main stage, the rest of them have 13 majors between them. That's the level of experience that we've got on this ragtag team.
At one point in time, also all being very young players on their roster. You know, Spirit's making his debut in the NAL 3 years ago. Gunner also about 2 years ago. Gavini, a new entry on the Dark Zero before SI23, going into that tournament, just on that team for a little over a year. Then you have Hot and Cold, who's, what, the second most veteran player inside all of Rainbow Six. You have, some players have quite a bit of experience, and then Hot and Cold is in a different tier entirely. So they balance out, and then some. Diffuser's inexperience, not only in the international scene, but also in Pro League, period. 5v5 now, and we do in fact have shield-on-shield warfare. Hot and Cold on the Clash, and Vidiking on the Monty once again. Hot and generally very successful on that Monty on the attacking half. But it's how FaZe will use these guns around the Monty, I think, will be the decider. Cyber already inside the building. No Solus for Beast Coast this round. So Cyber instead just trying to find, one, those black eye cameras, but also more than happy to find a couple EDDs.
Nice and thorough when you see that IQ come out. What's Sol's waiting for here? He's looking to time this. Perhaps getting rid of some util off the wall. I guess the IQ below could look to dispatch with the Tubarão. But it has been quite a slow push here from FaZe.
It's not that they like to take their time, but they're certainly not against it. It gives them time to read their opponent, fully feel out what the defense is, whether it's heavy on breach denial, heavy on the roam. In this case, from Beast Coast, not necessarily heavy on the breach denial, but a little bit of both. Got the flash on the side, the C4 down below. Yeah, very nice read, but KDS thankfully dodges it. FaZe trying to use the buck from below to pressure a lot of the players actually inside of the site. Beast Coast not generally worried about it at the moment, but KDS still has 25 skeleton shots to use.
No, Beast Coast have gone below these roamers, all the way down in the basement.
How's he done that?
Oh, what a shot from Diffuser! That's a one-tap for you.
That's a Esports Award Player of the Month nominee right there.
He's hungry for more, though. Let's see if he can get it. He knows there's a down player here. He's trying to taunt this Montaigne into contesting him. Diffuser going for another one, but does lose his life. Bites off a little bit more than he can chew. The Souls is yet to be taken out, and uh-oh, FaZe.
We're trolling.
This is a little bit of a troll from Beast Coast, and it has left the door ajar. Vidaking,
trolling.
Big with the shield. Beast Coast, don't let it go down like this. You were 2 players ahead, and now you're a player behind. 2 down. Cyber looking for one more. Gavin cannot survive. FaZe are thieves for stealing that from Beast Coast.
Yeah, but they kind of left the doors unlocked, though, didn't they? I mean, we see Diffuser get that nasty one-tap outside of supply, and he runs into the mod team. He's like, all right, well, this is a bit awkward. I'm not sure what to do here. But we sprint at the exterior door after that. I think that's the inexperience showing a little bit. I get taking the aggro fight. I could take it or leave it. I at least get the idea, but he's sprinting at it, caught with his gun down. And then, of course, you have, unfortunately, Hot and Cold just literally 360ing in front of Vidaking, and then Gunnar trying to get the angle here. A lot of, in some cases, unnecessary aggression from Beast Coast, in some cases, poorly played. Unfortunately, they had that round in the bag. Everything before the minute 45 prior was fantastic. Everything after, let's hope that doesn't happen round 9.
Well, that's the kind of round that Beast Coast are going to kick themselves for, because they're up 4-2, and now FaZe is just 1 round behind. You don't want to give FaZe confidence on their attack. Attack is where you're the ones that need to initiate. Unless if Beast Coast are literally throwing themselves at you, and then FaZe really don't have to do a lot of initiating. All they have to do is wait and receive all the gifts that Beast Coast are willing to give them.
Beast Coast could certainly throw themselves at FaZe. This round, we have a very, very heavy roam setup. Gavini on that Solus all the way on the top floors. It is a basement defense on Beast Coast's second attempt at the defensive side. Probably have Hot and Cold on the site right now. I imagine still some setup going on. I'll probably have at least 2 players on this roam up on the top floor. They got to deal with Cyber on that buck, a favorite of his, a favorite of many entries. Hello! Gavini playing peekaboo with Cyber. I would choose a better opponent than that.
Well, Cyber's the buck as well, which means he's got the versatility to go for the shotgun in close range.
Oh,
doesn't need it. He times it to perfection. Good opening pick for FaZe. What was the stat you said, Carter? These guys are pretty damn good at converting these.
Yeah, pretty good at converting opening picks on the attack and the defense. It's the strength of that system, the strength of that coordination, and potentially in this game, the experience. Both these teams like a bit more of a coordinated attack than just, you know, a Furia style, find the gap where possible. But FaZe have been playing this system with this 5 for, what, 1 year and 3 months now, and Beast Coast have been playing it for a little less than that, 77 days.
Yeah, it's a very new roster for Beast Coast, isn't it? And sometimes that does show. They're organized, they look hot on it. Diffuser's going for something cheeky here, and I like it. He snuck past that drone. It was not lit up. He's inching closer to these roamers. He hears that skeleton key ring out. He takes Cyber down.
He backs off. Look at that. Complete different from last round. Doesn't push for more.
Spotted. Nice. Doesn't forget about the drone.
This is where the decision becomes difficult. Do you want to play your life on the roam or try to rotate back? He's very far out, and as we can see, KDS outside can't exactly cut him off. I think FaZe have accepted that this one's going to go in the wind, but Diffuser could play on this top floor a little longer. Remember, the side is basement. We've got a minute left. The buck was all the way upstairs. FaZe are just waiting for one of these roamers. Diffuser, of course, but also as we see Spirits inside a cafe. There's the castle. There's one more.
The handyman finds it. East Coast dwindling. Cause for concern, I think, after being 2 rounds ahead on their unfavored side. Why are they falling apart on their defense?
Especially in the 4v3. I mean, Beast Coast are likely going to put 2 on one side, 1 on the other, and I think they've read correctly. There might be that castle barricade in the way, but there's only 1 player inside a tank.
Oh, hello, Gunnar. Takes a hell of a lot of damage, but he gives
That's Diffuser.
Far more back. A good trade, though, from KDS on the vert. Spirits springs into action to get the down on handy. Hot and Cold looking to finish it, but can't just yet. Eventually, Spirits does so, but this plant's going down in a 2v2, which is so winnable. They don't know about this plant position. And KDS and Souls now in the post plan, can start to sling back. Aggressive from Souls. Makes it a 2v1. Hot and cold has to be hot now. No second chances. Revolver comes out. The flashbangs to meet him. And FaZe have come back 2 rounds straight on their attack to tie the score.
Good call from FaZe to play it behind the tank instead of close on the door. The 2 defaults on this site, but one, as you could see, Hot and Cold preferring the close option. A lot more susceptible to a C4 from actually inside of the other bomb site. So good rotation from FaZe. And while I love that, retake from Diffuser, flanking up, getting that 1 kill, falling back, FaZe understood that those roamers, they're going to have to fall back to side. Eventually, they had more than enough players to cut off those rotations through cafeteria, through the 90 hallway on the first floor. Just a good setup from FaZe to not only minimize that individual play, but then also good converting onto the site after that. Tie game now, 4-4.
Yeah, I'm scared for Beast Coast. I'm going to be real with you, Carter.
All right, it's a tie game. We still got a tactical timeout.
Where are these defenses from Beast Coast?
Well, there was almost one in round 7, but...
Almost. And then they decided to just throw themselves at FaZe.
Listen, okay, it's sportsmanship.
They're feeling bad for
you gotta give your opponents one every now and then.
Sorry, you're telling me that Beast Coast is feeling bad for the SI finalists and giving them a round?
Well, they didn't win, did they?
No, they didn't.
I know, you're a Dune guy. There's a species in Dune who will only kill their enemies if they give them a way out. That's what Beast Coast are doing. They're giving them a way out.
The Tlalaksu Beast Coast.
Yeah, the Tlalaksu Beast Coast. And that way out was Diffuser sprinting at the house door with his gun down.
Oh. Well, FaZe take no prisoners. We know that for sure.
Certainly not. They will take no quarter against Beast Coast, and if Beast Coast seat around willingly, well, they're not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. They're looking for 5-4 now at this point as we move back to the second floor bomb site. Remember, this was the one where Beast Coast sprinted at the opposition and were ushered out of the round. Diffuser with a very nice shot, a 1-tap to make it a 5v3 that they ended up losing. Aside from Vidiking, being on that Monty, it's actually a similar rotation, Hot on the Monty to the Capital in the previous half. Now Vidiking making the same play.
Well, Gavin is so close to finding KDS, but KDS is very aware of it as well. I think he's hoping for some kind of bandit juggle, and he's ready to bait that out. Kill a player who does go for it. Of course, we can see that there's nothing of the sort.
There are options available to Beast Coast. If you watched during that Furia Liquid game on Nighthaven, JB92 would play in that spot and throw a C4 down to try to catch the buck playing below. KDS obviously behind the pillar, likely anticipating that very thing. The Beast Coast don't even have that option in the first place. Hello.
Hello? Keep peeking that. That's very ballsy from Gunnar. But his cojones has warranted him 10 kills in this game so far. Far and away the best player in the server right now. But on his heels is Cyber, who's looking to contest that exact same angle. Nade goes up.
Force him back.
Waiting for a repeat. He's looking to see if someone decides to push him, either dropping down the hatch or something else. Meanwhile, action going down from FaZe as they start to pressure this site.
This is where I'm concerned a little bit. FaZe are waiting for peaks from Beast Coast, and aside from Gunnar winning that fight against KDS, they've been remarkably disciplined. The first bit of utility goes out, try to force the player out from behind that pillar, that and the clash. Want to go for a diffuse plant on this side, but Beast Coast are holding on. They have the clash to retake that too, and he might need to lurk inside a garage to get this.
Diffuser has gone back though. Doesn't quite get the kill he's looking for. But it looks like it doesn't matter as Beast Coast can easily lock out a few of these aggressive FaZe players. What are you doing there, Diffuser, mate?
Not again.
He does gift another pick towards FaZe. Oh, Cyber's going for a big flank here as well. However, there's a shield to meet him. And Gavin is waiting and will easily spray him on down. There was a bit of a famine there for a moment. Beast Coast could not string together a defense, but this one in the end looks extremely convincing. And he won't even find spirits. The drought is over and Beast Coast are finally back into it.
Manchester, Fed just said, they are so boring. What are your thoughts on that?
Beast Coast! Let's go, Beast Coast!
Hey, we got one fan in the crowd. I'll take that.
2 fans.
2 fans. That's
North America has
that's
2
No Limit
fans.
right there. Shout out No Limit. Let's take a poll real quick. Manchester, I believe earlier you booed both of these teams. Was that correct?
Yeah, that's a boo. I can't tell if they're booing you or booing the teams.
Is that 5 really loud people or 50 somewhat excited?
I don't know. As someone that has recently been working with an American, Carter, you guys are bang for buck when it comes to volume per capita.
Listen, okay? Our #1 export, noise. To be fair for Fed that round on that call, FaZe waiting for Beast Coast to peek, Beast Coast not biting, FaZe then struggle for an entry into the site, Beast Coast ready for the lurks. A game of tic-tac-toe, FaZe forgot their pencil.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Only 2 rounds away for Beast Coast. It's winnable.
Oh, I'm really nervous for them. Oh, there's no defenses on this half.
It's been 1.
Yeah, exactly. And they retook the lead, Dev.
Yeah, well,
up 4-2, now 5-4.
It has been an attacker's game. We've seen 6 attacking rounds to only 3 defenses thus far.
You're such a hater. You're such a hater.
No, I just like to keep you in line.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Back down to, I suppose, the first floor site now, if my eyes don't deceive me. Yes, it is. Storage and control room is our tertiary site. A hold upstairs. Why, yes, of course. It always happens here. FaZe will try to clear it out early on. They'll open up the IT breach. We can see it trying to insert Vidaking over on the Aqua side with the diffuser. Gotta be careful you don't lose anybody there. 2 players on the stairs, 1 up top. Beast Coast have the numbers in this particular engagement, but FaZe have the gunfights.
Gunner not living up to the name, and a second for Handy. Good refrag. But Gavin's gonna have to fall back here. He's not gonna be able to get his teammate. Oh my God!
Wow.
Baited and taken down. Beautiful work from Gavin. He does bring it back for Beast Coast, so realistically they should have lost the numbers there. Vidaking just caught out. He was able to finish off that down player, but not able to save himself. Ironic.
I was about to say, Gavin literally looked at Gunner and said, "I'm sorry, little one," and then baited him for the kill. 2-piece from the castle, but to be entirely honest, I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd make that deal.
Yeah, I'd take
Monty
that.
taken down, Handy taken down.
The only downside here is that Maestro's lost, and that means those evil eyes won't be able to be opened and activated much.
Depends on what black eye cameras they have in sight, though. Because obviously we see the 2 C4s from Hot Cold and Diffuser up. Kavini, hello. Put down to 50 HP. Over on, might have been a wall bang.
The one good thing here for FaZe is look at the ground they've taken. They've got so much map control.
Now they're moving down to the middle floor. Nobody actually inside of the site, but again, there's 2 C4s down below inside a basement. If they have intel inside the site, or if Kavini can call it out properly, Beast Coast can still deny this.
Oh, this could be a pivotal gunfight. Good pre-fire from Souls. That does force Diffuser back. He's vulnerable, but hot and cold. From down under, a nice big C4 sent on fourth. But Cyber's got a good read on a flank, and that does bring it back even again. Diffuser with KDS in pocket. Boosted up on the desk, looking for a plant opportunity. Still a C4 on Diffuser. It's really up to Cyber to cover here. Oh, he saw the tail end of Diffuser and lands the flick shot.
15 seconds remaining.
KDS forcing that plant down. It's up to Hot and Cold, looking away at the wrong moment. Hot and Cold! Who dares doubt this man? A 1v2 for the man himself puts the Americans on map points.
All right, I gotta stop being biased real quick. Hold on. Right as Hot and Cold goes to peak, Cyber goes, "Oh, is there somebody over in supply?"
What if there was somebody over here?
Now, to be fair, that was a viable way for Hot and Cold to go, but he looks away right as Hot and Cold peak.
Let's see this shot, though, from Gavin. The bait, and then straight back around pre-fire. Beautiful.
Love that C4 too from Hot and Cold down below. Really good identification of the wind conditions from Beast Coast. Cyber so good in that late round, and then look.
Bang.
Look at that. Looks
Bang.
away, crouches, and Hot and Cold flicks. Talk about somebody entering fantastic individual performance in the last few maps for Beast Coast, by the way. Hot and Cold having some of the highest rated games he's had this entire stage. Especially in that PSG Talon game, the MVP on both maps to get them into this quarterfinal spot in the first place. And to answer your question, by the way, again, where are those defenses? Well, there's 2 of them right there.
And 2's all they needed because of such a stellar attack. And what a way to get it done as well. A 1v2 for Hot and Cold. An amazing round for him. A 3K, that's 3 of his 5 kills he's had in the 10 rounds we've played so far. Hot and Cold really is living up to the name.
He is. And I know we were hyping up the Nighthaven pick for FaZe as only one true loss outside of the 6-1 lead that they choked. But Beast Coast just lock in one more round in regulation, either this or the next. They will do what many of us thought would be the unthinkable, and is take a map off of one of the tournament favorites as a team that didn't exist 3 months ago.
We've already seen one SI finalist removed from the tournament.
What's a second?
Best in Brazil for a year now, but struggled to find a trophy since Yavle, the Sweden Major 2021. That was years and years ago. Distant memory, and for 2 of these FaZe players, for Vidiking and Handy, not even on the team at that point. It looks like an aggressive push from FaZe starts to force these Beast Coast players back, but Gavin says, I'm feeling it right now, I'm gonna get aggressive, but KDS puts him to bed.
Good cutoff from KDS. Good clear overall from FaZe. You can see they forced the Beast Coast roamers back off the top floor, and then just like before when they were attacking that basement site, have multiple players on the middle to cut them off, specifically that rotation back through Cafeteria. So good foresight from KDS. Bit of a lackluster tournament from him so far, I will say. I mean, the benefit about FaZe is they've got players who can show up at any given time, Handy, Cyber especially. But back when FaZe just fell short in Copenhagen, it was KDS who was lacking a little bit, but Handy now 9-8, cutting down Spirits. Diffuser unaware of the 2 players on Rafters at the moment. Definitely not to challenge them right now, but he'll get one on the re-aggress.
Good pre-fire, though. He was really caught in a rock and a hard place. Now a bit desperate for FaZe. They have numbers, but not if Diffuser starts firing.
Do they know about Hot and Cold?
They didn't last round. They didn't expect Hot and Cold.
They got no idea.
Where is he lurking? Where is he hiding? What is he able to achieve?
Sitting inside a Cafeteria right now, you can see FaZe with 40 seconds left. They're focused on the execute, and to be fair, they could go quickly. They could take down one of the 2 players on the site and just brute force that, but Hot and Cold was all the way on the middle floor. FaZe are gonna have utility in hand. They don't even know about Gunner behind the Animus wall. They're ratting. They're betting that FaZe won't drone out this intel. They're looking to end it here. Oh, this guy's dead.
Good name. Gunner finds him! Vidiking can't find the kill he needs. Hot and Cold springs up again. Handy must be the handyman now, 1v2. But Hot and Cold is so far away. And the plant must go down. Here comes from above. Handy, could he find the 4K? The rookie baits him out. Beast Coast are going beast mode here in Manchester.
I bet none of you thought this was real until we got the 4-2 half. None of you thought Beast Coast came to play until they went up 5-4. And then if you still had your doubts, 1-1v2 and 1-3v5, Beast Coast have given FaZe another brutal loss on Nighthaven.
A team formed out of raw talents. And it turns out they are greater than the sum of their parts. A phenomenal first map from Beast Coast puts them a single map away from knocking out one of the tournament favorites. We'll break it all down on the desk. Take it away, Milos.
Thank you very much, Links and Devmar. And yes, we are back. Who expected Beast Coast to take this map? I gotta say, people put this squad down, but they managed to bring it in.
Honestly, I'm not surprised, to say the least, that Beast Coast did come with this. Honestly, both teams were adapting heavily throughout this entire matchup. Yep. But again, I'm not surprised. Both maps going in each other's favors here. No surprise here again. Beast Coast.
Yeah, I mean, this was an incredibly fun map to watch because of the adaptations coming through from both teams. You know, those attacks from Beast Coast, yes, they lost the first round, but they really were able to change up their strategy so many times. Come on through with the Monty on a Hot and Cold. I really think that North America is doing so well in this tournament because as a region, they've kind of figured out this whole Monty meta better than everybody else. We saw FaZe bringing some Monty plays too, don't get me wrong, and they played it all right. We saw Vidiking rocking that sometimes, but the amount of Monty that we saw coming out of Hot and Cold, the strength and the way he was able to use it to work around his teammates was fantastic, and in my opinion, the deciding factor today.
And we set this up before we started with the game as hey, these two squads have a lot of tactical prowess in the game, and my God, I don't think we've had at Nighthaven Labs that was as tactical and back and forth between two teams as we've had with FaZe and Beast Coast.
I genuinely don't think FaZe has been tested to the limit in terms of pure adaptation from other teams, and honestly, Beast Coast is bringing it to that. I also want to talk about Diffuser here. I said that he's been the weakest link so far in this tournament. Today, he has really shown up. There has been a lot of mistakes that he has been making, but then he immediately capitalizes back on the next round and fixes it going into it.
Jesse, do you want to talk to us about some specific rounds to break it down?
We've been talking all day about adaptations, so let's get into it and show you some specific adaptations. Round number 1, they're going to come in and they see a clash. Now, I don't think Beast Coast expected to see this. You see Gunnar running down the hallway, say, oh my God, that's a clash, I got to back off. And they have some ideas to stop this, right? They want to try to use the Maverick to open this meeting room wall and get the kill on it. The problem is, Gavin has already done some work on the Maverick on the IT wall. This is quite late into the round. It doesn't result in any kills. And that means the Beast Coast have to fall back on a backup plan. They walk the Monty up the Aqua stairs. Hot and Cold is here. They're up against Handy, who plays fantastically with the shotgun and with the C4 to really repel this attack. At the same time, Diffuser goes down. Spirit takes a lot of damage. This whole round initially descends into chaos for Beast Coast.
The issue with this round specifically and what you're talking about, when you're met with something like this, it interrupts the comms. You can't figure out what you want to do. So you're sending people here, you're sending people there. You can't really get an exact idea of how you want to approach the round entirely. And then it starts to fall apart because of that miscommunication and that misplay.
And that's why we've got Hot and Cold, though. On this team, he is the king of figuring out the adaptation. So the next time Hot and Cold gets on the clash, and you think, great, he's going to use a firebolt. But watch this. He doesn't swing with the firebolt. He swings with his gun, and he shoots at Vidaking, which gives him the confidence to step just a little bit forward and not fall back. And then the Mav comes out, and Diffuser gets the kill working on that Mav line. And what happens? They convert this round. It's a beautiful way to deal with that clash, one that they tried the first round but didn't have in time, and they have all the answers the next time they come around here.
And again, this goes into what I was talking about with this game being an entire adaptations left and right. And for Beast Coast to be such a brand new team, obviously they have 4 very skilled players bringing in Diffuser, but the fact that they can come up, build this foundation, and be quick to adapting that fast as a brand new team is truly impressive.
Absolutely. Beautiful to see. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Can you believe it? NA is up 1-0 against Brazil. And you know what? If you're here with us in the venue or even watching at home, you're part of our Siege family. But there are some that are a bit more VIP than most. So Emmy actually got to sit down and talk to one of the VIPs. Olive, take it away.
You find us here with some of the greatest minds coming together at the Manchester Major. None more so than our next interview, someone you all love, Olive. Olive, who do you think's gonna win the Major? That's very controversial, you can't say that. Here, what if I bribe you? And can I have a pour? And now who's gonna win? The right answer. Thank you so much, Olive. You are the best girl. Take it back.
Thank you very much, Emmy and Olive. There's no better analysis we've ever had here in Rainbow Six. But we still have to set up for map number 2 in this series. Will Beast Coast take it 2-0? Will it be FaZe to bounce back and take it to map 3? We'll figure all that out and more after the break. If you would have told me a few months ago that I'd be sitting in Manchester hearing a crowd cheering a North American team, you'd have called me crazy. But here we are. Beast Coast are up 1-0 against FaZe Clan in our quarterfinals, and we have an incredible crowd to carry through our Friday. Round of applause for yourself, Manchester. Thank you! And here we are once more, back again on the analyst desk to bring things in. Hello, I'm Milos, your host. With me are Jesse and Laxing. We have a game on our hands. We go into map 2 with FaZe looking to bring it back on Cafe Dostoyevsky. You see our bands down below. Let's have a chat about that. What's been going on in Cafe for these two squads?
Well, not a lot, Milos. I mean, we come into Nighthaven Labs with really a lot of history. Beast Coast have played that map a ton. There's a lot of counter-stratting. This is going to be a bit of the opposite. It's not a map we've seen FaZe Clan really play too often in the regular season.
Actually, the last time that we've seen this team play Cafe was at the beginning of the most recent league of the BR League. And they ended up beating W7M of 7-4, but that is the last time we have seen them play Cafe.
Now, FaZe Clan have incredible players, but is there one that really pops off or makes it happen for the team?
It has to be Cyber. He was the top frag of FaZe Clan on the last map, and the last time they played Beast Coast, he had a 16-8 KD ratio. He was insane, by far the best performance he's put up all year. If FaZe Clan want to battle back and take its map off of Beast Coast and force us to a map 3, he's going to have to be the guy who steps up and makes that happen. If they can't shut him down, they're going to be in trouble.
Honestly, and what's impressive about Cyber specifically is he's doing it by himself. He's droning by himself, he's entering by himself, he's clearing a map by himself. So the fact he can do that, you are absolutely right. They have to shut him down if they want to find success here.
All right, I've asked you in the details. Manchester, can I ask you here, are we up for FaZe Clan?
I don't think so.
Will Beast Coast take it?
I don't think either.
Are Beast Coast going to take it? All right, I think we got our answer. Let's get it then. Our casters away. Def Martin and Lynx, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yeah, it's a bit strange hearing Europe cheer for North America. There's a bit of hesitation in there. I can hear it, but here on the cast, we at least have one North American fanboy.
I'm feeling very good.
Yeah?
I'm feeling real good right now, because that wasn't close. I mean, it was. But it wasn't. Let's be honest. Aside from the Hanko 1v2.
It was not as close as when we saw these guys play each other 4 days ago and FaZe won 8-7, right? So there is a revenge opportunity here for Beast Coast. And how can you not love the narrative? Look, I'm from APAC. We don't really get many teams onto the main stage these days, but I can get behind an underdog. And that's exactly what I see in Beast Coast. Major champions, SI finalists, that's FaZe Clan. We know them, we love them. Sometimes we love to hate them, but Beast Coast are an unknown quantity. They're a dark horse, and it is their chance now to have the biggest upset of the tournament. Beast Coast taking on FaZe, up 1 map, heading into Cafe.
And what an upset it would be. Liquid beating Furia is an upset because Furia, the world champions, are out. But we expect an insane performance from Liquid at their ceiling, and Nesk is on form, Maya's in form, even Lagonis is in form. But Beast Coast, the NA upstarts beating FaZe, that's a bro too far. Beast Coast banned the Monty, and I love this ban for 2 reasons. 1, they take away Vidaking's Monty. 2, Beast Coast saying, we don't need the Monty. They played it against DZ, and to be honest, it was not that great in the first round of the Swiss. But Beast Coast with the confidence that they can move beyond it, they've shirked that reputation. But FaZe certainly not confident to let that Deimos stay out.
Yeah, Deimos has been banned consistently by both these teams. As Army also was locked out of the first map. Where's our final one? Fenrir. Reasonably familiar territory after the previous map.
And of course, that means we'll have Dokkaebi up in a Beast Coast game. It's been one of their bans basically for the past, I think, like 15 maps or something like that. A hell of a long time. This stage, they have consistently banned Dokkaebi and Fenrir at about the halfway point, but she will be up. And I think both teams will be eager to make good use of those logic bombs, but also more importantly, the SMG-12, if we're being objective about it. One of the best operators to call a logic bomb, walk up a staircase, shoot 3 people in the back of the head. Very, very strong. See if FaZe decide to bring her in round 1.
Well, FaZe are down a map, but momentum may well flip onto their side now that we are on their map pick. The last time Beast Coast played Cafe, they lost it to Dark Zero earlier at this major. And it was a fairly convincing 7-4 against them. As for FaZe, we've seen plenty of results, mostly in their favor on Cafe. A bit of a curveball thrown Beast Coast's way, and FaZe really need to start strong here on their attack.
Certainly a curveball thrown my way, looking at the potential veto options, a possibility, sure, but I mean, Oregon obviously the decider, but surprised FaZe didn't pick it. You always have the weird option, do you want to pick a map and potentially get attack in the side selection? But FaZe are 14-1 on it. Very, very good record. They go to Cafe, map the Beast Coast look iffy on. They were able to bounce back in their NAL stage, in no small part in a game on Cafe, utilizing that Monty. They have an early loss to Dark Zero right here, but now they get the benefit, potentially, of starting out on the defense. Going upstairs to, I believe, my eyes don't deceive me, that is the reading room bomb site. Yes, it is. It's always weird when the bomb sites are basically in the exact same position on 2 different floors.
Very true. Oh, it really does feel like FaZe are the ones that we're looking at here saying, guys, a failure here is unacceptable. Beast Coast, they've made main stage in their debut stage. That's incredible. FaZe Clan, these guys have won a major before. They've been to the grand final of SI. They've been a single round away from becoming world champions. Elimination in quarterfinals was not on the cards, and it would be unacceptable if that is how they go out. They're down a map, they have to fight back here.
There were 3 teams, FaZe, BDS, and Furia, already down 1. The second might come at the end of Cafe. A minute 20 seconds in. Beast Coast holding the top floor, positioned aggressively early on. The classic pixel shield with ADSs and Momais. Are we back in 2020 with this strategy, the utility clear meta? That's what it feels like right now with this operator lineup. Then you have the Aruni gates as well to force out projectiles from the attacking side. FaZe have a lot of it, to be fair. A lot of flashbangs, a lot of bees, hello. Hair jabs as well. One will go out and be the death of Hot and Cold.
Hot and Cold was a stellar performer on the previous map, and he's down early. KDS has found one from his rappel. He's actually going to rappel in, go for a little bit more. He's in the top floor. Diffuser, though, has held fast here in Bar. Beast Coast need to rely on him for another pick, as FaZe are not looking like they'll let up the pressure anytime soon. Cheeky, aggressive position from Diffuser, but good drone work from FaZe. It has missed him, however. Diffuser snakes his way forward. Could be good for one, but no, he's shut down.
Again, Diffuser making some of those mistakes, caught sprinting as he moves into the new balcony, ends up dying to the player red stairs. Maybe he dies anyway, but still a couple times now. Diffuser in a key 1v1 has had his gun down, puts Gunner and Spirits in the 2v4 now. FaZe have the time and the utility to get this vertical destruction, go for a reading default, and they found Gunner playing around Pillar. It's looking like FaZe will take their first in the next 15 seconds.
Oh, Gunner's gonna play Rat here as well. It could be round winning, or it could be completely ineffectual. He's just waiting, he's biding his time. He sees the player. How long will he wait? Bite your tongue! Gunner! He's done it! Hold your breath no longer! FaZe caught in the most embarrassing way. Gunner's played him like a fiddle.
And that's veteranship right there. He might still be young, but he knows that timer. He knows how long that plant will take, and he knows he's got a 7-second clock in a 9-second round. One bullet, and even with his close proximity, Handy cannot get back into position in time. No siree. FaZe had that round in the bag. Hot and Cold goes for the rotate up. White hits the air jab. Diffuser sprints into Vidaking's clutches. That's a FaZe dub right there. But right as we crest the 2-second remaining mark, Gunner steals the momentum in reading.
Yes, that is my reaction as well. Holy moly. What is that from Gunner? That is next level stuff. And he's back into it. Cool and calm. Amazing start for Beast Coast, but let's be real. That was a FaZe round.
It was.
And
I even called it so.
Yeah, if FaZe are getting that close to winning rounds on their attack so early in the game, then I am worried for Beast Coast. They can't rely on Gunner to pull the rabbit out of the hat like that every round, but maybe it's enough of a momentum switch that it will rattle FaZe a little bit.
You'd hope, given the experiences FaZe have had, the pressure they've been under and crumbled under. they would be able to recover, but Beast Coast, in a series where they are the heavy underdogs, even up 1-0, any round they can get, it could be the worst round in the world that they only win off a hero play in a 1v5, but they'll take it. Take everything they can get. The game where they are supposed to take nothing but scraps. Mining defense from Beast Coast. Hot and Cold moving on to that Solus. Saw him dealt with early on that roam, or at least on that white stairs position in the previous round.
Oh, Diffuser almost had his opportunity there to bring back the numbers after Cyber finds a good opener. But FaZe, opening kill after opening kill, it's so often converted. Diffuser's played here before. We've seen this tale told, but it was ineffectual last time. He's wondering when he should fall off. Gunnar, the man of the moment.
We've got Diffuser behind the bar. We've got a guy behind the bar in Cigar. All right, but Diffuser's dropped down this time, so it won't exactly be Groundhog Day in round 2. Most of the Beast Coast roamers have now fallen back. Hot and Cold can play vertically with that Solus. They're going to try to get him into position down below in Kitchen in the late round. That we'll often see the Solus down below, and then one player from FaZe try to go down below, distract them long enough for that Specchio scanner to be ineffective, and FaZe can move in, likely to mining based on their current trajectory. Get the Diffuser down, but still a 4v4, still a minute left, still work to do for FaZe Clan with the Skeleton Key and the Boogie Drones. But here goes Spirits, potentially trying to protect Hot and Cold down below, make sure that if Hot and Cold can deny the Diffuser plant, Spirits can take down his coverage and steal another round away from FaZe Clan.
That's exactly right, isn't it? Beast Coast are looking to play spoils for Diffuse plant in the late round here with that Solus below. FaZe have plenty of time to make this execute work, but they're spending so much of it tearing up the floor and not enough entering the site.
They're also completely out of Bs, so the only utility have to maybe get an edge in a gunfight or controlling the execute is these flashbangs.
And in the flashbangs go, Gunner's found one. And FaZe start to get this plant down. Information for Hot and Cold down below. He sees the player, and he does get the down. King on the floor. KDS the last one to play for FaZe. The first round was a steal by Beast Coast, but this one is much, much more convincing. Gunner's firing up again. The boys are back in action.
And MVP to Gunner. Covering the Solus down below, playing around red stairs, waiting for FaZe to inevitably.
I think finally the crowd has something to cheer for.
I was about to say, I wish I knew what you were chanting, but I can't make it out.
But I know who will be able to hear it, or at least feel it. It's FaZe. They're the ones taking their tactical timeout. They did it 3 rounds down. Or 2-1 down in the first map. 3 rounds into the first map. Now they've done it 0-2 down here. They were not able to convert this last time, but they need it now more than ever.
Letting Beast Coast go up 3-0. Unfathomable. Letting Beast Coast go up 1-0, already kind of unfathomable in the series, but letting them go up on map 2, your pick, 2-0, sure, it's the attacking side. I remember talking to Jack, Fresh, his government name, about the Liquid and Furia veto and how Liquid starting the attacking side, win the game back on the defense, and they kind of shirk off the mindset of, oh God, we're losing rounds to the world champions. And you're thinking, what if it's a similar case here? Sure, FaZe down 2-0, maybe they just try to play out the attacking half. But when you're down 2-0, when you're unequivocally the better team, you don't have a lot of experience playing Beast Coast, aside from that very lengthy best of 1, FaZe clearly very concerned at the prospect of dropping rounds to Beast Coast on this defensive side. Not the same respect given to their opponents, potentially.
To play devil's advocate, though, you can't discount the value that Beast Coast getting that momentum brings to them. And we say that a lot, but remember what happened in round 1. FaZe obliterated Beast Coast. There was nothing for them except Gunner making that cheeky rat play, prone on the floor in reading and denying the plant at the last moment. Since then, Beast Coast have stolen that momentum, brought it back onto their side, and they're looking to continue getting aggressive here. Even little details like taking out drones at the start of the action phase by jumping outside goes to show that this team is exuding confidence.
And to talk just a little more briefly about that FaZe time, I think probably something they're realizing is that how often Beast Coast are going to rat in those corners. even, sure, we had Gunner in round 1, but Diffuser getting misdroned in Cocktail, positioned very aggressively on red. Maybe a little bit of intel lacking on Gunner's exact position down below. FaZe realizing, okay, Beast Coast are gonna sit in every corner they can. We basically have to treat this like we're playing Los or W7M domestically. One problem that team always gives FaZe is Lobin or Maya when he was on the roster on this map. Would rat in Pillar, rat in Reading, rat wherever he could. And Rafadel probably saying, hey, Beast Coast are doing the same thing here. We beat that team earlier in the season, W7M. Need to bring out that same game plan here. Be thorough. Bring the Dokkaebi.
Oh, we do see Souls bring that Dokkaebi just about time. A lot of map to clear, though. And we know what happens when the timer starts ticking away in the end round. It opens the door for Beast Coast to play Plant Denial, as they have done 2 rounds so far. Good info for Gunner with this Valkyrie cam as well. Even if this is not to enable a vertical C4, there's so much potential to read this position from FaZe and play around it. Meanwhile, there's an aggressive peek outside. I'm not sure where that's from. But thankfully for FaZe, Handy has spotted both of these Valkyrie cameras and taken them down.
Meant to try and allow that, wow, another Valkyrie camera shot by Cyber. Trent meant to try to facilitate that C4 from below. That has not been detonated. If you draw your attention to the top left of your screen, it is pre-placed somewhere. Who knows where? Gunner just hoping any bit of intel he can find, be it secondary or otherwise, could get the kill, but he detonates it, finds nothing. Beast Coast, I think, anticipating the adaptation from FaZe that they go for a very thorough full clear and fully holding the site down below. We've got everybody in the normal positions. 1 Bakery, 1 Coat Check, 1 VIP, 1 Freezer, all a little spread out, but all within positions to trade each other, except Diffuser the most spread out. This is the player to find.
Oh, he needs to find his kills. He gets the first on the Souls, looking for more. KDS has gone deep into Coat Check and found his. FaZe recompose. And Beast Coast are forced back, but Gunner has got something to say about it. In comes the Plant Denial of the Yokai drone. And, oh, FaZe don't have the Diffuser. They have to go hunting, but the Plant Denial's been dismantled. Echo's dead, Handy's gone double. Gunner in a 1v3, we've seen him do it before. The first one is down, and the plant is being secured by KDS. Is Gunner able to duel the cover? Oh! Diffuser! Twice now, Gunner has crushed FaZe's dreams!
The man from the West! Gunner himself has stolen 2 rounds from FaZe all by his own hands. On his own merit, he's put FaZe down 3-0. And he didn't even rat there, Dev. He's playing Pop Goes the Weasel. He's moving back and forth. Peekaboo. He's got 1 kill on Vidaking early on. Gets the second on a Handy right there, but look at this. Back and forth.
There's no world where he gets away with that. But again, Gunner's found it. This guy is doing the impossible round after round. FaZe left with far more questions than answers. 2 maps in a row. They have tried to take their tactical timeout to recompose early, and twice in a row, they have been thwarted. Gunner is bringing his team over the line, even when FaZe do everything right.
And this is where you have to be worried if you're FaZe. Back in Sao Paulo, you were the better team over the course of the tournament. You were the better team over the course of 4 maps. But in one particular case, fate intervened and said otherwise. You can be the better team 364 days of the year. But Beast Coast, individually, are starting to look like the better team on that 1 day in 365. 3-0 on FaZe's pick at the moment. Now getting to repeat bomb sites without dropping a single round up until this point.
I mean, yeah, it's on defensive side. You've always got to consider that. But just look at the way these rounds are playing out. At what point is FaZe far too rattled to recompose? Because 2 rounds, they had dead to rights, and Gunner has stopped it. Beast Coast are firing far harder than we've seen from them ever before. Gunner's returned to the main stage. has been long awaited, and he's going 7-0.
Deploying map.
Gavini not having exactly the performance we expect, but Gunner's been winning these rounds by himself. But at the moment, Gavini playing a very forward position that he needs to hold for a long period of time. Not only dealing with Christmas and Cigar, but also, as you can see, that mirror window watching New Balcony. KDS is in.
He's found his pick, but Diffuser goes big with a double. KDS now looking to try and trade back, but the mirror window is open, and the door is shut squarely on FaZe's face. Cyber in a 1v4. Could it be down 0-4 on their own map pick? He's gonna have to go to the next level, but Gavini eventually taken out hot and cold. Nukes him out of the server. 4 rounds in a row for the American squad against the 6 Invitational finalists.
What is happening? What the hell is going on? You've got no tactical timeout as FaZe. You can't hit the pause button. You can't stop the momentum. You can't stop the energy. And if Vidiking and the rest of the team can't figure out the problem in round, Rafidel can't intervene and fix the problem.
A ball started rolling a long time ago. It's become an avalanche for Beast Coast. Look at this from Diffuser. The double jump out with the DMR. Gavin finding 2 from his position as well. And Hot and Cold to close with a C4. Every single player on Beast Coast has been surpassing their greatest expectations. That was exactly what was called for from them. When playing against competition as fierce as FaZe, you have to be at your best, and this is better than anything we've ever seen from these 5 players before.
Well, they've just gotten a little better every single day. This roster's been cooking. Still on the honeymoon. Still in that early period of success before the troubles start hitting, and they are making every single round count. 4-0. Now going back to mining. Beast Coast winning their first sight on the reattempt. Reading going their way twice will not be a factor for the rest of the half. Going to mining. It was the roam that was helpful upstairs, and yet FaZe have brought that Dokkaebi dev, and it's not found them the success they've wanted so far.
Never thought I would hear Beast Coast chants at a major in Europe. FaZe have positioned themselves as the villains in this series. We've seen them be the villains in many a tournament before. Furia had the crowd against them, and they choked what has been a flawless streak for a year in Rainbow Six Esports. FaZe have not gone worse than top 4 in over a year. This could be the first chance for them.
Look at this. Cyber thinks he might have found a gap, but Hot and Cold's right next to him with his heartbeat scanner, and he spots Cyber walking up the stairs.
Oh, Gunner, you got to land this, Gunner. You've been so good today. How does he get that? Cole with his pants down, but he still gets the better of Handy.
And it's forced Cyber to fall back. He thinks he's found an opening. Obviously, we know he's been spotted, but because of that loss, Cyber's now got to play with the rest of his team. FaZe have to go a bit more coordinated. They need a gunfight on this top floor.
Souls misses his chance. Cole doesn't quite land that C4, but he's got a good read here, and Vidiking's gone down to Gav. Cyber needs to get desperate now, back into position. We saw him earlier. Just looking for a pick to bring this back, and he does find it. The Canadian goes down, but Gunner! Will nobody stop this man? 2v4 Souls again misses his chance. He needs to finish off what's left of Diffuser here on the top floor. Going for the pick, the rookie. Damage, piece by piece, whittles away. Souls needs to push for it now. Diffuser's just toying with him, peeking and then falling back, peeking and falling back. But eventually Souls finishes him off. But Gavin is there for the trade. Cyber in a 1v3. He's been dancing around the map the whole round long. He must push for both of these kills, but Beast Coast is nowhere to be seen.
He barely even has time to get the vertical here. The breach charges he has in pocket. Beast Coast need to make a mistake. They need to fall off in this form, but with Gunner still alive, 9-1, how cheeky Diffuser has been. I don't think Cyber will find FaZe's fifth here. I don't think so.
Dropping down into pillars as a player right around the corner from him is Diffuser. Still hasn't gone down. All round he has been pummeled. The rookie again, Cyber, big kill. An ace will be called upon, but he's got no time, no kit, and absolutely no clue Cyber won't be able to find a thing. 5 rounds in a row for Beast Coast. FaZe are fumbling the bit.
This isn't even a bottle. FaZe aren't even present on Cafe. Where are they? Has anybody seen FaZe Clan? They have been missing for 2 maps.
The chance that we heard to send Furia home have now slipped their way into this game for FaZe. The Grim Reaper may be calling. North America has not got a great track record against FaZe. Throughout history, FaZe has won 16 and lost 12 games to North America. The Gunner is making a very good case for why we should see one more check in NA's column.
10 seconds to go.
And if they win this next round, it might just be inevitable.
5 seconds left.
I think the people have grown tired of Brazilian dominance, Dev, and they have elected a new champion. 5-0 back in Atlanta. FaZe very familiar with that scoreline, up 6-0. And who took it away from them on that map but an SSG All-American squad to win 8-6. And in a cruel twist of fortune, Beast Coast might go up 6-0 against FaZe to send them home. That journey could begin with this next site. Diffuser with a run out. Beast Coast running back this same setup again. 1 player coat check, 1 player bakery, 1 player bottom white. And FaZe thought Diffuser was the weak link that time, and it was. Gunner needed to clutch a 1v3 to win that round. They'll be familiar with what Beast Coast are doing right now.
Very much so. But just because FaZe have a read doesn't mean they can execute it. We have seen them fly further and further from what we know they're capable of as this game has continued. FaZe looked pretty red hot in the first round, and Beast Coast just barely won it. Every round that goes by, FaZe look less convincing. Oh, here they come. 2 players moving up the stairs. It's an ambitious double retake. The KDS shuts down the first. A trade from Gavin as 2 players fall back down again, and Cyber unable to push for a refrag.
Only issue now, your bakery side is a little weak. You might need to move Gavini over there, and no matter where Beast Coast want to play, if they want to hold all the same positions. Bottom white's still a bit strong with that shield and hot and cold around the corner, but coat check and bakery could be problematic. Souls 0-4 at the moment, looking for that lurk down white. They've lost the sledge, but Cyber's still on that buck to find the vertical destruction necessary to look down into the site. FaZe getting close. A minute left now. No IQ to spot those Valkyrie cameras, might I add. But here we go. Down white. Spirit's ready for it. Another. 3-piece for Gunner. Handy with 1. Just around the corner, tagged up and finished off! Do you believe in miracles? 6-0. Beast Coast on match and series point.
Can you hear fake calling from the crowd? Beast Coast have been better every step of the way. 6 rounds in a row, and FaZe cannot touch them. Gunner has had the tournament of his life, and this match in particular, nobody has been able to put him down.
Unbelievable. FaZe need to win 6 rounds in a row on the defensive side just to stay alive. Just to capture the limelight with Furia out of the shadow, just to have one more chance to go to map 3, not to win, not to make the semis. Just another chance at their own pick of cafe. I know who Manchester wants, Dev, and I think FaZe do too.
The last thing that could be on FaZe's mind right now is what the crowd is chanting. Diffuser has already minced up a lot of that utility on the site, and Beast Coast are looking untouchable. They've been ready for this. They've been waiting for this opportunity. Man, the haters, they lined up for him. They said Beast Coast weren't capable, and then they went and won the NAL. They've said players like Hot and Cold and Gavin and Gunnar, their time has passed, and now look at them. Look at what they have achieved, and look at what they are on the verge of accomplishing.
In this round, they're already starting to look down to that first floor. A minute into the round, and Gunnar's on the red landing. Looking into the site, maybe even contemplating a push into Kochek later in the round, depending what his team finds. Legion's aware of it, and it'll force Gunnar back. Still got 2 boogie drones in pocket. Useful vertical destruction, even with the buck also in the hands. Beast Coast have done so much work in securing this map control. They can get all the vertical destruction they've want. They've got great execute utility with the Grimbees and even the 2 track stingers if Spirits wants to throw them in the site, make a retake and counter diffuse harder for FaZe. So much great utility. And the defense is all holding on the bottom floor, just like Beast Coast did.
Means it does come down to that execute, how it will look in the dire moments of this round. FaZe have not had the confidence to contest on this roam. We've barely seen anything from them so far. A minute remains, and Beast Coast are looming.
They're looming with those Grim Bees, looming with those flashbangs, looming with that 13-1 Gunnar to lead the way. KDS needs to hold on. Beast Coast are going for a plant through Freezer. They are going for a backside take. They could rotate later on, but KDS needs to be ready. And he needs to hold fast to keep FaZe alive for just one more round.
13 kills to 1 death. Gunnar makes his way down the stairs! Opening for Beast Coast. And a trade of sorts, but may not be enough. Cyber knows what it means! To raise a hammer, or raise a trophy, but he's put down here. 20 seconds remain for Beast Coast to do what nobody thought possible. But FaZe are dropping like flies, Handy and Souls, to withstand 2 players from Beast Coast. Time not on their side! Handy silences the crowd. The first round found for FaZe.
And look how close it came. Just for 1 round. Just for 1. Not 2, not 3, not overtime, not a map win. Just FaZe's first round on their own pick. A 2v2 double kill from Handy, just to get that round over the line.
5 series points in a row they will now have to fight against. We've seen comebacks in FaZe games before, but the famous one I'm thinking of didn't work so well in their favor. W7M reverse swept them at the 6 Invitational in Sao Paulo. And now FaZe have to do pretty much the same thing against Beast Coast just to stay alive in the tournament. This is the FaZe who has been the best team in Brazil for an entire year. They've been the champions both times last year and now in Stage 1 2024. It certainly has not been according to plan for FaZe. To see them on the verge of elimination. The last time FaZe went out before the semifinals was over a year ago. What a thorny step in the road it has been for FaZe, and you never would have thought it would happen against the North American underdogs of Beast Coast.
All smiles for Beast Coast. Diffuser on his first international LAN, potentially about to upset one of the best teams in the world. Playing rock, paper, scissors with the audience. A man
He's
of the
having
people.
a great time.
Of the bully pulpit is Diffuser.
He's the only one in the server right now who has never played in a major before and who has never played on main stage. Now Hot and Cold is taking his turn. He's looking for someone play rock, paper, scissors with Hot and Cold, for goodness sake.
Spirits also. Last time he was on a major stage, Berlin in 2022. Almost 2 years ago, a year and what, 8 months? I remember being in Atlanta on Los's Miracle Run. The first day, nobody cared that they beat DZ 7-0 on map 2. And the people decided they had a new favorite.
Yeah.
Think we might find ours today.
Los went on to beat FaZe in Atlanta and deny FaZe the chance of going to another grand final. We saw them go back to a grand final in Sao Paulo, their home country. The first event in Brazil that we've seen for a long time. Now the first event that we have seen in the UK for what feels like forever. And FaZe cannot even keep up with the expectation that they have established for themselves the last 12 months of what this roster has achieved.
We were basically treating the semifinal as a FaZe Furia rematch.
It was pretty much a guarantee, right? Great, we're gonna see the SI Grand Final rematch in the semifinals. How about neither of those teams make it?
But even then, Liquid wins early, and I'm like, oh man, FaZe Liquid will be a great matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Cyber versus Maya, Nesca. I'd love it.
How about Beast Coast? You've heard of those guys, right?
How about Beast Coast Liquid? Somebody making millions of dollars off of that.
Yeah, look, anyone predicted that it would be Liquid and Beast Coast, I'll buy you a drink.
I would have to see you in court. I would not believe it. You'd have to take a lie detector test. But number 5 now, chances to close this out. After that tech pause, Beast Coast all smiling, FaZe marinating in the odds that are in front of them. No second chances. No recourse if they lose this. And another elusive major final will pass them by. Reading is FaZe's second defense of this half. Gunner starting on the cocktail sign will throw some track stingers in, but somebody's got ahead of them.
He's pushing for it. Souls really wanted to go for that. Don't be contesting Gunner right now. The guy is 14-2. One of the most incredulous performances I've seen for a long time. Here comes some form of an execute as the smokes go down. A pre-fire as well from Spirits.
Allow the repellent from Gunner, I'm sure. Hot and Cold with 1, but FaZe keep it even, 4-4. Roamer still alive up top, and Beast Coast not really in positions to do a lot about it yet. FaZe have baited out this util clear decently well. We've still got some Bs from Diffuser, maybe even a Logic Bomb from Hot and Cold. But that initial volley, unsuccessful from the attack.
Gavin's on the verge of finding someone in Pixel. Oh, quick pick for info. He doesn't commit to the kill. Gunner does, however. KDS now trapped on an island inside a freezer, and he's not looking to find anything. Gunner's got 16 bloody kills.
No C4. Running out of toxic canisters. If you want to deny Beast Coast their most potent win condition, a diffuser plant, you are running out of time. You are running out of tools. Maybe running out of men.
Oh, Handy's been read like a book. 2 players watching for him. He's down. It's all against Vidaking. All the ads stocked against his favor. Beast Coast have only one thing yet to do, and Vidaking stands between them and their first ever semi-final. But this phase has well and truly gone out of fashion. Beast Coast kicked to Kings. North America conquers Brazil. Beast Coast's major debut merits a semi-final.
There's a fire sale on tournament favorites Manchester, and the underdogs are buying. Who would have thought 77 days ago this roster would win the NAL, make a major, and make it this far?
Nobody expected Beast Coast here on the main stage, and even fewer expected they had what it takes to take down FaZe. Back to Milos on the desk to break it down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, there have been many players that have walked the golden road in this game's past, but not a single team made out of 5 total players have done it ever. We're making history. Beast Coast victorious. What a matchup we have had. And FaZe Clan will be sent home. No two ways around it. The 2 teams that were at the top of the Invitational, they're no longer playing.
This whole tournament just got turned on its head. Beast Coast did what nobody thought they could do, just like they've done every single time nobody thought they could do something.
I mean, what the hell did we just witness? A 7-1? I cannot believe that. FaZe, let alone that team in itself. I mean, you gotta give these guys a round of applause.
It's incredible what we've seen from the team. There's a lot that means here for this squad, and we're gonna have our players on here with us. Please join us in welcoming Gunnar and Diffuser on the desk. Gentlemen, congratulations on the win. We got a few questions coming out to you. First of all, how does it feel like to make it through? Because there were a lot of doubters, not gonna lie, but now you're in the semis.
I mean, it's just narrative, right? Like, you can't listen to the narrative. It's the only thing that's gonna hold you back.
It feels fucking good.
That's the Gunnar we know.
There he is.
Lex, you got a few questions for Gunnar?
Gunnar, obviously in the first round and then the third round, you had those impressive clutches. I believe if we can pull them up here on these screens, I need you just to run the audience through and everyone and what was going through your mind here. Just, again, run everyone through what was happening.
5 seconds left and they didn't drone me, so freebie. And, I mean, there wasn't really much to that. I just kind of hid.
Well, even before that happened in the beginning, like, what was going through your head in that whole situation?
Oh, I told him I won the round. Like, the round's won. They're not making vert.
All right, this is the biggest one. Explain this one.
I don't know where they were. I don't know. Look, I thought it was like Red Hall. I heard Rice planning. I don't know I don't know what was going on. Then I saw him, so head down.
Nah, you were an absolute animal, Gunnar. Truly a marvelous display of performance today.
Thank you.
A monster in the game, that's for sure. Jesse, you got anything for Diffuser?
I sure do. We already saw one set of clips. I want to take you back to Nighthaven, if you remember, the very last round. Let's take a look. You were a huge player in this round. Walk me through your thoughts. Okay.
Straight to the point.
Okay. Beyond this, your team is down. I mean, what are you thinking at this point when you're in the 5v3? You know you have to bring it back.
I know if I stay alive, we're going to win. It's been a big problem this major. I've been dying a lot, and I worked on it a little bit, and we got to win.
Nervous at all when Hot and Cold goes down here and you realize you're in a 1v1?
Absolutely not. Born for this moment, baby.
It speaks for itself.
They get off the planet. Yep.
There it is. There it is. Great timing. That won it out on Nighthaven. Beast Coast again victorious, but guess who's performed even more than the usual? Well, we got our highlight player for this game. Well, let's pull it up on the screen production whenever you feel like it. It is Gunnar, 158 APS, 28-8, tying the world record.
What? Tying the world record.
Most 28 kills.
Really?
Yeah, bro.
Oh, let's get it.
Incredible to see. Guys, I mean, you guys are victorious here. Beast Coast have made it through. Have you anything to say to all the fans, but also the haters out there on the camera in front?
Nothing for the haters. Thanks for supporting us, boys.
Thank you for cheering for us. I've never been cheered before.
All right, so let's say goodbye to them. I'll leave you to go and rest up for tomorrow when Beast Coast play in the semifinals. One more time for Beast Coast! And now let's go and break our game down. Back to the analyst desk we go. Highlights, man, there were so many of them in this game, Jesse.
There absolutely were, and pretty much all of them are coming through from Beast Coast. I mean, the ridiculousness we saw from this game, I love the contrast. Nighthaven Labs was a strategic battle for the ages. Both teams come out with adaptations, reading each other's movements, expectations were set and then shattered. This map was just Gunnar and the rest of Beast Coast pulling rounds out of their hat that they never should have been winning, but because they had that it factor, oh my god, it just felt like they couldn't lose.
I mean, what's there not to talk about? Gunnar specifically, I mean, he put up such a huge performance, and those clutches, trust me, when you're in those rounds that you should be winning, when you're on phases half and you think that you have those rounds locked and you just instantly lose them to just a small misplay, it ruins your mental so much. And again, Gunnar on top of it with his performance, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better result.
I mean, overall for the team, there's been a big narrative of they've been done dirty in many ways, and Hot and Cold is definitely one that plays with that narrative as deeply as possible. The man has been around since day one, and now he's here doing it again.
It's the Beast Coast story, right? They're throwing under the bus by their former teams, all dropping them. They have to remake this roster from scratch. Then they're thrown under their bus with a really rough start to the season in the NAL. You know, they can't get their footing under them. Then they've got to go all 5 games through Swiss. Then they get a bracket. And before the bracket started, it looked like to make finals and win it, they'd probably have to play, what, FaZe Clan into Furia into maybe BDS? I mean, they have the hardest bracket of anybody here, but they always persevere.
And Laxing, you've had, you know, this long history as a player. What does it mean like for you to get back here, prove everybody wrong, and get into the semis of a major?
I mean, it's the most important thing that you could possibly do, that you shut everyone up, that you prove every expectation that could possibly be met. And again, talk about Hot and Cold specifically here. Sure, years of experience, tons of experience. And the fact is, he's the one that is leading this team. They're the one that they put all the hope and trust into. And right now, we are finding them in a semifinal.
Look, I'm sorry to say this, but with FaZe and Furia out of the tournament, who's really the hope to make it out of this?
Listen, I mean, Beast Coast already took down my favorites. I genuinely think Beast Coast go all the way now. This was the hardest task I think they had in front of them. They looked at it, they smashed it. Their attacks look so good. When they're in on the most intense moment, they have that it factor. They clearly want it. Man, I think Beast Coast goes all the way.
I mean, we even asked the question ourselves before this event even started as a whole. Are we sure Beast Coast is going to have what it takes at international play? Sure, we see what they look like regionally, but can they match that internationally? And yes, they can. They literally just 7-1 FaZe. Put themselves in semis.
There's no two ways around it. But now I feel like this crowd is going to be split in two. One side for Liquid, one side for Beast Coast tomorrow, and I cannot wait to get into the semifinal. But that is until tomorrow, Saturday. We still have one more game to figure out. We've had EU. How about we have a bit more of a stretch? North America, well, plays against itself. M80 against Dark Zero after the break. Yeah.
war.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Operation New Blood, and more info on that coming this Sunday just before our grand final. And I think we're going to hear a lot of oohs and ahs here in this venue when we get to it. But gentlemen, I mean, we saw, I guess, 2 recruits there. What's going on?
Well, it's funny when you think about the recruits, at least back in my day when I first played Siege, recruit was actually picked quite a bit because not only did you have the 416, you also had 3 sets of barbed wire. So imagine you're attacking any site, you probably got 16 pieces of barbed wire you have to get through.
This is back when barbed wire needed 3 hits to take down.
Yes.
It's been a while since we've seen Recruit actively getting used, and if we get to see Recruit coming back into the meta a little bit, I'm not upset at that.
I mean, there was a point, what was it, Young, NVK, we got to see Shields, Hereford
you can do
base
5-man
in year
rushes
1.
with Shields. See, that's the only thing that held the recruit back is that you couldn't put a sight on the gun. Now, if you can put a sight on it, as I did see, it looked like they did have a hollow on one of those guns. I'm excited to see, what kind of that will look like going forward.
Was that the Jackal C7E that I saw, and the Commando also on the
Yes, the
side?
Commando. The Commando was on the left side, and then I think Jackal's
The
on
Jackal
the right.
C7.
I believe so.
It's looking good. Got a lot of
exciting.
weapons in here. Imagine that. Heart breach tool, more utility, a shield that's being put in place.
Do they get a special ability?
I think.
What would be Recruit's special
Probably
ability?
not, right? That's the whole point.
Well, like, maybe. Who knows?
You know, right? I don't know either.
Everything's changing about
You're right,
Recruit,
you're right,
to
you're
my
right.
knowledge.
I'm really wondering what a Recruit's special ability would be in this case, and maybe we can kind of think about that over there. So if you got any ideas, please give it to us. But gentlemen, thank you for the debrief here. Let's throw it to Ace and Dez with a little bit of promo here.
You're better than you know yourself. You want Fnatic in S because you love playing Buck. S tier, I think it is.
Oh, nice! A tier list. I will have swap PSG, Talon, and SSG thought.
Yeah, I can live with that one. Okay, I'll do.
Go ahead.
Okay, BDS. For me, it's got to be a B.
Hi, Ace. I've been looking for you. Message from the boss, don't put BDS below A.
Well, what the boss wants, the boss gets.
Guess that's the way it has to be sometimes. Anyway, please, let's stop underrating G2. And I'm happy to talk about the Captain Fear X, but can we settle on BDS first?
Sounds like we don't have a choice.
I'll give over, Tim.
Team skins are nice, but this blast weapon skin, wow. Want some? Anyone?
Oh,
It's an S, by the way.
No, popcorn is not an S, but this blast weapons
An S.
is. Now, what we'd like to do is finish this tier list. Weren't there only 2 of you a minute ago?
Right. We need to have a think about FaZe Des. We've almost forgotten them.
Well, we were going to come on to it until we were so rudely interrupted. It's a C. Great design, but it's still a C. No boo about it. And you in the back there, you don't even work here. Haven't you got pizzas to deliver? Jesus.
This is not a fire alarm. This is a message to remind you of the beauty of the Fear X skin.
she's right. I mean, definitely, yeah.
Pays up?
Yeah, of course. Team 8. Why C? Why do you say C? You're a liar. Stop saying C. Stop.
Pays up.
Team 8. Stop saying C. Not Team 8. Just sit there.
Right. Is everybody happy now?
Oh, cool. A tier list. You're too hard on the BDS skin. You clearly deserve to be higher.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No BS, of course.
Looks like we're going to overtime, Des.
Hello again, Manchester! We're live at dead center of our crowd. It's Friday, and it is close to a full house here. Hi, I'm Milos. I got wonderful faces that have joined us here today. We're gonna have a little chat with everybody, see how they're all doing. First of all, first time at a major?
Yes.
Yes. Second. Where was it?
Paris was the first one.
Paris Major. Is your back okay?
No, my shoulder was actually still sore from there.
Yeah, fair enough, because that event was on another level. Moving down the line, hello.
First major. First major.
First one ever.
First major as well.
Definitely not my first.
I've seen you. Wait, weren't you the maestro and the... How many did you do?
The first one I did was Gamescom 2017. My back definitely hurts.
Give it up for our, of course, cosplayers and more. Detta here has been around since day one, pretty much. Without him, I wouldn't have the Maestro cosplay from back in the day. I remember still dressing me up in the back room. So it was a lot of fun. Won't tell what happened in the back room, though. But how have you been enjoying the event so far?
It's brilliant. Just the atmosphere is amazing, and just being able to see the players live was just awesome as well. And meeting some of the content creators too.
Give it up for yourselves, Manchester! Such an incredible crowd we've had. You got any favorites to win the whole event?
Sorry?
You got any favorites to win the whole event?
Oh, Dark Zero, obviously.
A Dark Zero fan among many here. Very good, very good. We're cheering for NA and EU, which is something that is kind of unusual, if you ask me, moving down the line. And now you've seen, FaZe and Furia out of the tournament. I mean, he's obviously Dark Zero fan. But is there anybody you think can really give him a big fight?
Honestly, Dark Zero won their last game against Beast Coast, so they probably have the best chance of doing it. But it could go either way with Gunnar having that kind of performance. It's insane.
Incredibly so. Moving down still, ITB, so sorry. What are we feeling about this one? Who are we cheering for?
I am cheering for EU. BDS all the way.
We got any EU fans in here? One or two. Moving down. Now you got a titanium Rolo pin on. We all love a bit of titanium, right? Rolo is incredible, but there's a lot of incredible content creators that we have here. Have you gotten the chance to meet her?
Yes, I have, and it was really fun. I've met most of the people here, but I'm looking forward to meet Spoy or Bolo mainly, and yeah.
We got a lot of great people in here with us. The Siege family is huge, and everybody just kind of really gets that vibe of love. And Detta, of course, you've been around since forever, as we said, back pain and all of that. But how does it feel like for you to attend one more event? Because you've been to a few of them.
So this is actually really bizarre for me. All Siege events I've ever done were in costume, and this is my first time not wearing one on a date. And really, what I wanted to do with this chance is just to look out for all my other cosplayers and all my friends. Make sure they don't dehydrate on me, and make sure everybody, is looked after.
Thank you very much for that. We have incredible cosplayers here. I wonder if you've been able to see them or spot them in the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, Emmys, thank you very much for joining me here in the middle of the crowd. For those out there, we have a game coming up, M80 versus Dark Zero after the break.
You guys expect us to be that good. Now you know.
Our team relies a lot on strategy and teamwork overall. We also have very good individual players and understanding the meta and the flow of the game.
I think the biggest strength in the M80, that would be we're not afraid to lose at all. We don't mind risking and losing, we just go for it.
M80, I think they probably have the wrong mix of players still though. They're missing some pieces to really make a run.
Dark Zero, I know exactly how to beat them. I beat them a lot of times.
M80 is a team that we play against a lot. Those matchups are always a little different because you're so familiar with the other team and how they play.
We're in the best shape that we've ever been. We had this boot camp. We improved a lot since then.
We're very good about talking about how we want to play the game. We have more players than most teams have that fully grasp the whole flow of the game.
Just another match. I know what they do. We have everything to beat them. It's not going to be a hard one.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, MBs. We continue on with our games. We've had EU going up against EU. We've had BR. Now we turn around to NA.
I'm sad.
I mean, is it really NA though?
Well, we got some Europeans, some Brazilians in the server for sure. But it's two North American League teams. They're going to be going at it to figure out who is the best team, maybe after Beast Coast, that plays from the NA region. That's what matters.
And we just recently talked about a very strategic team. Now you have one of the most strategic teams in the league. I've had a pleasure playing them several times throughout my career, and here they are now at another main stage presence. This is nothing new for a player like Canadian over there. I feel like he's been at every single event.
All right, let's start off then with Dark Zero and break down what can be expected from that squad. Now, Laxing, you're talking about the team and their pedigree that they've had. They've gone through changes, obviously, over the years. They've been around for a long time, but is this the roster to do it?
I think it definitely is the roster to do it. They have all the potential. Obviously, picking up Nathan Bolo, they're two recent pickups. Phenomenal pickups, to say the least. There's not much you really need to say about those two. And then you look at Canadian. Again, This guy is dedicated this game, life, everything into this moment, into these moments here. And again, this roster, if there's gonna be a team that's gonna do it in NA, they 100% can show up today.
It's Dark Zero. We know them, we love them. They've got a very specific play style. They can go slow and steady sometimes. They like to have Canadian out there on the roam. You know what you're getting with DZ. The op bans, the map bans, they can sometimes be predictable. But it's that familiarity for Dark Zero that really does power them up and allows them to be so consistent to constantly go to these top tier events.
All right, what if then we kind of narrowed things down? Because it seems like attack has been difficult for many teams, but Dark Zero, what do they kind of land in that middle of it?
Well, for Dark Zero, they're actually the second best attacking team through this tournament. We'll look at the stats in particular. The biggest thing for DZ is their conversion. That means when they get that opening pick, they are winning the round 100% of the time on attack. When things go to plan for Dark Zero, they win those rounds. And the key thing that enables them, especially through this event, to allow those plans to go so successfully has been one operator. It's been their secret weapon. It's been the Monty. Dark Zero and the rest of the North American teams too, we saw it from Beast Coast, have been abusing this Monty almost more than any other region. A 40% play rate and a 75% win rate with this operator. We're used to, just a few months ago, talking about attacking win rates down in the 30s and 40s. For Dark Zero, when they slow this game down, when they can prep exactly what they want to do and get themselves into their strong positions, they are unbeatable on the attack.
So we've locked things in here for Dark Zero. Seems like they have what it takes for it. But on the other side is another team that it faced off 1,000,001 times too, Laxing.
Yes, and actually M80 has a better record going against Dark Zero, but M80 alone, I mean, this is the roster again. We talk about rosters, if another team can do it, this is another NA roster that can make it the gauntlet, run the entire distance. But for me, this is already a huge improvement to say the least, because if you looked at M80 last year, they were horrible. Plain and simple, that's the best thing you can say. And now they find success. Even getting the first win in Swiss already put them significantly higher than what they placed an entire year. So now we find them on main stage versus Dark Zero. Again, familiarity, you gotta feel comfortable going into this match.
We heard cameraman in the interview say, we're not afraid to lose. And you know why? Because they're used to it. They won only a single map throughout a single game throughout all of last year's majors and SI. This team struggled all through last year on an international stage, but they make the right changes. They swap out some players, they bring cameraman in, they bring the rest of this roster together, and they start winning and winning and winning. And now finally, they get to play on the main stage of a major, something that we thought they would be doing many times, but they only just get it now for the first time.
And now if we were to highlight a player from each one of these two teams, who would we pick for our head-to-head, Jesse?
Well, I think it's got to be the two captains, the two main support players of these squads, Canadian and Kino, because these two guys, especially with their attacking Monty plays, have been ridiculous.
Yes, and we have the title there, Clash of Shields. We obviously talked about the Monty play from Dark Zero, but now you got to look at it from M80's side. Kino on the Monty. We've known he's been a Shield player for a long time. Maybe hasn't had the best stats, but he does set his team up for success. But one point that or a huge point that I want to talk about, both these players play it very different. Kino isn't the one that's leading his team in. He's the one feeding the information and playing a more aggressive Shield play. Where you look at Troy, he's the IGL. He's setting his team up for success. He's relaying that information. And that alone for an IGL to be setting up all that is what differentiates these two on their Shield play.
We talked about it with Beast Coast, we'll talk about it with Dark Zero, we'll talk about it with M80. North American teams are loving the Shields right now in Manchester, and that's the reason why they've been so successful on their attacks.
It is incredibly frustrating to play against Monty, especially. We've been seeing it in every single one of our games. But if we were to pull up the scoreboard from the last time these two played against one another, that was way back in NA League a few weeks ago, and this is what we got out of it. M80 recovering for a victory, Lax.
Again, it comes down to that familiarity. M80 knows how to play against DZ, and they played very aggressive on those defensive. They did not let DZ get a foothold into the map, and that's what I expect to see here going into either three of these maps.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really defender-sided Skyscraper. We saw great stuff from M80, and that was the first game of the season where Noodle really came alive. He'd been struggling up until this game against Dark Zero, and now we look at him in Manchester. His stats have been through the roof.
Number one rated.
Number one rated player here in Manchester, so we know how good Noodle can be. He's popped off against Dark Zero before, and he's looking to do it again.
What about Nath on the other side, or actually on the M80 side, because, or on Dark Zero side, sorry, because having UK representation at a UK event it has to be a buff in some way.
It absolutely is. And I mean, Nafe has been a key part of this team being able to get some of those rounds going on the entry frags. I mean, sometimes on attack, you think about Pamba as the main entry for Dark Zero. And through the regular season, he was. But so far through the event, Nafe actually has the most opening engagements just behind Canadian on the attack. And he's been winning a ton of them. Super, super successful to start them off. So I think that shows the flexibility of Nafe. Yes, he's kind of a player that can play more backline sometimes. Great with the utility, but he also knows how to get going when he needs to.
It has to be said, if we're talking performance, there has to be Spoit on the side of the conversation here, Laxing. I mean, the man has been known since forever, but you need that show up. We need that Berlin vibe to come back into Spoit.
Yes, we haven't seen the dominant performance out of him, and I'd say I say that lightly because he still performs no matter what. It's just not the flashy plays that we usually see him getting M80 out of positions. Spoit can play those power positions and play him great, taking 1v2s, taking 1v3s, and capitalizing off of that, but we need to be seeing that going into this main stage because we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, and I said famously last year, at the start of stage 1, I said, guys, I think Spoit might be a little overrated.
Whoa.
And I know I'm flack for that, but let's be clear. Again, he lost a lot of international tournaments. Before this event, I said, you know what? It's different now. The way Spoit's playing in the NAL is better than he has played all throughout last year on M80. He looks absolutely amazing. And now, with the crowd very likely behind him for a lot of these matches he's going to be playing throughout this tournament, I see a few M80 jerseys out there already. I'm sure it's going to be largely Spoit that's drawn on that support. I think he's set up for a really good tournament.
I got a few of them right in front of us here in the arena, but let's move on and have a chat about our map bans and picks because both teams know one another very well, Jesse. So what surprises could be pilled up?
All right, I mean, we start off with a little Cafe pick coming through Dark Zero. I thought maybe we'd see a Nighthaven just because they love that map, but Cafe is not a bad choice either. It was dominant for them last season. This season, they're 1 for 2, taking down Beast Coast and Manchester, but falling to SSG in a 14-round game during the NAL. So it's been a bit since we've really seen them play it a ton.
The only thing that I worry about Cafe is it's a map that you are entering through windows, you're dropping through hatches, and M80 already knows how to play against you. You saw the Skyscraper if you rewatched that game. M80 was playing so aggressive and not letting Dark Zero get any foothold in the map. So this is a situation where, yes, it is a good map for Dark Zero, but M80 know the playstyle that they want to meet Dark Zero on.
Map 2 we'll see coming through for M80, and it's a Chalet. I wouldn't have expected that to come through from M80. I mean, despite beating Wildcard at the start of the season, when M80 chose this map in the NAL playoffs, they struggled, losing to Oxygen in a 7-4 game. Not a team that we expect to see M80 losing against. So to bring this back out after not playing it through Manchester so far tells me they've been cooking something up.
And this is an interesting map to say the least because this is one of Dark Zero's favorite maps. So the fact that M80 is taking it, again, it goes into what you were saying. I can only hope that M80 is going to bring something here, revamp their setup, understand how DZ is playing it, and work their strats around that.
And we'll see where we end the final map. We'll go back to Nighthaven Labs, continuing on. Strong map for both of them, for sure. DZ's record is incredible. They are 6-0 on Nighthaven Labs since picking up Nafe and Bolo. They've been dominant through SI, Stage 1, and Manchester already, but that means there's a lot of plays, a lot of footage for them to review.
I think it's going to come down to, is history going to repeat itself where M80 walks away with this? Because right now they're 4-1 against DZ, or is DZ going to take it to a 4-3?
All right, thank you very much for setting things up here. Manchester, are you ready? I think they are. Let's introduce our contestants. They're coming in from North America. It's Dark Zero. We've seen this squad make main stage at the Invitational back in Brazil. But can they make it happen? The deeper run they await in Manchester, England. A lot of pressure on them. How do they handle it? Big questions again on the North American squad. Dark Zero! Nobody expected them to reform the way that they did. It's M80! On the squad, we got cameraman, Citizen, Noodle, and Kino himself. This squad, yeah, they might be North American in name, but good God, they're a mishmash of all you need from all over the world. Give it up for M80! Who would have expected these two to come up against one another here? Two North American squads, but only one winner. Let's bring out our interviewees, Nafe and Spoit. I repeat, Nafe, Spoit, come on over. come on over. We got a UK national with us here, and of course, Spoit, I mean, needs no introduction, of course, coming over from Sweden. Gentlemen, you faced off against one another 1,000,001 times in North America, but also in EU in some ways. First of all, how's it feel to play against a home crowd?
It was good, man. Quite loud in here.
Are you loud? Not too shabby. Now, Spoit, there's a few people with an M80 jersey. You think they're here cheering for you?
Of course, we have our EU players, myself and 2 more over there, so let's see.
I'm loving every bit of this, though. How do you feel this is gonna go in the server itself? Because there has to be some sort of rivalry at this point.
I'm not going to say much, but one thing I will say is just make sure you don't cheer on those EU frauds. The EU frauds.
From one NACU sellout to the other. Fair enough, fair enough. You got anything to respond to that, Spoit?
Let's just play the game and see what happens.
We'll meet you in the server then. Please give it up for Nathan Spoit, for Dark Zero and M80. I hope you're all ready. We got Demo and XR Troika, so please, gentlemen, take it away.
Milosh, thank you very much indeed. Good evening, Manchester. We are coming at you with the 4th quarterfinal of the day, the final game to wrap up our Friday here. We've got Dark Zero versus M80. And I'm going to be honest with you, Demo, I have got no idea who this crowd won.
No, I hear boos on both sides. They don't like DZ because they're mostly American and that we don't really like them. But then you've got the EU sellouts on the other side who fled the region to go and play in North America. So I think it's very difficult for teams to really come up against this crowd. Just if you're not majority British, it's quite difficult.
I think as the game goes on, it is going to become a little bit clearer. At least I hope it becomes a little bit clearer as to which team the crowd is going to root for. Maybe it isn't going to be a team though. Maybe it is going to be individuals.
It's going to be a player.
Because there's some big individuals on both sides. We've got a bit of Siege legendary in the server here tonight, and I'm sure that is going to shine on through. I see the guys just having a quick huddle and a team talk before we get ourselves into our first map of Cafe. The bans for this one, Demo. Obviously, these two teams play each other inside of the regular stage of North America. They're going to be very familiar with one another. It was always going to be a very tactical banning phase.
Yeah, I think all 3 maps actually favor both teams extremely well. I wouldn't say that the picks have really favored one team or another. They're very happy with how the maps have went. You look at the maps that DZ have brought into the competition. These are maps that they have already played in the competition and also won. They haven't lost them. So yeah, I think a very strong banning phase from both teams, and yeah, they're going to be really excited to get stuck into this one. I have a fun fact. Would you like to hear the fun fact?
Hit me with a fun fact.
Canadian has not taken down Cameraman in 5 years. And those guys have been to how many events?
Ooh.
Last time it was in Milan in 2019, 5 years ago.
Long, long time.
One, two, three, DZ!
We get to hear a little bit of the end
was that call?
of the huddle there from Dark Zero.
Did I hear a "you're so wet" bomb? Is there somebody sweaty?
I mean, I got no idea. I imagine that there are some nerves ahead of this fixture. I think we could forgive a little bit of, a little bit of hand moisture there if that's what's going down.
Can we not drop the moist con?
It looks as though we are going to be getting ready to get on into Cafe. As you mentioned there, Demo, both of these teams very well familiar with each other. There's a big sort of, well, I mean, we're going to tee it up as a big rivalry there with the Cameraman Canadian thing. Both Siege royalty at this point have been around the scene for a very, very long time. And the maps, DZ, they haven't lost a single one of these maps so far here in Manchester. M80, granted, also have got a fantastic record on these maps at Manchester, but there is one that they haven't played, so there is a bit of a question mark over that 3rd and final choice.
Cafe is where we kick things off for both of these teams, and always the first map just lays down the marker. What is the energy going to be like in this matchup? Social prediction. Oh, it's close. DZ just about getting it over the 50% line.
I think that's representative of the crowd, to be honest with you.
Crowd don't really like any of them, so...
There was a big boo for M80 coming on in. There was a reasonable boo on the side of Dark Zero. We're going to get ourselves into the first map. Let's get going now. We've got 3 maps potentially ahead of us, 2 guaranteed. Which way are we going to go? There's got to be some shield bans coming here, Demo.
Got a Ying. Again, it's like crossing traffic. I have to wait a while before I can really talk about anything else. A lot of have funs in the chat. Have fun, y'all. Look, he's picking up a bit of the slang.
I was going to say he's getting converted, isn't he?
Don't even want to know what Noodles put.
Dokubi coming out there. So from the graphic that was shown on the pre-desk, we had Jesse and Lax running the desk alongside Milosh. There was a nice graphic there that explained both of these 2 teams that love a little bit of shield play. We got to cast Dark Zero during the, I believe it was phase 2.
That we did.
And Canadian, he scared me, and I wasn't even in the server.
So all shields are up.
It is Cafe. We'll preference it with that, I guess. There is potential for shield play. It isn't,
especially for the kitchen.
It isn't a map that you look at and immediately go, ooh, shields. However, with the way that we saw Canadian playing it the other day and the way that we've seen Kino play it for a long, long time, it can be very deadly.
So a couple things for the bans. Mira is up, which is always a bit of a scary one to deal with. Cafe especially, as you look towards some of the top floors. You can place them down in towards Cocktail, Bathroom, for example. You can play that on both the top floor and also the mid-floor sites, so there's options for them on that front. And straight away, from what I can see, is Cameraman does have the Mira ready to go. I'm just curious to see what kind of Mira windows he's actually going to be playing. I'm a big fan of the Bathroom one, where you can place, reinforce 2 walls, place down the Mira window, and then you can kind of have that aggressive swing. You just walk in and out between Bathroom and in between the bar stock, which, as you can see, he has set up. So that's going to be the biggest issue, I would say, for most attackers, is dealing with that Mira window specifically.
10 seconds left.
I'm not a big fan of this bomb site. I'm going to come out there and say it.
Tim.
It isn't the lowest win rate bomb site on Cafe, but it is very close. It isn't the site that we see as being all too popular, and we do need to bring things like a mirror and a bit of fortification to really make the most of it. We've got the castle in there as well, which Noodle is going to be rocking. Canadian, he had hovered the Monty for a time, but has instead 6-picked off, possibly anticipating a different site to start us off here tonight.
Hot freaking.
DZ, what is their attack plan? Seems to be just really probing, I think, a lot of the utility castle barricades and exterior windows should be dealt with very early on by DZ with no real issues. I think right now, for DZ, they've really adapted, I think, their playstyle from what we used to see of them, where it was very slow and the time just killed them so much. I think the addition of Naif has really sped things up, where he can see those openings, he can see the plays, and they could just go for it any moment in time. And speaking of going for it, Panda on the lurk, on the demo, saying no that Citizen is downstairs. There's plenty of drone work. Citizen, you can't do that already. A filthy kill to kick things off. He has been traded out, but only a kill that should never have happened.
There's a big focus on getting rid of Citizen inside of Reading there. There was a couple of drones that went in. He managed to take a couple of those out as well, and he's just got a fantastic lineup onto the dining window. Real great awareness there, and look at what he's removed. Remove the Capital. You're going to want that to try and deal with some mirror windows. Noodle, he gets caught just in the middle of sight there. Really just on that transition there by Nath.
Look at this mirror window that they have set up. It's actually reversed, looking in towards the top of planks, in towards that single window. Again, it's very dangerous to play on that, because obviously Skylight's a thing, we know that. But if nobody actually rotates towards that rooftop, it is actually quite an easy position just to play from a defensive perspective. So that is something that we need to watch out for. That could be an issue for DZ, but with that extra man, that's where they can then rotate somebody in towards that top floor and try and lock down that angle. Plenty of utility still left in the pockets of DZ. They have the flashbangs, the nades, and of course those Bs still to come out.
The thing they've lost, of course, is the Capital, which would have been brilliant for dealing with that mirror window. You could have got that job done nice and safely from the Skylight. Without that, now you've got a couple more problems to try and solve here. There's not going to be a very easy, direct way of dealing with that mirror window from below. Instead, you're going to be looking to try and make a head-on challenge, but Spoit, tucked in the freezer, grabs himself too. He catapults M80 back into this thing now. The man advantage going into the final 15.
15 seconds left.
DZ, they've stalled out, and They've gave up 2 kills for it. NGR has dropped in. He's has to dodge his own flashbang because that Wamai disc is there. He will flash in towards the bar stock, but tucked away in the corner Spoit is, but never mind, the swings come in that mirror window. A drop shot from Kino, a quick double kill. And M80, they win the first round.
That round really struggled to get going there for Dark Zero. There was a huge stall out. And on the face of it, they might have lost someone on the way to getting rid of Citizen below, but they did a clean job of getting it traded and getting that ground and starting to take that space. It didn't seem like much of a problem. We had Canadian in below on the book. I thought he was going to start ripping open the floor, but it really just turned into a very one-by-one approach. That was the opener there, and a fantastic kill from Nath just catching Noodle out, but there's no way of easily dealing with Spoit inside a freezer there. He's got a deployable shield, is being covered on cross angles by mirror windows. There's Wamai magnets into the mixture. He can't get him vertically. M8's just decided that that was going to be the site for that round and they were going to defend freezer with everything that they had.
Yeah, Dark Zero just stalling out. It just felt as though they didn't know how to deal with the mirror windows. Again, that was the biggest issue that I mentioned. Mirror windows in Cafe are extremely strong and very potent, and you've just let them linger, twiddle down the time in towards that 30-second mark. People are going to get aggressive on you, they're going to swing you, and look what Kino did from that position.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
We're going to switch it over to a mid-floor site now. We are going to go into reading and dining. One of the most popular sites on Cafe, coupled with mining and dining. Very similar win rates as well down there. It's a great site for the defenders. They can really stretch their legs and give a lot of problems for these attackers to solve. And I think, judging off what we've seen in the previous round, problems are probably a good thing at the moment to be throwing at Dark Zero because they did slow down quite a lot. Now it's the first round. They've been waiting all day for the game. You cut them a little bit of slack. But if it starts to become a trend, then it starts to get a little bit problematic.
So M80 will be attempting a roam game. Obviously trying to hold in towards that top floor, deny the access of DZ with all the vertical pressure you can apply on Cafe. Only just the one C4 from Cameron, which is always a little bit strange on Cafe. I think it's a very heavy C4 map where we can see a lot of those down to top kind of angles where those C4s are lined up through, you know, some of the floorboards will open up and then toss them into areas. So yeah, it doesn't look as though M80 want to try and pursue that. Instead, we're bringing just a lot of guns. Like, we've got an alibi. There's only one reason why we bring this operator, and it is for that MX4 Storm. Spoit, often touted as one of the best aimers in the world. We'll see if he can do it on the MX.
He's going up against Canadian, upside down repel, so it's never going to be an easy angle to challenge onto. He's going to take a little bit of damage there. The C4 pops out of the window, but Nath, he kicks things off, takes Spoit down. Obviously feeling a little bit of a pinch there with that distraction of Canadian on the upside down repel as well.
There's that opening kill that Jesse talked about, that he can perform extremely well in that category. And you take down Spoit, a big player on the side of that team. Canadian, just waiting to see if he can maybe go for a bit of an approach and try and get towards that bomb site. He has burned away the Goyo canisters as well with his nades. A minute to go. Here comes DZ, here comes Nath, more importantly, straight in through. He doesn't know about the player beside him, but neither does Kino. And Nath takes him down. Kino eliminated Pamba before that, though, and it is a 3 versus 4. 50 seconds to go, and M80 on the back foot.
M80 on the back foot, but you still worry about this Dark Zero stall out. They've done a good job there of clearing that top floor, but with only 40 or so seconds left remaining and no book, it's going to be difficult to get in there and really start to do the work. We're even drawing to Kairos pellets now to start getting bits of floor open, which is going to provide you an angle, but it isn't going to be a very flexible one. Cameraman's playing below. He's got himself tucked into laundry. Citizen offsite as well, ready to swing and start to challenge anyone that gets stuck in and around that pillar area. And with Noodle's position as well, M80 know they don't need to play the side, even for what little vertical there is. Cameraman grabs himself a 2-piece. Brilliant work there with the SMG-11. Noodle hits one with the shotgun as well. It was all down to Canadian, but he too will fall.
Oh, a sensational set of double kills from the smoke and the mute. The shotgun SMG combo. My word. Again, DZ looks so good. And then they stall. They fall on their face. M80 holding on. Again, M80 really, I would say, very static in terms of how they were playing that defense. They didn't really move their feet.
I think they know. Yeah, I think they know what they need to do. They don't want to overwork this situation. The worst thing to do is to get antsy and to start giving yourself up like that. Those shots from Cameraman, that is surgical accuracy. And again, it's just like, it's like clay pigeon shooting. They're just landing in these players' laps, and the shotguns at that sort of range, they're going to do the business every single time.
DZ need to think about doing something different, because right now their initial game plan just is not working. And if in doubt, get the shields out.
I thought you were going to say timeout.
No, no, no.
I wouldn't be surprised.
No, I think you go for this play. I think you try them on, you try that slower approach, which personally, I think Canadian has been unbelievable on the shields.
Well, they've wanted the Monty every round, and they've just been waiting for Kitchen to do it, I think. Because he's hovered the Monty at the start of every round. He switched off onto a book. He switched off onto... I can't remember.
Still mid-floor, though. So I think the plan is, okay, let's just bring in the Monty. Let's go for the safety operator, which is, again, the way that Laxing described the way that Canadian uses that operator, he is the IGL. He will gather the information for himself and then tell his team what to do. Very different to the way that M80 uses it, where Keenan will be there just to support the entries.
Different ways and both effective. But if Canadian can gain value and, more importantly, gain information off the back of that Monty push, it will be very valuable. M80, we want to see their reaction when the Monty comes through. They'll probably know at this point, they'll have heard the shield or maybe glimpsed it on a default before it got shot out. So you would anticipate that they are somewhat ready for this. They haven't got anything in their lineup directly that's going to deal with the Monty. They've not got a Legion or anything of that nature, but there is still tools that they've got at their disposal. A couple of impacts, a C4, they've got some FNATs knocking about as well. Cameraman could start thinking about activating some of those around the map. But already, look at the time difference here. Look at Canadian's position right now.
Oh, a late reinforcement from Spoit, seeing the first set of walls be opened up, and he will just try and lock it down into the kind of second wave of defense that DZ will have to try and push in towards. But that Monty, look at this, look at the ground that Canadian can cover in such a short space of time, can spot one, has eyes as well onto the white stairs. But we need somebody from DZ to help him. Troy can't do it all on his own.
Well, especially when he gets around the corner and realizes that one's just dropped as well. Now he's thinking, I'm quite vulnerable. I don't want to go onto that floor that can be ripped up. He needs to stay on that hard concrete. And M80, they can just consolidate again. They can just drop back to that next layer. Yeah, you've got all the vert you can go at now, but there's still that factor of the time.
So this is where the rotates now need to be clinical from the side of DZ. They need to set up for this plant. They have the upstairs control. Canadian has the diffuser in hand, but if he's going to try and drop the hatch, he can't actually plant inside of the train. He will have to move either in towards the dining, where there's a lot of bodies stacked up from M80, or in towards the mining room now, which he does get himself tucked in towards now. Fender Trap will go off, and he's going to just go for the plant. He's going to go for the turtle plant.
He's going to stick it even with that trap activated. The Solace is going to be able to find that out below, but I don't think they're in a position to really do anything about it. That plant's going to be confirmed, and it's going to be down to gun skill alone to win this round out. Canadian, he's in the train with the Warden right now. Can charge it down, but Nate comes to the rescue. Spoy, he's able to join in on the pain as well. Citizen, conscious that someone is going to be out there, but Nate, all he has to do is lie prone. He just has to keep himself alive here, and this retake is going to be incredibly difficult. Noodle, he's already trying to disable that diffuser. Panda comes in with 2, and Dark Zero, they pick up their first round here tonight.
Much better from DZ. The Monty's the key. The Monty takes all of that ground away from M80, can dictate where the plant wants to go. Canadian straight into the mix, trying to get that diffuser planted. And then from there, it's just a very easy post plant. You have eyes on the diffuser from above. If you hold your flanks, you'll have no issues at all. And DZ have done a fantastic job at showcasing that.
Playing to their win condition as well. We think about Dark Zero on the attack, and I think about this attacking team. I think about this strategic team. Something that Lax mentioned in the desk is that this is a team that is based on strategy. They do like their pocket plays. So I'm expecting to see plans from Dark Zero here tonight. I'm expected to see these coordinated pushes.
Moving on, we do see all the sites unlocked now. That rotation has been done. We've seen the 3 bomb sites in a row. So upstairs is where M80 will immediately lock in. So really trying to stay away from that kitchen. Probably because they know how good DZ are attacking that.
It's got to be because of the Monty. And DZ can, we saw them perform a fantastic split take on that kitchen site as well, where they pressure both back and bakery, and they get somebody in to get the plant down. So it's no surprise to see them really shy away from that site at the moment. Instead, let's take Dark Zero to somewhere where they might be a little bit less comfortable, somewhere that the Monty might not have as much value, but it will still do the job if necessary.
Yeah, I mean, for Monty moving in towards that top floor, he is really strong at just taking control of red, getting in towards Cigar Shop, but there is a lot more angles he has to worry about, where he kind of needs that 180-degree cone that he always just looks towards the front. If anyone just gets an angle in behind him, then he's going to be cooked. So I think really for Canadian, it's just making sure he knows his angles, don't try and overextend, and just play around the team. You know, DZ, we know they have gunners. No parties yet for Pamba, but you never know, we might be hosting one soon.
No mirror in the lineup this time from M80 either. That was one of the key successes in the previous round. I think it probably would have got quite easily dealt with this round had Dark Zero known where it was going to be played. So it probably makes sense to leave that one out, but it's still going to be difficult to get rid of that player inside a freezer because of the magnets and because of that utility.
Even the player inside a bathroom, they've reinforced the wall and also brought in the Cade. They've electrified those walls. There is EMPs though from Canadian that they can use, but again, you need to know where the Cade is before you kind of toss them out, so that can be quite difficult. But yeah, it's the bathroom that Canadian really needs to focus on and eliminate the players who could be in that position. And Shraver for Canadian, there we go, he's going to be using the impact EMPs, but he doesn't know where it is, and he chooses wrong. But Pamba, though, has been gifted a kill assist and has tried a very early flank.
I think Pamba's done a great job of watching the flank there. He's not needed at the moment inside of Piano with Canadian. Canadian can hold that on his own. He's getting support from the windows. Pamba instead was very cautious of what was going on the flank. We have both Citizen and Noodle downstairs, and now they've managed to eliminate one of those threats. You'd like to see them start trying to work off that numbers advantage and really use the Monty to bully M80 right now.
Nice little play from Noodle, just opens up the door, puts pressure onto the Capitao. Cameraman's outside, he's missed the shots and he doesn't know that Bowlers came off the rappel. Here comes Noodle, a second one, but Bowler just says, I'm out of there, because they're flooding into the site. Bolo in the 1v2, he knows one player's behind him, he has to try and make this individual kill onto Kino, the shotgun round the corner! He wins that one! My oh my, what a hectic finish!
Chaos from M80. They were just bored of waiting for anything to happen. They were like, you know what, we're just gonna make something happen ourselves.
Ooh.
I think we're finding out.
We're finding out.
I think we're slowly finding out.
What, they sent G2? No, they... Weeks ago, mate. You've missed them.
3-1 lead currently for M80. That's the kind of exciting brand of Siege that I like to see this team play as well. Cameraman, he took his chance there. He picks up NJR.
Oh.
But it was the second attempt that you've really got to give him a lot of credit for.
And it's the monkey kill there for me. Like, killing the monkey.
Brilliant.
Canadian just runs at him, but gets kneecapped. Kicks the crotch right underneath him.
And that's it. The Monty sometimes is only as good as the teammate on your shoulder. You can use the Monty to be aggressive. You can funnel the defenders. You can even bash them and charge them to the ground. But you can't always do it on your own.
Like I said, there's a few things there that DZ just kind of missed. Throwing the impact EMPs, not knowing where the K-Claw is. The bathroom player is safe. I love the way that Noodle moved downstairs, opens up the door, puts pressure onto the Capitao. Just those little minute things, just making DZ feel very uneasy.
And it's M80 they're putting in that position. Look at what they're bringing. They've got a Mozzie, they've got a Mute. It's going to be a nightmare to try and get a drone in there to figure out where that information is. You're going to need to bring something like an IQ. And that is exactly what Pamba has got this round. It should help them isolate that utility a little bit more, because it seems as though the drone game is struggling just a little bit.
Information is key, we know that. Plenty of info as well, just on the side of M80 by bringing in those Maestro cameras. Valkyrie Band, I suppose, is a good option as well. You can still get 3 of them, and they come with add effects. The laser mechanic, again, can also deny drones. Don't forget that. You can sit in the camera, see a drone come in towards Piano, just shoot off straight away.
Bomb located by attackers.
Kino's been fantastic so far.
Yeah.
6-2 right now. They're being given quite a lot of favorable engagements to that sort of close range with the shotgun. Canadian, He's gonna take a ton of damage there.
Activating Selma. Swapping mags.
Try and get a bit of value out of those Selmas before he falls off. Noodle misses out narrowly on the drone there, but Citizen can come in and clean that one up as well, further just whittling down this utility and this info that Dark Zero have to work with.
All quiet at the moment. Not a lot happening really for both sides. DZ, is it a case of they're just too slow at the moment? Aren't really inside of the building yet either. And don't forget that this is a mid-floor site. They have taken control of Train, but I would say for M80, they're happy enough with that as Citizen has destroyed Nafe of that angle. Nafe was there for a very long time, hoping to find a bit of a cheese kill. Bowler was found one, but Pamba on the creep around, down through 90 he goes, hunting for anything he can find, but M80 have backed off, Ollie. They're so passive now.
And they can retake that top floor because Dark Zero, they've got no presence up there. They can now start to work these verticals. There's plenty of shotguns to go around, and they can start to reopen some of these angles. Pamba, he gets caught out there, and the pre-fire is successful onto Cameraman as he does try to double dip, but his location now known. Kino, can he find the kill? We'd only just been praising him, and Pamba's picked up too. A good position now for Dark Zero to find themselves in. Citizen, he's going to have to make something happen here. He gets some damage in, but can't commit to the engagement. He has to dip away. The C4 comes out. Is it going to land? Yes, plant, stop, diffuser cold. Citizen now, 1 versus 3. He's only got the Roni. He's got to make this work. Panda goes down. Citizen, he's got time to hit the reload. He's full white flash, laid prone, but NJR swings the corner. And Dark Zero pick up another round.
So close for Citizen. Essentially takes 4 with him. I have no where he gets 4.
With the Roni.
With the Roni, you have 17 bullets as well. What a game so far.
Now, was the M80 chant louder than the DZ chant?
I don't know. We might have to test it.
I think there was a little bit more love for M80. We're going to be in a technical pause at the moment. There are a couple of M80 players missing from the lobby, as you can see on the screen in front of the players there. Maybe a good moment to take a little bit of the heat out of this one for a time, because it's hotting up in the server right now.
Big time.
There's a potential for an even half here.
I think DZ, they've really found the success. I think they've really got into their mojo. They've got into the rhythm now, where M80 just looked as though they were having fun, didn't really have to do a whole lot. Now DZ, they know how they want to play. Look, Pamba that round, all on him, being able to move in, seeing that gap, seeing that opening, find the 2 kills. You know, this was such an important one as well. If he dies, round's done. So Pamba, man of the minute. Citizen, so close, just too many flashbangs to deal with.
Well, and it goes to show how powerful flashbangs are at the moment. They are really approaching a flashbang meta at the minute.
Don't need no Ying.
Who needs Ying when you've got a Nomad with 3 flashbangs on them? I do apologise, we are still struggling to get the M80 players in the lobby, but I can see that one of them has rejoined. So hopefully we can get ourselves underway.
Big game. Winner of this goes on to play BDS tomorrow. Huge game.
Now, I know for a fact there's a lot of love for BDS in the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like we are back into things now. I'm going to be rejoining here at round number 6. We haven't missed a beat of the action right now. And we are going to be going for the final defensive round for M80 down to that kitchen. An unusual choice to see at this stage because they've sort of shied away from it for the majority of their defense rounds.
Yeah, very strange to see it be brought in as the final round. I really just thought they were going to stay away from it, DZ. We've seen them a few times on Cafe that they can just decimate this kitchen defense with such perfection. Straight away, you can see the Monty be brought in, which is really the key factor that DZ use, and that's how they really make it work. So usually for DZ, it's just going to be trying to take control of the top floor, get the ram in, open up the vertical angles, and then just think about where they want to go using the Monty. Again, you have 2 options. You can go for that bakery side, or you can try and push in towards that VIP and restaurant. Goyo canister burn very early on also, which is one thing to add. Whenever I say, teams will then late rotate over towards VIP restaurant or towards bakery, eliminating that Goyo canister very early on is significant in the kind of time scale of how this kind of bomb site plays out.
Well, it goes to on the Wamai magnet placement as well, because it was the nade that goes through. The magnet grabs the nade, and then if that's close enough, it is going to explode. So it stops something quick, but at the same time, you maybe want the Goyo canister for a little bit later on. Canadian, he's going to be sniffing around the bottom of white stairs at the moment. He will have Noodle to contend with. Noodle playing a very typical position there with the shield in tow. No doubt he'll have a magnet there as well to assist him. And with that wall soft, Kino can also add into this.
I'm reloading! A very wise decision there from Canadians, just trying to get upstairs. Maybe look at getting the hatch open. He does have the hard breach gadgets as well. Then you do have Pamba also rocking those gadgets. See if they can get the hatch open. Cameraman and the Echo is going to have to be key right now to try and help Noodle in that aggress, because 9 times out of 10 you'll probably see the Monty head down in towards VIP and restaurant. You need to try and support him. You need to try and use those Echo cams. Very wise decision from Citizen. Reinforces that wall so the vertical angles no longer play a factor into that position. He can play very close in that double door and just swing with not having to worry about being shot from above.
Because the Ram can deal with the floor, but the Buck can also deal with the soft walls below, and you can shoot the Skeleton Key through, as Pamba's doing now. But with that wall reinforced, it does just give a little pocket of safety to work in as the defender.
Oh!
Nate's going to get absolutely destroyed by Kino there. The pre-fire was coming out, and you thought, oh, it looks pretty good. Everything's lining up here, and Kino just pops up out of nowhere.
Canadians drop, though. They have not taken control of VIP and restaurant, but Canadian doesn't care. He's going to try and go for the plant in towards Sinks. Is anyone here to try and stop it? Where's the Echo? Where are the Yokai drones? Is it going to be successful? Yes, it will. And now we need to see the post-plant retake coming in from M80. DZ pulled a fast one. Kills start to roll on in for DZ. Kino, good night. The Monty's right beside you, lad. Cameraman, where were your cameras, mate? Looking for another one, but the Monty's just toying with him. Canadian takes him down, assisted by Pamba, and NGR cleans up the final. Where has that came from?
Cameraman didn't know which way to look there. He was looking left, right, up, down. He's got a Monty bearing down on him. There's pings upstairs. The Yokai drone was rotating. It was going through wheel room into mining, for goodness sake.
Oh boy, oh boy.
We've seen that push from Canadian in phase 2. We saw him get himself in through, whether he drops the hatch or comes in through freezer wall. And he just saw so much free real estate and thought, you know what? I've probably got enough time to plant. Pamba can rotate in. He starts providing cover about halfway for the plank going through. And the next minute, it's a nightmare situation of a retake.
It's just that gap. And they take full advantage of it. We've seen the rotate try and come in. Echo, no hope at all. MGR just does a job upstairs again. Hasn't had the flashes of games, but he's doing his job. He is flank protection.
And that's what you want. That is what you want from a player like NJR. You want him to be rocking that Nomad, locking down those flanks.
I know they're an NA team, guys, but we don't have to do an NA chant.
I like it. The crowd's warming up to DZ at this point.
Is that the favourites?
I mean, if we're going to judge entirely based off noise.
Where's Tom? Tom, you promise so much, yet deliver so little.
Who is it on DZ specifically that we're cheering for?
Is it Nath?
Are we cheering for Nath?
I think so.
I think we've got support for Nath.
London born and bred. British finest.
What about, I don't know, somebody like Bolo?
What about that guy?
What about Canadian?
Everyone loves him.
Everybody loves Canadian.
Of course.
Everybody loves Canadian. Especially when he rocks the big bad Canadian tag.
Classic. Staple.
It's a stage classic.
Yeah. M80 just wavering a little bit in the final 2 rounds there. So they need to think about what they can do on their attacks. Because obviously that's the first half done 6 attacks completed by DZ. They walk away with 3. Not bad.
I think it's good considering the start they had.
Yeah.
And not just because they lost the first 2 rounds, it was the way that those first 2 rounds were lost. Since then, they've really started to pick up the pace, and we've started to see them play to their win conditions. We've started to see them bully the way in, get the plant down. The Monty has started to work. And it was maybe just a belief thing at the start, because the Monty probably would have worked right from the get-go, especially with the way that it's been supported and played. M80 on the flip side, we've seen that level of aggression. We've also seen some big individual plays. 2 3Ks so far. We've had Kino and Citizen, but multi-kills as well. I think about the first round, 2 2Ks. Just people in the right place at the right time winning those engagements.
Kino's relaxing. Oh, a little hurt to the camera. Again, Kino coming back after being benched for SI. Comes back into the side, and honestly, some of the best Siege he's played at this tournament. I was a little bit worried, thinking he didn't have the greatest of years. I mean, to be fair, none of them really did for M80. It was not a good year for that team. But Kino coming back into it. You always worry as well, him and the Monty. We've seen some blue... We've seen blue stairs issues before.
It's flashbacks.
PTSD, more like it, but sure.
Maybe we'll get some here. As the side switch and Dark Zero head onto their defense side. M80. They will be attacking for the next 6 rounds, and I am certain that we will see a Monty come out of there at some point. Kino is far too well known for it to leave it there on the bench.
Yeah, and again, it just plays into the point that, Lax made, the 2 differences between the Monty, and hopefully we'll be able to see that. You'll see the difference in the way that Kino will use that operator. It is about relaying information to all of the killers on that side, and there's a lot of them. Obviously you've got Noodle, who's had a great tournament so far. Spoik speaks for himself, but Citizen as well. Again, I think people forget what that guy did to everybody inside of Europe back in 2020, 2021. He was going toe-to-toe with Shaiko, and that was, talking Quiff Shaiko, by the way. This is unbelievable. This is the Shaiko, the Quiff Shaiko.
That's the hairstyle, if anyone's unfamiliar.
I think everyone knows.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Mid-floor we go. Breeding and dining here for Dark Zero to kick things off. They showed a restraint on the attack. They showed a patience, and at some points we questioned whether it was too slow. I'm not sure if we're going to see that same level of pace here from M80. I believe it is going to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at the lineup that they're bringing, they are wanting to move with pace.
Yeah, people also need to realize who the IGL is. It's Cameraman. He's going to be bringing in that Brazilian style of Siege. You've seen what he's done with FaZe Clan for so many years, how quick they were able just to open up a bomb site like it was nothing, how quickly they can just hit you from all angles. And you can see that kind of come through with MA. They're not a slow team. They are very quick. They want to get into the action. They have the players to do so. And really, they show no fear. A lot of the time, they just go at it. And I think also using the Monty in that way, where you can, currently in the state of Siege with how Monty's being played, you can go extremely aggressive in a matter of instances. You can go from passive and straight away you're running at a guy, bouncing them across the map.
Nate's going to be tucking himself into the freezer for now. Can hear Rotero drones going out. Maybe thinking about a C4 out onto the white window there. C4's out onto the windows. Even with the new lineup, it can be so difficult to land that.
Oh, look at this. There's a face looking at him. Oh, Kino, there's a guy in that mirror window, and he will clear him out. Look at this from the Monty. He has disabled essentially both of the mirror windows by pushing off that player. Massive play.
Especially now, Citizen can start to work that utility and zone off those areas so that it can't be retaken. Pamba is going to be playing just on the hatch inside a Cocktail. NJR dodging the flashbangs as they come in, but Cameraman just gives himself up. The air jab wasn't ideal, and it didn't activate until it was too late. Spoik going to be the next player to fall to Bolo. There is a bit of vert available here, but you've lost your book. You've lost that primary source of ripping that floor open.
2 minutes and 2 kills is not worth gaining top floor control. It's just not. So M80 playing from behind. The Monty is still alive, so plants could possibly be something that they can look towards and just hope that the Monty will stick it and it works for them. But there's going to be a lot of guns pointed towards said Monty. Kino does get himself in position, but Noodle, he's the one with the diffuser who will now drop it. Well, he tried to drop the diffuser to him. But no, where are we going? Canadian gives himself up to Noodle, and now Kino's thinking about trying to get the plant down. He will just turn and try and get this onto his back, but he's just waiting for Citizen to have full control of those vertical angles and wait to give that call.
Citizen can zone this up from above. We can hear the Capital utility getting sent in now, and Kino will find one onto Pamba. Bolo gets the kill back as a direct trade, but we drop into the fire. Citizen, unfortunately, the Capital utility was still in effect. Allows Bolo just to swing on the corner and take Kino down. The time really starting to be a factor there. If they'd have had a little bit more, they might have been able to wait out that fire and then make that play.
You've seen the idea from M80. On the back foot, they just have to try and get the plant down. They use the Capital from above to try and almost use the fire arrows as your 4th and 5th man to cover an angle. But I'm pretty sure Noodle lost his engagement, and immediately Citizen knows, I just have to get down there. I need to try and help my teammate. But then he drops into his own flames. That's the issue with it. But yeah, just not enough time. You know, it was very frantic. So that kill there from Bolo was a swing, and then, yeah, Citizen just have to go for it now, but not enough time just for M80 to really do anything. Massive round from Bolo.
You've got to feel sorry for Citizen there, because he's just on the edge of it as well. If he had access to the other side of that hatch and he was able to drop on the back side of it, he probably avoids a lot of that damage, but he was already extremely softened up from an earlier engagement. Dark Zero, they can take a narrow lead now for the first time in the series. They're going to be taking us downstairs into the bakery.
No idea whatsoever. Has Rocket taken off on the back or something? I don't know.
We can't see what's going on, I'm afraid.
Have we missed New Year's already?
We are. we are purely at your mercy.
We don't know. It's probably somebody doing a shoey or something like that.
It's got to be else.
That would be my guess. I hear that song. I definitely somebody's drinking something. I know that. I know that song. Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Brilliant.
Yeah, good for them.
Just do it responsibly, please. Kino on the Monty, looking for a drop at the top of these red stairs. Do, of course, have a couple of newbies in the mix as well. You've got to hear that Canadian Solus play to perfection.
He gets so much grief for playing the Solus. I've seen the threads, I've seen the comments, I've seen everything. Get him off the Solus. Eat your words now. Eat your words.
He picks up 1 kill.
Doesn't matter. Respect.
It's certainly a big part of the pushing factor and the force that M80 were trying to bring here. Pambazoo, relatively quiet so far. He's going to grab himself one as well. Citizen down and out.
Oh,
cameraman as well. Pamba's really not done here. Feeling confident enough to make that rotation, potentially get himself upstairs. Nate at the close range. Thinks about the Toxic Bay, but it just catches on the door frame. Where's left to go here for M80?
What is going on with M80? It looks to be a head loss round. They're just running at them and hoping it works out. I mean, losing the Monty obviously is not ideal, but then just to toss the round away in the fashion that they're doing, it's just not good enough. DZ can just sit back, kick their feet up. They still have roamers who can pounce at any given moment. Cameraman has ended up in red quarter now. Bit of info as well being fed through. Cam is gone, but still Cameraman in a good position in towards Cope, but nobody from DZ has given him any picks.
Well, Nate's still not been displaced from Wedding. He's going to be just inside a bakery now. You can see him draw for that shotgun. He's going to down Cameraman on the hop up there. Spoit starts to take a little bit of damage there. Pamba, he'd rotate all the way upstairs, and there's only 20 seconds left. Now the bottom of red is cut off by the toxic gas from Smoke. Spoit, he knows where Nate's playing, but guess what? Another canister is on its way, and the time is going to do the rest here for Dark Zero, showing incredible discipline here in round 8.
Time's up for Spoit. DZ have settled nicely into this match. Is that 4 rounds on the bounce, I believe?
They're starting to find some momentum, aren't they? Slow and slightly shaky start, but 4 rounds in a row is enough to force M80 into a tactical timeout. This looks very direct.
Yeah,
I'm going to be
cameraman.
honest with you.
IGL is the main vocal point. That is specifically who the coach tries to go for, because he's the one who, you know, if the coach isn't there, kind of like the deputy, isn't he?
Oh,
He's
yeah.
the one who has to try and control the team. And that's really who Vivas is just trying to target. It's just get cameraman, get him settled down. It looked very, just calm down. It's okay. Because I think from Vivas' perspective, he's just seen his team just run at them, and nothing really came of that. So let's see if this timeout will be effective for M80. 2 sites locked out for DZ. Kitchen gone, reading gone, so there is still that top floor or the mining and dining that they can go for. Wonder what the preference is going to be.
Look at Nath here. Great play there from just inside a bakery.
Doesn't have to move his feet.
It was just another situation of DZ just really choking them out there.
Yeah. They can't still be at it. Oh, of course
There
it's
it
him!
is.
It had to be him! It's only one man it could be.
Hang on a minute.
Hold up. We'll avoid that. Oh, here we go again. Didn't see. I don't know who it was. You don't get your 5 seconds of fame. You don't get that. Anywho, shall we get back to the game?
Round 9.
Not... People. We have a game to watch, everyone. This is why we're here, is it not? We're not here to watch the game. Does no one like the game anymore? Are we bored of the game? NA Snooze Fest, no one cares, is that it?
Oh, there's fans for both in the arena, I'm sure.
A select
We've already
few.
heard that.
I could maybe count them on my fingers.
No, I've seen plenty of DZ jerseys out there. Some plenty of M8 jerseys as well. Round 9. We will be headed to the alternate mid-floor site here.
Just looking at the setup right now from M80, it seems to be a much slower pace kind of round where they're just looking to kind of gain control of the utility battle, where they're trying to eliminate a lot of the key factors. And hang on a minute, they've opened up a wall and cameraman is in for the plant, and he will try and stick it now. With that wall being reinforced, nobody can retake from bottom red stairs. Is nobody home? Is nobody home for Dark Zero? The plant will go down. Cameraman gets everything tossed at him, and he still... I think things are going to go in favor of M80 just because they have that diffuser in that position. Spoit can now hold on the top red stairs. NGR in the window looking to swing on to that upside down rappel, who has just eliminated Canadian. NGR is tucked in. Can he try and stick this? Is anyone there to stop him? A jump out comes in, but it gets eliminated. Bolo above, the diffuser is ticking away. Is nobody here? Is there going to be an angle being found? Yes, there will be. M80 stop the diffuse. Nafe down and out. Bolo upstairs, drops the hatch, is going to be his only option. Pancake flops into the action, but he goes as well. M80 make it happen.
It's been a while since we've heard a bit of love there for M80, and with good reason. That was the first round that they have won in the previous 4.
An almost identical round of what happened between DZ and Beast Coast during the group stages, where it was just Monty sees that wall reinforced and he just tries to run in and get that diffuse off. And it's a very difficult kind of post-plant to really retake. But almost the diffuse, you can get tucked in towards that corner. It's a bit of a blind spot as well, especially if you have upstairs control. What happened?
The crowd aren't happy about something.
I don't know.
I don't know what it is.
Nope.
We've heard boos for everything today. It could be anything.
They've booed everything.
It could be something very actually good.
Very negative, guys.
It could, well, I think Parker started it all off. when he said that he likes booze.
Is that so part? So we just blame Taro?
Well, to be honest,
I'm happy with that. No, don't you have to go any further. That's it. You've said what you need. Blame him. That's it. Let's go on to the cast.
I don't mind a boo either. I don't mind a boo either. Top floor we go to then for round number 10 here. Only one round in it so far. Dark Zero are successful here. They'll be put onto a map point. However, the timeout from M80, it worked. It picked them up around on the attack, which they desperately needed. Now, we've not got a Monty in play. I doubt we're going to see something too... Oh, sorry, we do have Kino on the Monty in play. So maybe we do see something a little bit quicker.
Double shields.
The thing that is the most strange is that we've got Spoit on the Blitz.
Spoit on Blitz. I never thought I'd see the day.
We know he's great with a gun in his hand, and we know that Blitz does have a gun, but it isn't an AR, is it?
No, I'm really intrigued to see Spoit on the Blitz. I know where he gets his tips and tricks from. We'll keep that source anonymous. But I am curious about this one. Looks to be a red drop, perhaps, and just trying to go straight in towards the bomb site. Could be an option. Kino's the one with the diffuser, though. He's the player that we need to try and watch out for, who takes a more passive approach, straight in towards Piano, looking to pressure the player in towards Pixel. Down goes the Blitz. Spoit's learned nothing. Whoever he took Blitz advice from has not done him well, but the Monty is successful. Takes out Pamba before being traded off. NJR using the UMP to devastate in effect. And Noodle, no hope at all. DZ flying high. Match point.
NJR getting the job done there. When Dark Zero needed it the most, it's always terrifying when you've got two shields bearing down on you. They've definitely got the crowd behind them now.
(6-4). DZ have the defense. We head to Reading, a bomb site that DZ have already won. M80 struggled with the last time. They just couldn't really get their kills over the board, and it seems to be very hit or miss for M80. I would say that DZ, even though M80 have won 4 rounds, it just feels though DZ have been the more dominant side. Remember, DZ win rounds, they win them with ease, whereas M80 have really had the scrap in this matchup.
There's been a couple of scrappier rounds from the side of M80. I think back to some of the jump outs that we saw when they were on the defense. They were looking for that advantage. They were looking to take that one-on-one gunfight, really isolate someone, take them by surprise, and use that gun skill to their advantage. And why wouldn't they? The problem is, Dark Zero, they've played a better game so far. And the scoreline's very representative of what we've seen, in my opinion. A 6-4 here on Cafe. It goes well. Dark Zero, they have been the more structured side. And some of these M80 attacks, they've just washed over. And they've not had that devastating impact. There's not been that killer instinct there.
So M80, to keep themselves in this map, their attack will be centric around that top floor clear out. The Brava comes in as well, see if they can hack any of those Maestro cameras that are going to be available for Canadian to use. One that will get shot, but still maybe try and find another one if he has it placed elsewhere, because he has none in the pocket at the moment from Noodle's perspective. Maybe all of them are gone, I don't know. Cameraman working on the windows with the air jab placed right on the windowsill. Flashbang as well, a C4 in return! Oh, almost gets Cameraman. It will take out his air jabs though. But M80 maybe looking to pounce into the site.
2 kills there for M80, and they're not finished there. Canadian, he's got the Alder in his hand, and he's going to have to make it work for him. Pamba, he's able to take Spoit down. 3 versus 3 right now. Noodle has got himself here into Reading. He's going to get choked out there. Nothing that he can do about that. Downed out by Nath. Canadian, he's going to be on half health. Looks to be cautious in his next engagement. Citizen could recover the diffuser, but he too gets taken down by the mighty Alder. 2 kills on the round for Canadian, and only Cameraman left to go through. There is going to be information on him up there as well, unless the BP has been hacked. But look at the kit. It's cold on the floor. Gets caught out there by the beeper. I'm almost certain that Dark Zero are going to know exactly where he is now, and there's a whole minute for him to try and work with.
What a horrendous position for that diffuser to be placed. Right in an open corridor. with about 3 different crossfires looking onto it. Cameraman can hope that DZ will give him a pick, but the way DZ have been playing, they've been so passive. They don't give anything. They take everything and give nothing back. So Cameraman, he needs a moment of sheer brilliance. Can he harness what he did at Atlanta, where he had a great play back then? Checking every corner, but it's not enough. Pamba with a finishing blow on Cafe. Dark Zero, 1 map up in this NA Derby.
The scoreline of 7-4 on Cafe. Dark Zero take what by all accounts is a convincing win there. Played better Siege on the night so far. And we were expecting that. We looked at the maps and we said, these are good maps for Dark Zero. We're expecting them to perform here. I wonder now what our desk thinks. What did they expect? We're going to send it over.
Thank you very much, Ollie and Demon. Yes, we are back. Dark Zero take the lead 1-0 on Cafe Dostoevsky against M80. But hey, welcome back to the desk. I'm Milos, with me are Jesse and Laxing. Gentlemen, let's break things down.
Strong showing on Cafe. This is Dark Zero's map pick, and at the start of that game, it looked like M80 were really starting to run away. They got the first 2 rounds, and we started thinking, okay, Spoid is showing up. He's shooting well today. We saw a little bit of goofiness in round 2 for Dark Zero, but then they start getting the plant down. They start playing shields. Dark Zero drop back to a 3-3 split going into the second half. And then we get to see Dark Zero's defenses, and they completely slam M80 through that second half, only giving up a single round.
Yeah, and Pamba having a really good game, but I just want to emphasize on DZ's playstyle. If you're going to play against an aggressive team, you have to meet them with that same aggression, or you have to play together, play those trades, play those crossfires, and force those engagements and end up walking away with those rounds, and DZ played that perfectly against M80.
Honestly, Dark Zero giving up 0 space on those defenses, always make sure they get those opening picks, contesting M80 early, not allowing them to get all of the top floor, all of this ground for free. They always had to fight for it, and they always lost bodies.
I mean, like you said, Pamazoo on top, but from the M80 side, things they looked a bit shaky, especially when we saw both Amonte and the Blitz pick together. That was desperation.
To me, it goes into 100% desperation, is you aren't finding the success that you want, so you're going to try to force that play, but it goes into what I was just talking about of DZ playing into their strength of playing together and forcing crossfires that ultimately shuts that down.
Yeah, I mean, Demo said it on the cast. He didn't think he'd ever see Spoit playing Blitz, and after that, we probably won't ever see him playing it again.
Yeah, but, you know, we've seen a lot of shield play in this game. What if we've localized on it even more? Do we have a comparison, Jesse?
We do, Milos, because we saw this great shield play from Canadian in round number 6, where he literally sneaks the plant in under the noses of M80. He drops the hatch. The Warden inside of VIP not watching it. Noodle doesn't catch this. Cameraman's busy on his drone. He doesn't catch this. Nobody is aware, and that's the key thing for Dark Zero. They're so good at identifying those gaps, taking advantage of it, and by the time M80 realized what was going on, the damage had already been done. Canadian gets that down and then finds a couple of beautiful kills with the pistol end of this round as well.
And this is where the difference that I was talking about, comparing the 2 shield players of Kino and Canadian. Canadian is their IGL. He's going to be the one setting the team up for success and taking that initiative. And you can see when he jumped in there, he had Pamba immediately falling behind them. They end up securing the round. We're going to go into another video that shows how Kino ends up playing the shield. And when Kino ends up playing this shield, he does everything by himself. He's droning by himself. He's clearing by himself. You see right here, Troy catches him. Sure, he is pulling out the goo mine, but again, he could have had a teammate follow up on that. Maybe could have had a trade, but it goes into what I was talking about. M80, or Kino specifically, plays a lot more of an aggressive shield than more of a passive, gaining that information and setting his team up for success.
With a team like Dark Zero, you can just slow things down and gain it to your advantage.
100%. And so when we look at the shield difference between both M80 and Dark Zero, both teams are great shield teams, right? I know Kino gets a lot of flack, but he is a good shield player.
Absolutely.
We saw Cameraman getting on it a little bit this game too. I do think they need to consider going into map 2, do we want to ban this out? Because while M80 are a good shield team, man, Canadian looks so good with it.
I think it just comes down to they just need to be a little more coordinated. If they want to use the shields and how strong shields are right now, they have to have the coordination and teamwork that DZ is displaying with their shield use.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll need to look back at this once we get into map number 2, but we'll take a quick break. First of all, one more time is showing Operation New Blood.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. Live it up, Manchester! And here we are, Dark Zero, getting ready to sweep this 2-0, unless M80 can fight back on map 2. More on that here on the Analyst Desk. Hi, I'm Milos. With me are Jesse and Laxing. And Jesse, much like Dark Zero, we gotta cook before we get into this one.
We really do, and I hope Dark Zero been chefing things up in the back because they're headed to a map that I don't think they were expecting to play on today. Chalet being picked by M80. It's not a map I thought we'd see them bring out due to the fact that they haven't really been loving this map. They haven't played it a ton. They beat Wildcard at the start of the season when they chose the map in the NAL playoffs, but then they struggled against Oxygen in a 7-4 game. That's not the type of performance you'd expect from a team right before they pick a map in their most important BO3 of the year so far.
Absolutely, it makes you question, how are they coming here prepared? Do they have strats ready? And if they do, I'm expecting something aggressive. If they are going to bring the shields, I'm expecting a little better shield play, given that what we saw most recently in Cafe. But I am confident that M80 aren't giving up here and that they do have something ready for DZ.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Manchester, there's a player from the UK on both of these teams. Who do we hear to win? Give it up for Dark Zero. Give it up for M80. Give it up for our casters. Exer Troika Demo, take it away.
Thank you very much indeed, Milos. We are more than ready to get into our second map here. We're going to be headed to Chalet. Demo, you have just told me that you do not want this to be a 2-map series. You want it to go all the way. You want to get stuck into the trenches late on tonight. Let's see how these two teams face off against one another. Cafe, a little bit of a more one-sided affair. Obviously, we saw Dark Zero coming out, the winners there. The social vote, it's crept a little bit the way of Dark Zero. And I'll be honest, I think the crowd is starting to turn a little bit.
Yeah, I think the crowd's actually locked on and said, hang on a minute, these M80 guys, they don't know what they're doing. They're just running around.
Well, let's go. We are going to be getting into Chalet right about now. And here we are straight into the ban phase. What are we going to find? We saw shield play galore on Cafe. Both sides making good use of shields. Dark Zero definitely had the upper hand on that shield play though. M80, this is their chance to remove it. They are going to be taking away that Monty. Canadian, you have got a target on your back.
Is the bounty on him? What's the first defender gonna be? Oh! Solus, they've literally went for Canadian. They went for his jugular. You've taken away his Monty and his Solus.
The head of the snake.
Many people would think you've actually done DZ a favor by taking away the Solus.
The Azami coming in to round out our banning phase there. That's a heavy target. A heavy target indeed. Obviously, the Solus warrants a ban. Naturally. It's banned an incredible amount. The Azami as well. The Monty, I'm curious that it was left in for the first map and then removed for the second.
Yeah.
It seems like it's a bigger problem than M80 thought it was going to be.
I think for the Monty, then you have to play possibly different operators to deal with that. And more importantly, you kind of have to have a bit more team play if you want to try and deal with the Monty, which I would say for M80, they have players there who just want to go off and do their own thing. I think that's an element of their team, so I think it makes sense. But DZ on the defense, usually the less favored side that we see, it is attacker sided at the end of the day. But we do have a Ying on the board, an operator that Kina was very well adjusted to. So that is certainly something that I think M80 can get going for them in Chalet, is having that very strong operator in the form of the Ying.
Well, that's the flip side, isn't it? If you're going to take the Monty out, you're going to leave something else in. And in this instance, it is going to be the Ying that slips on through. The Dokubi removed there by Dark Zero. Not something that they want to be messing around with here on their defense of Chalet, which is the side that they will be starting on here. And they are putting a lot of attention into this setup. There's extensive lines of sight being set up there.
See now with DZ in their setup, obviously bringing the castle barricades. It's going to block away some of the important windows as well. Don't forget, you know, Chalet, a lot of windows. We talked about the balconies you can play off, so there are certainly options that I would say DZ can have, just to have a bit more safety, of course. And whenever you're dealing with M80 where they can have a few rat players who can go for those kind of cheese picks, yeah, it's not a bad idea just to have that extra layer of protection.
Still firmly in the information gathering stage of the round. Drones getting placed in and around the map. Library for the meanwhile is clear, but it's almost a little bit of a trap. It's a bait and a switch because of how much of that wall is going to be open, how much of that line of sight is going to be available. And with the castle barricades in there, you've got to be able to deal with those castle barricades if you get in, because you don't want to get caught out there. They're going to see the wall open now. It's going to be Noodle to get that job done. Going to be able to get himself into the top of West Main there and get nicely established.
I wonder if the Canadian, the Capcan, might be able to pick up something. I mean, we've seen a fair amount of that already today in the series that we cast at Ollie. There's Capcans left, right, and center, so it could be an option. But right now for M80, it's just very slow at the moment. It's just focusing on getting all of the walls open, and then you start to target those key positions, of course. NGR's going to come under a lot of fire, but he wins the first engagement against Noodle. Yings go in. Here comes the flank, though. Is anyone watching it on the side of M80? Cameraman finds Nath. Straight in through the breach. Kino will go. He's looking for the kill, and he gets it. Onto NGR. Pamba, though, has found a flanking kill, but now his location is known.
Well, he can now start to use this breach against M80. He's got plenty of information to be going off here as well, and with Spoit so low, it's only going to take one bullet. Kino, he's going to start to try and get that plant down, removes the default camera. Pamba and Canadian, what are they able to cook up here? Spoit, he grabs Pamba there on the cross, and Canadian still playing from below. No C4 left, already used, and a very difficult retake on his hands here. He's trying to get to the top of Solar and get himself established in there, but it's always going to be difficult.
Oh, M80 feeling it now. First round on the board. That's always the most important one to set the tempo. Crowd rallying behind M80.
M80 look fired up.
I mean, they need to. One map and they're done. They need to win this map to push us in to map 3, into labs. If we get there is where it will be decided. I like the game plan from M80, using the Ying, a very strong operator. It was, a pretty generic attack on most parts of the way. I think most teams will attack that, but it's successful. You know, that's the recipe of success. If you can just copy that, then you get the consistency, and then you'll win games.
It's fine if it works.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. If it works, it's brilliant. They did a great job of getting a couple of opening picks, a really good job of opening that wall nice and early. And Dark Zero, they kind of gave a lot away over to M80 there. Not only in terms of space, but how easy it was for them to get that wall open. Everything's available to deny walls. You're not always going to bring it on Chalet because there's more value in other things. But there's still that, you know, is there a two-brow in the future, you know, just to sort of slow that down a little bit? Can you squeeze that into the lineup with what you bring in? Especially if you look over and you see, well, Canadians on the vigil. So yeah, sure, they might be playing the Deimos and stuff. You might be trying to keep yourself a little bit safe, but realistically, there might be a bit more room for utility in there.
I get that, but this is Canadians kind of roaming bomb site that he likes to go for. It would be the Solus, but it has been banned away from him, so he thinks, okay, what's another operator that I can roam with that can also deny some form of drones? Oh, Vigil, that's going to be his pickup. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on Canadian, see how he wants to maneuver around this map. M80 again with a very aggressive lineup. And Spoit on the Finca. I think everyone knows what that boy did in Berlin on that operator. Look, not as strong back, you know, as what it used to be back in the day, but still, he can be a real demon on it.
Nath does have a C4 to use here, and he did look tempted for a time, but instead he's just going to take the utility soak, flashbang, the Lion Scan, and the Capital Ball, get himself dropped back into the site and keep himself safe. Wasted a little bit of time. I say keep himself safe. He took a ton of damage there. It sounded like a nade that went off nearby. And it does still leave Bolo upstairs on that fireplace. He has got Pamba in tow, and with what Pamba's got set up for himself here, he's got a couple of nice little options.
It's a very significantly weaker bomb site to hold without the Azami, because you just cannot play in towards that fireplace as safely as what you would like. So I think DZ, they will be up against it, just based on the bans for this site specifically. Pamba now being tracked by the Deimos, can barely hit a drone right now, let alone see if he can eliminate a Deimos chasing him. Citizen just going to let him run away, though. Just trying to feed that information over to his side. Pamba relocates towards the solar stairs, waiting to see if anyone wants to try and swing in, but Noodle is on the prowl below. Another drone. Pamba, they just keep coming at him, and Noodle secures his kill. Pamba off the mark. Canadian with the vigil. Remember, he can't be tracked with the Deimos.
Does have a chance here at a nice little angle as well. It does just depend if the player on the roof gives themselves up a little bit. We do see another death mark coming on to Bolo here. It's not going to be too much of a surprise. You know that there's going to be someone on that fireplace. Now you just know who that player is.
Look at the time.
Citizen, he's got the read on this, but as you say, Demo, 9 players alive going into the final 30 seconds. A nade will be sent to try and displace Bolo. It's not going to do too much of a job. Instead, it just gives him an opportunity to swing. Can he find a second? No, it was Nath adding on to that pain. Bolo still in a great position here inside a library if he can just hold on, but no, cameraman comes in, picks off the headshot, but cameraman's got the kit and he's only got 10 seconds to get it down. NJR, he's still tucked into stock here. He's in a great spot to deny Noodle from walking on through. Cameraman needs to start getting that diffuser down and NJR needs to prioritize. He grabs himself one. Can he get a headshot? Yes, he can!
Needle onto the top of the dome. NJR, the savior for DZ. So some big moments throughout this competition, and there's another one for the highlight reel. Just M80 too slow, not enough time to deal with everything that DZ had set up. Comes into the final 20 seconds, and there's still a shield, just sand connector.
The ferocity and the pace that we saw from DZ in round 1 was very short-lived. It did not transition there into round 2.
Great
what
C4.
A C4. I mean, Bolo probably gets the kill anyway, but it just guarantees it at that point.
Oh, so close.
I love how Mint's just watching on cool as a cucumber.
The guy just displays no emotion whatsoever. He's just there.
5 seconds to go.
Watching on as cool as you like.
You wouldn't know, watching his face, have they won the round? Have they thrown the round? Have they clutched the round? Have they won the trophy? We wouldn't know.
Very level-headed indeed. Down to the basement we go. A couple of players left on site right now. They've gone for quite the roam here. No Canadian placing those cap cans out. We've got Malusi with the Banshees, and we've got Legion. A very trap-orientated lineup. You're only really missing the Frost and the Thorn in there. What does all that do, Demo? It slows teams down. And if there's one thing that M80 were inside of round 2, it was slow.
Yeah. I think it just delays M80. They want to try and go for maybe a couple of little pocket plays. Just a trap will give the game up for them. So I do like the lineup. The inclusion of traps is always a strong one in Siege, because there ain't a whole lot of counterplay that you can really do for them. But do keep in mind, this is a basement, and we're seeing a very hefty roam game from DZ. They will be roaming in towards the bedroom, and I'm sure over towards the kitchen dining also. Have that big hatch down there that teams will want to try and play for and try and fight for. It's not the, I would say, the greatest of lineups coming in from M80. It would maybe like a little bit more hard breach. Canadian opens up with the first pick, and Noodle almost lost his life to a C4. So a brilliant start for DZ, but Spoit gets one back in return, and there's still a roamer up here. We still have Canadian.
Bolo's going to come up solo and join him there.
Oh, he's seen the gun.
It looks like he knows that he's there, but he's going to have a difficult engagement, and he almost certain doesn't know about Bolo at the top of the stairs, but it isn't going to stop him from taking Canadian down. Bolo now has a decision to make, and it looks like he's going to try and get himself back to site. Very unsure here and doesn't want to get caught out on the rotation. He's really checking every angle here. The fact that trench doors closed is a benefit to him right now. The main worry is going to be big garage. We can see that nobody is in there, but the hatch is going to be open. Cameraman could choose to drop that, but instead Bolo is allowed to get himself back to the relative safety of the site. And again, look at the timing on this.
Scary there for Bolo, but gets back. M80, what is the plan going to be? Probably a hatch drop. In all honesty, they have the Habana. They can try and utilize the connector hatch to great efficiency. Citizen on the Deimos, if he can try and get an easy gunfight, get a scan off. That will help a lot with that man advantage. You can see where they want to plant. He's yellow pinged the cabinet, so that's where all the action's going to go. But there are no C4s left. There's nothing that DZ have to deny.
Bolo in prime position, comes out of ADS at the wrong time, but still finds a kill. Picks up the second on the vert. He's tracked this whole time. He's grabbed the pistol. He's rolling back the years. 3 kills on the round, and it's all down to cameraman. He's pushing through. He's aggressing. Bolo with the pistol in hand. A quad kill on the round.
2022 called. They want their Bolo back. We've taken him out of time, popped him into 2024. It's the best round he's had since he's came back.
A worthy clutch there for him. It was this kill for me, the one onto Citizen. Citizen's got the live information. He can relay it, but players can move.
Nate can't believe it. Nate's just on an emote in real life.
I'm not sure if Bolo can believe it.
Signature spin at the end there as well.
The little Bolo spin, we love that.
Oh, just a wave of nostalgia just hit me as that happened.
Brilliant round
I don't know
for
about
Bolo.
anyone else.
And a brilliant round for DZ. Think about that, they lost 2 on the row.
Yeah.
And Bolo was the player that was rotating up Solar.
5 seconds remaining.
He spent so much care and attention to get himself back to site. And where M80 have been really good at cutting players off, if they know that someone's up there, there was no one there to cut him off. There was no one to stop him and give him a hard time getting back.
Just too timid from M80. They're giving just sloppy kills that really should just be dealt with, you know, via a drone network, people holding angles. You know, Bolo picked up the first kill right underneath vertical. You know, it shouldn't be happening, but M8 are allowing DZ to get away with quite literally murder in this instance. But we move. Round 4 is where we go. For M80, they need this round. I've said before, attacker-sided is usually how Chalet plays out, and they've already gifted DZ the expected 2. But that's only halfway point. There's still 3 more rounds that DZ potentially could pick up here.
What's so important about the 2-minute point of the round? I thought that's what we were counting down there. The crowd got a bit ahead of it.
Maybe they know something we don't.
Cameraman's got himself a nice little spot here. Ossa Shield placed down in Trophy. Great line of sight, and he can just start to build off this.
I love this attack right now. This is one I've never seen before. A Trophy wall execute into an Ossa Shield plant. Using the Yings as cover. Cameraman takes a lot of damage, but he's still alive and can try and get the plant down. DZ now are scrambling. Oh, the shield's gone, but Cameraman's still alive. He will pick up his second shield and move into position. Citizen on the backstab coming up through West Main, but all of it's going to be on Cameraman. But he goes down to NJR. Canadian gets found out by Noodle. DZ apply the pressure. A 3 versus 3 now. A shield that Citizen's not aware of. NJR's having a field day of this shield.
NJL still in a prime position to continue to pick up kills. This is such a one-sided attack right now from M80. Everything's coming through that Trophy and Solar side. You can see that Noodle and Spoy, they're both trying to get back together, trying to buddy up a little bit here. 2 versus 3, it's very doable, but they need to find themselves a pick. Panda playing Coast with the shotgun. He's gonna take Spoy down. Noodle, he's gonna know roughly where Pamba is, but they've already been separated, allowing Dark Zero to break that down, and well, Noodle's options now are very few and far between. Try and transition here to the bottom of Solar, get himself into Trophy, but these long angles, there's only one way it's gonna go. Picks himself up a double on the round. Dark Zero are still separated right now. He can recover the diffuser, narrowly misses the shot. Nath, however, pinpoint accuracy.
My, oh my. What a round. The idea from M80 was good, but they just couldn't get that diffuser down. DZ reacted so quickly. They rotated their explosives around to destroy the shield. And look, we've all been in that situation before. You're trying to get the plant down behind your Osta shield, and then an explosion just ruins the fun.
He was so close to it going down as well.
2 seconds off, something like that.
but you can't stick it because you're just going to get
No,
some.
you're going to get that. You're going to die.
And someone is going to take you out. Even with the Yin Candelas going over, you just can't afford to risk it. That was the final kill that did for cameraman NJR. He picked himself up a couple in that spot. He barely had to move his feet because of how one-dimensional it was and because of how quickly Dark Zero recognized that and shifted that utility. They were able to just 180 their focus and immediately get onto the problem at hand. And there was only really one problem that was there.
DZ storming away with Chalet.
5 seconds to go.
M80 lifeless. Someone needs to step up. Somebody needs to do it.
Where's the hype from round one?
Gone.
They came into round one, picked up the round, very convincing, huge burst of energy. The crowd got behind them, as the crowd tend to do when you see that energy on the stage. Replicating, you match it, and you give a little bit back. It's been eerily quiet on the NA bench, on the NA bench, on the M80 bench.
Oh. See a couple of footprints. Spoit on the hunt. Goes to the track. He found the vigil. Oh, Canadian's actually coming towards him. No, never mind. Thinks against it. This is a comedy routine. Maybe they've practiced this.
Ooh, Canadian just fires a couple of cursory shots his way and says, I know your game. I know where you're coming from. Bolo, he's got the hatch open as well to try and work with that. And Spoit just thinks, you know what? I am out of here.
DZ have been incredible at just not giving away silly picks. You know, any kill M80 have gotten, usually DZ have made them work for it and probably responded after that. There's just been nobody caught out in the open. Everyone playing together for DZ. They are giving M80 not a scrap to play off.
3 kills out of the opening 4 rounds, yet to find an opening kill in round 5, but it's a stat line that Dark Zero are dominating right now. Kino knows there's going to be a player tucked into Library, can use the Capital Fire Arrow to dislodge that player. He's shooting on the ceiling, it will fall down, and Nath can get himself out. Fadeaway C4 potentially is going to get shot out mid-air. We nearly had a beautiful view of that. It's not actually displaced Nath though. Usually players will drop that hatch, and maybe that's what M80 are expecting here. Cameraman is going to find an opener here onto Bolo, going for a slightly different approach at dealing with that player on Fireplace. But with Nath still tucked into Library here, he looks fairly committed to this. Only now is he going to drop the hatch and narrowly escapes the bullets.
Oh, and a player drops. It's going to be a trade down. Nath is down. Can he get recovered, though? NJR would need to leave his position inside a connector. Never mind. Kino picks up the down kill. 40 seconds. Man advantage for M80. No Candelas left. They have smoke, Solly. That's really all they can use.
They're stacking up right now. It looks like they're going to try and drop that hatch. We've got Pamba playing on lower blue stairs. There's frost mats galore here as well. Remember, no such thing as a bad frost mat, especially when you start getting into this territory with only 20 seconds left. NJR tucked into stock, starting to feel the heat from above. We can hear the smokes going off, but he's still got the shield to work with. Pamba, he's in a key position here as NJR loses engagement. Pamba's got no choice but to try and make this swing, but cameraman's patient. Canadian, he's going to rotate himself back in, gets himself in a heck of a scrap with the stock player, but can't get through the first. There's the energy we wanted to see from M80.
If you leave the door open, you don't know what will sneak in. DZ need to be ruthless. They cannot allow M80 to get back into this game. I mean, overall, the attack from M80, utility, I thought was used really well. I think Cameraman using the Candelas, getting himself in the strong positions in towards blue. You know, Nave tried his best to try and get some kills back, a great trade. But that was the important one. NJR gets those kills, that doesn't happen, we know that. But you have to look at Canadian, where was he that whole time? Missing.
NJR's already pulled Dark Zero through a few of those rounds in those power positions, picking up a few multi-kills. I think Nate's maybe gotten a little bit unlucky there in that round. His C4 got shot out at the feet of the player that he was going for.
Down trade as well.
Down trade. Just a couple of unfortunate circumstances there. But M80 capitalised on it, and that's what it is all about. Got to take the opportunities that you are given in this game. And M80 It was a must-win round in round 5 for me, because if Dark Zero starts to go 4-1 up on a map like Chalet, let's not forget, this is M80's map pick. We're expecting them to be good on this map. We're expecting them to be good on the attack on this map. So far, the best they can do is an equal 3-3 split.
Here we go. Into our bar. Or not our bar, it's the basement now, is it not? The basement?
Down in the basement.
Yeah, thought so. Don't think DZ will want to go back in towards that bar again. Spoit, an opening death, gives himself up to Pamba. And nobody from M80 is there to get the kill back.
Where was the info? Where was the pinch? There was nothing. They had no idea that Pamba was there.
This is the issue of M80. These solo plays can come in to hurt you against a very well-disciplined side that DZ is. You just can't be going in by yourself and expecting miracles.
You think about the Bolo round in round 4 when we last saw this site. All it took was him getting a couple of kills and getting himself back down to the site, and it was sealed and delivered. Finally, M80 get themselves hit on the board here. They're going to take Bolo down, but they've lost 2 players for that privilege.
They have. Now DZ can just retreat to the safety of the bomb site. M80, they will get control of that mid floor now, and they can possibly use the ramp, see if they can open up any of the vertical angles, but that man deficit, DZ can just try and use that to their advantage, play the trade game. Cameraman, perhaps after a bit of a push in towards Blue, it could work out for him if he just wins that engagement, then you have Blue control, and things really could turn in favor of M80. Hatch attempted to be opened by Kino, but Cameraman loses that one. Canadian with a shotgun. Hatch is open now for M80. In goes Noodle. Kino's going to join him. Both of them stacked up in the one room, but 4 players applying the pressure. Nobody from DZ wanting to move. Somebody's dashed across. Kino's screen as he tries to reposition, but he's lost his teammate. Nath has dealt with Noodle. A shotgun being tanked by Kino, but NJR will get him in the end.
Another solid round from Dark Zero. They are really not overcomplicating this at all. Get out there on the roam, cause a little bit of trouble, get yourself back to site, and win in the man advantage.
4-2 split for DZ. Phenomenal. And now they have the attack. Look at that, Canadian. The jump out. Shotgun. Oh. Shot and a half there from Nath.
That's some crackers. There's been some good ones from everyone.
Oh, mid-80, no! Oh, they're not sure. A little bit wobbly. Guys, surely they... Come on. M8 have rebuilt again. Surely it has to be good. Come on.
This is the best showing that we've seen from M8 today.
It is.
They made it to
They
stage.
made main stage. Never done that before. But I think for the caliber of the players, getting main stage just isn't good enough. We know that. We've got 2 players on M80 who have won a major. We've got a guy who's also won a championship as well, and the former Citizen.
Well, as round 7 begins, as the turn of the half is going to be a turn of fortune here for M80, or a Dark Zero going to continue to tear away with this.
I'm reloading.
4-2 scoreline. Dark Zero get one on the board quickly here. You kind of fancy the chances in the series, and let's not forget, if M80 lose this map, that's it. Best of 3 done and dusted.
You're home.
We can't even say back to NA.
No.
Just back to all over the world.
2 of these players have to commute on a train. Oh boy. Yeah, M80 in the trenches. You could say in the mud. They need to get out of that. Castle barricades being opened up around Noodle, who will be coming into some engagements very soon. As you can see, this force from DZ approaching from the solar side. Pamba leading the charge with the Ying. Candela's in hand, can make for these quick, aggressive plays. Oh no, Noodle's caught him! It's on his phone! A freebie for Noodle on the castle. Spoit's upstairs with him. It's a massive kill in the grand scheme of things. Ying, what an operator to pick off.
NJR now trying to pick up the pieces from this opening pick that's gone against him, but he's just not too sure. Noodle got a glimpse there as players are starting to hop in now and get aggressive. Bolo put himself in through trophy window and grabbed one, but it was only ever going to be an attempt at a recovery. Citizen joins in on the action. Nath grabs himself a freebie on Citizen as they rotate through. Does something to level things back. If you can isolate this player inside a connector right now, they are on their own, just narrowly misses out on the shot. I feel like he's got to go for that and try and make something work. This Canadian was just a bit too far away there.
Yeah, both of them by themselves on either end of the map. Canadian will pick up the remains of Sploit, but 2 to find. Full health on both of the defenders also. I'm sure a gutload of utility. You still have the Fenrir traps, which you can disable with the EMPs, and Canadian will do that. But he just doesn't have the info. He doesn't know the positions. The barbed wire as well. It's one thing he can't disable. Another EMP to try and stop the Fenrir gadget on this door. Does he know that the one's creeping towards the bar? Trap goes off behind him. This is not looking good for Canadian. Time slowly but surely ticking down. But we don't get to that. Kino finds the kill. M80. Are they back? Are they going to get back into it?
It's a good way to start. They needed a round. They don't want to let this game slip by a margin of more than 2 because it will start to seem like a mountain ahead of them to climb, especially given that they weren't successful on the first map of Cafe. They want to keep that gap narrow and look to try and level up now at 4 rounds apiece. I think they played much better inside of that round. Noodle with an incredible play there. He obviously heard Pamba getting on the drone, and that's the downside of not having Pamba drone, having someone drone in for Pamba.
I love the play as well from Citizen. It shows that the team play is getting better there from M80. Spoit was in a really difficult position. He had just gone to that engagement with Bolo, and you thought, oh, this other guy's going to sweep around and find the kill. And then Citizen is there with the immediate pickup to give that support over to Spoit. So I think the team play has improved massively there for M80, but they need to do it again. They need to recreate that. They need to find the consistency.
10 seconds to go.
Cameraman's found something.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Down in the depths of the operator pool. He's found a clash.
Attacker's objective.
The sight and maybe the thought of a clash has been good enough for a full 6 pick from Dark Zero as well.
Yeah, look at the lineup. All 5 players changing over to their, I assume, basement execute plant with all of the utility that they have. They have the Blitz, they have the Glass. Smokes galore. You have 6 of them to utilize. That is a hefty amount. Nath, no issues at all with getting the wall open. Apart from the mute, there is no wall denial on board for M80. So this is going to be quite easy for Nath to get in, open up these walls, start creating these pressure points that they can target the M80 defense with. But there is a bit of a roam game. Don't forget, Noodle could also try and deny from above. He can shotgun some holes vertically onto those bins. But how do you deal with Cameraman? Maybe the Nomad to try and slip in a few air jabs? Oh, that's the plan.
That's going to be the initial idea, isn't it? To just try and restrict his movement somewhat. He's now going to need someone to come in and try to shoot one of those air jabs out. But the smokes go down, and Nath, he just storms on through. He might be able to get a plant down here. NJR conscious of the vert. Nath does have the kit, and he is stuck, tucked in behind Trash. Cameraman has to now try and come out, can look to try and zap through that fog. But Big Bang Nadian, he's in the mix as well, and he's making that blitz work beautifully, clearing out this mid floor. Nath will go down before being able to get that plant down, so that's going to be the diffuser surrendered on site. Pamba, he takes Citizen down. NJR joins in, 4 versus 2. Still a good position here for Dark Zero. And M80, they need to be cautious. Noodle needs to win this engagement here, and he's going to aggress on up, but instantly, he gets flashed out by the blitz. The C4 caught on the rail. Canadian needs to be cautious here. Pambazoo, he's already found one. Canadian's going to get down, but it still leaves his team in an advantage.
Diffuser has not been planted as of yet, but it will now. Noodle has 45 seconds to see if he can make this work. 3 players to find, 2 of them outside the breach. 1 player's rotated very deep to the other side of the map. Went up through trench outside of main door now. He might actually catch Noodle. He has no idea that a player's rotated a C4 out. But he does know about Bolo, but does Bolo know about him? drops the hatch. Now they know where he is, and Bolo can hold from above. And nigh impossible position for Noodle to try and win. The time ticking away. And Pamba will seal that round for Dark Zero. A hectic one, but a very simple push. You just walk in through the main breach and hope it works.
Sometimes the oldies are the goldies. Get the wall open, a little bit of smoke out there, aggressively push through it, and see what happens.
Vivas, the timeout. What can he do for his team?
We're getting toward the now or never point. You don't really want to take a timeout when Dark Zero want a map in series point. They're 2 rounds away from closing out this series right now, booking a place in the semifinals and sending M80 home. This timeout has to be surgical.
DZ have looked the more dominant side in the 2 maps. Only 2 rounds between DZ and M80. But that feels like a lot more just with how the game has went. Oh, Canadian utilizing the new mechanics where Blitz can just jump in through the barricade. Oh, cameraman, where were you going? Platform 9 3/4.
It's not a good look, is it? Not a good look when you've got Clash's shield on your back. He did pick up a kill with the pistol. But of course, main value of the Clash is to just bat away those attackers as they come in. You're meant to be that thing that you go, oh, they've got a Clash. We've got to deal with this now. We've got to do something about it. It didn't strike the same level of fear into Dark Zero as I think they were expecting it to. Dark Zero dealt with it very nicely with that aggressive play. They fought the fire with the fire, and they're now only 2 rounds away.
10 seconds to go.
M80 locking in
5 seconds left.
towards that top floor. Big old extension as well towards the raiding side of things. They have the shield set up as well in towards a double door and piano. Just give them another option, another kind of fortification that they can play behind and utilize. The lineup from DZ, they have the Ying, they have the Grim, they have the utility operators that execute on both sides off the map. You have your solar players. You can also try and challenge this setup from M80. Things are getting tense and I'm here for it.
30 seconds gone inside of the round. Nath, seeing what value we can gain out of that shock drone. There's plenty of utility available for him to have a do at. Got the Mozzie Pests, we've got Fenrir, FNATs, bulletproof cameras. Plenty to go out here and to start to chip away. Kino is going to be on that pulse, just trying to get an idea, trying to get a read of which direction this push is going to be coming from, and where the large force of Dark Zero are going to start their attack and start to mount this round 9 attack from. Pulse gets targeted out there. Kino will be caught out, but he's got a couple of teammates around him. He shouldn't be too exposed here.
Citizen doesn't have to do a whole lot of that. Wall isn't going to be targeted. Just has to worry about the one door, and then engagement is a scrappy one. Both players trading out. A great nade though. Citizen, you need to run. And he gets out of there in time. Noodle has taken down Bolo, but before Canadian has dealt with the trade-off, and Canadian's in the middle of the site. Nobody's home right now, and he has the diffuser in hand.
He's putting some good damage in onto Spoit as well. Nath eventually going to clean that kill up. Canadian could rotate back through and start to think about this plan, but don't forget, there is a pulse below. Kino, he's going to hit the revive onto Cameraman. There is now a C4 potential. Make that 2 as Citizen is still going to be up here. The plan is being attempted, but Kino's not caught him out on the scanner yet. He can see the moving dot, but he knows that that isn't the plan going down yet. His information has to be precise here. He has to give a good swing over onto Citizen. The C4 goes out. It's shot mid-air. One, however, will be successful.
NGR swings in. Now he has to get off that position. He needs to cover for Canadian. M80. They have that extra man, but they need to try and coordinate this retake. Diffuser still yet to go. Canadian now will attempt it. We know there's going to be no C4s remaining, but there is still information with that cardiac scanner, and it will be planted. Into the post plant we go. NJR covering one side, Canadian the other. M80 starting to creep up. 2 players towards piano. NGR, can he deal with both of them? Canadian Has to obviously go for the pulse. Citizen eliminates NGR, and it's all down to Canadian. A player running straight at him from Solar Stairs. A magnificent retake from M80.
There's that energy. Cameraman's really getting into this.
Oh, they were testing the keybinds as well.
Got to test the keybinds. You never know when that crouch key might fail on you. Big round mentally for M80. Every round that M80 win, it feels like such a huge momentum boost, but the momentum is so short-lived.
That's 2 rounds now in a row for M80. This is where they can start building that snowball. M80 are a team where we've seen inside of NAL, they can play from behind. They can play at a deficit. And right now for M80, this is what they need to do. They need to play from behind. They've strung a couple of rounds together, but they need more. DZ still leading 5 rounds to 4.
It's the first time that we've seen M80 chain a couple of rounds together. Not something that we've seen all too often. Let's see if they're capable of doing it. Dark Zero successful in round 8. Well, M80 successful in round 7. Dark Zero successful in round 8. M8 successful in round 9. It's been very back and forth. We haven't seen that clear breakaway yet. Is this going to be that moment?
They need this round. If DZ get that 6-4, M80 can't slip up. They have to play perfect.
Starts to feel like Cafe all over again.
You have to play catch up. M80, if they can push it to 5-5, then it's really anyone's game. Canadian back on the blitz. What's he going to do this time? What has he got in store? It is towards this bar in games. One take that we see a lot more now is teams looking to control that basement. Because if you get control of that basement, you can actually rotate and try and take out the connector wall. You know, that's the power position. You can see the Cameron's in it right now. If you eliminate this player, then really the game's bomb site is free real estate.
Well, one of the plays used to be get a Maverick in and start to Maverick open a line there. That was a common way of dealing with that.
It's a classic thing that Nath used to do all the time with his old team.
It was a classic M&M strat on this map. And because of that, you see little adaptations come in. The garage wall, it was mute jamming. Makes it difficult now to push in. You've got to use a little bit of utility to do that. We have a Selma to open the wall, but sure, it's there as an option for later.
They actually use the Kali as well. You don't think that Kali, it's there for the sniper, but again, the gadget is great, just that those little pieces of utility you can pick off around the map. But no kills as of yet. Both teams just wanting to maintain their man count. Canadian's in the middle of the site. Where is he came from? He's being pushed. Is he going to be able to get this kill onto the ward? And he just doesn't know where he is. 2 kills for Nave. Finally, the blitz is dealt with. Where, oh, where has Canadian came from?
He's appeared in the middle of the site, opened it up, and now Nath can start to get that plant down. He's being covered right now by Bolo. Pambazu, he's going to fall elsewhere, but it isn't going to matter because Nath is allowed to get the plant down and get outside. Bolo and him can now start to play this from the rappel. There is an equal numbers advantage here. It's 3 versus 3, so there is chance for M80 to play a little bit of retake here. They have to be quick with it, though. That time is ticking down rapidly. And for the meanwhile, nothing's happening. Spoit, he's going to get on and start to tap away a shotgun. It won't be successful, but the second shot will. Spoit, he's out of the picture now. Someone needs to jump on that case. They need to disable that diffuser. This can't be a bait. It can't be a switch. Boom. NJR, lock it up. Dark Zero, match and series point.
The double rappel works a charm for DZ to see it over the line. But what the hell is going on in that mid-round? Where does Canadian come from? Nath finds 2 because of that. M80 way too open.
How many times are we going to allow, and I mean like we as in like the general we, like teams at the Manchester Major, how many times are they going to allow Canadians to just walk into site like this?
Just jumped in for a double window.
There's no way it should have got this close. That was a brilliant play, by the way, turning his back as soon as he gets knifed. But it was the cover from Nath for me. The fact that Nath has followed him in. He's on his shoulder. The second We didn't get to see the second in the heat of the moment, but it makes it even more impressive. Bolo and NJR, I think Bolo is the unsung hero from that round because he got himself onto Repel and he did not lose his engagement. Yeah. He was so focused on the player disabling the diffuser, it was the other player's job to get the player that was being aggressive. You need to deal with the swing, I'm going to deal with the guy disabling.
They worked in unison.
Perfect.
They really did, and DZ, honestly, from where they were at Invite, I think they've gotten better. They really have, and you know, they finished really well at Invite considering, you know, they've made roster changes, they've brought in 2 new players, one player who had been out of the game for a while as well. That's always difficult, getting him up to speed with what the meta is, how the game's being played. And they've just kept on moving. They've looked better every single time we've seen them. And this is where it's just all coming together in the games that matters, in the big moments, such as a main stage here in Manchester. This is what it's all about.
Could this be the final round of the evening here? We're going to be attacking into the basement. Sorry, into Bar and Games yet again here. M80, they feel like they are not done with this side. They feel like there's something that they can do to give themselves an advantage down here. They're going to go again for another attempt, but the lineup is entirely different this time. We don't have the Kali, we don't have the Blitz, we've not got the same intentions. Instead, NJR's going to get in and start to open up that wall, but he's got no idea about Kino.
Lack of drones. They've went for that play downstairs again, but they try and sneak in towards the garage and then up and open up that connector wall. It then creates options again for those double window jump-ins that we've seen happen in the last round. But how will DZ adapt with losing that first pick, losing that ace? Canadian with the Candelas, and he will actually go for a jump, and this time it's for the single window, and in this time he goes. Canadian, he just can't stay out of it. He always has to be in the midst of it. Canadian with the LMG! Gets sat down by cameraman. Bolo up on blue, wins one against Sploit. Pamba takes a hefty amount of damage also. Cameraman dancing around the site, and Pamba in the 1v3. No hope. M80, they're still in it.
They deserve to be in it. Canadian can't keep walking into sight and getting away with it like that. He had a little bit of support. Bolo was able to pick up a kill in the midst. But that can't be the game plan. It can't be just to send one player through. At 6-5, Dark Zero's last chance to convert this in regulation. They're going to take a tactical timeout. Mint is going to choose now as his moment to speak to the team and to see what sort of stability he can bring.
Works for both teams though. Vivas gets another timeout also because Mint has called his. Again, straight over to cameraman. These two are linked. How will it end up? Round 12. Will it be overtime? Or will DZ lock it in? Win it out, 7 rounds to 5. Cameraman.
Brilliant pop-up. Brilliant pop-up.
Talk about cameraman being father to Liquid. Cameraman may be father to the Canadian. Did we ever think about that?
Quite possibly. (6-5). Another attempt at converting this match point into a series point here for Dark Zero, but M80 starting to feel like they could have the legs to take this one to overtime. And if we end up on Labs, who knows?
Oh, look at the lineup.
Labs is still so possible at this point.
Oh, I was worried for a minute, seeing the glass,
we had
the blitz, I'm thinking, oh, it's one of those rounds where it's just going to be utter chaos, but
no, Mint's just taking his time out. Maybe they were locked in up before the timeout. It's like, no, guys, we've got to go for something different.
Yeah, we can't just try and hope that the Canadian just kills them all in the middle of sight again.
No.
Not working. I must say, the Fenrir has been a bit of an issue as well for DZ in terms of how they've actually wanted to play some of those rounds.
Well, I mean, it's shocking to get let through, isn't it? But it's kind of a bit of a game of chicken. Who's going to ban it?
Of course. And I suppose then you say, oh, the Fenrir's gone, but then the Azami just comes up, and that's another operator that's very difficult to deal with.
Equally as difficult for different
There's no win in that situation. Here we are. Match point, series point for DZ. M80 to keep themselves in the matchup. NGR with the Grim. He's hoping for a jump out, but M80 not wanting to give the game away just yet. I think now for DZ, it's about getting their positions set up. This looks to be more of their kind of execute style siege, where they're going to take their time. They're really going to take it slow, figure out everything that they need, and then they try and go for the 3-2-1, using the Grims, using all the utility.
The thing is, they can play at both levels.
Of course
they can play execute, and they can also play rush strat. And it's just about finding that balance. And so far in the series, they've found that balance quite well. The last round wasn't a good example of it, but the majority of attacking rounds have been for them so far. Again, you talk about that slow and steady approach to the round. Canadian, he's got himself into trophy now, can start to think about getting that wall open. It's going to be Nath with the diffuser in his hand this time. So again, Nath, a player to keep an eye on as to his location and positioning. Ephemeria targeted out here by the Deimos. So cameraman is going to start to feel that heat, and Deimos is only the other side of the west main wall to him. The nade goes out. It's going to chip a little bit of damage away from cameraman, but an aggressive play from Pamba. It's the nade that ends up doing the business.
Pamba frantically running through the trophy. NGR still in this window, trying to lock down the player on the stairs that they know is there, but there's still all this vertical pressure that DZ just have not dealt with. Pambazoo, though! Big old swing on the Citizen. Back in DZ's favor now. Noodle above. Can he stop the plant? Kino, though, has tapped NGR's head off. Spoy is taking up that same position that cameraman was in. Noodle now on the creep around. The Noodle just has to try and stay alive, has to try and stay above.
He's been caught out on the drone there. Bolo going to find one onto Spoy. 2 versus 3 right now. Noodle, he does have the vert, but Dark Zero have got the option of avoiding that vert. They don't need to directly play underneath that Nath. He's going to start to get the plant down. Noodle's desperately going to try and make something happen, but Pamba's on for 3. He might even pick a 4th up here as a desperate attempt for a C4 comes out from Noodle, and he has to make this rotation. He's got to get through the player at the bottom of Solar, but look at Dark Zero. They have scattered here. We do have a player at the top of Ivy. That's going to be Nath, but Noodle has got to be cautious about the clock here. He really can't give too much time away. He needs to start thinking about getting these kills, and this is for everything. Who better for Panda to pick up that final kill and to send Dark Zero into the semi-final tomorrow?
We're having a party in Manchester. Pamba in the last round was phenomenal, and DZ do it in 2. M80, they progressed further than they have previously, but this is where their journey ends at quarterfinals. Dark Zero, keep it moving.
What a fantastic series we've seen there. A real treat with an NA on NA matchup. We've had our fun with it, Demo. Let's send this one over to our desk.
A massive congratulations, please. Give it up for Dark Zero! What a game! M80 fighting back tooth and nail, but the more experienced squad wins it at the end.
They really did, but I gotta say, this was a great game for both M80 and Dark Zero. Both of these squads looking better than we've ever seen them before. I'm glad we got to see M80 here on a big stage for Major finally. It wasn't enough against Dark Zero today. I think DZ won him in the map ban phase. I think they beat him in the server. They played fantastically today from both squads. Really impressive stuff.
They beat him in the map bans, they beat him in the server, they beat him in the shield play. DZ came here to play today. They knew what they wanted. They knew what it had to take in order to secure the round. We got Troy coming up here, the man, the myth, the legend himself, and Bolo. Give him a big round of applause. Semifinals.
Semifinals for Dark Zero. Canadian, Bolo, you're on here. Yes.
Hey.
Look at it. It's so cute, isn't it?
It is.
There's so much.
We love you, Nate.
We love you, Nate.
Oh.
There it is, hometown hero. At least we had a UK player on the Dark Zero squad as well. First of all, congratulations to Bolo and Canadian and the entirety of Dark Zero. A huge match for both of you. But before we kind of ask more analytical stuff, I want to replay the final round of Chalet here, just to kind of guide me through what was going on.
This is all Troy.
I mean,
At the very end here, it was just a matter of we killed Warden, we could smoke point, we just had to get rid of the vision and track top down. That was basically it. I think there was a lot more that went into the round because of the setup.
I mean, I'll say Pampa specifically was a huge key factor for this round, securing those kills, sneaking in, forcing people out of position.
I mean, you're sitting on the sidelines at this point, Canadian, right? What are you giving info to your teammates? Are you on a flank drone? Are you watching something for them?
Yeah, I'm on a flank drone. I mean, basically saying what needs to be held, what we have, what we don't have, what we need to be careful of, all that.
And at this point, you knew the round was pretty much done.
Yeah, I think we were very much in control. I think as soon as the bomb went down, we were basically chilling. But yeah, that was about it.
Fair enough. There you go. Big victory for the two of you. Bolo, secret weapon here in the game. What do you feel?
I don't know about all that. I mean, great group of guys here. I think it was a little bit of a toss-up on M80, you know, little NA if you can classify it as that. NA matchup in quarters, but it was a fun match. It was intense, but glad we swiped it with 2-0. So.
Gentlemen?
Well, I want to ask both of you guys a question. Are you surprised they allowed Chalet to go through?
No, not at all. I think Bodega has an obsession of trying to play us on Chalet. Honestly, in the past few matches, we've always banned it. So we knew they love to ego challenge Chalet. And to be honest, like they had previously looked like the better Chalet team, but we were very confident. We knew they were probably going to pick that or maybe Consulate, and they picked it, and we were ready.
There you go.
I got two questions for you guys. Number one, I felt like you were playing very site-focused, often not getting control above or below the bomb site. Was that a specific strategy you wanted to pull off in this game against MA on your attacks?
I think it just depended on their setups. I think they had quite a few setups where they were like kind of cheat heavy off the site. And just, I think if you know how to work it and get a plant down and whatnot, I think that's kind of the move sometimes, target the site guy.
And then my last question for you, Canadian. It was about 2 years ago when you led this Dark Zero team to a major win. That was the last time NA won anything. Any similarities between back then and now?
I mean, we're playing really good Siege, I think. Honestly, this stage actually does, like, the setup here does kind of remind me of it. It was one of the first things I said. I think some other people said Rally, but it reminded me of Charlotte, so yeah.
Fair enough.
All right. I got one more question for the Bolo, the man, myth, the legend himself as well. What's it like now? Obviously, you joined in going into that SI. You guys made a pretty far run. Now you guys find yourself on the main stage. I mean, what's that transition been like going from SI to even here now?
I mean, you can't really compare SI, right? But I mean, it's an S-tier event. It's a major, so we're all in it to win it. And you know, Nafe, hometown, so we gotta do it for him. It's awesome, and I'm excited for semis.
Absolutely.
All right, to the two of you, we'll start off with you, Bolo, first of all. To the camera, anything you'd like to say to BDS tomorrow?
BDS tomorrow. Ooh, I mean, hey, I've had a pretty good record against you guys. So let's see if it can translate to DZ. We are ready for it. I'm ready for it, and I'm sure you guys are probably ready for it too.
Canadian?
I mean, I'm excited to play them. I've played them not many times. I think the only time I played them, actually, their coach was subbing in. So I'm excited to play them. I think they're a phenomenal team. I think it'll be a good match.
All right, thank you very much, Canadian and the Bolo. Congratulations to Dark Zero. And thank you for joining us on the desk again, gentlemen. Thank you so much. It's time for us to close out our show. Don't leave him hanging. Lax has already been left hanging once.
Bye, Jesse.
There we go. Though, let's wrap this game up. Dark Zero, victorious. Big story for North America, Jesse.
Absolutely. We finally got to see who was better, the imports or the homegrown heroes, and it was today the homegrown NA, at least 4 out of 5 coming back from the region. Good to see it coming forward, of course, but both teams, as we said at the start of this post desk, both teams really played well. And I think this is the best iteration of M80 we have ever seen. I want to see them continuing to improve. I want to see them back at another event because this team has so much potential, even if it wasn't realized on the stage behind us today.
Absolutely, and I want to touch up on M80. Sure, this isn't the result that they obviously wanted, but this is the progress that this team has needed. But again, you look at last year, they didn't even look like a team that would even show up internationally. They weren't a team that showed up internationally. Now they find themselves here on main stage, making main stage, and obviously, again, coming up a little short, but still, I cannot wait to see what this team is going to look like throughout the rest of this year.
And again, congratulations to Dark Zero. Obviously, we kind of knew ahead of the time that we'd have 2 out of 4 semifinalists be from North America, but now we can confidently say, again, half the teams going into semifinals are NA from a region that hasn't won anything in 2 years. It might be time to get a little excited.
Absolutely. I'm very much looking forward to tomorrow. Speaking of which, here's what our bracket looks like. We still have 2 best of 3s set up for tomorrow, and of course our grand final best of 5, but that is not until we hit it on Sunday. BDS play Dark Zero, and Liquid go up against Beast Coast. Let's go through things one by one, our games for today. Just kind of recap what happened starting off at the top, Jesse.
Yeah, we started with Secret versus BDS, the all-European game to come on through, and obviously Secret came in as #1 seed from Swiss, but I think a lot of people still favored BDS in that matchup. They've got the history, they've got the experience. Europe's super team. They are now Europe's only team as they take down Secret 2-0, heading up in the semifinals.
And then you want to talk about Brazil versus Brazil with that Furia Liquid. I think a lot of teams were hoping that Furia was maybe going to come out on top. That wasn't the case. Liquid pulled up that upset, and honestly, very well deserved to say the least. Liquid came through all the way LCQ, made their way through Swiss, found themselves now sitting here at semis.
And then we moved on, Beast Coast versus FaZe Clan, the only game that wasn't inter-regional, but Beast Coast showing up, destroying what many people thought were the tournament favorites. A huge win from them to support North America, and then another, of course, Dark Zero, as we just saw, taking down M80.
And again, Dark Zero, hats off to them. They make their semifinals push, and you heard Bolo say it. They're ready, he's ready, they're ready to take on BDS and secure a grand final spot.
And they're ready for tomorrow. Beast Coast playing Team Liquid and BDS up against Dark Zero. That is our schedule, and our game starts at 15:45. That is local time here in Manchester. No two ways around it. We're here in the UK finally, and we get to see it. The pre-show will start a bit earlier than that, so tune in. And of course, tomorrow, if you thought that it was full today, it's gonna get even fuller tomorrow and on Championship Sunday. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for today. Of course, Fresh and Alfama and Ian, our casters, everybody that is here with us in the arena, and all those watching at home, from us, from the bottom of our hearts, we love you so very much. Good night.